Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 79. The sun is warm and the breeze is not dry. Under the south blue sky, a cute magic girl in a pink puffy skirt is flying freely, with sparkling lights. I'm flying, I really became a magic girl. Bonnie cheered happily. Kuina-chan, come quickly. At this moment, the deck of the Never Air Force. No. As an ordinary person, I can't fly independently no matter how hard I think. Kuina shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she couldn't fly. The power of a magic girl is the power of fantasy. Everything that a person can imagine is a possible magical phenomenon. For example, Bonnie's flight at this moment, because in Bonnie's impression, in the picture books she has read, magic girls can fly freely, so it is easy to have fantasies. In addition, Bonnie is experienced in fantasies, and her paramecia sui fruit can also be regarded as the power of fantasy in a sense. Just by imagining that he will become Nika in the future, he can imitate Nika's expressiveness for a short time, which is similar to the fantasy power of magical girls, and happens to be professionally matched. On the other hand, Kuina has been living in the relatively closed Shimotsuki Village since he was a child, and has received closed education from Ueno Kuni. What he does most on weekdays is practice swordsmanship. Before yesterday, Kuina didn't even know what a magical girl was. In addition, Kuina's serious personality makes it somewhat difficult to want her fantasy power. Just like the magical girls Ilya and Mayu in the world of magic. Because Ilya has been watching magical girl animations since she was a child, she subconsciously believes that magical girls can fly, so she mastered flying skills in an instant. On the other hand, Mayu, the super student of Grandmaster Astronomy and Geography, believes too much in reality and knowledge, so no matter how much she practices, she can't fly. Brother, why don't I use the power of the bamboo dragonfly to fly? Kuina looked weakly at Loelin, who was fishing at the bow. No. 060. Loelin refused without hesitation, without looking back. Are you kidding? How can a magical girl not be able to fly? Woo. Kuina whimpered, at a loss for the first time. Kuina-chan. Robin stepped forward and touched Kuina's little head. Captain Rowling said that the power of a magical girl is a fantasy power. You can't fly because you don't have the concept of flying in your head. You have a deep-rooted belief that ordinary people can't fly independently without the help of external props, but... Robin changed the subject. There is a move called moonwalk in the 6 physical techniques of Marine, which allows people to walk in the air by stepping on the air. You can imagine it from this direction. Walking in the air. Kuina's eyes lit up. Then I'll try it. When the right track is found, the speed of advancement suddenly becomes very fast. Although Kuina still can't imagine flying, walking in the air is possible. Just as the world of Moye ultimately relies on jumping in the air, Kuina has also mastered a similar method. An hour later, Kuina has mastered the magic moonwalk and can walk freely in the air. It's been half a month in the blink of an eye. Rowling and a group of girls live a leisurely journey in South Blue. For South Blue, even as a time traveler, Rowling doesn't know much. Because the author Oda didn't spend much time on it. The most mentioned is the story of the Big Bear and Bonnie in the Kingdom of Sobel. In addition, the 3 billion young kids in the future are also from South Blue. And there is Ace's mother. The Prophet has his own way of playing. The unknown also has its own fun. At least during this half-month journey, Lin was not bored. Captain! Captain! Nami came to the bow mysteriously and sat down next to Loelin. What's wrong? As soon as he saw Nami's little look, Loelin knew that this girl was probably going to make trouble again. Sure enough. Captain, I just got a good thing on that island. Nami took out a sea chart from her pocket and opened it in front of Loelin. Treasure map. Loelin raised his eyebrows. Nami nodded. Do you want to go? Loelin asked. Nami nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Nami, who is in charge of the ship's finances, is now one of the richest women in the world. But this can't dispel Nami's obsession with treasure. Since she knew there might be treasure somewhere, she would definitely go and see it. Okay then. Loyalin did not refuse. Although he thought this treasure map might be a little strange. But since Nami wanted to go, it would be fine to go and see it. Great. The target is Treasure Island. South Blue, Treasure Island. At this moment, there was chaos. More than a dozen well-known South Blue pirate groups fought fiercely with South Blue's garrison. Whether on the island or on the sea, there was smoke of battle. Everything started from a treasure map. A treasure map that was actively spread by Marine. The news that there was a treasure left by a mysterious pirate on Treasure Island was the result of Marine's self-directed performance. The purpose was naturally to lure the law enforcement. Through the treasure map, several target pirate groups were led into a trap and caught in one fell swoop. The proposer of this plan was not the veteran Marine officer of South Blue, but the young headquarters elite who was transferred from the naval headquarters to the grassroots for training this year. Peacock, granddaughter of Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru, a genuine military third generation, and user of the paramecia whip whip fruit. Skylark, a talented sniper in the Marine elite training camp. Prince Gruss, a young colonel of the naval headquarters, a user of the special paramecia clay fruit. The future elites of the Marine Sword organization now come to South Blue together. Young people are always full of energy. Especially the outstanding people trained by the former admiral and current instructor Zephyr in the naval headquarters elite training camp. The Peacock and others who were transferred to South Blue wanted to make some achievements in the branch before returning to the headquarters. So there was this treasure fishing law enforcement plan. It's just plans can't keep up with changes. Ideals are always smooth sailing, but now they are bumpy. The treasure map did attract the target pirate group, but the occurrence of an unexpected event, Kfi, made the fake treasure map widely publicized. The result is that the number of pirate groups that came to the treasure island this time far exceeded the imagination of the Marine. Originally, they only wanted to capture 4 or 5 target pirate groups, but the result was more than doubled. Marine's fishing enforcement plan has gone astray. At this moment, southeast of Treasure Island, 3 pirate ships are closing in on a Marine warship. Under the bombardment and siege of the 3 pirates, the warship is in danger and on the verge of sinking. Ha ha ha, sink them. These damn Marines dare to deceive us. We must make them pay a heavy price. They set a trap with treasure as bait to catch us, then go. Guys. There is a tender Marine woman on that warship, remember to catch her alive. The pirates' wanton, arrogant, and cruel laughter echoed under the sky. The dilapidated warship deck. Sister Skylark, you go alone, we will hold them back. There is another intact reconnaissance boat, go now. These bastards, I will fight them. Several middle-aged Marines dragged their wounded bodies and protected the young Skylark to retreat. Everyone, I'm really sorry, it's all our fault. Bean-sized tears slid down the pretty face of the soft girl Yunke. Hey, why are you saying this? You are not wrong. It's these pirate grandsons who are wrong. If it weren't for them. Ha ha ha, isn't it just death? What's so scary? Lao Zi will drag a few pirates with him even if he dies. UK, you are the elite of the headquarters. You are the future of Marine. Even in the face of death, the middle-aged Marines are still fearless and ready to die. There are rats like rats at the bottom of the Marine, but there are more righteous Marines who care about the people. UK, please answer if you hear me, what's the situation on your side now? A cold and anxious female voice came from the scattered den mushi on the deck. Captain Peacock, we are surrounded by pirates now, but we will definitely escort Skylark to break out. Please send someone to pick him up as soon as possible. A Marine Lieutenant Colonel picked up the den mushi and reported the current situation to Peacock. the person in charge of this operation. Ha 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 ha, you still want to break out, it's just wishful thinking. Guys, fire! Sink that warship for me. Don't let any of them get away. The three pirate captains ordered together. Bang! Bang 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 bang! The sound of gunfire continued. Dozens of shells were fired at the warship from all directions. The warship was about to sink under this fierce gunfire. Just then, Kuina-chan, shoot together! The sweet voice of the girl suddenly sounded. The next second, whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Dozens of red and blue magic bullets streaked across the sky, shooting down all the shells. One pink and one azure, two lovely figures passed through the air. Two dazzling magic rays shot out from the front of the magic wands in the hands of the girls at the same time, piercing and sinking a large pirate ship. This is not over yet. Kuina tapped the air lightly with her toes, and her figure suddenly shot out and came to the sky above the pirate ship on the left. She was seen holding the sapphire of the Mangeki staff in both hands, and the dazzling magic light and sword energy were perfectly integrated, turning into a huge sword, slashing down at the pirate ship below. Boom! The pirate ship was cut in two. Wow, it's really Kuina-chan, so I'll do it too. Bonnie pointed her left finger at her forehead. Imagination. Imagination. A future distorted by imagination. A future like Nika. Here it comes. Here it comes. Bonnie suddenly opened her eyes, and the next second, her arms suddenly expanded like inflated air. There was still a magical glow wrapped around her fist. Magical girl Nika Bonnie, attack! Boom! Boom! With just one punch, the pirate ship on the right was disintegrated on the spot by Bonnie's Nika fist. Angels! They are undoubtedly angels. God has sent lovely messengers to help us. Lieutenant Colonel Marine shouted in shock and excitement. Angels! On the other end of the Den Mushi, Peacock frowned. The next second, she suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. Oh, 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 oh! Air Force Group! Air Force Pirate Group is here! On the other end of the Den Mushi, Lieutenant Colonel Marine's originally excited voice was replaced by an extremely shocked emotion. FO. Chapter 80. South Blue, Treasure Island Sea. Magical girl Bonnie and Kuina worked together. All three pirate ships were destroyed in a short time. Bang! The two magical girls clapped their hands in the air. Kuina-chan, you actually cut a ship in one blow, it's really amazing! Bonnie exclaimed. Because I am a swordsman, I can do it with the blessing of Sapphire, but Bonnie, you are really amazing. Is the previous transformation also a fantasy power? I can't do it at all. Kuina said curiously. No, 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 that's actually my own ability. My Sui fruit can turn the distorted future into reality, which is similar to the fantasy of the magical girl, so I wondered if I could combine them, and then I succeeded. Bonnie explained. The cute magical girls landed on the damaged warship deck while talking. Oh, oh, oh! Angels! Are you angels? You are so cute, you must be angels. Thank you, angels! On the deck, the Marines who survived the disaster all shouted with enthusiasm and excitement. No, 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 we are not angels. Kuina was smiling and waving her hands. That's right, we are not angels, but magic girls. Bonnie put her hands on her hips, proud. Magical girls. The middle-aged Marines looked at each other, unfamiliar with the term. The only person who could understand the term was a 28-year-old girl. Magical girls, are you real magic girls? The book says that magic girls can fly freely and fire powerful light bullets, right? All right. So there are really magic girls in this world. Skylark excitedly stepped forward, his eyes sparkling, looking at Bonnie and Kuina with a childlike look. Kuina, who are you? My name is Highberry, please shake hands with me, magical girls. Highberry bowed solemnly and stretched out both hands. Okay, no problem, please teach me, Highberry-chan. Bonnie shook Highberry's left hand without hesitation. Seeing this, Kuina also did not hesitate and immediately shook Highberry's right hand. Wow, so happy I shook hands with the magical girls, it's simply bliss. Highberry was so happy and satisfied that he was bubbling on the spot. Highberry-chan, my brother and the others are here, we'll leave first. Looking at the Never Air Force coming from afar, Kuina immediately said goodbye. Then goodbye, Highberry, let's play together again if we have a chance. Bonnie waved and flew away immediately after him. Highberry was left alone, still immersed in the joy of close contact with his idol, unable to extricate himself. At the same time, the sights of the other Marines on the ship followed Bonnie and Kuina to the Never Air Force. When they recognized the iconic sail and the face of the man who was fishing alone at the bow, the enthusiasm and excitement on the faces of the Marines, led by the Lieutenant Colonel, suddenly subsided. Instead, they were extremely shocked, horrified, and unbelievable. FK. FK. That's the Air Force. Rowling, the great pirate traveler with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Why did the Air Force pirates appear in South Blue? The two little angels who saved us earlier, they are actually from the Air Force. The Marines shouted in shock and shock. Rowling and the girls ignored the shouting Marines. Never Air Force passed by the warship and went farther and farther. On the deck, Bonnie and Kuina were still bragging about business. Bonnie told Vivi and others about the scene of Kuina cutting off the pirate ship with a sword. Kuina described the spectacular scene of Bonnie blowing up a pirate ship with one punch. He won the collective praise of Vivi, Robin, and Thor. Hehe, by the way, where is Nami? Bonnie looked around, but did not see the lively Nami. Nami, I'm going to look for treasure. Robin shrugged helplessly. Treasure Island, northwest. Thick thunderclouds covered the sky. Crack. Dazzling lightning connected the sky and the earth. Rumble. The sound of thunder followed closely. Under the raging of terrifying thunder, the vicious pirates were all struck and cried for their parents, and had no power to fight back. The dilemma of being surrounded that the Marines originally faced disappeared in an instant because of the support of thunder and lightning. Peacock, what is the situation now? The clay fruit ability user Prince Gruss opened his mouth in shock. I don't know either. Colonel Peacock, a long-legged beauty wearing a sun hat and a miniskirt, shook her head. She also knew nothing about the sudden thunder and lightning reinforcements. But, just now there was news from Skylark that they seemed to have encountered an Air Force regiment. Peacock whispered uncertainly. What? Prince Gruss suddenly widened his eyes. The Air Force group. Could it be that group? Aren't they in the Grand Line? How come they suddenly appeared in South Blue? You ask me, I don't know. Anyway. Although I don't know what happened, our crisis has been resolved. Now let's meet up with Skylark first and then make plans. 11. Peacock made a decision. At the same time, the northwest blue coast of the island. Wakakaka, hand over the treasure quickly. Nami was surrounded by endless lightning, like the god of thunder. Big sister, please forgive me, I have said it many times, there is no treasure, no treasure. Yes, yes, there is really no so-called treasure here. We have all been deceived, it's all the damn Marine who deceived us. They want to lead us into a trap and catch us all in one fell swoop. Big sister, if you want revenge, go to Marine. The captains and codders of the major pirate groups are all about to collapse. They can't fight, and they can't escape. When did such a ruthless person appear in their South Blue? What? No treasure. Nami's eyebrows stood up. What use do I have for you without treasure? Crack. Boom. The surging thunder fell mercilessly, electrocuting the pirates into muggles. Oh my, I didn't expect it was Marine's plan. If I return empty-handed, I will be laughed at by everyone. Nami frowned and thought. The next second, an idea flashed through her mind. Got it. If there is no treasure, then make a treasure. The pirates' ships are all here. According to Nami's many years of experience, there must be treasure on their ships. Do it right away. Nami turned into an element without saying a word, and her body turned into lightning and traveled between the pirate ships. After collecting a sack of gold and silver treasures, she threw out a series of thunderbolts and destroyed the pirates' ships. After doing all this, Nami returned with a sack of treasures with satisfaction. Everyone, I'm back. Nami poured the spoils in the sack on the deck. Wow! Nami is amazing. We really found the treasure. Bonnie, Kuina, Vivi, and others were all amazed and praised. Hehe, it's just so-so. Nami proudly put her hands on her waist. Yet. Rowling shook his head and did not expose Nami's disguise. Just then, Llewellyn noticed the ship coming from the side. It was a pirate ship with a dinosaur bow shape. The ship's name is Victoria Punk. It belongs to the kid pirates. There are fat sheep. No, pirates, let me do it. Nami Haki waved her hand and attacked before the other girls. At the same time, on the sea surface several kilometers away, the kid pirates also discovered Llewellyn and his party. Kid, that sign is the Air Force pirates. Kira, the second in command of the kid group, who was wearing a hood, recognized Llewellyn's identity, and his pupils under the mask shrank suddenly. What? The man who broke the record of the first bounty in history, with a bounty of up to 1 billion. Not only the captain, but the bounties of the crew members are also as high as monsters. Hey, why would such a big man suddenly appear in South Blue? The flamethrower hit, the trident user Vey and other members of the kid group were all shocked. Kid, what should we do? Kira asked in a deep voice. Do you still need to ask? I want to see, just defeated Amir Shishibukai, what qualifications does that man have to be given a bounty of 1 billion? The young kid grinned. In terms of stubbornness, Kid is definitely the one who can keep the second and fight for the first in the pirate world. When he first entered the new world, he provoked the Big Mom pirates and the 4 Emperors Red Hair gang one after another. After being broken an arm by Red Hair, he faced the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. After being defeated, he met the Straw Hat Kid in prison. He finally made a comeback with the protagonist's halo and fought against the Straw Hat Kid. Trafalgar Law together with 4 Emperors Big Mom brought down. Afterwards, he received a bounty of 3 billion and once again faced 4 Emperors Red-Haired Shanks. With the idea of avoiding the gods, he was defeated by the Red-Haired Shanks in one move, and his dream was shattered. For the stubborn kid, the first thing he thought of when he met a strong man was never to escape, but to use his head to test whether the opponent's fist was really as hard as the legend said. Come on, let me see, the means of 1 billion. Kid raised his right hand, and the ability of Paramecia magnetic fruit was activated. The iron weapons hidden in various parts of the Victoria Punk gathered towards Kid's arm under the traction of magnetic force, and finally turned into a huge mechanical arm. Without waiting for Kid to order the attack. Chi. A flash of lightning flashed on the bow. Fat sheep, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the valuables on the ship, and you can leave safely. Nami said carelessly. What? You are, a little thief cat Nami. You, how did you show up? You are just a vase, but you dare to come here alone? Do you know who we are? The kid team was all shocked and angry. I don't care who you are. Nami pouted. This indifferent attitude completely angered Eustace Kid. The giant mechanical arm slammed down towards Nami on the bow. Boom! The bow of the dinosaur exploded. Fa! Herk! It really deserves to be R. The cheers of the kid team just came out of the mouth, and Xiaoran stopped. Hey, attracting iron condensation mechanical arm, are you a magnet man? With a flash of lightning, Nami appeared on the mast, looking at Kid with interest. It just so happens that my captain said that electricity can also generate magnetism. I may be your superior ability. Nami smiled slightly, and a strong electric current flowed out of her delicate body, densely covering all directions. The strongest electric current magnetic field force spread, affecting all the metals on the ship. Even Kid's giant mechanical arm was no exception. The metal sword gradually escaped from his magnetic influence and fell into Nami's control. Ah! Then, what kind of ability is that? What a joke, didn't you say this little thief is a vase? Why does a vase have such a terrifying ability? Everyone in Kid's group was completely stunned and terrified. Logia, this woman is a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Kira, the killing warrior, took a deep breath, and a desperate smile appeared on his face under the mask. They had previously dreamed of challenging the billion-dollar Rowling, but in the end, the other party sent out any girl, and they were unsolvable. The gap is not just heaven and earth. Damn it, Lao Zi is the Captain Eustace Kid. Kid roared unwillingly, trying his best to control the metal and attack Nami. Why bother? Nami waved her slender hand down. The next moment, countless steel objects were shot out like cannonballs, shattering Kid's ship and slowly sinking. Kid's pirate group died before they could achieve their goal. Dream shattered in the novice village. Hee hee. On the bow of the Never Air Force, Llewellyn laughed and didn't even look at Kid. Splash! The float sank suddenly. Llewellyn suddenly lifted the rod. Ding dong! Lucky moment, Ran Zizu's skill of anesthesia acupuncture, the world anesthesia master Jiro, gluttonous 2 male, famous skills of the captive of food. J. Chapter 81. Jiro. Also known as gluttonous Jiro. The second disciple of the world's food god Acacia, the captive of food. A legendary figure who existed before the start of the food era, he is good at anesthesia. In addition to his powerful strength that can destroy the world, he has become a recognized master of anesthesia. He has a unique skill of acupuncture for anesthesia, which is so superb that he can't even anesthetize the entire earth. In the food festival competition, the master of anesthesia Jiro fought with vast anesthesia. He anesthetized all creatures on the earth indiscriminately, and even the earth almost stopped rotating. Because the rotation was affected, the air and sea currents were affected by inertia to form a doomsday scene of heaven and earth changes. Its scale is so large that it directly swallowed up dozens of islands with an area of more than 18,000 square kilometers. In addition to anesthetizing planets, Jiro's anesthesia secret is to anesthetize time. He can also use eternal anesthesia on his opponent, making him always between life and death and unable to wake up. Jiro's strength is beyond doubt. If he hadn't been calculated by Neo Acacia, it would be unknown who would win. When Llewellyn heard the system broadcast of Jiro's anesthesia acupointment skills, he was immediately refreshed. However, the next second, Llewellyn calmed down again. Too easy. It was really too easy to catch the goods this time. If it was really gluttony Jiro's full set of anesthesia acupointment skills. In terms of level, it is definitely qualified to be at the same level as Thor of SS-947 is. Such a super big cargo cannot be caught so easily. The fact is just as Llewellyn guessed. The skill of the goods this time is indeed Jiro's anesthesia acupointment. It's just the most basic acupointment anesthesia for the human body. There are no cool moves such as the vast anesthesia of the earth, the secret anesthesia time, and the permanent anesthesia. Forget it, it's just an interesting skill. Let's play with it for a while and then give it away later. Llewellyn shook his head and stopped thinking too much. Treasure Island, Southeast. Peacock, Gruss, and others led the team to meet up with Yunke and his party. Sister Peacock, do you know who I just met? Skylark excitedly ran to Peacock. Magical girl. A real living magical girl. It turns out that magical girls really exist. Peacock. Ah. Magical girl? What the hell is going on? She definitely thought that Skylark would say that she met an Air Force regiment. Looking at Skylark's appearance, Peacock knew that asking her probably wouldn't get any useful information. She then found the lieutenant colonel who had contacted her not long ago. From the lieutenant colonel's mouth, Peacock confirmed the fact that Rowling and his party had indeed been here. One of the two lovely magical girls admired by Skylark was the swordsman girl Kuina. As for the thunderbolt punishment that Skylark and Gruss encountered in the northwest of the island, the lieutenant colonel said he had never seen it. Not sure if it was Rowling's work? Traveler Rowling, what an interesting man. The sadistic third-generation beautiful girl Peacock licked the corner of her mouth and became interested in a man for the first time in her life. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. Really, that girl Conqueror is getting more and more outrageous. She actually carried out such a risky plan without being fully prepared. Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane looked grim and shook his head repeatedly. Oh, calm down, Zaya-he, Conqueror has always been a good child. Marshal Sengoku tried to smooth things over. He really loved Conqueror from the bottom of his heart. Do you know what she did? Vice Admiral Crane rolled his eyes. Marshal Sengoku shook his head. He didn't receive the report from South Blue. Or to be more precise, the report was intercepted by Vice Admiral Crane. This is the report from South Blue. They set up a trap to trick the pirates to catch them, but they accidentally leaked the news and made the matter worse. The number of pirate groups attracted exceeded expectations. If the Air Force group hadn't happened to pass by. Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane shook his head repeatedly with fear. Looking at the report in front, Marshal Sengoku could nod from time to time. But when he heard and saw the three words Air Force Group, Marshal Sengoku suddenly became uneasy. What? Air Force Group? Why did that group appear in South Blue? Could it be that the incident in Sobel Kingdom half a month ago was Holy Land, Marie Joyce? Five Elders Council Hall. Yes. There is no mistake. It was them who did it. The guys who attacked Sobel Kingdom half a month ago and took Bonnie away were the Air Force pirates. They really deserve to die. They are against us everywhere. Saturn V Elders Satan gritted his teeth and was furious. See, I said there is this possibility. Everything that happened during this period is likely to be caused by these unconventional guys. Jupiter 5 Elders Peter said. If they were the ones who attacked Marie Joyce twice. Venus 5 Elders Nasu Shulang's eyes flashed coldly. We can't be 100% sure it's them yet. Before we confirm the true identity of the terrifying mysterious attacker, we can't expose too much strength. I still stick to my point of view. If the space ability users are in the Air Force Corps, it's impossible that no one in Puke Town recognized them. As for Valkyrie, 5 Elders of Mercury, said. As for the matter of the Sobel Kingdom, it is certain that they are right. It has been more than a month since Alabasta left, which is enough time for them to go to South Blue. Mars 5 Elders Marcus Moss took over the conversation. He. Satan, 5 Elders of Saturn, suddenly laughed sinisterly. I suddenly thought of a good idea. He took out a den mushi and dialed the number. Bulo gaga. The den mushi was connected. Bear, something happened in the Sobel Kingdom. Saturn Satan said in a deep voice. What did you say? On the other end of the den mushi, Shishibukai Tyrant Bear suddenly tensed up. Not long ago, the Air Force pirates attacked the Sobel Kingdom and took away your daughter Bonnie. Although our people tried their best to resist, they were still defeated. If nothing unexpected happens, Bonnie's jade scales that were almost cured will relapse again. Saturn Satan pretended to be sad. Snap! On the other side, the Den Mushi fell to the ground. Hee, let the Air Force group face the wrath of the bear next. Saturn 5 Elders Satan sneered. This plan is great. All the 5 elders nodded. There are other pirates who need to be used. Beasts Pirates and Big Mom are also here. Find an opportunity to pass the message to them at the same time. Let the pirates deal with the Air Force, and leave our strength to that damn dragon attacker. Egghead Island. Vegapunk Research Institute. What's wrong? Bear, was it the 5 elders who contacted me before? I heard Bonnie's name, did he make any excessive demands again? Genius scientist Vegapunk said indignantly. There was no panic as Saturn 5 elders Satan imagined, and Bear's mood was as stable as ever. 5 elders thought that releasing Rowling to capture Bonnie and falsely claiming that the jade scale had relapsed would make Bear hysterical. Little did they know that Xiong and Rowling had already been acquainted. Bear could be said to be the second strong man in the world who knew Rowling. The first was Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy. More than half a year ago, Bear had been to Windmill Village, intending to secretly see his best friend Dragon's son, the future Nika. It was at that time that Bear saw Rowling, who was getting along well with the Straw Hat Boy. How could someone who could be trusted by Nika be a bad guy? Bear suddenly smiled. If she were with them, Bonnie would definitely be happy, and would definitely be able to appreciate the scenery of the world. It would definitely be a pleasant journey. Bear, if something really happened to Bonnie, you should go. The transformation is not urgent and can be put aside. Vegapunk said. Thank you, Garpunk. I really want to go out for a walk. Tyrant Bear thanked him gently. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Rowling and his party left South Blue, crossed the Com Belt, and returned to Grand Line. Although the annual food carnival in the food town of Puke has ended, there are still many delicacies. Because Bonnie came for the first time, Rowling and the girls accompanied her to enjoy the food. 3 days later, Rowling and his party, who were full and satisfied, set off again. But it was not by boat, but another way. That was one of the reasons why Rowling and his party returned to Puke. Sea Train. Designed and built by Tom, the world's leading ship engineer. Starting from the Water City, it connects the Spring Queen town and the food town of Puke. The prosperity of Puke in recent years is inseparable from the credit of the Sea Train. Rowling directly booked 2 luxury first-class carriages as a rest and entertainment area for the girls. It was the first time to ride the Sea Train, whether it was Nami, Vivi, Robin, or Thor, they all showed great interest. Kuina and Bonnie chased and played in the carriage wantonly, but fortunately it was a private state, no one would blame. Tired of playing, Bonnie sat down honestly, and then began to write a travel diary under the guidance of Robin. This was Bonnie's own idea. She wanted to share her journey with Bear when she saw her father, just like Bear wrote to her to share his travel experiences. At the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity when the other girls were not paying attention, Thor pulled Rowling to the bathroom of the train. The other girls were interested, but Thor was 2.8 interested. The 2 new scenes of the bathroom and the roof of the Sea Train are unlocked. Thor returned to the carriage with satisfaction, while Rowling was still on the roof, a little afraid to go back. He was afraid that Robin would find out and want to imitate him. After all, they were almost at the station. If you have nothing to do, just cast a rod. Rowling sat on the roof of the speeding Sea Train and cast a rod. Hit the target with 1 shot. Ding dong! Congratulations host for loading the 12 talismans. Tiger Talisman, the power of yin and yang, can balance the conflicts of various forces in the owner's body, making it run perfectly, and can also make the holder be divided into good and evil. The Queen of Spring has arrived, and is about to arrive. Passengers who want to get off please pack their luggage in advance. The Queen of Springtown is about to arrive. Passengers who want to get off, please pack their luggage in advance. The train announcement sounded. At this moment, somewhere in the Grand Line Sea area, the Never Air Force is sailing on the sea. The raccoon cat in the teapot is steering the rudder in a proper manner. Hee, from today on, please call me Captain Shikaku, got it? Brother Kalu. Shikaku, who was assigned to sail to the Water City, laughed triumphantly. Ga. Kalu flapped his wings and pushed the eternal pointer pointing to the Water City to Shikaku, reminding him that the direction was wrong. Chapter 82. The Town of the Queen of Spring. This is an ordinary island in the vast Grand Line. It is connected to the Water City on the upper side and the food town of Puke on the lower side. It is an important transit station for the sea train. In the original plot line, the CP9 members who escaped after the Nice Lobby incident rested and recuperated in this town. Although there is no place I want to go in particular, since I am here, I will stay for a night to rest. By the way, I can also wait for Shikaku, who is responsible for driving the boat. After all, the speed of the sea train is much faster than that of the boat. In the second half of the night, the girls who had been playing for a long time returned to their hotel rooms and fell asleep. Dang dang! Just as Loyalin was about to rest, the door knocked. The door opened, and Robin, wearing a silk nightgown, stood in front of the door with a sweet smile. Robin heard everything clearly about the movement in the train bathroom during the day, and endured it for a while. Everything is self-evident. The atmosphere in the house gradually heated up, and it came to fruition. An hour later, the world of food captive Jiro's skill of anesthesia acupuncture, confirmed to be transferred. As Loyalin thought, a warm current rushed into the depths of Robin's body. Ordinary anesthesia acupuncture skills are not very useful to Loyalin, and transferring it to Robin is the best choice. Because Robin, as a flower fruit ability user, is good at joint skills, and joints and acupuncture points have something in common. The ability to bloom freely on the enemy is the most suitable for the skill of anesthesia acupuncture. In addition, the abilities of the girls on the ship have been greatly enhanced. Comprehensively, Robin, who was at the forefront of the battle at the beginning, has become the tail. Having the skill of anesthesia acupuncture is also a great help to Loyalin. Loyalinear this anesthesia acupuncture is. Feeling the continuous impact of the warm current, Robin felt that her whole body seemed to be filled. The huge surprise and happiness intertwined with each other, making her feel like she was in the clouds and mist, climbing to a new peak. It's just a little gift, it's more useful to you. Loyalin smiled slightly. Robin whimpered, looking at Rowling with watery eyes. She knew that she would never be able to leave this man in her life. Next, let me take over. 16. The atmosphere in the town of the Queen of Spring was hot. At the same time, the Never Air Force was also fighting fiercely. Ha ha ha! Fire! Fire! Today is our lucky day. I didn't expect that the Air Force pirate group would be encountered by us. The huge bounty of 2.7 billion is Laozi's. A large pirate ship several times the size of the Never Air Force ruthlessly poured out artillery fire. The shells fell into the sea, and the shock wave of the explosion caused violent waves on the sea surface. The Never Air Force swayed in the turbulent waves, as if it would capsize at any time. Quack! On the deck, the fast-running duck canoe seemed to turn into a gust of wind, running along the hull in all directions. The green onion sword on the wings glowed, and it continued to swing violently. All the shells that hit the hull were perfectly intercepted and shot away. Finally, damn! The voice of Shikaku, the teapot, came from the cabin. What are you doing so noisy in the middle of the night? Do you have any sense of public morality? Let the raccoon cat sleep. Oh, no, I am not a raccoon cat. Shikaku pushed the door open in a rage. Running Duck Canoe pointed at the huge pirate ship 100 meters away in a panic. Okay, okay. Listening to the arrogant voices of the pirates from a distance, Shikaku couldn't help but laugh. You actually bullied me? Who do you think you are? If you don't sleep in the middle of the night, then don't sleep at all. Shikaku opened his mouth, and the yin and yang chakra condensed and blended. The purple black-tailed beast bomb ball gradually gathered and formed. However, before Shikaku could launch the tailed beast bomb, the next second, the pirate ship that was coming with great momentum suddenly had a startling change. Ah! Ah! Why? Why are you here? 7. Shishibukai Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, UBDY. Ah! The arrogant laughter of the pirates who attacked at night was replaced by shrill screams. Bear impact! Shishibukai Tyrant Bear compressed the atmosphere within a radius of hundreds of meters to the size of a fist, and then slowly released it. Boom! Boom! The terrifying atmosphere bomb exploded. In an instant, the large pirate ship was blown into pieces and became algae on the sea. The turbulent sea gradually returned to calm. Hey! On the railing, Shikaku, the teapot, raised his eyebrows slightly, and the tailed beast bomb was cancelled. Since the target suddenly exploded, he didn't have to waste his efforts. You! Just behind him, Kalu shouted in panic. Why are you so nervous? Don't tell others that you are my younger brother when you go out. Shikaku turned around calmly and saw the tall bear-like figure standing in front of him. Shikaku was also startled, stumbled, and fell back, about to fall into the sea. The tall bear-like man waved his bear paw hand, held Shikaku in his hand, and looked at him curiously. Even the well-informed Shishibukai tyrant bear who traveled around the world had never encountered such a strange creature. A talking raccoon cat? Hey! Just as Tyrant Bear was curiously looking at Shikaku, Shikaku was also observing him, always feeling a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen him somewhere before. After a moment, ah, I remember. Shikaku reacted. You are little Bonnie's, that. Hello, I'm Bonnie's father Bartholomew Bear. Tyrant Bear introduced himself. Yes, I saw it in Bonnie's painting. Hello, Bonnie's father, I am the boss that little Bonnie respects the most. Teapot Shikaku put his hands behind his back, looking very old-fashioned. After confirming that the bear-like man in front of him was the father that Bonnie had been thinking about, Shikaku naturally let go of his hostility and vigilance towards the bear. In the past, Shikaku did not like humans, and could even be said to be hostile to humans. However, during this period of time, the comfortable, leisurely and free life on the ship has changed Shikaku's mentality. Shikaku also likes the new member on the ship, the cute little Bonnie, from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he is very clear about how much Bonnie is eager to meet her father. Nami, Vivi, and others are also looking forward to Bonnie's meeting with her father. Unexpectedly, the bear appeared on their ship tonight. If Bonnie knew about this, she would be very happy. That little bear, this is really unfortunate. My old sister Yamato took little Bonnie and everyone to take the sea train. Now there are only me and my little duck on the ship. Shikaku pretended to be an elder. In fact, with his age in the world, he is indeed qualified. I know. The gentle bear did not care about such trivial matters. Because as early as when he was fighting just now, he had already used observation Haki to explore. He knew that there were only two pets, Shikaku and Run Duck Kalu, on the ship, and no one else was there. Originally, Xiong was going to leave directly, but because he was worried about the Never Air Force, he took the initiative to show up. After all, this ship is now the second home for his daughter. Shikaku and Kalu are also important companions of his daughter, and they cannot be lost. Mr. Shikaku, can you tell me about Bonnie? Tyrant Bear asked sincerely, wanting to know Bonnie's recent situation. Ahem, since you asked sincerely, then I will tell you, little brother, go and prepare some snacks, your boss and I will talk to the little bear all night long. Shikaku commanded Kalu to work. He began to brag to Xiang. Of course, while bragging about himself, he also met Xiang's expectations and told him all the big and small things since Bonnie came on board during the Sobel Kingdom period. When Xiang knew that Bonnie had become the magical girl he had been thinking about, he was surprised, but more relieved and happy. Although I don't know how Bonnie became a magical girl, I know one thing, that is, Bonnie is very happy on this ship. And she will be happier in the future, and she can go to one island after another with Loelin. Even without her father, Bonnie still has the best partners to travel with. Early morning, by Shushan. Great! Congratulations, Bonnie! Tears of joy slid down Xiang Jianyi's face. At this moment, the town of the Queen of Spring. After a night of rest, Bonnie, who was full of energy, followed Loelin to board the sea train again, and happily embarked on a new journey to the Water City. Around noon, the sea train entered the Westford station. The Water City based on Venice, the Water City, has arrived. Everyone, we have arrived at the Water City. Let's disband first and have fun. I want to do it too. After that, Loelin was alone and entered the city first. The importance of the city of Water City in the original plot is definitely not light. It was in this city that the Straw Hat crew almost fell apart. The departure of 2 members, coupled with the overwhelming power of CP9, made the atmosphere extremely depressing. But it was the foreshadowing in the early stage that led to the passion of the Nice Lobby event. It was also because of the Nice Lobby event that Robin truly joined the Straw Hat crew. For this magnificent city built on water, Rowling wanted to see many places and many people. For example, the world's largest shipyard, Carrera Company, and CP who had been undercover in Water City for many years. The toilet on the 4 Emperors ship is also worth a look, the toilet King Lucci. And Frankie, the cyborg who will become a member of the protagonist group in the future, is also Rowling's primary goal of this trip. Of course, Rowling went to find Frankie, not because he was interested in Frankie as a pervert. But he was interested in what Frankie had hidden in his body, the Pluton design passed down from generation to generation by the master shipwright of Water City. Loelin is very clear about the location of ancient weapon Pluton and has clear travel plans. He will definitely visit it when he goes to Wano Kuni in the future. But before that, since we are in the Water City, let's take a look at the design drawings of the super battleship Pluton. As a typical engineering man in his previous life, Loelin was very interested in technological products such as ship cannons. So he was eager to see all the design drawings of the super battleship Pluton. Explore the secret of Pluton's powerful attack power that can destroy an island with one shot. Loelin's departure did not affect the girl's interest in sightseeing. Sister Robin, hurry up. I'm waiting for you 260. Little Bonnie urged happily. Oh, here I come, I'll be ready soon. In the station bathroom, Robin quickly fixed her makeup in front of the mirror. Because she was too tired last night, she fell asleep in the car in the morning. If it were before, Robin would definitely not care about these little things. But women dress up to please themselves, and now Robin always wants to show her best side to the person she likes. Not long after, Robin finished her makeup and found something in her bag while she was tidying up. Hey? Is this a talisman? Did Rowling give it to me specially? Robin's eyes lit up, and she recognized the talisman in the corner of her bag at a glance. She was touched, thinking it was a surprise gift from Rowling. In fact, it was accidentally knocked away during exercise last night and fell into Robin's bag. This seems to be a tiger? The chicken talisman is the power of floating, the horse talisman is healing, what about the power of this tiger? Robin couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity. She held the tiger talisman tightly in her hand. The next second, a dazzling light enveloped her body. After a moment, everything returned to calm. Nothing happened? Robin is still Robin. Nothing has changed. No. There are still changes. For example, the tiger talisman is only half white. And Robin's eyes at this moment. Clear as a female college student who is ignorant of the world. This kind of eyes should not appear on Robin, who has experienced more than 20 years of wind, frost, rain, and snow. Sister Robin, are you still not well? Bonnie's voice came again. I'm coming. Robin responded happily and joined the girls. Hey, Robin, you seem to be a little different from before. Nami said in surprise. Is that so? Robin was puzzled. I feel the same way. Robin is like a warm little sun now. Kuina said seriously. No, it's too embarrassing. Robin's shy face made Vivi and others look at her sideways. So far, they have never seen Robin like this. The girls left the station talking and laughing. No one noticed that not long after they left. Another Robin walked out of the station, his eyes were cold, and there was a dangerous atmosphere everywhere. The power of the tiger spell balances yin and yang, and can also separate yin and yang, good and evil. At this moment, the one with Nami and others is Robin, who represents pure goodness. Now the one who is walking alone is the evil-faced and black-bellied Robin, who has been in the dark world for many years. Chapter 83. Frankie dismantles the shipbuilding business. A family led by the Iron Man Frankie, who makes a living by dismantling ships. As the tyrant of the Water City, he usually bullies the city and arouses the resentment of the people. I don't know how many people secretly pray to God for punishment, and today, the punishment has come. The Frankie family, who usually bullies others, was bullied today. At this moment, the Frankie family's base camp was in ruins. The cotters of the Frankie family fell to the ground and convulsed. As the head of the family, the Iron Man Frankie was now black and smoky, and was used as a human stool. Well, this is really an advanced design. To be able to design such a super battleship, the scientists of the former Giant Kingdom are simply geniuses. Rowling sat on Frankie and looked through the Pluton design drawings that he had looted from his body. He nodded while reading, and from time to time he clapped his legs and cheered for Pluton's wonderful design. As Vegapunk said, the civilization of the huge kingdom 900 years ago was highly developed, but in the end, a war buried everything, whether it was civilization or advanced technology, all buried in history. Raftel, the final island of the ruins of the huge kingdom, must be visited in the future. Rowling nodded and made Raftel an important attraction that must be visited on the trip. 10 minutes later. After seeing the full design of the super battleship Pluton, Rowling got up and left with satisfaction. Waving his sleeves, he left without taking a cloud. Another quarter of an hour later. Woo! The sobbing sound of the girl sounded. The Cube sisters Jiwei and Mose woke up one after another. They were the only two people who did not experience the baptism of Jiwei's physical skills and lightning. Just use Conqueror's Haki to stun them. Brother! Everyone! Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me! Looking at the messy family, Jiwei and Mose couldn't help crying on the spot. Tears dripped down Frankie's face, which was so degraded that he was smoking. 044. Frankie suddenly opened his eyes and screamed in pain. Brother, you're awake! Great, really great! The Cube sisters' tears still didn't stop, but this time they were out of joy. Where's that man? Frankie stood up with all his strength, thinking back to what happened not long ago. He, who had always been lawless, couldn't stop trembling. Because, he recognized Rowling's famous face. He should have left. We didn't see him after we woke up. The Cube sisters shook their heads blankly. Frankie looked around, and when he saw the Pluton design drawings scattered on the table, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but feel infinite fear. That man really came for the design drawings. He actually knew that the design drawings were with me. Damn, a huge disaster is going to happen. The world will be destroyed. Frankie murmured in a low voice. Brother, what are you talking about? Your body is shaking, I'll call a doctor now. The Cube sisters said anxiously. No. No, I won't. Frankie immediately collected the Pluton design drawings on the table, and after confirming that there were not a single missing piece, he hid them again. Call a doctor for everyone, I have something important to do and need to go out now, tell everyone I'm fine. After that, Frankie limped out without looking back. This matter was no longer something he could handle alone. Even if he was unwilling, he had to discuss it with his senior brother. The suffering of Frankie's family did not cause any ripples in the Water City. Today, the city is still peaceful under the governance of Ace-Bagu. After 2 hours of shopping together, Thor, Nami, Vivi, Kuina, Bonnie and the Pure Robin went their separate ways to find things they were interested in. At this moment, Water City Luxury Store Berry Family. This is a world-class fashion chain. It gathers a group of world-renowned fashion designers. Every new product release will be sought after by the world's upper-class nobles and wealthy people. Especially the lettered hiss of the Berry family, which is deeply loved by women. Ms. Khalifa, welcome, here are all the new products. As a tall beauty wearing a professional skirt, high heels, and long golden hair tied into a neat bun appeared, the staff of the Berry family immediately came to greet her, and even the store manager personally received her. Because Khalifa is a star in the Water City. She is the secretary of Ace-Bagu, the president of Carrera Company in the Water City. She not only has a beautiful face and a perfect figure, but also has impeccable work ability. The reason why the store managers attach so much importance to Khalifa is not only because she is the city secretary, but also because she is a super VIP customer in the store. As a heavy socks control, Khalifa's favorite thing on weekdays is to collect stockings of various styles, colors, and lengths. Every time Khalifa appears, it means a big order, and the staff will not be negligent at all. On weekdays, Khalifa will listen carefully to the introduction of the staff. But today Khalifa was a little absent-minded. Since she entered the store, she has been glancing in a certain direction from time to time, as if to confirm something. Miss Khalifa, are you tired? The shop assistants asked with concern. It's okay, pack these and those, I have something to do, just send them to dock number 1 for me later. After throwing down a card, Khalifa hurried out. As she walked, she took out a small den mushi from her pocket. Khalifa, what did you find? A dull male voice came from the other end of the den mushi. Bluno, get ready, I just saw Nika Robin in the store, the Air Force pirates have probably landed in the Water City. Khalifa spoke in a deep voice, her eyes sharp. At this moment, she is not the vigorous secretary of the market, but the superhuman agent of CP9 under the world government. Nanny. Nika Robin. Is it really her? Are you sure? CP9 door fruit ability user Bluno was shocked. I'm sure it's Nika Robin, that woman has appeared. Khalifa whispered. But, if the Air Force group really came to Water City, there would be no movement, right? Bluno shook his head in confusion. That's not clear. Anyway, I'm tracking Nika Robin now. I'll take action once I get a chance. Be prepared to respond. As for the Air Force group, I can interrogate them later, I won't tell you any more. The target has entered the alley. Khalifa hung up the den mushi and rushed into the empty alley at an accelerated speed, ready to take action. However, what shocked her was that the dead end in front of her was empty. Robin, who had entered the alley a second ago, seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. La. Just as Khalifa was stunned, a great sense of crisis suddenly struck her heart. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Tough branches suddenly rose from the empty alley, tightly binding and hanging Khalifa's limbs. Who? Khalifa shouted. Haha, aren't you following me? This should be my line, right? Robin, who was evil-faced and black-hearted, raised a teasing arc at the corner of his mouth. Nika Robin. Khalifa's pupils shrank suddenly, and she never expected this result. Robin had actually discovered her tracking a long time ago, and took the initiative to walk into the alley to set a trap to kill him. "You are from the World Government Organization?" Robin said directly. "No. I am Khalifa, the mayor's secretary of Water City. Let me go quickly, or I will sue you for illegal detention," Khalifa said with forced calmness. "Oh." Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. "What is the purpose of the CP agent of the world government disguised as a secretary?" "I've said I'm not one." Khalifa strongly denied it. However, the black-hearted Robin seemed to be oblivious. She had confirmed Khalifa's identity from the beginning. She had been hunted by the government countless times over the years, and she was particularly sensitive to the smell of the CP organization. At the first sight of Khalifa, Robin knew that she was undoubtedly a member of the government. "Let me go." Khalifa struggled hard, trying to break free with her superhuman physique. However, what shocked her was that even with her superhuman strength, she couldn't break free from the vines and branches. "Isn't Nika Robin a paramecia flower fruit user? What's the matter with these vines? Ordinary secretaries don't have such great strength." The evil-faced Robin smiled darkly, stepped forward gracefully, and gently touched Khalifa's body with her slender fingers. "Acupuncture, drunk? What did you do to my body? Why did I?" Khalifa, who suddenly lost control of her body, looked visibly panicked. From the information she knew, Robin did not have this ability. "Don't be afraid, it's just temporarily numbing your body." The black-hearted Robin smiled kindly. "I have to say, you are such a beautiful woman, this face, these long legs. Tisk tisk, there must be a lot of people pursuing you on weekdays." Robin's slender hand brushed across Khalifa's fair face, and then the justice in front of him, the long legs wrapped in delicate silk. "Why are you saying this?" Khalifa's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help wondering if Robin had a problem with his sexual orientation, and he fell in love with her. If that was the case, she could use it a little bit and turn the tables. Just when Khalifa was thinking this, the next second. But she heard the black-hearted Robin changed the subject. "Tell me, if I strip you naked and leave you here, and a few homeless people suddenly come in when you can't move, what interesting things will happen?" Robin smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Khalifa's beautiful eyes suddenly widened to the limit, her pupils couldn't stop trembling, and her whole body was cold. She couldn't imagine what kind of hellish scene it would be. "Hee, don't be afraid, I'm just talking casually, but..." Robin's eyes turned, as if he had thought of a good idea. "You followed me and wanted to attack me, but you have to pay a price." 10 minutes later, Robin took the paralyzed and speechless Khalifa to the 5-star hotel in Water City. Another half an hour. Robin found Thor, who came to shop alone at the Berry family. "Hey, Robin, you are here too, I thought you were going to the bookstore." Thor greeted. "Thor, can you lend me your makeup props? I accidentally lost mine." Black-hearted Robin said. "Of course." Thor generously lent Robin the makeup tool that Rowling gave her, the Gaia Foundation. "Thank you, I will return it to you tomorrow." Black-hearted Robin thanked him, turned around and left, returning to the hotel. Use Gaia Foundation to rub and pat Khalifa, who was unable to move. In a short while, under the power of the Imperial tool, Khalifa suddenly changed drastically and became Robin's clone. "Okay, Khalifa-chan, you just wait here, Meh Zhao." Black-hearted Robin smiled slightly, turned around and went out again. 6 o'clock in the evening. A high-end candlelight dinner restaurant in a 5-star hotel. Black-hearted Robin found Rowling before the other girls and brought him here to book the place. "Robin, where are the others?" Rowling looked at the Robin, always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't say it. "What's wrong?" "Honey, don't you want to spend time with me?" Robin said wrongly. "No, no, I'm happy to do it." Even though he was a straight man, Llewellyn knew what to say and what not to say at this time. "Come on, let's eat." Just as Llewellyn picked up the knife and fork to eat steak, suddenly, he felt a sudden weight somewhere, and something pressed down. He looked down. What came into view was Robin's small jade feet wearing monogrammed high silk. What's wrong?" Robin held his cheeks with both hands and smiled sweetly. "Nothing." Llewellyn looked strange, but he didn't say much. Letting Robin play pranks under the table was also a rather novel experience. Llewellyn had only seen it in the learning materials before, and this was the first time he actually experienced it. Seeing Llewellyn acquiesce, Robin's pranks suddenly became more and more serious. An hour later. "Honey, you are awesome." The dark Robin blinked and put on her high heels without paying attention to her feet. "Ahem, we have almost finished eating, it is time to meet up with everyone," Rowling said calmly. "Don't worry, honey, there is still the second half. I have prepared a gift for you, you will definitely like it." The dark Robin smiled mysteriously. Chapter 84. Flower Fruit. Paramecia Devil Fruit. The ability allows any part of the body to grow on any tangible object like a flower. It combines many uses such as attack, eavesdropping, and peeping. After training, it can even achieve the effect of a clone. A long time ago, Llewellyn had imagined some wonderful uses of flower fruit. Flower fruit can transform hands, feet, ears, eyes, and naturally can also transform. In addition, there are flower clones, which can directly transform the whole body to create an independent flower man. What is the difference between a flower clone and a real person? When the evil-faced and black-bellied Robin told Llewellyn that she had mastered the power of the flower clone, Llewellyn could not refuse no matter what, if for no other reason, he just wanted to try what the difference was. After leaving the restaurant, Robin took Llewellyn straight to the presidential suite on the top floor. 2 hours later, Llewellyn and Robin both walked out of the bathroom. Next is the highlight that Robin said. When seeing the flower clone Robin, who is exactly the same as Robin, Llewellyn, who had just calmed down for a short time, suddenly stood up again. "Please enjoy." Robin smiled evilly. "Then I will start eating without hesitation." In front of Robin, Llewellyn can be free and unrestrained. Bo! A small red flower bloomed on the pure white canvas. Dig! Llewellyn was stunned. It really deserves to be a flower clone, and he can even restore this. "Dear, what are you doing if you don't just stand there? You can't do it anymore." Robin made a clear lip shape provocatively. Llewellyn couldn't pretend not to hear Robin's words. "It's a flower clone anyway, so there's no need to worry about damage." Llewellyn immediately rushed out 120% of his horsepower. The result was that the flower clone Robin cried. A sleepless night. The next day, at noon, Llewellyn woke up slowly and stretched lazily. Looking around, the huge room was empty except for him. Robin had already left, and only the mess on the floor showed that last night was not a dream. 277. But Llewellyn frowned. He recalled what happened last night. Was that really Robin's flower clone? Although they looked the same, Llewellyn always felt that something was wrong. Having known Robin for such a long time, Llewellyn knew everything about Robin. Last night's flower clone Robin was different from the Robin in Llewellyn's impression in terms of size and depth. In addition, there were the lines of the channel, the firmness of the muscles, the smell of the jade feet. Is it because it is a flower clone that there is a discrepancy with the original body? Llewellyn guessed, and then shook his head again. Now that I think about it, yesterday's Robin did have many unusual things. It was very different from the feeling Llewellyn gave her on weekdays. And last night Robin proposed to use his body to test the effect of anesthetic acupoints, which now seems strange. Unguarded, even a strong man like Loelin would have a certain anesthetic effect when hit by acupoints, causing his thinking to become slow. It was precisely because of the anesthetic effect that Loelin did not feel the difference between the flower clone Robin and the original body at the first time last night, and he did not react until his thinking was fully restored. Isn't that girl Robin playing a very fancy and new way of playing? Loelin looked at the red dot in the pure white, and couldn't help but have a headache for a while. After a long while, Loelin shook his head. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just forget about it for now. When he met Robin, he would just ask him directly. At this moment, Water City, Calipha's residence. Aren't you going to thank me? If I hadn't sent you, do you think you could walk back by yourself with your current body? Robin, who looked evil and had a dark heart, smiled kindly. Humph. Calipha snorted coldly and didn't comment. As Robin said, at this moment, she couldn't even walk, let alone move. You don't have to feel that, BGBH, is at a disadvantage. First of all, this is the price you have to pay for attacking me. Secondly, the first target is my dear, so you should be happy. Only I am generous and don't mind these. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Or do you think the homeless on the street are better? Robin, who had a dark heart, sat down in front of Calipha, crossed his legs, and admired her expression. This time, Calipha didn't say anything, which meant she agreed. Indeed, compared to the homeless man on the street, of course, Loelin is 10,000 times better. Think about it carefully, Loelin is handsome, powerful, and more importantly, he is really good. Look, I know from your expression, you are reminiscing, little Calipha. The black-hearted Robin has an expression that sees through everything. Don't think about it, there will be no second chance, I am here to punish you, not reward you. Shut up. I don't have much to say to you, get out of my house. Calipha, who was touched in the heart, was immediately angry and wanted to drive him away. However, leave? It's impossible to leave. My dear should have come to her senses now. If I go out, I will definitely be caught. I don't want to be punished, so I will live with you for the next few days. The black-hearted Robin poured a glass of milk by herself, just like a hostess. What? You still want to stay here with me? Aren't you afraid that I will call my companions to catch you? Things have come to this point, Calipha simply gave up and stopped quibbling and hiding. You won't. Robin shook his head, took out a few photos from his pocket and put them in front of Calipha. Looking at himself in the photos, Calipha's face suddenly turned red, and his chest was heaving violently. I never thought that Robin would take such a photo. If this gets out, little Calipha, you probably don't want these photos to be spread out, do you? Robin, who was evil-faced and black-hearted, smiled kindly. Devil! You are the devil! Calipha gritted his teeth. I am the son of the devil in your mouth. Robin, who was evil-faced and black-hearted, shrugged indifferently. Well, a visitor came so soon, then the next thing is up to you, I'll go to the bedroom to sleep first. With that, Robin got up and walked straight into Calipha's boudoir. About a minute later, bang bang bang, there were continuous knocks on the door. Calipha! Moses! Calipha, are you there? Today is not a day off, Mr. Aspagoo is still waiting for you to report your work. Barry, the chief shipwright of Carrera Company's number 1 dock, shouted. Shout, what are you shouting for? I'm going to take a leave today, oh no, I'm going to take a leave for the next week. If you keep shouting, this secretary will quit. Calipha, who was already extremely irritated, yelled at Barry through the door. Just ask for a leave, why are you shouting so loudly? Could this woman be having her period? Yes, it must be like this. I heard that women are moody in those days. Slip away. Barry, a ship's engineer, immediately ran away, not wanting to offend him again. Hissing Khalifa, who accidentally touched his wound on the sofa, couldn't help but take a breath. It was not easy to recover. Bang! The knock on the door sounded again. Why are you knocking? I said I'm taking a leave. Khalifa scolded angrily. Khalifa, it's us. The voice of the ship's engineer Keku came. Khalifa's anger suddenly stagnated. Of course, Keku and Lucci couldn't be driven away directly like Barry. Khalifa stood up and opened the door, resisting the discomfort of his body. Khalifa, what's wrong with you? Keku raised his eyebrows, keenly aware that Khalifa's walking posture was a little wrong. It's okay, I just sprained my ankle accidentally. Khalifa made an excuse casually. Yesterday, Bluno said that you met Nico Robin, and soon after that, you lost contact completely. What happened? Where is Nico Robin now? Lucci asked in a deep voice. Sorry, I let her escape. Nico Robin is stronger than expected, and she has a partner to help her. Khalifa said calmly. Khalifa, you didn't meet the man with a bounty of 1 billion, did you? Keku was shocked. Khalifa didn't say anything, indicating acquiescence. Although it was under that situation, it was still met after all. Really met? This is really. It's a pity that you can get away from him. By the way, the injuries on your body, are they also? Keku said with concern. Yeah. Khalifa nodded. Her current inconvenience in movement was indeed due to Luolin. That man didn't want to kill me. Anyway, Nico Robin is very dangerous now, and the man next to her is even more terrifying. Let's give up and concentrate on the original mission. Khalifa advised. She really didn't want to have an enemy relationship with Robin from the bottom of her heart. She was really scared. It's okay this time, but who knows what kind of devilish behavior that crazy woman will do next time. Khalifa. Rob Lucci frowned, very dissatisfied with Khalifa's surrender remarks. Who is he? The strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years. Even if it is a billion bounty criminal, so what? What is there to be afraid of? The billion captain is still worth killing. Before Rob Lucci started to show off. Okay, Lucci, let's stop here today. Khalifa is injured. Let her rest well. Keku interrupted and winked at Lucci. Seeing this, Lucci didn't say much and left with Ka. Lucci, Khalifa is not right. After being far away from Khalifa's house, Keku spoke again. Something must have happened to her yesterday. Before the order from above comes down, let's wait and see. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. 5 Elders Council Hall. You have heard the report from CP9 in Water City. They saw a woman who looks like Nico Robin in Water City. Mars 5 Elders Mark Asmus said in a deep voice. Has that man arrived at Water City? But their ship clearly. Saturn 5 Elders Satan frowned. Just yesterday, they received eyewitness intelligence about the Never Air Force. Perhaps they split into 2 groups, one responsible for driving the ship, and the other took the sea train directly to Water City. Jupiter 5 Elders Peter guessed the truth by accident. If that's the case, if the Air Force really landed in Water City, why didn't it splash a little water? With their popularity, it's impossible not to cause a commotion. How come CD9 saw a person who looks like Nico Robin? Mercury 5 Elders Voculi was skeptical. Is there a special ability on their ship? Can they reduce their presence, or avoid other people's sight and not be discovered? Venus 5 Elders Nasusho gave his own guess. Without waiting for the other 5 elders to say anything. At this moment, 5 elders. A panicked shout came from outside the palace. Why are you so panicked? Is there another bomb in the Holy Land? Mars 5 elders Marcus Moss shouted in dissatisfaction. No. No, 5 elders, it's a nice lobby Ace Hall. The captain of the World Government Intelligence Department swallowed hard. Just now, Spondam, the CP9 commander in charge of guarding Nice Lobby, sent a message that the gate of Nice Lobby was breached by 2 giants, and now the giants are still making a scene. Chapter 85. Nice Lobby Ace Hall of Nice. It is one of the 3 major institutions of world government together with naval headquarters and Impel Down. Because Nice Lobby has no night and is always daytime, it is also called the island that never sleeps. Nice Lobby has never been breached in the 800 years since it was built. Or to be more precise, no one has the urge to attack Nice Lobby. However, today, Nice Lobby welcomed the first visitor in hundreds of years. 2 giants stood side by side on a bamboo raft made of giant wood. They were the captains of the giant pirate group that was famous in the sea 100 years ago. Blue Ogre Dory. Red Ogre Broggy. 3 months ago, Rowling and his party passed by Little Garden and met the 2 giant captains. During the week of traveling in Little Garden, Rowling talked about things related to them with Dory and Broggy after drinking. Their 2 younger brothers, Cassie and Oimo, went out to sea to find them 50 years ago. As a result, they were fooled by the people of the world government and stayed in Nice Lobby to guard the gate for 50 years. After losing to Rowling, Dory and Broggy's competitive spirit was relieved. They had planned to go back to Elbaf after a long absence. Suddenly learned about the experience of Cassie and Oimo. As the captain and boss, they naturally couldn't sit idly by. Before returning to Elbaf, they had to go to Nice Lobby first and take these 2 useless brothers back with them. After 2 months of preparation, they rebuilt weapons and prepared ships. Then it took another month to rush from Little Garden to Nice Lobby. Gujiajiajia, old ghost, are you ready? The long-bearded blue ogre Dory laughed. Gaba Baba, let's start, let the world see the power of Elbaf after a long time. The battle axe in Broggy's hand collided with the shield, making a bang. It was still several thousand meters away from the main gate of Nice Lobby. The 2 giant captains raised their battle axes and swords at the same time. The invisible Haki flowed, and the powerful momentum rose. Elbaf's spear. Heikoku. Boom. Boom. The incomparable shock wave of terror bombarded Nice Lobby. At this moment, the main gate of Nice Lobby. The Marines and government officials in charge of guarding the gate yawned boredly and were distracted. Guarding Nice Lobby was a good job for them, and they didn't have to worry about their lives. Because no one would be so bold as to attack Nice Lobby, this was almost the consensus of all the defenders of Nice Lobby. However, hey, look over there quickly, Hall. What is that? Is it an enemy attack? A guard on the city gate saw the giant coming on a raft from the sea, and couldn't help but said suspiciously. Enemy attack? Are you kidding me? How could anyone be so stupid as to attack Nice Lobby? I must have seen it wrong. The guards still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and they were still relaxed and casual. Until the terrifying Heikoku shock wave broke through the waves and shattered the coastal reefs. The guards at the main gate of Nice Lobby finally confirmed the fact of the enemy attack, and it was too late to defend or retreat. Accompanied by a loud bang, the front island gate of Nice Lobby was completely destroyed by the power of the 2 giant captains of the Heikoku. Such a violent noise inevitably awakened the entire Tongfa Island. The fastest reaction was naturally the 2 giants guarding the second gate of the main island. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! Giants, don't sleep! Get up quickly and prepare to fight! The government officials shouted anxiously. What are you panicking about? With our brothers here, nothing will happen. The fat and thin giant brothers Cassie and Oimo stood up confidently, holding maces and weapons, ready to attack. However, the next second, when they saw the 2 tall figures stepping out from the smoke and dust of the explosion on the front island, the 2 giants, Cassie and Oimo, stopped at the same time. Clang! Clang! The maces in their hands fell to the ground unconsciously. The huge bodies couldn't stop shaking because of the extreme shock and unprecedented excitement. Gujiajia, what's wrong? Boys. Gaba Baba, it's just 100 years since we last met, don't you recognize us? Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Broggy laughed. Captain Dori. Captain Broggy. Finally, the giants Cassie and Oimo came to their senses and shouted in surprise. Captains, you, how could you? Didn't the world government say that you, the captains, were captured by them? Giant Cassie and Oimo stumbled as they widened their eyes in shock. The next second. Bang! Pa! Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Broggy's big dicks fell together and knocked the two giant brothers to the ground. Are you idiots? Who do you think we are? How could we be so easily captured by the world government? Government people have been caught. You actually believed such a lame lie and were fooled into guarding the gate for 50 years. I really don't know what to say to you. If no one told us, would you really plan to guard here for 100 years? The two giant captains shook their heads in disappointment. Listening to the captain's scolding, the giants Cassie and Oimo both reacted. At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that they were deceived by the government. World government, how dare you fool our Elbaf warriors to guard the gate for them? This account can't be let go. That's right, both of you stand up and pick up your weapons. This is a battle for glory. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Broggy shouted in a deep voice. Yes. Captains. Giant Cassie and Oimo nodded heavily. There was a loud rumbling sound, and the main island gate was breached. The four giants strode forward and engaged in a fierce battle with the Ni-Slabi Law Brigade, the guilty jury and other 10,000 defenders. At the same time. Tower of Justice. Sir, something bad has happened, Sir Spondam, the enemy has invaded Ni-Slabi and caused a big commotion. A government official rushed into the office of the highest official. The sudden noise startled Spondam and he spilled the scalding coffee on his pants. Instantly, Jill screamed from being burned. A hole, what are you kidding? How could an idiot invade Ni-Slabi? How will you be responsible for causing this officer to be burned? Spondam was bossy and swearing. No, this is true, Sir Spondam, the enemy is causing a big commotion on the main island now. The government intelligence officer gestured anxiously. What? They have reached the main island? Where are the two giant guards? Are they just for a show? Spondam was shocked. That. Sir, both giants have defected to the enemy. No, it's better to say that they were originally partners. The ones who attacked Ni-Slabi this time were Blue Ogre Dori and Broggy, the captains of the Ryan giant pirates 10 years ago. The intelligence officer told the truth with difficulty. 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 4. Spondam was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He hurried to the balcony and opened the curtains. Waiting to see the four giants wreaking havoc on the main island. A huge panic and anxiety swept over his whole body. Now he has no strong guards around him. Lucci, Keiku, Bluno, and Khalifa of CP9 are carrying out undercover missions in Water City. Jabra, Fakura, and Kudari were also out on a mission not long ago. If we are hit by a giant here, what should we do? What should we do? Oh, right. Contact the Holy Land quickly, ask the 5 elders, and the naval headquarters, and ask them to send an admiral. Quickly. Water City, the years are peaceful. On the 3rd day after landing in the city, Rowling finally reunited with the main force. Looking at the girls getting along well, especially Robin and Vivi who have reconciled their past grudges. Rowling was immediately relieved, and forgot to ask Robin about the incident the night before. Big brother, where have you been these 2 days? Bonnie trotted forward happily, jumped up, and hung on Rowling. Nothing, I went to various places in the city yesterday and found a few good fishing spots. Rowling said casually, and gently rubbed Bonnie's little head with his big hand. Captain, do you think Robin is a little weird these 2 days? Nami came close to Rowling and whispered. Nami, you are not jealous because Robin and Vivi have a good relationship, are you? Rowling squinted. No, how could that be? I mean, Robin has been a little bit nice these past 2 days. Nami said. Yeah, I think so too. Robin has given me the feeling of warmth like the sun these past 2 days. 0. Kuina echoed. Yes, Robin is like a mother. She has been telling me interesting bedtime stories to coax me to sleep every night these past 2 days. Bonnie said happily. Rowling. Robin tells Bonnie stories to coax her to sleep? Then who was the one who went crazy with him the night before? Pa. After a while, Rowling slapped his forehead and finally reacted and understood the source of all the weirdness. On the day he arrived at the town of the Queen of Spring, Rowling loaded the tiger talisman from the 12 talismans. At that time, Rowling just stuffed it into his pocket and didn't care about it. Now he touched his pocket and there was no tiger talisman. Robin, come here. Rowling waved his hand with a headache. What's wrong? Dear Captain, do you have a headache? Let me rub it for you. Robin opened his clear eyes, and his body exuded a warm breath like the sun. There's no rush for this. I just want to ask if you have seen the talisman with a tiger pattern. Rowling asked. Robin's face changed slightly, and she hesitated a little. Finally, she took out half of the talisman from her bag. I'm sorry, Captain, I accidentally broke this talisman. Robin lowered her head and said weakly, like a child who had done something wrong. This pitiful posture was something that Robin would never show before. Seeing this, Rowling couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms and pity her. Oh. No, don't blame yourself, Robin, this is none of your business. In fact, the talisman is not damaged, it's just split, and you are the same. Rowling comforted him. Ah. What does this mean? Mr. Rowling, you said Robin, split. Nami, Vivi, and other girls were all stunned on the spot. That's right, the power of the tiger talisman is balance, which can perfectly balance all forces, and also has the power to separate the yin and yang forces of good and evil. Rowling explained. I'm afraid Robin accidentally triggered the power of the tiger spell, causing his good and evil to separate. The one here now represents the pure good side of Robin, the one wandering outside is the dark side of Shen Shi. Clear. All the truth is revealed. Rowling finally knew why the Robin he met the day before yesterday was a little strange. He even dared to play a prank on him under the table with his silk jade feet. Because that is Robin's dark side. In this case, that night's flower clone Robin is definitely not just a flower clone. As expected. Speaking of which, Xylan, I also met another Robin the day before yesterday, and she even asked me to borrow makeup props. Thor said. It's confirmed. The makeup tool transforms into Gaia Foundation. The flower clone Robin must be the real person after makeup. But who could it be? I see, that makes sense, that is to say, there are 2 Robins in this city now, and the other one represents evil. Nami nodded in understanding. My evil side must be found quickly, and I can't let her do bad things. Robin, who is as kind as a little son, said anxiously. The other you has already done something, Rowling shook his head and thought. How could this happen? I finally eased the relationship with Robin, but Vivi was slightly depressed. I like the current sister Robin too. Bonnie hugged Robin's thighs. Brother, must the 2 Robins merge? Kuina looked up, and she also liked the warm Robin. Not so anxious, let's wait and see. Looking at the girl's hopeful eyes, Rowling temporarily gave up the idea of catching the black-bellied Robin. In addition, Rowling also wanted to experience the warmth of Robin, who was as pure and kind as the little sun, which must have a different flavor. The peaceful days continued. In a blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Loelin, who was fishing on the coast of Water City, received a report of a major event from the news bird. 100 years ago, the two captains of the giant pirates, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi, attacked an ice lobby and were arrested. Xiaolin, do you want to go? Thor asked calmly. Ah, there's nothing to do, so let's go. For the time being, they are also friends we made on the journey, and we can't just sit back and watch. Loelin said lightly. Chapter 86. Dori the Hammer. Subscribe. Time goes back a few days. Two giant captains led two of their minions to cause a big commotion in an ice lobby Ace Hall. An ice lobby's 10,000 defenders were no match for the four giants. The strongest Fahu team and the guilty jury were also beaten to pieces by Dori and Bragi. Just when the two giant captains felt that the destruction was almost done and it was time to go back, the huge iron gate behind an ice lobby, the Gate of Justice, opened. With a bang, a cannonball flew towards an ice lobby. On the cannonball stood a wretched old man in a yellow striped suit. One of the three strongest fighters in the naval headquarters, Admiral Kizaru, is here. You want to leave after making a scene without permission, but there is no such good thing. Admiral Kizaru pouted and spoke with a wretched face. If you leave like this, where will our marines and the government put their faces? Swish! Swish! Boom! Two laser beams pierced through the shields of Blue Ogre Dori and Red Oni Bragi, and further shot through their bodies. As the legendary captains of the Giant Corps, the strongest warriors of Elbaf. The power of Blue Ogre Dori and Red Oni Bragi is unquestionable. In a pure strength contest, they can even block the charge of the strongest 5 elders. But there are two things that the straightforward giant captains cannot deal with. One is a guy who is good at playing tricks, such as Mr. 3. The other is an absolute speed-type strongman like Admiral Kizaru. Under the overwhelming speed of Admiral Kizaru, the two giant captains had strength but no place to use it. They were kited from beginning to end until they were exhausted, and they could not touch the corner of Admiral Kizaru's clothes until they were finally captured. Time goes back to the present. The news about the two giant captains who disappeared for 100 years raiding an ice lobby and being arrested spread all over the world. It caused a big sensation around the world, especially in the giant country Elbaf. At the same time, Loyal Linxing in the Water City also saw the report. Captain! Captain! Dori and Bragi, the two giants we met in Little Garden were captured. Looking at Loyalin who returned, Nami immediately stepped forward anxiously. I already know. Loyalin nodded calmly to show that he knew. Nami, do you still have friends? Bonnie said in surprise. Well, that was when we traveled to the prehistoric island Little Garden. Kuina told Bonnie about the Little Garden experience in a concise manner, and Bonnie's eyes were full of stars. What should we do? Mr. Rowling, are you really going? Vivi asked. Yes. Rowling nodded. This time, it's enough for me and Thor to go. Don't run around here. In a few hours, Shikako will arrive by boat. We will go to pick you up then. If you encounter any danger, call us and we will return immediately. I know Captain, you can go without worry, we will be fine. Nami responded confidently. They are no longer just vases now. Even if they really encounter an enemy who doesn't have eyes, they can defeat him in one blow. Seeing this, Rowling stopped nagging. He walked into the space portal with Thor. No matter how fast the sea train is, it can't be faster than Thor's space teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Rowling and Thor have arrived at an ice lobby. In the battle a few days ago, the front island and the main island of an ice lobby were beaten to pieces and in ruins. A large number of craftsmen arrived with the transportation of the sea train and began the island restoration work in full swing. Rowling and Thor appeared in a big way and were soon discovered by the guards of Nice lobby. Stop! Who are you? Backslash. He is the man with a bounty of 1 billion. Traveler Rowling. When they got closer and saw the appearance of Rowling and Thor clearly, the guards of the front island all screamed in shock. Every face was filled with extreme shock, horror, and disbelief. I can't believe that a big man like Rowling would appear in Nice lobby. Your purpose is? Don't go any further. The guards stopped talking before they finished. The black and red lightning raged in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the crowd was like a domino effect. Whether it was the Nice lobby guards or ordinary craftsmen, all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. At this moment, Nice lobby main island court. The court, which was in name only, was now packed. The three-headed judge, Baskerville, sat on the bench, reading out the charges against the giants in a serious manner. In the jury seats, the jurors, who were all big and strong, shouted guilty in unison. The French dog team riding on ferocious wolfhounds surrounded the two giants in the middle who were crying bitterly. We admit our guilt, it's because of us that the captains. So if you want to try and jail us, let us do it, the captains are innocent. The giants Cassie and Oimo lay on the ground in a mess, crying and begging. Ha 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 ha, it's too late, by now, your captains have passed the gate of justice and are on the way to impel down. Chief CP9 Spondam stood on the giants' heads and laughed triumphantly. This is all because of you. If you could be honest and tell your captain that you volunteered, wouldn't all this happen? What a pity. It's all our fault. We will continue to guard the gate of Nice lobby. We will work harder in the remaining 50 years. Please release the captains. Cassie and Oimo begged bitterly. 50 years? Not enough, not enough. It's not enough at all. You need to pay for the sin of making trouble in Nice lobby with your whole life. As long as you promise to be a dog for the government until you die, I can consider asking the 5 elders for mercy. Spondam raised a cruel and playful arc at the corner of his mouth. In the past, they only deceived 2 simple-minded giants. In fact, Dory and Broggy were not caught. That's how they fooled the giants' white hits for 50 years. Now they really caught 2 giant captains. These 2 giants are not at his mercy, and he can even fool more giants to become his thugs. What Elbaf's glory, in front of him, the giants are just obedient and loyal dogs. Thinking that he might have an independent giant army, Spondam's smile suddenly widened. Just when Spondam felt that his life was about to reach its peak. What would Dory and Broggy think if they saw the humiliation of you 2 begging for mercy from the enemy for them? A faint voice came from outside the court gate without warning. 2 figures shining brightly in the sun walked calmly and walked in front of the giants. VRE. The giant Cassie looked confused. Your captain is the most proud warrior of Elbaf. They came here of their own volition to save you who were deceived. Even if they were arrested, they would have no regrets. However, is this how you repay them? Let others trample on the glory of Elbaf warriors. Rowling spoke again. We have no other way. If we don't do something, the captain and his men will really. The giant Oimo looked gloomy. Maybe there was no way before, but now there is. Don't worry, I am your captain's friend, they will be fine. Rowling said calmly and confidently. Wait a minute. Spondam, who was standing on the head of the giant Cassie, came back to his senses. You broke into the trial scene without permission and have been talking nonsense since just now. Where did you come from? You are such a bold guy. Do you know where this is? Spondam's noisy voice stopped abruptly. After passing the giant's body, he finally saw the appearance of the person who came. And he recognized Rowling's identity at the first sight. Ah! For a moment, the huge courtroom was filled with shouts. Traveler Loyal Lin. Why is the big man with a bounty of 1 billion here? Shpondam, the 3 chief judges, the guilty jury, and the dog team, all of them were shocked and horrified. Swish! The golden lightning was like a knife, cutting through Shpondam's legs. Instantly, a shrill scream rang out. CP9 Chief Shpondam's 2 calves were cut off on the spot. For a scum like Shpondam, he would not show mercy. These 2 legs are just the interest for Robin. I'll spare your life and call for help. I'll be waiting. Llewellyn said lightly. Since we're here, why not make a big deal? Knock the mountain to scare the tiger, kill the chicken to scare the monkey to the stinky fish and shrimp on the sea. Lest they come to the door one after another without long eyes. Traveler. Rowling. Are you really the captain's friend? The giant Cassie's face was also shocked. If it's true, please save the captains. They have been sent to impel down. The giant Oimo knelt on his knees and kowtowed solemnly. You wait here too. Leaving this sentence, Rowling turned and left with Thor. In a short while, the 2 arrived at the end of the Bridge of Hesitation. In the mist ahead, stood a huge iron gate towering into the sky. That is, the Gate of Justice. Break this door. Rowling said lightly. Yes. Thor nodded obediently. When he opened his mouth, the dragon's roar shook the 8 directions. The terrifying deep purple energy beam roared out from Thor's small mouth. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the magnificent Gate of Justice that stood in the world for 800 years fell apart and was blown up on the spot. Well, it's not too late. Rowling condensed the observation Haki into a beam, and moved forward with the radio wave, and soon locked onto the warship speeding in the ocean current. The space portal opened, and Rowling and the others took a step out, and appeared on the deck of the warship again. Who is it? The Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, who was responsible for escorting the 2 giants to the deep-sea prison impel down, suddenly became alert. When he saw Rowling's face clearly, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider's expression suddenly changed, the alarm bell rang, and his heart was shocked to the extreme. He didn't bother to think about why Rowling appeared here. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider entered the combat posture at the first time. Life returned, activated. He controlled 6 knives with his hair. In addition to the 2 knives in his hand. Formed an 8-knife flow, killing Rowling. Fancy. Rowling chuckled, kicked out with lightning speed, and landed on Ghost Spider's face. He kicked it hundreds of meters away, and it spurted out blood mixed with teeth, and finally fell into the sea. Plus. Ghost Spider. What on earth is this man? Sizzle. The black and red Conqueror's lightning swept. Instantly, all the Marines on the warship shut up. The world returned to silence. Rowling calmly looked at the 2 seriously injured and miserable giants in front of him. Gujiajia, cough cough, I'm so ashamed to face you. If I can, I really don't want you to see us in such a shameful situation. Blue Ogre Dory said while coughing up blood. Don't mind, we are all friends, I won't laugh at you. Rowling smiled. Gah, friends, yes, we really made an incredible friend. Red Ghost Broggy couldn't help but be moved to tears. On this sea, how many people can bravely break into the 3 major government agencies for a friend they met by chance? There is only this man in front of him. Tisk tisk, you guys were really beaten badly, who did it? Rowling said. I don't know him, a wretched flash man, said to be the Marine Admiral of this generation. Blue Ogre Dory said. Yellow Monkey, that's no wonder. Lauren nodded, looking at the burnt laser blood holes on the giants, he could roughly imagine the battle scene at that time. I forgot to bring the horse this time, but... Dory, Broggy, do you want the power of the giants? Dory and Broggy both had small question marks above their heads. They are giants, why do they need the power of giants? I have 2 interesting abilities here, you can treat them as devil fruit, if you get it, you will have some magical power, and your injuries can be healed in the shortest time, but this may cost 10 points of life. Rowling introduced concisely. The two giant captains looked at each other. Gujiajiajiagabababa, since it is given by our friend Rowling, how can we refuse it? It's better to say that we are a little embarrassed. The two giant captains said in unison. You're welcome. Rowling threw the two fruits prepared in advance into the mouths of the two giants accurately. Ding dong, the power of the armored titan, confirmed to be transferred. The transferee is Hongxi Bragi. Ding dong, the power of the warmer titan, confirmed to be transferred. The transferee is Blue Ogre Dori. Chapter 87. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. 5 Elders Council Hall. Today, the highest authorities are still gathered together. Let's put the matter of the giants aside for now. Soon, the two giant captains will arrive at Impel Down and will never see the light of day again in this life, unless... 5 Elders Satan of Saturn raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. Unless the Elbaf giant village can be more sensible. With Dori and Bragi in hand, we may try to recruit more giants to form a giant team. 5 Elders of Jupiter nodded. Compared to the matter of the giants, the news about that group should be almost certain now. The direction of that ship is heading to the Water City. 5 Elders of Mars, Marcus Moss, had a gleam in his eyes. The news has long been spread through various channels. Now the pirates are probably heading to the Water City. This time, we may be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and destroy that group and a large number of pirates at the same time. 5 Elders of Mercury, Voculi smiled. At this moment. *T. The captain of the World Government Intelligence Department came in a panic, rolling and crawling. What happened again? 5 Elders of Mercury, Voculi frowned in dissatisfaction. 5 Elders, something bad has happened. Just now, an ice lobby was attacked and breached by a terrifying existence. In addition, the warship responsible for transporting the 2 giant captains lost contact, and 11. The intelligence captain hesitated and his body couldn't stop shaking. What else? Say it. 5 Elders of Mars, Marcus Moss, patiently shouted. And the Gate of Justice. The Gate of Justice in an ice lobby was completely blown up and destroyed. What did you say? Hearing the news that even the 16th Gate of Justice was destroyed, the 5 Elders of the highest power in the world could no longer sit still. Who is it? Who did it? 5 Elders of Venus, Nasu Shawaro, shouted in shock and anger, his voice rising octaves. Yes, yes, yes. It's the traveler Rowling. The pirate Rowling who offered a bounty of 1 billion not long ago and the Maid Thor. The intelligence captain trembled and said Rowling's name. What? It's that man. Why did that guy suddenly go crazy? Did he know our plan and fight back? The world's highest power holders all roared in disgrace. Maybe this is a good thing. After a long moment, Satan, the 5 Elders of Saturn, suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Nasu Shaolang, the 5 Elders of Venus, frowned. Without that man, other women are nothing to be afraid of. They will be easily defeated. When that kid finds out about this after returning, I don't know how desperate he will be. Satan, the 5 Elders of Saturn, smiled. That's true, but there is one thing that can be corrected, that is, that man can't go back. He is so bold that he bullies the government. How can he escape? Sengoku seemed to have thought of something. No. Not yet. There has been no reply from the Impel Down party. Branny shook his head. Marshal Sengoku. At this moment, the second-in-command of the Marine Intelligence Department came in panic. Marshal, something bad has happened. Just now, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider sent a message that the giant captains were rescued by the traveler Rowling. It is so. Marshal Sengoku fell back into his chair, frowning deeply. I can't figure out what kind of relationship Rowling has with Dori and Bragi that is worth him doing so much. Brew brew brew. The phone call from the 5 elders on the table interrupted Marshal Sengoku's thinking. Yes. I know. Marshal Sengoku nodded in response. At this moment. Nice lobby, nice ace hall. There was silence all around, and no moving figures could be seen. Not long ago. Rowling returned with 2 giant captains. Blue Ogre, who gained the new power of the giant Dori, and the red ghost Bragi were invincible. The guards of Nice lobby were no match for them. Both the law brigade and the guilty jury were easily defeated. Seeing this, the other island guards were all frightened and fled to the island. In less than half an hour, the huge Nice lobby was deserted. Almost all those who could still move had escaped, leaving only the seriously injured Law Hound team, the jury, and the scum spondum. Oh, so handsome, this armor posture is so handsome, Captain Bragi. Seeing the red ghost Bragi transformed into an armored giant, the giant Cassie couldn't help but be excited to the extreme. Gah, it's all thanks to Rowling, this power was also given by Rowling. The red ghost Bragi in the armored giant form moved his hands and feet, feeling very satisfied with this transformation. Let alone other things, just the image of this armored giant is really handsome, many times more handsome than his rough body. It can be imagined that if he returns to Elbaf, he will definitely be able to charm a large number of giant girls. In addition to the image, the power of the armored giant has significantly increased the red ghost Bragi in all aspects. The first is the height. Bragi's body is 20 meters. After fusing with the armored giant, it directly reaches an astonishing 50 meters, which is comparable to the ancient giants. The second is the hardened armor skin madam, which enhances Bragi's defense. By the way, Bragi's armored giant transformation is completely different from the world of Attack on Titan. It is not that the body is hidden in the back of the giant's neck, but the whole body is directly fused and sublimated with the power of the giant. This is also the case with Blue Ogre Dori, who has merged with the power of the Warhammer Titan. Dori, who transformed into a Warhammer giant, also grew his body to 50 meters, rather than being controlled externally. Captain Dori, what are you doing? Giant Oimo looked curiously at Dori in Warhammer form, who was sitting cross-legged and fiddling with things. This is the ability of this giant named Warhammer. Here, this is your weapon. Warhammer form Dori threw a gem-like mace club to Oimo. Old Ghost, Cassie, this is your share. Gem-like bruiser battle axe, sun shield, etc. were created by Warhammer Dori. This is really a convenient ability. Armored giant Bragi took the axe and shield, waved them casually twice, and nodded with satisfaction. Lord Rowling is really an incredible god. Giant Cassie and Oimo looked at each other, and both saw shock and admiration in each other's eyes. At this moment, the roof of the Inquisition. Rowling sat firmly on the fishing platform, casting the rod towards the huge waterfall abyss in front of him. A huge waterfall in the sea, this is really an incredible natural phenomenon. Thor looked at the waterfall under his feet, his eyes lit up, and he wanted to unlock the new scene here. As for what Thor was thinking, Llewellyn naturally didn't know. At this moment, he was thinking about the cause of the waterfall in front of him. It is likely related to the ancient weapon loaded with the Holy Mother Flame. Only the ancient weapon can blast out such an abnormal geography. Just as Llewellyn was thinking secretly. The broken gap of the Gate of Justice. A dazzling golden light flashed by. This is really an exaggerated destructive power. Kizaru, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, stood on the broken Gate of Justice, frowning. His intuition told him that this mission might not be as easy as the last time. But, since he came here, he couldn't just go back without doing anything. Then let's test it a little. Yada Mirror. The ability of Logia Sparkling Fruit is activated. Admiral Kizaru followed the constructed light channel and arrived at the main island trial in one step. Tisk, you have the leisure time, the traveler Rowling, to come to an ice lobby to fish. Admiral Kizaru 933 put his hands in his pockets and squinted at Rowling. Well, to be honest, I haven't caught any fish yet, but I caught a monkey. Rowling said with undisguised sarcasm. It seems that you are very confident in your ability. Admiral Kizaru pouted and spoke obscenely. It's okay, but if you want to challenge me, you should first pass them. Rowling didn't even look at Kizaru and continued fishing. Admiral Kizaru's face suddenly sank, and he didn't wait for him to make any moves. Chilla! A sharp sound of breaking wind exploded. Gujia. A crystal-like giant sword crossed the sky. Gaba Baba, this is the follow-up revenge battle 2 days ago, the slippery flashing monkey. The armored giant Bragi charged with a big laugh. The crystal shield wrapped in the color of armed forces fell towards Kizaru. You are. Admiral Kizaru was stunned when he saw the 250-meter class giants in front of him. The familiar laughter reminded him of the 2 giant captains who were played by him to exhaustion a few days ago. But with this image and height, how could they change so much in just a few days? Don't think about it, I am Dori, and that's old Bragi. Dori in the warmer form revealed his identity. I didn't expect it was really you. Can you tell me how you did it? Admiral Kizaru suppressed the shock in his heart and the increasingly strong ominous premonition. Ga, if you like, just beat us first. Bragi laughed. Then it's as you wish. The second battle between Admiral of Headquarters and the giant captain began. The entire N-Ice lobby was shaking under their battle. In the shaking battlefield, only Luoyan remained as stubborn as an old dog. At a certain moment, his eyes fixed, and a huge pulling force came from the fishing rod in his hand, indicating that a big catch had been hooked. Ding dong! Good luck has come, congratulations to the host for the successful double flight, the cargo class card Archer Shiro Emiya and Rider Medusa. Chapter 88. Class card Heroic Spirit card of the world of Magical Girl Ilia in the Type Moon universe. It has 2 uses. 1. Through limited expansion, the power of the noble phantasm held by the heroic spirit can be visualized in an instant. 2. Dream summoning, the card contacts the heroic spirit seat and covers the power of the heroic spirit that matches the class on itself. The 2 class cards of heroic spirits that Loyalin has put up this time are also famous heroic spirits in the Type Moon universe. Red Archer Heroic Spirit Emiya, the future form of Shiro Emiya after becoming the guardian of the planet. Inherent Barrier Infinite Sword System is a beautiful scenery of the Type Moon universe. Although he is an archer, he is also good at close combat. Daily projection of the double sword Gan Jiang Moye to fight the enemy in close combat. This point is very suitable for Kuina. Another class card are Sister Rider Medusa. The real body is the famous female monster Medusa in Greek mythology. Once a beautiful goddess, she was cursed by Athena and turned into a female monster. Of course, the class card reflects the goddess's posture in her heyday. Since it was decided to give the heroic spirit Emiya's class card to Kuina, then Medusa would naturally be given to Bonnie. Congratulations, Xylan, it seems that you have caught something interesting again. Thor smiled. Well, it's also very interesting. You can give it to Bonnie and Kuina. Roland nodded and stood up. He was already a little impatient to go back and see the new transformation of the magical girl. Boom! The violent roar of the collapse of the town buildings exploded. Bragi, the armored titan, was kicked away by Admiral Kizaru's long-distance charged light-speed kick. The huge body flying backwards created the entire main island gate that had just been repaired and flew out. The gate titan that special attacks the gate is worthy of its name. Yashiniang Megatama. In the sky, Admiral Kizaru crossed his hands, an endless light shone. The ultimate move of the Logia flash fruit, exploded. Countless laser beams fell like raindrops. Triggered a terrifying chain of explosions. Endless smoke and dust rushed up to the sky, covering the 2 giants. After a long while, the attack of Admiral Garden ended. A strong wind blew through the sky, blowing away the smoke and dust, revealing the scene inside. Captain Dori! Captain Bragi! The giants Cassie and Oimo who were watching screamed in unison, their faces full of panic and worry. Because at this moment, the condition of the two giant captains was really not good. The armor on the armored giant Bragi was shattered. The hardened shield made by the warhammer Dori was also tattered. The power of the giants certainly improved the combat power of Dori and Bragi, but it did not have the effect of skyrocketing. After all, the power of the 9 giants in the world of Attack on Titan is not a heaven-defying ability. The armor of the armored giant can't even stop the explosion of the thunder gun, let alone the laser of the admiral. Of course, if the opponent is not Admiral Kizaru of Logia, but Zoan's 5 elders. Dori and Bragi will definitely perform much better with the blessing of giant transformation. This is a problem of compatibility. Ahem, sorry, Loelin, we have the new power you gave us, but we didn't use it, and you are embarrassed. Warhammer Dori said apologetically. Don't worry, you have worked hard enough, but you are just unlucky and happened to meet a restrained opponent. Loelin waved his hand nonchalantly. Leave it to me next, you just have a good rest. Gah, then leave it to you, this time let us see how powerful you are when you go all out. Armored giant Bragi laughed expectantly. Chi. A large amount of scorching steam rose. Dori and Bragi exited the giant form at the same time and returned to their original size. This is a really amazing power, devil fruit? No. I have never heard of such an ability. It seems that it is related to you. Can you tell me in detail? Admiral Kizaru fixed his eyes on Loelin, pouting his lips, with a wretched face. Haha, that depends on whether you have the ability, but you who were slapped into a sauce pancake will not have the chance to know this secret. Loelin smiled faintly. Sauce pancake? Admiral Kizaru was stunned. He didn't quite understand the meaning of this term. After all, this is something that will happen in the future 3 years later. Although he didn't understand, he could still hear the ridicule and sarcasm in Loelin's words. Since becoming an admiral? No, even when he was a vice-admiral, he has never been looked down upon like this. This year's newcomers are really scary. Hey. Admiral Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. He said it was scary, but his fingertips were already accumulating terrifying lasers. A cross star brighter than the sun lit up from his right index finger. This strike could easily penetrate the earth. Facing Admiral Kizaru's terrifying laser, Rowling did not dodge. He took out a gold coin. Chi. The golden electric light rose. Whoosh! Admiral Kizaru's charged laser suddenly shot out. Boom! Rowling flicked his fingertips, and the terrifying super electromagnetic cannon pierced the atmosphere. Laser and super electromagnetic cannon. 2 similar terrifying forces touched and collided at the center point. Boom! Boom! The violent shock wave of Ultimate's power raged and spread in all directions. An ice lobby's main island was shaken, and buildings within a radius of hundreds of meters were razed to the ground. So strong. What a terrifying power. The traveler Rowling with a bounty of 1 billion is really worthy of his reputation. Giant Cassie and Oimo shouted in shock at the same time. Gah, when we fought at Little Garden, Rowling really held back, said the red ghost Bragi. Yes, at that time, Rowling only used boxing and physical skills. If we use this power, we may not last more than 3 seconds. Blue Ogre Dori nodded solemnly. This is just the initial warm-up. Thor said calmly. This sentence instantly made the 4 giants speechless. What the hell? Such a terrifying duel is just a warm-up. If this really gets going, how terrible it will be. Clang swoosh, 2 clear sounds of swords being unsheathed. The stimulation of golden light and electric light accompanied by the sound of metal hitting metal. It was Rowling and Kizaru slashing and colliding with swords in the smoke of the explosion. It's just that the knife is not an iron knife, but a thunder knife. The sword is not an iron sword, but a sword of aim no cume. Admiral Kizaru can condense a lightsaber with the power of flash. Rowling can naturally use the power of thunder and lightning to construct a thunder knife. And Llewellyn did not wrap the high-level armament Haki on the thunder blade. Because this battle is a battle between light and thunder. In the Sky Island incident, Llewellyn used the full-level Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. But the so-called God Enel was too weak. In that battle, Lyn did not have enough fun at all. The most used full-level Thunder Dragon Slayer magic was also Devouring Thunder. Now, it is not easy to meet a rare Admiral-level sparring partner like Kizaru. Llewellyn naturally has to make good use of it. If it ends too quickly, it will be a bit boring. And Llewellyn also wants to try which is stronger, the flash or the thunder. This is really terrible. Admiral Kizaru waved the Aim Kurokumo lightsaber and said the word terrible again. But this time, there was no wretchedness on his face, only solemnity and shock. The short confrontation was enough for him to understand Llewellyn's strength. If he underestimated him because he was a newcomer this year, he would definitely suffer a great loss. You are the Logia Thunder Fruit user who appeared in South Blue. You saved the younger generation of Marines in the Battle of Treasure Island. Sister Tsuru has always wanted to thank you. Admiral Kizaru said. You found the wrong person. I didn't do anything about South Blue. If you want to thank someone, you should find someone else. Rowling said lightly, and the thunder knife in his hand chopped mercilessly, and Admiral Kizaru was chopped to the horizon. Oh, Mr. Rowling is so powerful. That Kizaru was directly knocked away. Giant Cassie cheered excitedly. No, that monkey-like man probably flew out by himself. Thor saw through the truth. This is exactly the case. The next second, a bright cross-star light appeared in the distant sky. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Admiral Kizaru whispered lightly, and his figure suddenly accelerated to ultimate. In an instant, Admiral Kizaru flew across the distance between heaven and earth and returned to an ice lobby. He kicked at Rowling with the ultimate speed and power. Then let me try. Rowling still did not dodge. His right foot, wrapped in thunder, struck out horizontally. Thunder Dragon's Claw. Boom! The collision between the lightspeed kick and the Thunder Dragon's Claw caused the atmosphere to spread circles of visible power ripples. Boom! The buildings affected by the power ripples collapsed and shattered in an instant. It seems that I am better this time. Admiral Kizaru raised a slight arc of pride at the corner of his mouth. There was a loud whoosh and bang, and Rowling spun to the ground, crushing the ground of Tongfa Island with his feet. With the long-distance charged lightspeed kick, Admiral Kizaru had a slight advantage in this collision. Don't worry, it's just the warm-up phase now. Rowling didn't care at all, and said calmly. It's still warm-up now? How dare you say that? Admiral Kizaru's face darkened, he had already gone all out. Then let me see your full strength next. Yashikani no Megatama. Admiral Kizaru rushed into the sky. The flash big move that defeated the two giant captains in one blow before exploded again. Lightning bomb. Rowling spread his 5 fingers, countless lightning balls rushed out from his palm, colliding with Admiral Kizaru's laser, producing a terrifying chain explosion. Lasers and violent thunder, the most violent power in the world filled the whole field. The entire Ice Lobby main island became the battlefield between Rowling and Kizaru. Thor was not in any trouble, but the 4 giants had to retreat to the front island to watch the battle. This level of battle was the best they had ever seen in their lives. Just watching from the main island, you might be accidentally injured by the aftermath of the two people's attack. Thunder explosion. The violent electrons gathered in Llewellyn's palm. The moment it fell, it seemed as if a mushroom cloud rose slowly from the main island of Ice Lobby. Whoosh! A golden light pierced through the mushroom cloud like a sharp arrow and climbed into the sky. Let's stop here today. We can't tell the winner with our abilities. Admiral Kizaru suppressed the surging blood in his body and pretended to be calm. Can't tell the winner? Who can decide this? Loyolin grinned. Looking at his smile, Admiral Kizaru's heart was pounding, and the ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. Well, since you said so, then the warm-up will stop here. Loyolin said lightly. The moment the voice fell, the golden thunder lingering around him was completely restrained. What burst out was the surging red and black lightning. Thunder Dragon King mode, exploding open. Chapter 89. Let's stop the warm-up. Roland twisted his neck and grinned kindly. The golden thunder that was originally lingering around him was completely restrained. Instead, a red-black arc of electricity burst out. Thunder, Dragon, King, Model. The ultimate form of the full-level Thunder Dragon Slayer magic on Sky Island is used for the first time. The tiny red-black arcs look inconspicuous. In terms of momentum, it is far less powerful than the previous thick golden thunder. But the breath emanating from the tiny red-black arcs is incomparably terrifying. The ordinary form of golden thunder is already the most violent force in the world, but the current black lightning is even more destructive. Just a little bit of lightning that escaped casually caused a big hole to explode in the ice lobby. Feeling the breath emanating from Roland's body at this moment, looking at the black-red lightning that easily shattered the earth, Admiral Kizaru's eyelids jumped suddenly. He knew that it turned out that Rowling was not showing off or being tough. In the previous evenly matched light and thunder battle, Rowling always held back and never went all out. And that black and red lightning. Thinking of the relevant information about Rowling, Kizaru thought of a possibility. Is this Conquerors? Admiral Kizaru took a deep breath, his expression was extremely solemn. The black and red lightning is the symbol of the release of the King Haki. Among them, the top Conqueror's Haki Awakener can produce substantial destructive effects with Haki alone. As the highest combat power of Marine, the strong man at the top of the sea pyramid, Kizaru has witnessed the impact of the red-haired conquerors of Pirate King Roger and 4 emperors more than once. However, even if the conquerors of the top Conqueror's Awakeners like Roger and Red Hair were released naturally before being entangled in the attack, it would not have such a terrifying power. Could the Conqueror's Haki of this newcomer who made Smoker kneel down with 493 Haki in Logue Town be higher than that of Roger and Red Hair? Thinking of this possibility, Tianzhong Huangyuan was horrified. Unfortunately, I guessed wrong. Roland said lightly. The victory of light and thunder, I will not bully you with Haki, of course you can do whatever you want. Admiral Kizaru. This is not Conquerors. It is the real power of thunder. Listening to Loyolin denying his guess, Admiral Kizaru did not relax at all. The ominous premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Not only because of the destructive aura of the red and black arc, but also because from Loyolin's words, he realized another key point. In the light thunder battles so far, Loyolin had always only used thunder to counterattack, without using Haki. How could a man who could awaken the powerful Conqueror's Haki not master armament Haki? I thought I came here today to easily beat the weak, but I never thought I would run into a tough opponent. At this moment, Admiral Kizaru couldn't help but have the idea of retreating, and didn't want to fight with the unfathomable Loyolin anymore. If he won, others would take it for granted, but if he lost, he would really lose all his face. Even if he lost miserably. Kizaru felt that this possibility would never be small. However, Kizaru wanted to leave, but the current situation was no longer up to him. Since Loyolin had already activated the Thunder Dragon King, today's matter would definitely not end well. Chi. A flash of red-black lightning. If you want to die, then continue to distract yourself. Loyolin's faint voice exploded in Kizaru's ears like a life-threatening Sanskrit sound. Admiral Kizaru suddenly became alert, without the slightest hesitation, and crossed his hands in front of his chest. The powerful armament Haki flowed and released, building a long-range defense. as the Haki teacher of gendarmerie who claims to be the world's best defense. Admiral Kizaru's defense is naturally not weak. In the battle of the future Egghead Island, he easily blocked the continuous fierce attacks of the fourth gear Snake Man of the Straw Hat Boy, who was already 4 emperors at that time, which shows that he is really good at defense. However, at this moment, under the heavy punch of the Thunder Dragon King form Loyolin, Admiral Kizaru's defense was broken. The indestructible external Haki defense was torn apart by a violent force. The terrifying force that followed hit Kizaru hundreds and thousands of meters away and landed with difficulty. His suit sleeves turned to ashes under the power of thunder. Both arms were charred black after being electrocuted. The worst was the palm that was directly hit by the heavy blow, which was burnt. The moment the blood appeared, it was evaporated by the high temperature current, and there was a faint smell of barbecue. Monster! At this moment, Admiral Kizaru could only think of these 2 words. He didn't have time to think more, because Loyolin was already chasing him. Admiral Kizaru's body instinctively became an element, and after feeling the unparalleled power of Thunder Dragon King Loyolin, he no longer dared to use his body to directly withstand his attack. He just wanted to pull with the speed of the flash and try to find an opportunity to retreat. However, the Thunder Dragon King mode not only increased Loyolin's strength, but also greatly increased his speed. The speed of lightning is not inferior to light, not to mention the red thunder of the Thunder Dragon King. Boom! Rumble! The terrifying thunder continued to explode in the Nice lobby battlefield. People could only vaguely see a red-black thunder chasing with a golden light. So strong! It's simply as powerful as another dimension. The giant Cassie shouted excitedly. That's one of the highest combat forces in the naval headquarters. Admiral, the strong man at the top of the sea pyramid, but, one day he would be crushed and hunted down in such a miserable way. How powerful is Mr. Rowling? Even the 4 emperors who reign over the sea can't do this. Giant Oimo whispered in shock. Gujiajiajia, unparalleled power. Super speed. And I have a hunch that Rowling is still holding back and hasn't gone all out yet. Blue Ogre Dori guessed with a big laugh. Gah, this level of power. It seems that our previous estimate was still conservative. Facing Rowling with full firepower, we may not be able to hold on for even a second and will be killed instantly. Red Ghost Bragi said calmly. Ruins of the Judgment House. Ahem. A disheveled figure struggled to climb up from the edge of the cliff and collapsed to the ground. He was CP9 Commander Spondam. Not long ago, he was affected by the aftermath of the battle between the 4 giants and the island guards, BGDC, and accidentally fell off the cliff waterfall. In the end, he was lucky enough to land on a protruding rock, which allowed him to survive. Damn giants, damn travelers, wait for me. Wait for me. The Admiral is coming soon. Waiting for the Admiral to arrive will be your doomsday. Don't let the Jedi fall into my hands, otherwise. Spondam's curse suddenly stopped. Because he saw the Nice lobby main island that was almost razed to the ground. He also saw the red-black thunder dancing in the sky and the embarrassed Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru. The highest combat power of the Marine, who was regarded as hope and life-saving straw by him, was now being chased and beaten. He kept coughing out mouthfuls of blood with red-black arcs. Boom! Another collision, Admiral Kizaru's figure flew backwards like a meteor, and smashed on the Tower of Justice. Boom! The Tower of Justice collapsed. This is not over yet. Rowling jumped up. Climbed to the sky. Right foot raised high like a battle axe. Stepped down towards the ruins of the Tower of Justice. Boom! The island where the Tower of Justice was located was shattered under the heavy stomping of the Thunder Dragon King. Admiral Kizaru relied on the powerful mobility of the flash fruit to escape dangerously by elementalization. This. What a joke! That's Marine Admiral! Spondam screamed, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. His sudden voice also attracted the attention of Rowling in the sky. Rowling didn't pay too much attention to scum like Spondum. Before seeing him being shaken off the cliff by the aftermath of the giants' battle, Rowling didn't care anymore. I never thought that this scumbag was still so tough. He broke both his legs and fell off a cliff, but he was still alive. However, since he was discovered by Logue, he naturally couldn't keep this kind of waste who only eats rice expensively. Chi. A red-black arc fell. It landed accurately on Spondum's body. In an instant, Spondum's body straightened and stood there, motionless. A small stone that flew up in the aftermath of the battle hit Spondum's body. Pa! With a light sound, Spondum's completely carbonized body shattered to the ground. Just when Logue was distracted to deal with Spondum, Admiral Kizaru seized this momentary gap. Yada mirror, unfold. Use this moment to pull enough distance from Logue. But Kizaru didn't run away immediately. Being suppressed and beaten for so long, Kizaru was also angry. Since he obtained the ability of Logia Flash Fruit, he has never been forced into such a situation. Speed is power. Admiral Kizaru used the same trick again. A long-distance charged light-speed kick attacked Logue's face. You dare to fight back? Logue narrowed his eyes slightly. His right leg wrapped in red and black thunder collided with Kizaru's light-speed kick. Thunder Dragon King's collision attack. Boom! The amazing power ripples swept across the entire NICE lobby, rolling up endless smoke and dust into the sky. The next second, all the smoke and dust were dispelled by the strong light energy that followed. Crack! The bones made a cracking sound. Admiral Kizaru's face changed suddenly because of the severe pain. In the previous duel with Logue, who had not activated the Thunder Dragon King, Admiral Kizaru took the upper hand with the first move and long-distance charged light-speed kick, and knocked Logue from the air to the ground. But this time, the situation is completely different. At the moment when the 2 feet collided, Admiral Kizaru felt as if he had kicked an electrified iron plate. The armament Haki wrapped around his feet was instantly pierced by the red-black lightning. The accompanying terrifying force shattered his leg bones on the spot. Admiral Kizaru flipped around in the air for more than 10 rounds, and finally landed with a bang after being dizzy and disoriented. He struggled to stand up, but could only barely maintain the posture of standing on one leg. This is the last. Logue looked down at Admiral Kizaru, who was in a state of embarrassment and fear. With a wave of his hand, endless red-black lightning radiated in all directions with Logue as the center. Thunder was like a sea. At this moment, the entire NICE lobby seemed to have turned into a sea of black thunder. Crash! The red-black sea of thunder was surging violently. A mountain rose above the sea. Roar! The roar of the dragon was earth-shaking. The Thunder Dragon King soared into the sky with the entire sea of thunder. After this attack, I will not attack again. If you want to survive, then struggle as hard as you can. The Thunder Dragon King's Secret Art Red Thunder. Chapter 90. Thunder, Dragon, King, Secret, Righteousness Red, Imperial, Thunder. Above the sky, Logue's big hand slowly pressed down. Ang roar! The Thunder Dragon King roared in the world, and came down in the sea of thunder. Boom! The world was quiet at first. The light of the explosion was more dazzling than the sun. Boom! Under the power of the Thunder Dragon King's secret, the entire Judiciary Island fell apart. $45. The entire island was destroyed. The giants Cassie and Oimo widened their eyes like copper bells, and couldn't help but lose their voices in horror. Gujia! Gaba Baba! You are worthy of it! Logue! Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi, the 2 giant captains looked at Logue who had returned calmly with his back to the collapsed NICE lobby, and laughed out loud in unison. Xiaolin over there, do you need me to deal with it? Thor raised his eyebrows slightly, and keenly noticed a faint golden light breaking out from the red and black thunder net. "No need, it's no longer necessary, go back." Rowling waved his hand calmly. At this moment, an ice lobby, near the Gate of Justice. 10 Marine War-class warships came in a crane wing formation. They are reinforcements from Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. The Buster Call mopping up force composed of 10 warships and 10,000 Marines led by 5 Vice Admirals. It's true, the Gate of Justice, that Gate of Justice was actually blown up. The scarred face of Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral Doberman was full of shock. What kind of terrifying power can smash the Gate of Justice into pieces? Flying Squirrel, who is also an elite Vice Admiral, sighed. Ghost Spider, this is the man with a bounty of 1 billion. Did the traveler Loelin do it? The smiling Tiger Vice Admiral Hua Sheishan, who always squinted his eyes, was shocked and couldn't laugh at this moment. I don't know, I didn't see the destruction of the Gate of Justice with my own eyes, but this matter is definitely related to that man and the maid beside him. Ghost Spider, who was temporarily marked as a Buster Call Vice Admiral and was waiting to join on the way, said gloomily. A bounty of 1 billion is a sky-high bounty in our cognition and the world's cognition. We think that the man may not be worth this bounty, but in fact, maybe we underestimated the man. Long-headed Vice Admiral Stolo Berry said faintly. Hey, look over there. Asuka. What on earth is going on? Oh, it's Admiral. That's Kizaru Admiral. Kizaru Admiral is fighting with someone. When the sight barrier of the Gate of Justice was passed, the Marines on the warship saw the fierce battle of light and thunder in the sky above an ice lobby. But soon, the shining golden light converged and fell to the ground, and the terrifying Thunder Dragon King jumped out of the sea of thunder and roared at the world. Hey, what on earth is that? Lightning? Thunder? Elite Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was stunned and murmured unconsciously. Logue. Thunder Fruit ability user. That traveler Loyal Linear. He must be a Thunder Fruit ability user. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider gritted his teeth and said with absolute certainty. Is that really lightning? How can the color of lightning be black and red? I have seen Pirate King Roger take action at close range in New World before. The Conqueror's external sound of the top Conqueror's Awakener is. Vice Admiral Hua Sheishan's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt dry mouth and tongue when he thought of that possibility. What a joke, how could it be Conquerors? Conquerors can't be so scary, whether it is Pirate King Roger or 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks, it is impossible to do it. Vice Admiral Doberman denied it harshly. Gudong, seniors, compared to that, what we should pay more attention to now should be the phantom of the giant dragon. Maybe that is the cause of the lightning phenomenon. In addition, could the giant dragon that attacked the Holy Land Marie-Joyce a few months ago also be? Thinking of that possibility, the horror on Vice Admiral Stolo Berry's face became even more intense. But soon, they did not have the leisure to think about these. In the 5 Vice Admiral and 10,000 Marines watched in shock and horror. An ice lobby, one of the world's 3 largest institutions, fell apart and ceased to exist under the impact of the Thunder Dragon King. ATS. An ice lobby was sunk. What kind of terrifying power is that? Is this kind of power really something that humans can possess? Monster. That's a monster. The panicked and terrified shouts of Marines on various warships came one after another. Suddenly, it seemed that a Marine thought of something. Where's Admiral Kizaru? Yes. Where's Mr. Kizaru? Where is Admiral Borsellino now? Hey, Admiral. Admiral couldn't be. Don't say such nonsense, Mr. Kizaru is one of the top fighters of the Marines. Oh, look over there, something seems to be coming. Accompanied by the noisy noises of the Marines, a dim golden light fell straight onto the deck of one of the warships like an arrow. Admiral. It's Admiral Kizaru. Great. Really great. Admiral. Mr. Borsellino is still alive. Ha ha ha, I said, how could our top fighter of the Marines die so easily? When they recognized that the charred figure on the deck was Admiral Kizaru, some Marines shouted excitedly. But there were more Marines, and the shock and horror on their faces were even greater. Ah! Hey, this, are you kidding me? This kind of thing, how could it happen? The top fighter of our naval headquarters was actually Admiral Kizaru was actually. All the Marines opened their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with extreme shock, disbelief, and fear. Admiral of Headquarters. This title represents the supremacy of Marine. The highest combat power of naval headquarters. Almost equivalent to invincibility. But now, the highest combat power was beaten to death. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get the ship's doctor here. Vice Admiral Doberman shouted sharply. Mr. Borsellino, are you okay? Vice Admiral Stoloberry's voice was trembling. Admiral Kizaru covered his eyes with one hand and did not speak. He did not want to speak and was unable to speak. Are you okay? It was simply asking knowingly. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was in a very bad state at the moment. If he was not the user of the Logia flash fruit today. If he had any other ability, he would probably have to die here. Even if he escaped, his body was already seriously injured. At this moment, he escaped from the sea of red-black lightning with difficulty, and his whole body was burned black by the electric shock. His hands and feet were broken. The lightest left hand was only fractured, and the last right foot was shattered, and the flesh and blood were also in a mess under the lightning. This was the most serious injury Admiral Kizaru had suffered since he was born. It was also the first life and death crisis he had suffered since he was born. With the ability of the Logia flash fruit, he had played tricks on rookie pirates who had just gone to sea countless times. Even legendary giant captains like Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Bragi could only be walked around by him like dogs. However, retribution returned. In the battle with Rowling today, his flash fruit was suppressed by Rowling's lightning from beginning to end. Especially when the red-black thunder appeared, he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Not only was his proud speed caught up, but his strength and attack were far inferior. Even the long-distance charged light-speed kick was easily countered by Rowling, who kicked his leg in return. The horror of this man far exceeded the world's expectations, even above the Emperor. This battle, he lost. Miserable defeat. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. Blue. The den mushi kept ringing. Gaga. Marshal Sengoku released the people and immediately connected to the phone minister. Marshal Sengoku. Vice Admiral Doberman's voice came from the other end of the den mushi. Doberman, how is the matter with Faitheo? Marshal Sengoku asked repeatedly. Vice Admiral Doberman took a deep breath. Marshal, Nice Lobby Ace Hall has disappeared from the map forever. Is that so? There is nothing we can do about it. After all, it is a buster call. Marshal Sengoku whispered. No. Mr. Sengoku. Nice Lobby was not razed to the ground by Buster Call's artillery fire, but was completely destroyed by that man's attack and flowed into the sea. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel screamed. After a moment of silence. What? What did you say? Say it again. Marshal Sengoku widened his eyes, stood up suddenly in shock, and his voice almost broke. Mr. Sengoku, we have just arrived at Nice Lobby. The battle between Kizaru Admiral, who set out in advance, and Traveler Roland destroyed the Nice Lobby Ace Hall. Kizaru Admiral was seriously injured and is currently receiving treatment. The experienced Vice Admiral Hwashaishin narrated this terrible fact in the calmest tone possible. After listening to Vice Admiral Hwashaishin's report, Marshal Sengoku fell back into his chair, his face full of dismay. Since the Nice Lobby incident report, he has been uneasy and has an ominous premonition in his heart. As expected, the ominous premonition came true. The man who could blow up the gate of justice was even stronger than the highest combat power of Marine. Being able to severely damage Marine Admiral and sink an island in such a short time, this is already the top level of the Emperor. Holy Land, Maria. The Five Elders Meeting Hall. Since this morning, the Five Elders have been meeting here without disbanding. Because today is a special day, there are battles in both Nice Lobby and Water City that they are concerned about. Now, the battle report about Nice Lobby Ace Hall was delivered first. What? You said Nice Lobby was completely destroyed and no longer exists. Five Elders Marcus Moss opened his eyes wide, unable to believe the facts he heard. Nani? Kizaru. That Kizaru was seriously injured, and the highest combat power of Marine could not beat a newcomer. Five Elders Nasjuro of Venus stood up suddenly and shouted. He is just a newcomer who appeared this year. How could he be able to compete with the Admiral or even severely injure the Marine Admiral? Such a thing. Jupiter Five Elders Peter unconsciously murmured and shook his head, unable to accept this terrible fact no matter what. He severely injured the Admiral, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, and sank an island in the battle. This level of combat power is undoubtedly the Emperor. It seems that we have underestimated that man so far. Saturn Five Elders Satan said faintly. The Alabasta incident report mentioned that the crocodile of the Shishibukai level had no power to fight back in front of that man. Now it seems that it may not be an exaggeration. In front of the Emperor, Shishibukai is nothing at all. Mercury Five Elders Voculi said in a deep voice. Five Elders. Just then, another World Government Intelligence officer came in panic and shouted. Water. There is news from the Water City. The Air Force Corps. The Air Force Corps actually. Chapter 91. Nice Lobby, an unprecedented destructive war took place. The Water City was not calm at this moment, and the waves were rising. The loud and clear Level 1 alarm sounded over the city continuously, and it lasted for a long time. Under normal circumstances, this kind of alarm would only be sounded when the water gods attacked. But there were still several months before the arrival of the water gods, but the alarm sounded in advance. This meant that a huge threat that was not inferior to the water gods was about to attack. At this moment, Carrera Company, Dock No. 1 Headquarters. Has the evacuation notice been notified to all citizens? Ace Bagu, president of Carrera Company and the head of Water City, looked extremely solemn. Yes. Now the residents of various areas are moving to the upper shelters in an orderly manner, and it is expected that the evacuation will be completed in half an hour. Barry, the ship's master engineer, nodded. Thanks to the experience of evacuating the water gods' tsunami every year. The transfer of residents this time was also carried out in an orderly manner. Keiku, where are the pirates now? How many are there? Ace Bagu looked at Keiku, the young ship engineer with a rectangular nose. According to the information from the Marine reconnaissance ship, the number of pirate ships heading towards the Water City this time is over 100, including cotters from the New World 4 Emperors. Ship engineer Keiku spoke solemnly. Even as a CP9 Superman agent, he has never encountered such a huge battle. Even the cotters of the New World 4 Emperors 973 are here? Damn, what are they doing here? Ship engineer Tyriston couldn't help but lose his voice when he saw this. It's unprecedented that the pirates came to our Water City in groups. What on earth is there in the Water City that is worth them mobilizing so many troops? Ship engineer Bipilia Lu, whose hair was pointed, shook his head repeatedly with confusion and disbelief. Whether it's the 4 emperors or anyone else, they will never let them do whatever they want. Ship engineer Rob the pigeon beak on Lucci's shoulder flapped its wings and said. As Lucci said, no matter what the pirates' purpose is, we have only one thing to do, that is to protect this city and the citizens. Now let all the ship workers prepare for battle. Ace-Bagu took a deep breath and issued the final order. Yes. The 5 foremen of dock number 1 received the order in unison. Until watching the ship workers go away. Ace-Bagu rubbed his eyebrows tiredly and fell on the chair. To be honest, he didn't know whether Water City could survive the crisis this time. After all, this incident was too chaotic. A few days ago, his junior brother Frankie rarely came to the door, and the result was to tell him that the Pluton design was known by others. What made Ace-Bagu even more horrified and frightened was that the person who took action was actually the traveler Rowling with a bounty of 1 billion. Ace-Bagu, who knew a little about the inside story of the Alabasta incident, thought that Rowling was different from ordinary pirates. But this time he was precisely targeted. Pluton design. In addition, the Air Force pirates and O'Hara's demon son Nika Robin are there. There is no result on the Pluton design, and now the 100 great pirates are attacking again. The pirates' target is most likely the Air Force pirates, and Water City is just unlucky to be implicated and become a battlefield. And behind this incident, there is the shadow of the world government fanning the flames. Otherwise, when Water City encounters such a major crisis, the army will not fail to send reinforcements. The game between the world government and the Air Force pirates eventually affected the ordinary citizens of Water City. Ace-Bagu knew all this clearly, but he could do nothing about it. All he could do was to try his best to protect the citizens, that's all. Khalifa's residence. It's clear, the alarm is because a large number of pirates are about to land in Water City. Khalifa spoke with a solemn expression. Dift. The evil-faced and sinister Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. You're coming for us. Have you leaked our whereabouts? Tur. Khalifa hastily denied. Looking at Robin's slightly narrowed eyes, she was unconsciously frightened. During the days she lived with Robin, she was really tortured by Robin's candle whip. Khalifa did not think about resisting, but she really could not beat Robin now. Robin did not even need to use other abilities, he could suppress Khalifa with just one hand of anesthetic acupuncture. Well, don't worry about it, it's not a big deal anyway, it's just 100 pirate groups. The black-hearted Robin smiled nonchalantly. Khalifa. I outnumber %. The attack of the 100 Pirates Alliance is not a big deal? This woman's brain is really wrong. Or does she think that the people who came this time are the minions in the first half? I don't know if the ruthless people of the New World 4 Emperor's pirates are also in the team. If so, if she can be tricked to the scene, I might have a chance to counterattack in the chaos. The more Khalifa thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. As a member of Carrera Company and the secretary of Xizang, I have to go to the front line to support such a big thing. What are you going to do? Khalifa found an excuse. Of course I have to go and see. The black-hearted Robin smiled slightly. Really? Khalifa's eyes lit up. Yeah. Robin nodded. She knew all about Khalifa's little tricks, but she didn't expose them. Because there was no need, nothing she planned would happen. In addition, although she had full confidence in Loelin, as a partner, she would of course face it together. I believe that after so many days, Loelin has probably calmed down. If he still hasn't calmed down, at worst, Khalifa will be sent out again. Water City, Waste Ship Island. Never Air Force slowly approached the shore and anchored. Karu. Vivi trotted at the first moment and met her friend, the running duck Karu, who was also running wildly. Hee, big brother, big sister, I have fulfilled my mission and the ship has arrived. Shikaku, the teapot, stood at the bow, proudly with his hands on his waist. Don't show off, little raccoon cat, the captain and Thor are not here now. Nami smiled. Cat sauce, you didn't encounter any danger on the way here? Bonnie asked with concern. Shikaku, the teapot, opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. Looking at the cute little Bonnie in front of him, he subconsciously wanted to tell her that he had met his father. Even a few minutes ago, the pig was not on this ship. But, thinking of the bear's request to him, begging him not to reveal his whereabouts, Shikaku finally just sighed. After getting along with him for a few days, he really had a good impression of this good old man. Nothing, with me here, what can happen? Shikaku patted the teapot and said confidently. By the way, what's going on in this city? Is it always like this? It's too noisy. I don't know, Sister Robin is going to find out the situation now. Kuina shook her head. Not long after the voice fell, a wooden hand rushed up from the wall of the main island of Water City. Robin stood in the palm of the big hand and landed on the wreckage island. Robin, what's wrong? Do you know what's going on? Nami hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Del. Pure Robin nodded solemnly. The Pirates of Paradise and New World formed a 100-group alliance, and their target is probably us. I don't know if Captain Rowling has finished his work, otherwise. Robin said and was about to take out the Den Den Mushi to contact. Wait. Nami hurriedly stopped him. If it were in the past, Nami would have screamed in fear when she heard that she was being targeted by 100 pirate groups. But now her big eyes were shining with excitement, and her face was full of eagerness to try. It's just a small pirate alliance, there's no need for the captain to take action. Nami waved her hand, and Haki spoke. The captain has given us enough power to protect ourselves. We can't just be a vase forever. We can solve such a small matter by ourselves. Yet, Nami is right. Bonnie was the first to agree. It's not enough to just practice, only actual combat can promote my kendo. Kuina said seriously. I will work hard too. Vivi nodded weakly. Hehe, just like what little Nami said, there is no need to worry at all. Even if the old Yamato big sister is not here, I am still the third in command, right? Shikaku crossed the teapot with both hands, becoming more and more arrogant. Well, okay. Seeing that everyone was so determined, the pure Robin had to nod in agreement. However, he still made up his mind that if there was any accident, he would contact for help as soon as possible. The sea surface about 3 kilometers away from the Water City. Hundreds of pirate ships of various sizes were black. At the forefront of all the pirate ships, like the leading sheep, were 2 iconic large ships. The pirate battleship on the left had a huge mammoth head. The flag on the mast represented the emperor who ruled this sea. 4 emperor's beasts pirates. The fancy candy cake ship on the right is also very famous. The Queen Mother Anthem. The mothership of the 4 emperor's Big Mom pirates. Jack the Drow, are you beasts pirates empty? You just sent a guy like you. At the bow of the Queen Mother Anthem, Charlotte's third son Defu stroked his beard and laughed sarcastically. Charlotte Defu, if you want to die, I don't mind sinking you here first. The little eyes under Jack the Drow's mask were wide open, bloodshot. Brother Defu, don't argue with him. Anyway, Nika Robin and the rare raccoon cat must belong to our Big Mom pirates. The 4 generals Snag said in a deep voice. Don't be funny. I don't care whether it's a raccoon cat or not. Anyway, Nika Robin is the person that Lord Kaido specifically asked for, and he will never give it to you. The Flying Six Runty said angrily. That's right. Don't think you can compete with our beasts pirates. 5.9. Big Mom pirates, you are not worthy of us. Sip's head and other beasts shouted one after another. Just when the 2 emperors were arguing. You two, please listen to me. A super battleship with a lion bow suddenly intervened and blocked the 2 emperors. Who are you? Ants in paradise are worthy of talking to us. The appearance of the lion ship instantly attracted the firepower of the 2 emperors. Hehe. The pirate captain with the lion bow was not in a hurry. The 4 emperors' pirates are indeed amazing, but my master is the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki is amazing? What flying pirate? We are the fleet of Captain Akoku. Another large battleship came against the wind and waves, representing the master of New World Beehive Island Akoku. Just when the four major forces were deadlocked. Oh! Water City is in front. Ha ha ha, guys, get ready. Even if we can't catch the Air Force, we have to plunder. You're right. Water City is a famous wealthy city on the Grand Line. Today must be the night of the great day. Look. That's the Air Force. It's the Air Force pirates. They're right in front. What? Guys. Go. First come, first served. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves, hundreds of boats compete for the current, and the 100 Pirates Alliance charges. Chapter 92. Water City, Minato No. 4. The ship workers, led by the 5 foremen of Carrera, gathered together. Keiku, what's the situation now? Barry, the ship's master, asked in a deep voice. As you can see, the pirates have entered the field of vision and will land in a few minutes. As Keiku said this, his eyes fell on the wreck island not far ahead. Hey! Barry's eyes fixed, and he also noticed the girls lined up in front of the wreck island. What's wrong with those girls? Hasn't the evacuation notice been issued to the whole city? Didn't they hear it? And what a coincidence, they are still here. Barry shouted anxiously. They are from the Air Force pirates. Lucci's mouth made Barry speechless on the spot. What? Air Force pirates? Is it the new gang that has recently become famous in the Grand Line? The sturdy ship's master Tyriston was shocked. Could it be that those pirates are here for the Air Corps? Shipmaster Biplala frowned. It seems that this is the case. Keiku nodded. La. Why is the Air Corps here? Damn it, if it weren't for them. If they weren't here, how could our water city become the target of pirates? Drive them out now. The boatmen were in an uproar. Shut up! Barry shouted angrily, interrupting the boatmen's complaints. Have you forgotten the word responsibility that President Ace-Bagu taught you on weekdays? Let's not talk about whether it's their fault or not. Even if it's true, those girls are now standing at the forefront of the pirates. Just this courage and responsibility deserve respect. As Ace-Bagu's #1 big disciple, Barry, is a first-class one. Barry is first class. Barry has a high right hand and ordered support. Earth. Boom. Boom. Throughout the coastline of the wasteland island, the ground continued to bulge. Bonnie-chan. Bonnie and Kuina looked at each other and took out the red/sapphire at the same time. The realm corridor is at its maximum, showing off. Magical girls, transform. A bright light bloomed from the two girls. In a moment, Bonnie and Kuina completed their transformation. The appearance of the two lovely magical girls made many people stare at them. The next second, something even more shocking happened. Kuina held the sapphire staff in both hands and swung it down towards the pirate speedboat that was rushing in the front. Swish! The majestic magic sword energy cut through the sea and also split the pirate speedboat in half from the middle. Another direction. Bonnie aimed the ruby staff at another pirate ship. He concentrated his mind and entered into a trance. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying magic beam shot out and pierced a Hyuxia pirate ship. Hee, a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, you are really blind to dare to trouble me, all of you go to hell. Shikaku, the teapot, laughed wantonly. Practice air bullets. Practice air bullets. Practice air bullets. One after another, air cannons spewed out of his mouth, opening up one pirate ship after another. If it weren't for Nami and others' strong request for a good fight, Shikaku had already condensed a supersized tailed beast bomb, and sent all the pirates to the west with one shot. Hee. At the high point of the wreck island, Nami looked at the 5 pirate ships in a line in the distance and took out an ordinary coin from her pocket. It's an honor. This is a move that I have been practicing privately for a long time to surprise the captain. Nami stretched out her right hand, and a strong electric current surrounded her body. Ding! Super electromagnetic cannon, fire! Boom! Boom! The terrifying electromagnetic ray was shot out at an initial speed of 3 times the speed of sound, and the speed kept rising. Almost in the blink of an eye, 5 pirate ships were completely destroyed by Nami's super electromagnetic cannon and sank into the sea. At this moment, the boatman of Carrera Company in the stands. Wang Defa. This, is it true or not? Hey, this shouldn't be my eyes playing tricks on me. Those girls, they are too strong. Is this the strength those weak girls should have? Compared to them, we would be the ones who would hold back if we went over there. The boatmen all widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost, with extreme shock, horror, and disbelief on their faces. They simply couldn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. Just a few weak girls not only stopped the attack of the vicious pirates, but also successfully fought back. Lucci, something is wrong, Nika Robin is wrong, her flower fruit should not have this ability. Keiku looked stunned and whispered in shock. Little thief cat Nami, she is the mysterious Logia Thunder Fruit ability user in the South Blue Treasure Island incident report. CP9's strongest genius in 800 years, Rob Lucci, stared at Nami and spoke in a deep voice. Raccoon. Raccoon cat is so powerful. That raccoon cat is too strong. Shipmaster Barry's eyes widened, noticing Shikaku's amazing performance. Magical girl, so cute. It turns out that there are really magical girls in this world. The strong shipmaster Tyristan and Bipalolo have become fans of Bonnie and Kuina. They look rough, but they also have a delicate heart. At the top of the fountain of the water city, a tall and mighty man like a bear stands alone with the Bible in his arms. Bonnie. Looking at the magical girl Bonnie flying freely in the distance, Shishibukai Tyrant Bear's eyes suddenly turned red. Although he had heard Shikaku talk about it a long time ago, but actually seeing Bonnie flying so happily in the air, the bear's heart was still inevitably moved to the point of no return. After being moved, Tyrant Bear looked at the pirates with a cold look. I will never let go of those who dare to hurt Bonnie and her companions. Water City, because of Minato. A bicycle enthusiast stopped and looked at the chaotic shipwreck island. Ah, is that the awakening of the flower fruit's ability? Not just the growth of hands and feet, but the evolution to directly control flowers, plants, and trees, just like the Logia Sensen fruit. The highest combat power Admiral Aokiji of the naval headquarters who was passing by spoke lazily. Well, anyway, the quality of this year's rookie team is too high. The evolved flower fruit, the magical girl, the Logia Thunder Fruit ability, the mysterious raccoon cat. After this time, the world will be shocked by their strength. Admiral Aokiji said while ringing the bicycle bell, jumped off the Minato exit and drove into the sea. The moment the bicycle touched the sea surface, the surging sea instantly froze into an ice road. Although I'm on vacation, as a marine, I have to do something. The overseas battlefield of the wrecked ship island. Ah. Strange, monsters. Those guys in the Air Force are as strong as monsters. This is different from what we agreed. Aren't they all just vases? I heard that they are vases that can be easily captured, so I came to join in the fun, but... You tell me, this is a vase? It's clearly a beast. The bounties of the women and pets of the Air Force are all real. The pirates screamed in shock and horror one after another. Before landing, the confidence of the 100 Pirates Alliance had been shattered. There are well-known strong men like the Royal Group Cotters in the Alliance, but there are more small fish who are just filling in the numbers and want to fish in troubled waters. Once they see that the situation is not good, they will have the idea of retreating. Turn around. Turn around quickly. The intelligence is wrong. The Air Force group is not a soft persimmon, retreat for the time being and regroup. The admiral of a medium-sized pirate ship immediately ordered a retreat. However, the next second, all the small fish, get out of my way. Don't block the way. At the bow of the cake, a middle-aged man dressed like a god shouted sternly. He is Charlotte de Foucault, the bean minister of the Four Emperors Big Mom Pirates. Paramecia steaming fruit ability user, bounty 300 million berry. Dengma, come on. Charlotte de Foucault rubbed the belt around her waist. A huge demon made of smoke rushed out from her waist. A faint blue knife flashed. 053. Boom. The Dengma, holding a long-handled broadsword, split the pirate ship blocking the way in front of him into two. This is not over yet, the Dengma wielded the broadsword and easily destroyed Robin's big hand. The broadsword continued to move forward and attacked the magical girl form Kuina. Kuina did not dodge, with the sapphire staff in her right hand and the rapier moy in her left hand. Two sword technique starburst airstream slash. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal clashing was endless. Dazzling sparks continued to burst. In Kuina's two-sword style hit 16 times in a row. The powerful slashing attack of the lantern demon was blocked abruptly, and his body suddenly leaned back. Distorted future. The lowly screamed again. At some point, the magical girl Bonnie flew over the lantern demon. Distorted into Nika's future. The power of fantasy and the distortion power of the sui sui fruit exploded. Bonnie's slender arms swelled up like an inflatable, turning into a giant fist and smashing the lantern demon's face. Whoosh! Boom! The huge lantern demon was hit and flew backwards and fell, smashing an unlucky pirate ship. Success! Bonnie made a successful gesture to Kuina. Kuina was about to respond, but the next second, her face changed suddenly. Bonnie, be careful! Just as Bonnie was immersed in the joy of beating the powerful enemy, a tall man with a long nose and a pointed ball suddenly appeared behind Bonnie. He is the 25th son of the Charlotte family, with a bounty of 600 million. Barry's fried food minister, General Snag. Die. Even when facing a child, Snag showed no mercy. The large samurai sword in his hand fell towards Bonnie. The sword was about to touch the magic barrier of the ruby. The next second. Swish! Without any warning, a tall figure appeared between Snag and Bonnie. The cute bear paw meatball touched Bonnie and Snag's samurai sword instead. Whoosh! Bang! General Snag flew backwards and landed on the deck of the Queen Mother Anthem. Shishibukai Tyrant Bear. Ah! Dad! At this moment, Bonnie and the bear, the poor father and daughter finally met. Chapter 93. Shishibukai. Shishibukai Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Damn it! Why are the 7 warlords of the sea here? Looking at the sudden appearance of Tyrant Bear, the pirates of the 100 Alliance were all shocked and frightened. Especially when they saw Tyrant Bear and Bonnie hugging each other intimately, the faces of the pirates suddenly became extremely ugly. On the other hand, Robin, Nami, Vivi, and Kuina were very surprised at this moment. Shishibukai Tyrant Bear, he is the father that Bonnie has been thinking about. Vivi's eyes lit up. Great, Bonnie and her father finally met. Kuina was happy for Bonnie from the bottom of her heart. But the bear should not appear by chance. Raccoon Cat, you are not honest. Robin and Nami's eyes fell on Shikako at the same time. This is none of my business. Little Bear said that he just wanted to quietly watch Bonnie happy in the dark, and he repeatedly told me not to tell him about his stay on the ship. Teapot Shikako waved his hands repeatedly. Quack! Running Duck Kalu nodded in agreement. Well, forget it, the result is good anyway. Nami didn't hold on to it. Because I don't want to ruin my daughter's new life, I chose to observe quietly behind the scenes. Now Bonnie is in danger, so, he is really a good father. Robin sighed. Woo woo woo. At this moment, Bonnie lay on Bear's chest, tears connected into a string, and couldn't stop falling. Cunning. Dad, you are so cunning. How can you hide and see me alone? I also want to see the picture. Sorry, Bonnie, it's all Dad's fault, it's all Dad's fault, don't cry. The man with the name of a tyrant was at a loss at this moment. Don't say sorry, stupid Dad, I'm not angry, I'm just so happy. Bonnie smiled. Hey, Dad, many of the letters you sent me were secretly torn up by Alpha, but thanks to my big brother and the others, I still saw your letters. Dad, you really love me, and I love you so much too. Bonnie. The tough bear with a stern appearance couldn't help but tear up his eyes when he heard his daughter's words. Shibukai tyrant bear, UBD, don't get in the way. An angry shout interrupted the warmth of the reunion between father and daughter. Just now, I was defeated because of your sneak attack, but I won't do that next time. Big Mom Pirate's 4 General Snaggle bent his knees slightly, jumped from the deck, and raised his samurai sword high. How can I let you disturb the reunion of Bonnie and her father? Magical girl form Kuina soared into the sky by stepping on the air. Love breathing land style cat foot love wind. The cute magical girl costume, coupled with the cute breathing swordsmanship, instantly doubled her cuteness. Of course, besides being cute, the power of this attack should not be underestimated. Because this is not just the breathing swordsmanship of the demon world. It also combines Kuina's own sword intention, armament Haki, and the power of the magical girl. Even facing the high-ranking General Snag of the Imperial Group with a bounty of 600 million berry, Kuina still did not lose out. So strong. That cute girl is so powerful. She is just a child, but her swordsmanship is so powerful. That's a cotter of the Big Mom Pirates, and she was stopped by that girl named Kuina. What kind of monsters are the Air Force pirates? And Shibukai tyrant bear, he seems to be the girl's father. In this way, maybe we can stop it. The Carrera boatmen on the stand of gate number 4 were shocked, and they couldn't help but feel excited. Now is not the time to watch the show and sigh, let's go too. The ship's engineer Barry ordered. Swish! The ship's engineer Rob Lucci was the first to turn over and jump down. Lucci, don't be anxious. Keiku followed closely behind. The other side. Beasts pirates, mammoth. Master Jack, Shibukai tyrant bear, that bear actually stood on the side of the Air Force Corps. A beast pirate screamed in horror. Shibukai tyrant bear? What is he? Who do you think Laozi is? Hurry up and move the boat over, BD. Beast's pirates fourth in command Jack the Drow stared with bloodshot eyes and shouted. Dad, I have so many things to say to you, but now is not the time to talk. I'm going to help everyone. Bonnie wiped her tears and smiled. Yeah. Dad will help too. Tyrant Bear nodded and locked the most powerful enemy. Roar, the guys from the Air Force group are more capable than expected. It's just right. Let them taste the new pets of our flying pirates. Open the cages. At the bow of the Lion ship, the affiliated pirate captain wearing a captain's hat ordered. But Captain Shiki's order to us is to recruit the Air Force group in desperate situations for our use. Another pirate captain who was traveling with him frowned. If we don't force them into desperate situations, how can they be used by us? No need to say more, just do as I say. Click, click, click. The doors on both sides of the huge lion ship's hull opened. One after another, ferocious beasts came out of the cage. Little guys, come on, if you can capture an important figure of the Air Force Corps, you will be rewarded by the boss. The pirate captain under the command of Akoku, the overlord of Beehive Island, shouted loudly. This is really exciting. In that case, let me show you my new moves again. Nami's pretty face was excited, and she waved her hand. The invisible electromagnetic field was formed, and the electricity generated magnetism, attracting iron from all directions, and even the iron sand underground. The torrent storm of metal was accompanied by the terrifying high-voltage current, and finally turned into a huge electromagnetic giant. Nami stood on the head of the electromagnetic giant, which was 100 meters high, and pointed with her hand. The electromagnetic giant's big hand slapped down the ship of the pirate group under Akoku. Boom! Boom! The pirates didn't even have time to scream in fear before their ship was destroyed and everyone on board was killed. The Thunder Fruit user Nami was a dimensionality-reducing attack on ordinary pirates. On the other side, the 4 Emperor's Beasts pirates landed in Shikaku's direction. Mr. Shikaku, leave Jack the Drow to me. Tyrant Bear walked closer to Shikaku. No, little bear, just watch from the side. I'm a big shot with a bounty of 300 million. It's time to show you how to get 300 million. Haki, the teapot, waved his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the nearby beast pirates were stunned at first. Then mocking laughter broke out. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. You dare to talk nonsense with only 300 million. You are such an ignorant beast. Let me tell you, Master Jack is a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. He is on the same level as your captain. What is there to be proud of with only 300 million? Sipshed, Jin Rami, and others laughed sarcastically. What? Shikaku's eyes widened immediately. That big fool has a bounty of 1 billion? What level are you? Do you deserve the same bounty as my boss? I will let you know why. Jack the Drow jumped down from the bow of the mammoth. Boom! The ground on the wreck island trembled. A mammoth rushed out in the smoke and dust. Let me help you break your turtle shell. Jack the Drow said coldly, and the mammoth's big foot was about to stomp on Shikaku's head without mercy. Shishibukai Tyrant Bear raised his big meaty hand and was about to attack. Little bear, just watch, I'll take care of this guy. Shikaku was also furious and stopped hiding his anger. The next moment, under the shocked eyes of the people, Shikaku, which was originally only the size of a basketball, suddenly swelled up to a monster of tens of meters. You are the billion. Shikaku said, and slapped Jack the Drow in his mammoth form. Bang! Jack the Drow's charging figure was abruptly stopped, and his huge figure sank into the ground. Who do you think you are? How dare you have a higher bounty than me? Shikaku said, and slapped him in the face. This scene stunned everyone in the audience. On this side, Nami and Shikaku showed Kamui. On the other side, Vivi's situation was reversed. Originally, she used her psychological control ability to control the internal fighting of the pirates. Suddenly, she was targeted by the monsters. Wow, why are they chasing me? Vivi rode on the fast duck canoe and ran along the battlefield to avoid. Air Force, why is your bounty higher than mine? I don't accept it. Runty, the flying six of the beast group, transformed into a pachycephalosaur and chased Vivi. The dinosaur actually speaks. No, now is not the time to think about this. What should I do? What should I do? Is my ability useful for animals? Vivi's mind turned quickly, and suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. She was not sure whether psychological control was useful for animals. But now she has something that is very useful for animals. Vivi took out a few rice balls from her backpack. Doraemon props Momotaro rice balls. Be sure to eat them obediently. Vivi closed her eyes and threw them behind her. Looking at the rice balls in the air, Wang Ziyahao, Runty and the flying beasts subconsciously raised their heads. Ah! Driven by instinct, Runty, who had transformed into a dinosaur, opened his mouth and ate. The remaining few were also eaten by the beasts. In a moment, the noisy battlefield that was originally disturbed by the beasts became much quieter. Master, please tell me. Runty said in a delicate voice. It worked? Then quickly drive all those pirates away. Vivi ordered. Yes. Swelling-headed Dragon Run was the first dragon to lead the beast troops to launch a counterattack. Ah! What's going on here? Why did it become like this? I can't fight. I can't fight at all. The women of the Air Force Corps are all monsters. The intelligence is wrong. Retreat. Retreat. Looking at the girls of the Air Force Corps who were getting braver and braver, the pirates all had the idea of retreating. Compared with the bounty, of course, their own lives are more important. For a while, many pirates turned around and wanted to drive the boat away. However, the next second, a sudden change that no one had expected occurred. Ice Age. The turbulent sea surface froze at a speed visible to the naked eye, completely blocking the pirates' retreat. Robin turned his head suddenly and looked at the man riding a bicycle away on the ice in the distance. Aokiji. Chapter 94. Water City, Number 5 Minato Stand. Two beautiful secretaries in high-end high silk hip skirts and red-bottomed high heels stood side by side. Watching the fierce battle on the wreck island, Khalifa opened her mouth wide, and her delicate face was full of shock and disbelief. That little thief Nami is actually a Logia thunder fruit user. How did Alabastus Princess Vivi tame those beasts for her own use? Magical girls actually exist, this is amazing. That raccoon cat in the teapot. Is it a rare mythical beast? And Nika Robin, why are there two of you? Khalifa kept chattering, venting her shock. Compared to the amazing performance of the Air Force girls, the Shishibukai Tyrant Bear seemed a bit ordinary. Because our captain is the most incredible existence in this world. Black-hearted Robin smiled slightly. Traveler. Rowling, then, did he make this elephant now? Khalifa pointed at the frozen sea, her heart already numb with shock. Black-hearted Robin frowned and looked up at the frozen origin in the distance. That was the source of the haze that had shrouded her life for nearly 20 years. But now the sky of her life has long been clear. Even if she faces the nightmare of the past, she will not be afraid. I am fearless now. No matter who it is, no one can cast a shadow on my sky again. Robin clenched her fists and said with difficulty. Just then. Oh? Really? Miss Robin is really amazing. A faint voice suddenly sounded from behind the two women. Hearing the familiar voice, Robin's delicate body stiffened. There was no strength and ease in these days against Khalifa. At the same time, hearing the noise behind him, Khalifa turned his head suspiciously. The next second, Khalifa watched with her eyes widening in shock. A huge portal opened in the space, and a tall and handsome figure stepped out first. Then came a quiet maid girl, and finally the four people of 693. Oh, this is really amazing. Is this the legendary teleportation? The giants Cassie and Oimo shouted non-stop. Gujiajiajia, this should be a spatial ability. Gaba Baba, you arrived in an instant, you are really worthy of it. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi were also amazed. Looking at Luolin and his party who appeared through space, Khalifa's shock was beyond words. The next second, Khalifa's shock was replaced by panic. Because she recognized Luolin's identity. She couldn't help but recall the madness of that night in her mind. Luolin, who was anesthetized and induced by the black-bellied Robin, had no sympathy for her first time. That night almost became her nightmare, but Khalifa herself didn't know why. When she saw Rowling, who was supposed to be a nightmare, she was panicked but also had a hope and desire. The two long legs wrapped in delicate silk rubbed against each other involuntarily. Feeling Khalifa's strange gaze, how could Rowling not understand everything? The real identity of the ridiculous flower clone Robin that night was Khalifa. As for why the evil Robin did this? It was probably not a simple random arrest prank. Considering Khalifa's hidden identity as a CP9 spy agent, it is very likely that Khalifa lost more than he gained. Captain Rowling, Thor, you've worked hard. Is the nice lobby thing over? The evil Robin smiled and came forward. Seeing the giants who were traveling with Rowling, she also understood everything in an instant. She knew that the reason why Rowling and Thor were not there was that they went to Tongfa Island. Well, it's basically a successful conclusion. Rowling nodded calmly. By the way, Miss Luo, you don't plan to release. Before Luolin finished speaking. Ah, Thor-chan, this is back to you. Robin opened his carry-on bag and returned the makeup tool, Gaia Foundation, to Thor. Jake. Wait, Justice. Giants, Traveler Luolin, you. Did you really go to Nice Lobby? Hearing Robin mention Nice Lobby, Khalifa suddenly shuddered and threw away the charming thoughts in her mind. Looking at the giants who were supposed to be tried in Nice Lobby reported in the news, Khalifa was horrified. Intuition told her that some kind of earth-shattering event must have happened in Nice Lobby. It was even more serious than the chaotic battle on the wreck island now. Rowling ignored Khalifa's inquiry. His eyes fell on the chaotic battlefield of the wreck island. Gujiajiajia, what day is today? It's so lively. Blue Ogre Dori laughed. That was when I came to Little the girls who traveled to Little Garden? It's only been a few months, how come I don't recognize them anymore? Looking at Nami who was controlling the electromagnetic giant to kill everyone, the red ghost Bragi was so shocked that his chin almost touched the ground. When they first met in Little Garden, Nami was not a timid girl who was easily startled. After not seeing each other for a few months, she has grown into a mighty female warrior. Girls change a lot when they grow up, there's nothing strange about that. Robin said casually. Dori, Bragi. Captain, Thor, the thing is like this. Robin told her the whole incident that she knew and guessed in a concise manner. Khalifa and I were about to go to support, and we just happened to meet you, Captain, and you guys coming back. Well, let's put aside what happened that day for now, let's deal with the problem at hand first. Rowling glanced at the black-bellied Robin helplessly and walked towards the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield of the wrecked ship island. As the sea surface froze, the scope of the battlefield suddenly expanded greatly. Wake up! Nami controlled the electromagnetic giant to land on the ice, and beat the frozen pirate ship one by one without saying a word. You have 1 billion. Shikaku, who changed his body, beat the mammoth Jack to the ice. You have a higher bounty than me. Shikaku dropped another dabby, beating Jack the Drow so hard that he couldn't find his way. A whole raccoon cat. Jack the Drow roared. You dare to roar at me? Try to roar again. Shikaku said while hitting Dabby again. Jack the Drow's head was buzzing from the beating. The 4 elephant legs kept sliding on the ice. They all had their own ideas, so they couldn't even stand steadily. How could this happen? Impossible. This is impossible. That's Jack, and he was attacked by a raccoon cat. No, this is not a raccoon cat, it's a monster. Jack's pirates, such as Sipshead and Jin Rami, were all shocked and screamed. Compared to Jack, Lord Runty is in a worse situation. Ah, Lord Runty, what's wrong with you? We are partners, why are you attacking us? Don't. Lord Runty is completely crazy. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Under the rain of bullets from the Ironhead baby Runty, the beast group pirates were defeated. Yeah, I get it. Those bad guys turned you into violent beasts. Let's fight back. Vivi communicated with the beast's thoughts with the power of her mind and waved her hand. The next second, all the upgraded beasts rushed towards the lion ship of the flying group. Beasts, are you rebelling? We are your masters. Get out of here. The pirate captains led by Golden Lion Shiki shouted in shock and anger, but it was useless. The Golden Lion ship was instantly destroyed by the beast's attacks and bites. Not only the beasts and the flying group were in a difficult situation. At this moment, the situation of the four Emperor's Big Mom pirates was also not optimistic. The battle between the magical girl Kuina and the General Star Snag entered a white-hot stage. Shichibukai Tyrant Bear teamed up with Bonnie and his daughter to fight against the remaining members of the Big Mom group. The two cotters, Lamp God Charlotte Deifuku and Little Akina Charlotte Owen, were suppressed by Tyrant Bear alone. The other small minions were no threat to the magical girl Bonnie. The last pure Robin was naturally not idle. Wood style combined with armament Haki, flower fruit with anesthetic acupuncture, to deal with batches of pirates. In addition to dealing with hostile pirates, Robin was even able to distract herself to guard against the Carrera boatmen who came to help. To be precise, she was guarding against Lucci and Keiku. Her intuition told her that there was something wrong with these two people. Gujia. Gaba Baba. Two huge figures jumped down from the connecting stairs between the wreck island and the water city. They hit the wreck island, stirring up smoke and dust, and shaking the ground. Rowling helped us so much, now it's time for us to repay. Cassie, Oimo, let's go and defeat these ignorant pirates. The giant Captain Dori and Bragi led two giant brothers to enter the battle. Ah, giant! Why did a giant suddenly appear? These two giants are. They are the two captains of the giant corps. How is it possible? In the news this morning, weren't they captured? Why are they here when they have been captured by the government? With the participation of the four giants, the balance of the battlefield suddenly became more one-sided. Even the pirates of the four emperors couldn't stand the pressure at this moment and had the intention to retreat. At this moment, the girls of the Air Force Corps slowed down their offensive because they saw Rowling coming up the stairs. Captain! Above the electromagnetic giant, Nami exclaimed in surprise and flashed to Rowling's side in elemental form. Brother! Kuina also showed a happy expression and stopped chasing the General Snag. Dad, that's the big brother who treats me very well like Dad. Bonnie smiled and showed off. See you again. Tyrant Bear whispered softly. Mr. Rowling. Vivi braked beside Rowling on the fast-running duck canoe. Captain, Thor, welcome back. The kind-faced Robin smiled slightly and was completely relieved. But when she saw the other self behind Rowling, her mood suddenly became a little unhappy. You shouldn't have done anything bad outside in front of my face. Hehe, what do you mean by in front of your face? You are me, I am you and I are one person. The black-bellied Robin was tit for tat, not giving in. Okay, stop arguing, it's time to end it. Rowling's mind moved, and a card appeared between his fingers, and then flew towards Kuina. Brother, this is... Kuina was stunned, and the information flow about the class card poured into her mind. Limited expansion. Kuina raised her hand and waved. A black longbow appeared out of thin air in Kuina's left hand. Immediately after that, a sword was projected. The moment the sword was on the string, it turned into an arrow. Lolin, the pirates seem to want to escape. Blue Ogre Dori shouted. At this moment, endless scorching steam rushed up from the frozen sea. That was Owen, the fourth son of Charlotte, using the power of the Paramecia heat-hot fruit. Under the super-high temperature of the heat-hot fruit, the frozen sea gradually thawed. The surviving pirates endured the high temperature and retreated under the cover of water vapor. I won't let them escape. Shikako lay on the coast, and a dark purple-tailed beast bomb gradually condensed in front of his big mouth. In another direction, Shishibukai's violent sweep can embrace the atmosphere and compress it differently. After a minute of ability, Shishibukai Tyrant can slowly spread his hands. A small bear paw slowly flew out, and then exploded. Bear impact. At the same time, Xiao Jiao shouted loudly. Tailed beast bomb, explode. Finally, it was Kuina, the power of the treasure belonging to the heroic spirit guard was fully unfolded. Fantasy Collapse Pseudo-Spiral Sword. Boom. Boom. Chapter 95. Bear Shock. The most powerful move of Shishibukai Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. The power of the Paramecia meatball fruit compresses the atmosphere within a radius of hundreds of meters to a fist-sized super high-pressure atmospheric bomb. When the suppression of the meatball power is lost, the huge air bursts out in an instant, and the explosion performance produced is the most unparalleled. Just like this moment. Boom. Boom. The explosion of the atmosphere is deafening. The terrifying super high-pressure air bomb exploded above the steam sea. The atmosphere in all directions produced violent swirling turbulence, and a huge energy palm-shaped mark emerged out of thin air. The unparalleled explosion shock wave blew away all the hot steam covering the sea. The pirate ship hit by the bear shock disintegrated on the spot, and the ship was destroyed and the people died. The pirate ships that avoided the center of the explosion gathered on both sides under the impetus of the shock wave. Hehe, I found you. Take this, my gift. Shikaku opened his mouth and roared, and the tailed beast bomb with a diameter of several meters shot towards the right side where the beast's pirates were. Boom. Boom. An energy explosion that was more terrifying than the tyrant bear's bear impact ultimate move occurred. Including the mammoth of the beasts, dozens of pirate ships on the right evaporated in an instant. Before people could recover from the shock of Shikaku's devastating blow. Kuina, who ascended to the sky, released the arrow in his hand. Illusion Collapse Pseudo-Spiral Sword. Swoosh. Boom. Boom. A second energy explosion mushroom cloud rose above the sea. This is the power of the noble phantasm from the type Moon World Archer heroic spirit Emiya. Destroy the projected noble phantasm and instantly increase its prestige by exploding it. This is a noble phantasm that uses the strongest illusion, a one-time burst of magic power. Under normal circumstances, no servant would destroy his own noble phantasm. After all, it is not easy to repair a damaged noble phantasm. But for the heroic spirit Emiya, this is not a difficult task. Because the noble phantasm he used as a disposable consumable was originally a fake projection of himself. At present, through the transformation of the magical girl, coupled with the limited development of Emiya's class card, Kuina also mastered the unique skill of Nuclear Explosion Sword Immortal. Previously, Kuina tried his best but couldn't do anything about the Star General's nag. At this moment, it was also destroyed by this terrifying nuclear explosion attack. Also destroyed was the mothership of the Big Mom Pirates, the Queen Mother Anthem, and many nearby pirate groups. Crash. After 3 minutes, the turbulent sea gradually calmed down. Oh. Oh oh oh. The shipmen of the Carrera Company who witnessed this shocking scene came back to their senses one after another. We won. We actually won. The Air Force pirates actually won. We were of no use at all, it was all their own fault. We faced the alliance of more than 100 pirate ships head-on and were able to defeat them all. This strength is simply too terrifying. And the last 2 explosions were so spectacular. I can brag about the scenes I saw today for the rest of my life. The cheers and shouts of shock, excitement from the ship workers came one after another. Magical Girl, book. The sturdy ship engineer Tyriston looked at Bipalulu, both of them excited. Lucci, this group is really too evil, we should not act rashly for the time being. Keiku approached Lucci and winked. Rob Lucci was silent. He used to be full of ambition. He was not afraid even when facing the billion-strong Rowling. But now, after witnessing the battle of the Air Force girls with his own eyes, even the arrogant Rob Lucci was completely numb. He suddenly realized that as the strongest person in CP9 for 800 years, he seemed to be unable to defeat even one of them. The 2 giants in Nice lobby know us. Be careful not to be recognized by them. And the 2 giant captains should be sent to impel down now. How could it be? What about the 2 Nico Robins? I haven't heard that Nico Robin has twin sisters. How could Khalifa stand with that man? Keku lowered his head and kept making small noises to vent his inner shock. Gujiaka. Gababa. You are also Rowling's partner, it's amazing. You are really Rowling's partners, all of them are stronger than you can imagine. The two giant captains, Dori and Bragi stood. Shikako was standing around, unable to stop praising. Hehe, just so, I'm just the third in command on the ship. If you really want to talk about the best, it has to be the old Yamato boss. Shikako was humble for once, of course, he couldn't help but be suspected of flattering Rowling and Thor. Wow! Kuina-chan. Your move just now was so cool. Not just cool, it was simply stunning. Nami, Vivi, Bonnie came up to Kuina and chattered. No. It's all my brother who gave me this power. Kuina showed the archer class card to the girls. Wow! Bonnie's eyes lit up. The next second. Bang! Bonnie subconsciously raised her hand to touch her head and took off the rider class card on her head. Big brother, this is, for me. Bonnie asked uncertainly. What else? Rowling smiled and asked back. Wow, that's great, I have one too, Dad, I can be as handsome as Kuina-chan just now. Bonnie cheered. That's really great, Bonnie. Tyrant Bear touched his daughter's little head and cast a grateful look at Juanlin. Everyone. At this time, the Water City rose. Ace Bagu came to Rowling and his party accompanied by the shipmaster Barry. Thank you very much for the great help from Mr. Rowling and the beautiful girls. Thanks to you, the Water City can be intact and not disturbed by pirates. Ace Bagu bowed deeply. No, the pirates are because of us. Nami was pulled by the good-faced Robin before she finished speaking. Everyone knew the pirates' goals. Some words are hidden in the heart, which is good for everyone. The fact now is that they have protected the city from the pirates' attack. As the market leader, Ace Bagu expressed his gratitude to them and also showed goodwill. They just need to accept it happily. Everyone, I have prepared some banquets in my humble home. I wonder if you can come. Ace Bagu invited respectfully. Yes. Llewellyn nodded calmly. He glanced at Khalifa without leaving a trace. In any case, Khalifa's first time was taken away by him. This matter must be dealt with after all, and we can't pretend that we know nothing. On this side, Lin and the giants went to visit Carrera Company at the invitation of Ace Bagu. On the other side, Naval Headquarters Marineford and the Holy Land Marejoys were completely blown up at this moment. Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. What? Kuzan, you, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? The Air Force group defeated the 100 Pirates Alliance with their own strength, and they were all wiped out on the spot, without any survivors. Listening to the report of the war correspondent, Admiral Aokiji, Master Sengoku felt numb. Why am I joking with you? This group is more powerful than anyone can imagine. The actual battle scene is much more exaggerated and shocking than my retelling. Admiral Aokiji sighed. The little thief cat is a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. Kuina and Bonnie, the two magical girls, have also gained new powers. Shikaku, who is treated as a teapot pet, is probably a kind of fantasy beast ability user. Nika Robin and Princess Vivi also. Even the traveler Llewellyn didn't make a move, and the 100 Pirates Alliance was defeated. Asking for flowers 0. Aokiji talked to himself, and the Marshal Sengoku in the office said nothing. By the way, Mr. Sengoku, I just saw the giants from afar. Haven't the two captains of the giant corps been captured by Borsellino? How could they be in the Water City? Could it be that? Admiral Aokiji thought of a terrible possibility. Yes. Just 10 minutes ago, Nice Lobby was captured by that man, by the traveler Rowling. Borsellino was seriously injured, Nice Lobby sank and ceased to exist. Marshal Sengoku said faintly. Admiral Aokiji. Wang Defa. Number percent. Wait a moment, Marshal Sengoku, did you just say 10 minutes? Aokiji seemed to have thought of something. Yes, what's the question? Marshal Sengoku's words stopped abruptly, and he also realized the problem. An ice lobby, is the distance between Ace Hall and the Water City so close? Holy Land, Marie Joyce. 5 Elders Council Hall. The huge conference room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Just now, the 5 elders had learned the full report of the Water City incident. 0, 0. For a long while. If the user of the Logia Thunder Fruit ability is the little thief Nami, then, who is the man who showed the lightning ability in the battle with Kizaru in N Ice Lobby? Voculi, the 5 elders of Mercury, spoke first in a deep voice, breaking the silence. What is the so-called power of magical girls? How can such magical power really exist in this world? But if it is the devil fruit, is it someone's wish to become a new power for the birth of magical girls? Mars 5 elders Marcus Moss's brows were twisted into knots. Why does Nico Robin's flower fruit ability have a performance similar to the Logia Mori fruit? What kind of fantasy beast ability is that teapot pet? Everything this group of people's performance is too abnormal. Venus 5 elders Nasujiro shook his head repeatedly. There is also the issue of Bonnie and Kuma. I wanted to divert the trouble to the opposite side of that man, but I didn't expect that I would shoot myself in the foot. Kuma might be. Saturn 5 elders Satan was so angry that his teeth itched and he hit the ground with his cane repeatedly. Compared to these things, the whole story of these 2 events today should be enough to prove my original guess. Jupiter 5 elders Peter said faintly. There was another long silence. An ice lobby Ace Hall is far away from Water City. Even the sea train takes 6 hours to get there. If they received the news in advance and set off in advance, then the duel between that man and Kizaru in the N-Ice Lobby incident and the Battle of the 100 Pirates Alliance in the Water City incident were almost simultaneous. N-Ice the lobby ended only 10 minutes earlier than the Water City. In such a short time, if that man went back alone, it might be explained by the speed of his lightning ability, but not only him, but even the 4 giants went from N-Ice Lobby to Water City in just 10 minutes. There is no need to verify it anymore. The space ability user who appeared in the Food Town Pucky was among that group, and the Marines finally witnessed the Thunder Dragon sinking N-Ice Lobby. Although the color characteristics are different, but that man, Traveler Rowling and his companions must be the culprits who attacked our Holy Land Marie Joyce twice. The world's highest power, the 5 elders, analyzed one after another and came to this amazing conclusion. It turns out that the culprit has been active under our noses. He deserves to die. The next day, dawn. A brand new bounty order was issued, setting off the world. Traveler Rowling, Captain of the Air Force Pirates, bounty of 300 billion berry. 24. Chapter 96. Air Force Pirates New Bounty Update, Captain Traveler Rowling, bounty 3 billion berry. For Rowling, who shot down N-Ice Lobby Ace Hall, seriously injured Admiral Kizaru, and even suspected of attacking the Holy Land twice, the new bounty of 3 billion is not an overestimation, but even a bit conservative. Maid Thor, bounty 1,490 million berry. In the 2 major events of N-Ice Lobby and Water City, Thor did not have many shots, and the only scene of blowing up the Gate of Justice was also unknown, but the world government still gave her the highest bounty under the Emperor. After comprehensively analyzing this series of events, the 5 elders came to a conclusion that the heaven-defying space ability user of the Air Force group is Thor. In other words, Thor is the biggest accomplice in the 2 attacks on the Holy Land Marie Joyce, and coupled with his mysterious space ability, this bounty is completely worth it. Giant Beast Shikaku, bounty 1.08 billion berry. In the Battle of Water City, Shikaku revealed his true form and crushed the big boss of the beast group, Jack the Drow. In the end, he launched the terrifying tailed beast bomb. The world government will no longer regard Shikaku as a pet of the Air Force Group. Archaeologist Devil's Son Nika Robin, bounty 9,230 million berry. In this battle, Robin's performance was much inferior to Nami and other 987 girls. Although it was rare for flower fruit to advance to forest fruit, it was not enough to make Robin the fourth person in the team. Robin's bounty was more from the blessing of the title of Devil's Son. She was rewarded nearly 80 million when she was 8 years old. Now that she has become a member of the royal group, her threat has naturally increased. The fifth one after that is the little thief cat. No, now it's the lightning girl Nami, bounty $600 million cents. If the first 300 million bounty was due to the anger of the world government, then this time the 600 million is the real evaluation result, of course, 500 million of which is the basic respect for Logia Thunder Fruit. The magical girl Kuina who resisted the star snag and finally transformed into an archer to hit the fantasy collapse, bounty 600 million berry. As a magical girl Bonnie, because she didn't have a decisive blow and she was a child, has a bounty of 200 million berries. The last one is Alabasta Princess Vivi. Because of her special princess status and the aftermath of Crocodile's theft of the country, the world government didn't want to make too much trouble, so it turned a blind eye and didn't issue a bounty to Vivi, the princess, but this time it was different. Even with the identity of Princess Alabasta, Vivi also became a bounty criminal, with an initial bounty of 100 million berries. By the way, Princess Vivi's pet, the fast-running duck Kalu, has a bounty of 50 berries. In the early morning, countless newspaper birds flew to all parts of the world with the latest major event reports and bounty orders. For a while, the sea was like a Category 12 hurricane, and the entire pirate world was trembling. Hey, is this true? This, are you kidding? The Air Force, that Air Force group actually. Captain Traveler Rowling, the bounty has skyrocketed by 2 billion to 3 billion, which is already the standard for the Emperor. World, what does the government mean? Does it think that man is qualified to be the new Emperor? Are you crazy? Not only Captain Rowling, but other people in the Air Force group, even the bounties of pets have all skyrocketed. If the first time they copied and pasted the same bounty seemed sloppy, then this time they are serious. What did this Maid Thor do to have a bounty that surpassed the second in command of the Imperial group? Alas, isn't this raccoon cat that lives in a teapot and looks mindless a pet? How can a pet? That little thief cat Nami is actually a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user, and this ability hasn't appeared for many years. Magical girl? Magical girl? This is too fake. How can there really be magical girls in this world? The shocking uproar of the people who saw the new bounty order first soared into the sky, resounding through the sky, and never stopped. In addition to being shocked, people were also confused about what earth-shattering things the Air Force pirate group had done. Soon, with the delivery of detailed reports on the major events in Water City, people finally knew the reason. In an instant, it was upgraded. FK. Number. Wang Defa. So that's it. Such a big event happened in Water City yesterday. 4 Emperors Big Mom Pirates, 4 Emperors Beasts Pirates, Big Pirate Akoku. This. Including the cadres of the 4 Emperors, the 100 Group alliance formed by the pirates wanted to divide the Air Force group, but they didn't expect that in the end. In the end, they were defeated by the weak girls and pets of the Air Force pirates and were completely annihilated. This kind of thing hasn't happened for many years. That's a large fleet of more than 100 ships. Wait a moment, not only the Air Force group, but also Shishibukai Tyrant Bear. That bear is also participating in this event. Hey, there are still people. By the way, these 2 giants seem a little familiar. Anyway, they are indeed worthy of this high reward for defeating the 100 Pirates Alliance with only a few people. Yes, for such a big event, even if the reserve food duck on the ship is rewarded with 500,000 berries, I can accept it. No, 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 you read it wrong, the duck's bounty is 50, not 10,000, it's probably a real pet. Pfft. 50 berries? You can't even buy a cabbage. Anyway. The fifth emperor of the sea. The fifth imperial group that reigns over the sea is born. All over the sea, people's shock and uproar continue. And the impact of the incident is still fermenting. East Blue. Windmill Village, the starting place. Makina's Tavern. Oh. The Straw Hat Boy widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief. This morning, Dodden found him in his training and told Makina to find him. Straw Hat Luffy hurried back to the village, but he never thought. Did Rowling's bounty skyrocket? Less than a year after going to sea. Ace had half of his last time, but this time he only has 1/6. Ah, really, seeing Rowling so active, I also want to go to sea as soon as possible. But I agreed to be 17 years old, and there are only 3 months left. I have to continue training and strive to make a big splash in the future and catch up with Rowling. After leaving this sentence, the inspired Straw Hat Boy hurried back to the forest and stepped up his training. Goa Kingdom, Port. Sabo. Logue. This is Mr. Bear and Bonnie. Mr. Bear and Bonnie are reunited. Revolutionary Girl Koala cheered excitedly. Great, this is really great, Bonnie's disease is completely cured. Hey, Sabo, what's wrong with you? Why don't you look happy? Koala noticed Sabo's abnormality. No. I'm happy for Mr. Bear too. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, shook his head. The moment he stepped on the land of Goa Kingdom, his body instinctively felt strange. There was resistance to this land. At the same time, there was desire. Koala, I want to stay here for 2 more days before going to Shimotsuki Village, is that okay? Sabo said. Yes, but why? Koala was puzzled. I don't know why either. Shimotsuki Village. Ishin Dojo. Teacher Kojiro. Please teach us, we also want to become a big man like Sheikike. The half-grown children looked at Kojiro with bright eyes. I've already said that I didn't teach Kuina anything special. Kojiro smiled bitterly. Then teacher, I also want to be a beautiful and powerful magical girl like Sister Kuina. A little girl said hopefully. Magical girl? Your teacher, I don't even know what a magical girl is. Kojiro shook his head and looked up at the sky. He is really a miracle man. Coco West Village. Ah. The whole village was shaken. Mr. Jian. It's bad, Nami's bounty has increased again. The villagers rushed into the village police station and shouted. I know. I've seen it too. Windmill Jian smiled. Ah? Mr. Jian, why, don't you worry about little Nami at all? The villagers asked puzzled. 2.0 Obviously when he saw Nami was rewarded last time, Windmill Jian was still desperate. Worried? What is there to worry about? Windmill Jian said calmly. Nami is no longer the weak girl she used to be. Nami is a Logia user, an invincible Logia Thunder Fruit user. Jen pointed to the narration about Logia Thunder Fruit in the news. Not only is her speed as fast as lightning, her attack power is unparalleled, and more importantly, she is not afraid of any attack. If Nami now meets someone like Arlong, she can be solved with one hand. A certain sea area in East Blue. Brother. Your dead sister is in the news again. After coming back to life, she has become a magical girl of fantasy. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph widened their eyes in shock and screamed. What did you say? Zoro, who was lifting weights for exercise, dropped the iron in his hand and hurriedly took the newspaper. When he saw Kuina's new bounty and the report on the Water City incident, Zoro's eyes widened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thousands of words turned into one sentence. FK. Chapter 97. South Blue. Sobel Kingdom. Oh, look, Queen Mother. This is Bonnie and the bear. Great. Really great. Bonnie found the bear so quickly. Gangster fisherman Potato, Taz, Yu and others looked at the report from the Water City. All of them couldn't help but cheer excitedly, and were happy for Bonnie from the bottom of their hearts. Congratulations, little Bonnie, your life will finally open a brand new chapter. Queen Mother Connie had tears in her eyes. Marine South Blue Branch Base. Peacock, did you see it? This morning's report, and the new bounty order for that group. Clay Fruit ability user Prince Gruss raised his eyebrows. Ah, I've seen it. The Logia Thunder Fruit ability user who helped us that day was indeed from the Air Force Regiment, but I didn't expect it to be that little thief. Sadistic girl Yun Q's pretty face was shocked. Magical girls are really amazing. Highberry held the bounty orders for Kuina and Bonnie, his eyes sparkling. But there is one thing that is very strange. According to the news, the whole process of the Water City incident was restored. That man, Traveler Roland and the maid did not seem to play any role, or they did not take action. If so, why are their bounties so high? Prince Gruss shook his head in confusion. The answer lies in these giants. Peacock spoke faintly. Yesterday morning's news, the captain of the giant soldier who disappeared for 100 years was arrested. In the afternoon, they appeared in the Water City with the traveler. A nice lobby must have something happened. Grand Line, the headquarters of the World Economic Hot Air Balloon. Ha, a bounty of 3 billion. The birth of the 5th Emperor of the Sea. This is really a rare super big news. News King Morgans laughed out loud. It's just that one thing is really strange. The world government will not triple this man's bounty for no reason. His 3 billion is definitely not due to the efforts of the girls. He must have done something. Giants. By the way, these giants, the problem lies with the captains of these 2 giant soldier pirate ships. They should have been sent to Impel. Why did they appear in the Water City? I smell big news. Guys, go to a nice lobby. Twin Cape. Yo ho, Mr. Crocus, Mr. Rowling is indeed an incredible existence. I have a hunch that his words will definitely achieve unprecedented great achievements. Brooke, who was dead and only had bones left, laughed. Ah! I feel the same way. If it was 20 years earlier, maybe. Crocus, the old man of the lighthouse like a flower, shook his head. Yo ho, this song suits them. Brooke took out the violin, and the melodious sound of the performance echoed under the sky of Twin Cape. Chow. The whale cheered. Shengting Island. Alabasta. The capital, Albina. Lord Cobra, big event, another big event has happened, Vivi. Lord Vivi has also become a big man with a bounty of over 100 million. Second Captain of the Guard, Falcon Bell, rushed into the palace hall holding a stack of brand new bounty orders. Nanny. Lady Vivi has been offered a bounty? Are those guys from the world government out of their minds? How could Princess Vivi do something bad? Captain of the Guard Akalem was immediately anxious. Calm down, Akalem, this is something that can be expected. Even if Vivi and the others did good things, the world government would find all kinds of reasons to distort the facts. King Cobra spoke quietly, not surprised by this. Yes. As Lord Cobra said, Princess Vivi and Mr. Rowling should have saved the Water City this time, but... Falcon Bell was full of indignation. But, after just a few months of not seeing each other, Lady Vivi's friends have all become stronger as if they were reborn. Jacker Gika sighed. In short, as long as Vivi can be happy, that's enough. Old Father Cobra nodded with satisfaction. Sabayati Islands. Red Mangrove number 13. Shuki's Rip-Off Bar. Tisk tisk, the fifth Emperor of the Sea, what a great group, what do you think, old Ray? The bar's ambassador Chi was amazed, and her eyes fell on the old man beside the bar. I received news that the big event yesterday was not only in the Water City, but also in an ice lobby. In addition, Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru was seriously injured and hospitalized yesterday for unknown reasons. Can't you really change the world if you are not destined? The right hand of the former pirate king, Pluton Silver Rayleigh, spoke drunkenly. Roger once said this. Hey! Shuki pricked up his ears, but didn't wait for the next words. Well, the young man has a good luck in love, all good girls, really enviable. Pluton Rayleigh said as he fell drunk on the bar. New world. Giant country, Elba's hand. We finally got the news about Captain Dory and Captain Broggy, how can we just sit back and do nothing? The two captains of our giant pirates must not become prisoners of the world government. Save the captains and rebuild the glory of the giant pirates. Little ones, get ready to go. The retired members of the original giant pirates gathered in the tavern, drinking their last farewell wine, preparing to go to the paradise to rescue their former bosses. Just then, squeak! The door of the giant tavern was pushed open. Compared to the giants, a group of ordinary people appeared at the door of the tavern. Everyone in the giant pirates, please be patient. The one-armed man in the lead smiled and spoke, his voice was not loud, but it was enough to shock the whole audience. Shanks, long time no see. The giant child wearing a horned hat beside the bar shouted excitedly. Long time no see. Four emperors red-haired Shanks nodded, and then looked at everyone. What you are worried about has been solved. This is the news this morning. Dory and Broggy have been rescued by this group. Ah! Ah ah ah! Giant library! Robin, I feel relieved to see you are so happy. You must have met the best partner. You will not be alone in the future. Giant Saul's eyes were full of tears. Egghead, Egghead Island. Old man Vegapunk, look, this is Bonnie. Bonnie actually joined the Air Force Regiment and was only 5 years old and was offered a reward of 200 million berry. Marine Science Corps Captain Jean Doan widened his eyes in shock, his face full of disbelief. That's great. It's really great. Vegapunk breathed a sigh of relief. This way, everything is over. With the protection of the Air Force Corps, the world government can no longer do anything to Bonnie, and can no longer threaten the bear. He is free and no longer needs to be reformed. Dressrosa. Royal Capital Royal Palace Heights. Phew 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 phew. Phew 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 phew. The reading king Shishibukai Doflamingo stroked his forehead with one hand and laughed wildly. Really capable, the Air Force Corps. If the government hadn't been messing around with this bounty, it would have been the real 5th Imperial Corps. It's really enviable to be promoted to the 5th Emperor of the Sea in less than a year at sea. At the end, Doflamingo's voice was filled with deep resentment. After all, no one likes to be stepped on by others. In recent years, the pattern of the sea has been almost settled. There are only 4 emperors of the sea who can step firmly on the heads of their Donquixote family. Now suddenly there is one more, and it is a new team that has been at sea for less than a year. Doflamingo is so arrogant that Shishibukai, naturally, is indignant in his heart. Hey, Dover, then do we need to? Hey, Torbil was interrupted before he finished speaking. Idiot, don't do unnecessary things. Do you think the people we send out will be stronger than Jack the Drow and his men? Even if we go in person, we may not win. Doflamingo said faintly. But it's okay. They won't be arrogant for long. They have provoked the 2 emperors of the sea at the same time. Big Mom and Kaido will not give up. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. The headquarters of the Four Emperors Beasts Pirates. Crack. Thick lightning connected the sky and the earth, illuminating the dim island. Beep. No, no, no. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Master Jack. How could the leader of our beasts group? I don't believe it, he's just a new member this year. In the Skull Hall, the beasts group's pirates were in uproar. Shut up. The second in command of the beasts group, Flame Disaster Jin, shouted sharply, and his majestic aura silenced the whole audience. Ha 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 ha, Jack's luck is really bad. It wasn't long after he became the leader of the group. The third in command, Plague Disaster Quinn, didn't care much. Woo, Master Kaido, please do it for my sister, my sister. The young backbone dragon flying 6 Peggy 9 million cried and cried. Trademark wow, Jack will lose because he is too weak, but, no matter how weak he is still my subordinate, this matter will not end like this. The drunk Four Emperors Kaido of the beasts covered his face and cried. Lord Kaido, Lord Kaido. The secretary Bao Huang suddenly flew over quickly. Contact. Contact. An unexpected person contacted Lord Kaido. Tato Land, Wangguo. Cake Island, Afternoon Tea Garden. Nanny. How could this happen? Don't joke, how could they lose? The opponent is just a newcomer this year. What, the fifth emperor of the sea? Even if it's a joke, it's too much. It's not just us who found that group of newcomers this time, there are 100 teams. Although I don't like the bastards of the beasts, but that Jack is also a real strength. Take a step back, even if we can't take them down, with the strength of Big Fu, Owen, and Snag, how could they not be able to retreat? I don't believe it. How could Big Fu, Owen, Snag and others die? The ministers and cotters of the Big Mom pirates were shocked and shocked. Although I don't want to believe it, but, this is the fact. The intelligence clerk Mondor said with a bitter face. To our brothers, it's simply unforgivable. The Star Cracker was murderous. If he wants to be on an equal footing with our mother, I want to see if he has the qualifications. Paroline. The eldest son Perospero said coldly. Meh meh meh. Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin laughed creepily. The terrifying expression made all the ministers and cotters silent. At this moment, Bulo Bulo Bulo. The main phone of the Big Mom pirates received a certain contact signal. At Big Mom's signal, the call was connected. Ha 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 ha. A rebellious laugh came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. Linlin, it's been decades since we last met. Are you interested in reorganizing Rock's Pirate with me? Chapter 98. New World, Sphinx. This is the hometown of the strongest man in the world. It is also the headquarters of the Four Emperors Whitebeard Pirates. At this moment, Sphinx Coast. The huge smiling whale ship is quietly moored. All over the deck, the Whitebeard members are in groups of 2 or 3, and the uproarious discussions are endless. This year's newcomers. No, it's impolite to call them newcomers. The bounty configuration of the core members of the Air Force group is enough to match the Emperor group. The captain of the 1st Division, Phoenix Marco, nodded solemnly. This time, the bounty should not be filled by the world government with feet, but the result of the brain evaluation. It seems that the government is also scared this time. The captain of the 5th Division, Flower Sword Vista, stroked his beard. This is also a matter of course. Who would not be scared? I thought it was a fat sheep that was overrated and attracted a large number of predators, but the hunter and prey switched positions. The captain of the 16th Division, Izzo, shook his head. Ha 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 ha, the alliance of more than 100 pirate groups including the big boss of the beasts and the star of the Big Mom group. With this lineup, if Dad doesn't take action, even if the captains unite, they may not be able to destroy them all. Blackbeard Teach, a veteran member of the 2nd team, laughed and sighed. It's not that it's not necessarily possible, but it's definitely impossible. At most, they can be defeated and it's almost impossible to destroy them all. Diamond Jaws, the captain of the third team, spoke up and admitted it frankly. The other captains did not refute this because it was the fact. Dad, Dad! At this time, the new captain of the second team, Ace, came to the four emperors Whitebeard who was listening to his son's nonsense while holding a large den mushi. Dad, there is a strange den mushi signal that keeps interfering. Bring it here, Ace. Whitebeard put down the wine pot. Looking at the characteristics of the caller shown by the den mushi, he had guessed the identity of the person on the other side. As expected. Ha 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 ha. The moment the phone was connected, Ji's unruly laughter came. Kulala, old lion, you are not dead yet. Whitebeard laughed solemnly. You are still alive, how can I die? I said 20 years ago that I have the best plan. The legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki grinned. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Beep beep. The shrill alarm sounded through the sky, and it lasted for a long time. The entire naval headquarters was at full speed and entered the first level of alert. The follow-up of the Water City incident has just begun. Now an unexpected super event has occurred again. At this moment, all the senior executives of Marine gathered in the conference room. Branyu, what's the situation now? Marshal Sengoku strode in with great momentum. Yes, report to the Marshal, just now, Golden Lion Shiki has one more contact, the world's strongest man, four emperors Whitebeard Edward Newgate, has also joined the call. The meeting King Branyu suppressed his inner fear and called for a report. Nanny. What did you say? Even that Whitebeard. First it was Akoku, the overlord of Beehive Island, and then Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. After Kaido of the Beasts, even that Whitebeard actually got in touch with Golden Lion. The flying pirate Golden Lion who disappeared for nearly 20 years, what does he want to do? Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, Burning Mountain, Doberman, and other elite vice admirals of the headquarters were all shocked. At first, when Golden Lion Shiki contacted Akoku, they were not too nervous. They even wanted to find an opportunity to locate the source of the signal and strive to capture the Golden Lion who had disappeared for many years. After that, the four emperors' Big Mom pirates connected with the Golden Lion, which made Marine a little nervous. The joining of four emperors Kaido of the Beasts directly alarmed all the high-level officials of naval headquarters and put them on alert. Until now, Whitebeard joined the call, and the high-level officials of Marine, led by Marshal Sengoku, felt numb. 3 active 4 emperors, plus Akoku, that BD Golden Lion, do they really want to recreate the original Rocks pirate? Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane looked extremely ugly. Vice Admiral Crane, why do you say that? What is Rocks pirate? New Vice Admiral Maynard asked puzzled. Everyone, please look here, this is a secret that has been buried in history. 4 Emperors Whitebeard, 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts, 4 Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, Big Pirate Akoku and Golden Lion Shiki, they were all members of Rocks pirate before. Meeting King Branyu projected the prepared information onto the blackboard. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Wanguo, Tato Land. Nanny. What did you say? Is this true, Peros brother? Mom, our mom used to be in cahoots with that Golden Lion, Kaido of the Beasts and even Whitebeard. When they learned this unknown secret from Peros, the ministers and cotters of the Big Mom pirates were completely stunned on the spot. 3 of the 4 emperors, plus the flying overlord of the last era, the big men who ruled the sea had actually been on the same ship before. What a terrifying super lineup! Brother Katakuri, do you know about this too? Charlotte Bruley looked at the taciturn Charlotte Superman. Ah! That's right. This happened more than 30 years ago. Katakuri, who loves his sister, answered in a deep voice. Reorganizing Rocks pirate? Are you kidding me, Shiki, Rock's era has long passed, and your era has also passed. What qualifications do you have to say such things now? Four Emperor's big mom Charlotte Linlin laughed sarcastically. Wano Kuni, Anagashima. It's unbelievable. Hey, can anyone tell me, is this true? Captain Kaido and Golden Lion, and Big Mom and them. Gathering so many kings, who on earth is that Rocks? The pirates of the beasts were also shocked. LOL, it's really boring, Shiki, I will never forget the past. If I meet you, I will definitely kill you. Four Emperors Kaido of the beasts was murderous. New World, Sphinx. Shiki, UBD, did you contact me just to make me laugh? And you made me hear the voice of Kaido, that BD kid. It's really disgusting, and the wine has become unpalatable. Haha. After saying this, Four Emperors Whitebeard was the first to hang up the Den Mushi and quit the contact. Ace opened his mouth to ask. SHH, don't ask anything now, if you want to know anything, I can answer it. Marco pulled the curious Ace aside and began to tell the unknown past. New World, Beehive Island. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard is still as bad-tempered as ever, I told you so long ago. The great pirate Akoku drank a lot of wine, and laughed at the garden. Grand Line, Sky Island. Ha 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 ha, what's the matter, we haven't seen each other for so many years, just treat it as a reminiscence. Golden Lion Shiki said nonchalantly. Then let's get back to the point. You all participated in the Water City incident, right? Linlin, Kaido, Akoku, were humiliated by a rookie. Don't you have anything to say or do? Holy Land, Mary should not. The world's highest powers gathered in the meeting hall. The huge room was playing the call signals intercepted by the wiretap Den Mushi. After a long time, all the contact signals were hung up. As I said, the era of Rocks has been buried in history and will never reappear. There is no need to worry at all. Jupiter Five Elders Peter said calmly. Although he said so, he was actually sweating before the result appeared. Only those who have experienced that era will know how terrifying the Sea Overlord Rocks is. What a terrifying lineup Rocks Pirate has! Especially in this era. 3 of the 4 emperors were members of the Rocks group. If the 3-4, Zhao Wanghao, emperors really come together, the balance of the sea will collapse in an instant. The 4 emperors not only check and balance the Marine and Shishibukai, but also check and balance each other. This is the root of the balance of the 3 major forces in the world. The alliance between the 4 emperors and the 4 emperors is absolutely not allowed. Haha, Golden Lion Shiki, that guy, hid for 20 years and thought he could do something big, but he turned out to be just a clown. Venus 5 Elders Nasu Xiaolang sneered. It's wishful thinking to want to reorganize the Rocks group with that Golden Lion. Besides, there are grudges between the 4 emperors, especially Whitebeard and Kaido. The grudges between them are unsolvable. Mercury 5 Elders Voculi said. Well, but Golden Lion is not completely useless. At least he successfully provoked Kaido and Big Mom. If we can get them to take action against the Air Force group, we can completely reap the benefits, modified. Mars 5 Elders Maka SMAs said. Hehe, let that kid be proud for a while, after all, he will soon stop laughing. When I catch them, I will definitely make them all my experimental props. Saturn 5 Elders Satan sneered sinisterly. At this moment, Water City, Carrera Company. Rowling and his party are. Chapter 99. Water City. Carrera Company, Dock Number 1. A villa belonging to President Ace Bagu. After a night of revelry, the villa was in a mess. Wow! The girl's cry broke the silence of the villa. Everyone come and see, our new bounty is out so soon. Nami waved the bounty order in her hand, her face full of excitement. Hey, little Nami, have you changed your personality? Last time in Alabasta, you were not like this. Rowling laughed and teased. When in Alabasta, suddenly learned that she was offered a bounty of 300 million berry. Nami's expression was desperate, and the excitement now was completely opposite. Wow, now is different from the past, I am no longer a little thief, but a lightning girl. Nami put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride and pride. From despair to excitement, the root of the huge change before and after lies in the strength of the substitute. Also, Captain, I want to correct you. I am not small at all. If you don't believe me, you can come and touch it. Nami spoke word by word, holding her head high, and generously showing her 36 tiga to Loelin. Without waiting for Loelin to measure, Vivi trotted down the stairs. Nami new bounty order, is it on me this time? Vivi asked curiously. If it was before, it would be a great shame for her to be bountied as a princess, and it would also bring trouble to the country. But now, Vivi's mentality has undergone a subtle change. The bounty represents the recognition of strength. In addition, in the Air Force regiment where all members are bountied, if she is the only one who is not bountied, it will seem out of place. Wow, billion, I actually have a bounty of 100 million. Looking at her bounty order, Vivi couldn't help but be surprised. Hehe, it's only 100 million, don't be so easily satisfied, Vivi. Nami patted her bestie's shoulder, intentionally or unintentionally showing her bounty of 660 million. Hey, Nami, you're so high. Nami, do I have a bounty too? Bonnie trotted forward and asked. Of course, Bonnie-chan, your bounty is now with your father. Nami pointed in the direction of the yard. Not long after. Great Dad, I'm also a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Oh, and your bounty is not much different from yours. Bonnie's cheering came. Hehe, it's only 200 million, little Bonnie, you're still far behind, look at me, your boss, this is 100 million, I said, even that big stupid elephant has 100 million, there's no reason why I don't have it. Shikaku, the teapot in the yard, proudly put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. I'm the one with the lowest bounty. After seeing Kuina's 600 million, Robin's 900 million and Thor's 1.49 billion, Vivi couldn't help but hang her head and sighed softly. No, Vivi, you're not the lowest. Nami patted Vivi's beautiful back and comforted her. At this moment, Running Duck Kalu flapped his wings and asked with his eyes if he was there. Iz. In the expectant eyes of Vivi and Kalu, Nami took out a bounty order. Running Duck Kalu, bounty 50 berry. After a while, the master and servant squatted in the corner of the room and drew circles. It's finally you, Captain, you're asleep. Nami took out the bounty order that was specially treasured in the 36 tiga. Captain, your bounty has tripled directly, and it has reached 3 billion. Everyone says that you are now the 5th emperor of this sea. The 5th emperor, that's it. Rowling smiled, but he didn't care much about whether he was the 5th emperor or not. Compared to the title of the 5th emperor, Rowling wanted to get more big stuff. Gujiajia, you are really worthy of it, so. Outside the French window, Blue Ogre Dory laughed. This is the style of a big shot. The world government has hit a wall by provoking you, Gababa. Red Ghost Broggy echoed. After a simple breakfast, Rowling packed his equipment and was about to go to the location he had scouted 2 days ago to do business. Just then, a crying girl's cry for help came. Mr. Rowling, help me. Vivi ran away and hid behind Rowling. Hey, master, don't be so shy, let me get close to you, I like Xiang Chun's soft master the most. The long-legged beauty wearing a mask chased Vivi around the room in a coquettish voice. Mr. Loelin, I just gave her a dumpling, and she became dependent on me. By the way, is that Momotaro rice ball only effective for animals? Vivi looked weakly at Runty, the 6-member cotter of the beast group, who was obsessed with her, and was really a little scared. Since yesterday, Runty has been sticking to her and wants to get close to her. At first, Vivi didn't resist much, because it's better to have more friends than enemies. Until Runty followed her wherever she went. Whether it was taking a bath, sleeping, or going to the toilet, Runty would follow her. No matter how hard she chased her away, she wouldn't leave. But Runty was much stronger than her, and she couldn't do anything about her. It turns out that the effect of Momotaro rice balls is also effective for Zoan ability users. If I catch one next time, maybe I can give Kaido one. Looking at the irritable and sharp-tongued iron-headed girl turning into a clingy kitten, Loyolin stroked his chin and thought about it. Mr. Loyolin, please, I just want to go to the toilet quietly by myself, and I don't want to be watched by others. Vivi cried with grievance. Well, since it's here, make the best of it. It's a good thing that Run likes you so much. You have to learn to adapt. Loyolin smiled. I like Mr. Loyolin too. In the future, Mr. Loyolin, I will watch you go to the toilet, no. I will help you. Vivi widened her beautiful eyes and said angrily. Ahem, forget it. Loyolin coughed lightly. Thinking that if Vivi really did this, other girls would definitely want to follow suit. Okay, I'll give you a tip. It's easy to solve Runty's clinginess problem. Isn't psychological control what you are best at now? Just brainwash her, enter new instructions and that's it. Loyolin said. That's right. Vivi's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out the remote control from her pocket and pressed it twice at Runty. Runty, from now on, you are not allowed to call me master. If you can't help it, call Mr. Loyolinier. Momotaro rice ball originally belongs to Mr. Loyolinier. Or you can be the second mate on the ship and help Miss Thor. Loyolin. It's broken. Come for me. But dinosaurs are also dragons. Dragon Maid number 2. Sounds good. Runty's problem has come to an end for the time being. Rowling slapped his head and thought of another thing. Robin, you two come here, and bring Khalifa with you. Before setting off for the fishing business, the matter of that night is not to be dealt with. 5 minutes later, all the relevant personnel came to the reception room of the villa. Robin with the good face and Robin with the evil face sat on the single sofas on the left and right. Each of them crossed their legs, and the 2 pairs of long legs in high silk and white silk, jade, attracted attention. Khalifa stood in front of Loyolin, rubbing her long legs unconsciously, as if she was a little nervous. This is also a matter of course, after all, she is now facing the 5th Emperor of the Sea. The quiet atmosphere lasted for a long time, just when Khalifa was a little unable to stand steadily. Tell me, what did you do to this secretary? The good-faced Robin looked at the other self and pouted. Nothing, just fulfilling the dream of an innocent girl and making her a woman. The black-hearted Robin said nonchalantly. What? You, what did you do? The good-faced Robin widened his beautiful eyes and understood everything in an instant. The other self took away the secretary Khalifa's precious first time. And the other person who was designed was obviously Loyolin. Although he didn't know the specific process, Robin was sure that this was definitely the result of the design of the other self. It's okay, another NI. Miss Robin, in fact, I was not forced, but voluntarily. When I saw Mr. Rowling on the news, I fell in love at first sight. Miss Robin has fulfilled my dream. I am honored that my first partner is Mr. Rowling. I am also aware of my identity and will not ask Mr. Rowling to take any responsibility. It is enough to keep this memory in my heart. Khalifa spoke freely and sincerely. The words were half true and half false. Falling in love at first sight and not caring about anything are naturally false. It is true that she feels fortunate that the first experience partner is Rowling. Of course, this is also the result of the black-bellied Robin's constant brainwashing. In short, the main purpose of her saying this is to get out of this quagmire. The fifth largest imperial group in the sea is not something that a small agent like her can provoke. Khalifa just wants to continue her undercover work in the Water City and no longer have anything to do with Rowling and his party. But, little Khalifa, I think you seem to have misunderstood something. We called you here today, not to discuss a peaceful breakup with you. Your body has been branded with the mark of my captain. Do you plan to marry someone else in the future? Black-hearted Robin smiled kindly. There are only two ways in front of you now, one is to join us, the other is to die, choose. Tap. Khalifa's pretty face suddenly turned pale as paper, staggering and falling to the ground. How can this be? This is too much, are you a devil? Good-faced Robin said in justice. Haha, if you knew her identity, you wouldn't say such a thing. Black-hearted Robin laughed. No matter what her identity is, you can't decide a person's fate without authorization, and Miss Khalifa is the secretary of Ace-Bagoo City. Good-faced Robin didn't finish his sermon. She is a member of the world government, a world government CP9 spy agent. She is carrying out a confidential undercover mission in the Water City. She was framed by me because she attacked me first. Is that too much? Black-hearted Robin asked back with a smile. Robin with a kind face, ah. There was another long silence. Even if that's the case, we can't force her to stay, and you said she's a government employee. If she stays with us reluctantly, she might become a hidden danger in the future. Robin with a kind face whispered. That's easy. I'll ask Thor or Vivi to help me brainwash her and let her stay voluntarily. Robin with a black heart said casually. Khalifa. Wash, 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 brainwash? Such a thing is said so casually. Khalifa's body was cold and trembling from the inside out. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word. It seemed that a big hand controlled her fate in the dark, and there was no possibility of resistance. Then let's do it this way. Llewellyn spoke calmly and agreed to Robin's proposal. Since Khalifa is already his woman, he naturally can't leave it alone. Besides, if the government finds out in the future and wants to use Khalifa to make a fuss, it will be a problem. Soon, Thor took the distraught Khalifa to the adjacent room for brainwashing. Now, it's your turn. Llewellyn looked at the black-bellied Robin. All these things were caused by her. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. Captain Rowling, don't worry about me, just punish her. Good-faced Robin said with a gloating look. You even cheat yourself. Are you really the kind me? Black-bellied Robin narrowed his eyes and raised a cunning arc at the corner of his mouth. In this case, don't blame me. The next second, half of the tiger talisman appeared in her guilty heart. Black-bellied Robin pounced directly on the other self. Accompanied by a burst of bright light flashing. The two Robins merged into one. Snap! The complete tiger talisman fell to the ground. So, I cheated myself. Llewellyn smiled bitterly. Llewellyn spread his hands and didn't say much. No choice, let's just leave it at that. Robin smiled. Robin. It's really hot. Chapter 100. Water City Incident, Day 3. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the invisibility cloak, one of the deathly hallows in the Harry Potter world, permanent and continuous invisibility. Water City Incident, Day 4. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the 12 talismans sheep talisman, the power of manifestation, which can make the soul of the holder out of the body to dream. Water City Incident, Day 5. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the high-quality ingredient whitening tuna, catch level 25, the skin beautifying effect is outstanding, group. Rollin', The fisherman finally caught a fish? What? It's ready-made tuna sashimi. Tasteless. Water City Incident, Day 6. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the Doraemon prop silhouette scissors, the cut shadow will serve you. This is really unexpected. I didn't expect that the last thing I caught was scissors. Ace Bagoo, who watched Rowling catch the scissors, couldn't help shaking his head. He had already prepared to flatter her, but he never thought. He is indeed one of the 5 emperors, and he is indeed gifted and different from ordinary people. President Ace Bagoo, you have been watching for a long time, just tell me what you have seen. Rowling said without turning his head. Then I will not keep you in suspense, and get straight to the point. Ace Bagoo took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. 10 days ago, Mr. Loyalin, you attacked Frankie's family, right? Yes, it was me. I was quite curious about the legendary ancient weapon Pluton design and wanted to see its structure. If I told him directly, the other party probably wouldn't agree, so I used some violent means. Rowling nodded and admitted directly, disdaining to deny, and there was no need to deny. Listening to Loyalin's careless words, Ace Bagoo was sweating profusely and looked around in a hurry. The ancient weapon Pluton design is the biggest secret of the Water City. For more than 800 years since ancient times, the craftsmanship of the ship has been passed down from generation to generation. If this secret is exposed, the Water City will inevitably face a more terrifying attack than 6 days ago. In the worst case, when the ancient weapon Pluton appears, the world will be overturned and destroyed. Fortunately, there are only him and Loyalin here. No third person knows about their conversation. For a long time. Mr. Loyalin, may I ask where you got the information? Did Nicolo tell you? I told you that I am just curious about the structure of Pluton. Loyalin interrupted Ace Bagoo with a chuckle. The power of ancient weapon Pluton may seem terrifying to you, but in my eyes, it is nothing special. There was another long silence. Ace Bagoo took a deep breath and nodded again. I know. I am sorry for being so rude. If Loyalin really coveted the design of Pluton, he would not just throw it aside after reading it. In addition, after observing for a week, Ace Bagoo could see that Loyalin was not an ambitious pirate. Compared with an ambitious pirate, he was closer to a leisurely traveler, just like his title. Finally, as the 5th Emperor of the Sea, Loyalin's personal power was even higher than that of ancient weapon Pluton. Well, I'll take my leave next. By the way, there's one more thing. Ace Bagoo, who was about to leave, seemed to have thought of something. Khalifa is a very good secretary. Although I really want her to stay and help me, everyone has their own ambitions. Since she has fallen in love with Mr. Loyalin at first sight, I will not stop her from pursuing love. I just hope that Mr. Loyalin can protect her well. As a former boss, Ace Bagoo is not only caring for the former employees who resigned. In this case, I will tell you one more thing. Khalifa is a world government CP9 intelligence agent. She has been working as a secretary undercover beside you for many years. Her target is the one you just told me. As for whether she has any accomplices, you can only check it yourself. Loyalin said calmly. What? Ace Bagoo was shocked and sweaty. He did not doubt the authenticity of the news revealed by Loyalin. With Loyalin's strength and status, there was no reason to deceive him. And he has more or less realized that he is being targeted over the years. Thank you, Mr. Rowling, for telling me, I am grateful. Ace Bagoo hurried away. Water City Incident, Day 7. Ding dong! Congratulations host for stocking the mythical Pokemon Giratina. Exclusive move Shadow Dive, the power to create a different space, which can travel through the different space. Rowling. FK, a kind of plant. Are you kidding me? The last second he thought it was going to be a super big stock. After all, Giratina is one of the myths in the Pokemon world. It exists on Par with the god of time Dialga and the god of space Palkia. In the end, after all this time, only one skill of Giratina was stocked. However, the exclusive space skill of the mythical Pokémon seems to be quite good. What a pity, but it doesn't matter, the fish will definitely be bigger next time. A Sai voice suddenly sounded. That was the Shishibukai tyrant bear who had been watching for a long time, comforting him. He thought that the change in Rowling's expression was because a big fish had escaped. Bear, how come you have time to watch me fishing today, but not to accompany Bonnie? You haven't seen each other for a long time. Rowling raised his eyebrows. Bonnie is now a girl who can stand on her own, and she is no longer alone. She already has the best partners like you. Even if I am not by her side, it is completely fine. Tyrant Bear smiled with relief, his eyes soft and watery. Oh! Rowling narrowed his eyes slightly, listening to Bear's words. He always felt that something was wrong. I say, Bear, you don't want to fulfill the agreement with Wolao Deng, do you? Hearing Rowling's question, Tyrant Bear was stunned. That was the fact, he never thought of tearing up the agreement he made with the government. Keeping promises is also one of his life creeds. I'm talking to you, are you an idiot? Llewellyn helplessly touched his forehead, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The agreement between you and the world government is based on Bonnie's jade scales. Now Bonnie's disease has been completely cured. What are you worried about? Maybe you were restricted because Bonnie was still under the government's surveillance before, but now Bonnie is our partner. In this world, no one can threaten her. I can guarantee this. So what are you still hesitating and worrying about? Or have you been tamed and addicted to being a dog for the government? So far, Llewellyn has pitied the misfortune of the bear who has had a rough life, and has taken good care of him and Bonnie. But, today, he was really angry at the bear's unwillingness to fight. I'm sorry. Listening to Llewellyn's scolding, he finally woke up. You should apologize to someone other than me. What would Bonnie do if she knew you died because of her? Xiong remained silent. You have done enough for others in your life. I hope you can live for yourself and do what you want to do. No one will blame you for being selfish occasionally. Rowling shook his head. There was another moment of silence. I know what to do. Xiong smiled. Mr. Rowan, you are just like a saint. It's an honor to be called a saint by a saint. Rowling also smiled. That afternoon, a piece of news spread all over the world with the joint efforts of major newspapers. Shishibukai tyrant Bartholomew Xiong announced his withdrawal from 7 warlords of the sea. As soon as the news came out, the sea, which had been calm for a short time, suddenly became turbulent again. Among them, the most excited about this news is naturally the Revolutionary Army. The island of White Soil, Baldigo. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army in the Yellow Sand. Oh oh oh! The excited shouts of the revolutionary fighters resounded through the sky. Great! It's really great! Mr. Xiong is liberated. Freed from the shackles of the government. I knew that Mr. Dai, who hates the government so much, would never work for the government. The reason why Uncle Xiong joined Shishibukai, there must be some secret mission. That mission has been completed now, there is no need to continue. The pillar of our revolutionary army, is coming back. The cheers and shouts of people who did not know the truth were heard one after another. The high-level meeting room of the revolutionary army. Mr. Long, will Mr. Xiong come back? The captain of the Eastern Army, Balo Betty, looked nervously at the first revolutionary, Long. Ah, R.I. Ding. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, nodded firmly and solemnly, and he had full confidence in Xiong. The wind of destiny finally blows. East Blue. Goa Kingdom. Uncertainty Terminal. About 10 years ago. This place was burned down because of the arrival of celestial dragons, creating the reputation of the beautiful town of Goa Kingdom. 10 years later, this place has once again become the garbage station of the kingdom. All kinds of garbage are piled up, and a large number of low-level scavengers are rampant. At this moment, somewhere in the garbage station. Sabo, Sabo, look, it's Uncle Bear's news. Uncle Bear has withdrawn from 7 warlords of the sea. Great. Really great. Revolutionary girl Koala cried with joy. Yes, it's really great. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, held a water pipe he had found in the garbage station and knocked it around. Let's not waste time here. After meeting Mr. Kojiro, let's go back quickly. We'll meet Mr. Bear again. 0. Koala said excitedly and anxiously. Wait a little longer. Sabo whispered. Really, Sabo, what's wrong with you? You've been really strange these past 2 days. You said you had a headache in the town, but you're like a fish in water in this garbage station. Koala put her hands on her hips, looking puzzled. Just wait a little longer, there's one more place, there's one last place. I remembered. Sabo said as he quickened his pace and ran in a certain direction. Wait for me. About a quarter of an hour later, Koala chased Sabo to a secret base in Mount Corpo. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, stared blankly at the treehouse in front of him, tears falling uncontrollably. Sabo, why are you crying? Koala smiled slightly with shock. Ah, what's wrong with me? I don't know why I'm crying. I always have a familiar feeling. Sabo wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, but he couldn't squeeze them out. Just then. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind sounded. Rubber rubber pistol. The boy's loud shout suddenly exploded. A bullet-like pistol passed through the forest. Sabo raised his hand and took the fist as easily as he had done 10 years ago. Damn, you can actually block my attack, you are quite capable. Who are you? Why did you come to my secret base? The boy Nika, wearing a straw hat, appeared in front of Sabo, ready for battle. My name is Sabo, is this your secret base alone? Sabo asked. Of course. Hey? Wait, who are you? Sabo? Is it Sabo? Is it really Sabo? The Straw Hat Kid came to his senses after realizing it late and couldn't help asking 3 soul-searching questions. Looking at Sabo's familiar face, Straw Hat Luffy's eyes suddenly turned red. He has always been face-blind, but he will never mistake his brother's face. Sabo. My brother. You are really back. Koala. Hey? Hey, hey, hey. This Straw Hat boy is Sabo's younger brother? What a coincidence. Coincidence? No. This is the effect caused by the flapping of the butterfly's wings. A series of chain reactions caused by Rowling's crossing. Not only Zoro was shocked by Kuina's resurrection, but the revolutionary dragon was also very surprised. That's why Sabo and Koala came to East Blue to investigate the information about Rowling. That's why Sabo came to the Kingdom of Goa by mistake. With the help of the bits and pieces of memories, I found this place, and finally facilitated the reunion of brothers after many years. Chapter 101. Grand Line, somewhere in the sky. A huge hot air balloon drifts with the wind. This is the headquarters of the world's #1 news agency, the World Economic News. Ha ha ha, Tyrant Bartholomew Big Bear announced his withdrawal from Shichibukai. This is another unexpected big news. Dark Uranus News King Morgause laughed wantonly. Tyrant Bear, why did he withdraw from Shichibukai? Is his action related to that man? Will he join the Air Force next? These questions are still unknown. What I know is that it's time to expose the Nice Lobby incident a week ago. Morgause raised his arms and shouted. Little ones, are you ready to make a big news? I want to make sure that world government can no longer cover the sky with one hand in the news industry. Oh. That day. World Economic News mobilized. Branches around the world worked together. Spread the news of the Nice Lobby incident to thousands of lights. The sea shook again. Hey, 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 is this true? Why didn't I hear any news before? Nice lobby. That nice ace hall no longer exists? Was it sunk? Even if it's a joke, it's too much. That's World one of the 3 major government agencies. And the most exaggerated thing is, the Admiral Kizaru, the top combat force of the naval headquarters, was defeated and seriously injured. Is Morgan's report serious? Did the captain of the Air Force really defeat the Admiral? Wait a moment, this incident happened exactly a week ago, that is, the Water City incident. 9. At the same time as the Water City incident, Nice Lobby also had a big event. While the women of the Air Force were fighting against the pirates, Traveler Rowling sank Nice Lobby and seriously injured Admiral. If this is true, then this man, Traveler Rowling, really deserves the name of the 5 things: East, West, South, North, and South. Countries, cities, towns, villages, streets, and alleys. Countless people talked about it after dinner, half believing and half doubting. New World Giant Country, Elbaf. It's true. This is not fake news. Traveler Rowling went to Nice Lobby on that day. Lobby. It was he who saved our captains. He is the benefactor of our giant pirates. Everyone, cheers to the benefactor and the victory of the captains. Oh! The giant tavern, the giant pirates raised their glasses together. 9 snakes, the kingdom of women, the castle. This year is really eventful. First, Crocodile fell, and now the tyrant bear has withdrawn. The Shishibukai system has suffered a huge impact. This series of events is all because of this man. The former king of the kingdom of women, Gloriosa, looked at the news and frowned. Grandma, do you think the Nice Lobby incident is true? Did this Traveler Rowling really sink Nice Lobby, one of the 3 major government agencies? Sander, Sonia and Marigold asked with shock on their faces. I don't know whether Nice Lobby was sunk or not, but it is a certain fact that this man went to Nice Lobby that day, because the 2 legendary giant captains who were convicted and about to be taken to Impel Down that morning appeared in the Water City with him in the afternoon. Gloriosa whispered faintly. Mary, Sonia, remember one thing when you go out on an expedition next time. If you accidentally meet this man at sea, never let Snake Princess and him conflict. Dress Rosa, Royal Palace Heights. Phew 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 phew. Phew 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 phew. I don't know how many years it has been, and you dare to challenge the divine power without knowing whether to live or die. Shishibukai Doflamingo laughed loudly. Hey, Dover, didn't we already know about the Nice Lobby incident a week ago? Is there any new discovery? Nana asked in confusion. Ah, yes, this is a big discovery. I haven't paid special attention to the time issue until now, but the world government 5 elders should have discovered it a long time ago. The arc of Doflamingo's mouth became wider and wider. If my speculation is correct, the culprits who attacked Marie Joyce twice so far. They have completely angered the overlord of the sea. The foundation of the world government for 800 years. That is a weight that even the emperor cannot bear. 4 emperors, red-hair pirates. Baker, your initial bold hypothesis seems to have become a reality. 4 emperors. Red-haired Shanks took a sip of the wine glass. Ah! Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the Red Group, nodded solemnly. I thought I had overestimated this group, but I didn't expect that. Sphinx, Whitebeard pirates. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I didn't expect that the slippery monkey like Kizaru would have his legs broken and be hospitalized one day. Dad, what do you think of this group? Asked the captain of the first team, Marco the Phoenix. Kulala, we just need to guard this little piece of land and wait and see. 4 emperors. Whitebeard took a sip of wine and looked at the pockmarked young man who was eating not far away. Roger, you said that in the next generation, your son will be the one who can lead the world's changes. It seems that this prophecy is a little wrong. Captain Ace, why are you suddenly not eating? What are you thinking about? Looking at Ace, who suddenly paused, the old man of the second team, Teach, asked with concern. I suddenly miss my brother in my hometown. In a few months, my brother will go to sea. If he does, he will definitely become the most dazzling new star of this era. Ace said with certainty. At this moment, East Blue, Goa Kingdom. Mount Corpo, the bandit base. Whoa! Luffy, you have to tell us what's going on, so I can find a solution. The bar hostess Makina smiled bitterly. Sabo doesn't recognize me anymore, I want him to remember me. Straw Hat Luffy scratched his head anxiously. Luffy, who are you talking about? Gino was stunned. Sabo. The Straw Hat Kid blinked. At this moment, the door of the wooden house was pushed open. Sabo, who had a headache, was ready to come out and breathe. Sazasa. Sabo? It's you, kid. Village chief Slap's eyes widened in shock. Sabo-kun. You're still alive. Makina covered her mouth unconsciously with her slender hands, her eyes moist. Mount Corpo, the bandit Dodden and his family, a sleepless night. The naval headquarters Marineford was also sleepless tonight. The Tyrant Bear's announcement of withdrawal from the 7 warlords of the sea had a great impact. Crocodile's successor has not been found yet. Now another Shishibukai is on strike. This will seriously affect the balance of the 3 major forces. In addition to the 5th Imperial Group that suddenly appeared, Admiral Kizaru, who was seriously injured by the 5 emperors. How can the marine executives headed by Marshal Sengoku sleep well? The next day, early morning. Holy Land, Marijois. The world's highest authorities came to the meeting hall with dark circles under their eyes, obviously they didn't sleep well last night. After a long silence. Dance. Dance. Let them continue to jump proudly for a while. Anyway, they are destined not to jump for long. Mars 5 Elders Marcus Moss said faintly. That's right, but we have to charge some interest, and at the same time, we have to let that guy Xiong know the painful price of defying the world government. Venus 5 Elders Nas Hulang said coldly. Well, that's right, Xiong thinks he has no handle in our hands, his wings are hard, and he wants to fly alone, so break his wings. Let's start with Lord Sobel. Saturn 5 Elders Satan smiled cruelly. From now on, kick the Sobel kingdom out of the ranks of government member states and never recruit them again. Alabastus Ancestor is one of the 20 kings, so it's not easy to kick him out directly, but appropriate suppression is also acceptable. Jupiter 5 Elders Peter said. And East Blue? That group originally set out from East Blue, right? Let's find out where they came from, and it would be best if we could find out their hometown. We must let them know that this sea is our government's sea after all. Mercury 5 Elders Voculi looked fierce. At this moment, in the Water City, the feast was over. Ririn and his party, who had stayed in the Water City for many days, set sail again. The giants also set off at the same time. Gujiajiajia, let's stop here for this time, Ririn, it's time for us to go back to our hometown after a long absence. Blue Ogre Dori laughed. We are waiting for you in Elbaf. Next time we arrive in Elbaf, it will be our turn to entertain you. Gaba Hwiba. The Red Ghost Bragi also laughed. Ah, of course. Roland nodded. Then, let's say goodbye. Little ones, the giant army is setting sail again. With the order of the 2 giant captains, the huge bamboo raft set sail. Thor. Roland gestured to the maid Thor beside him. Understood. Thor nodded in understanding, and waved her slender hand in white lace gloves. A huge space portal appeared in front of the giant's bamboo raft. Roland, this is... Dori and Bragi both looked back at the Never Air Force. The journey is long, I will take you a distance, after passing this door is the new world, I don't know where exactly, you can go by yourself after that. Rowling waved his hand. Gujia jia jia. Gaba baba. This is so thoughtful. Amidst the laughter, the bamboo raft of the four giants slowly entered the portal and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, on the deck of the Air Force. Woo woo woo, Dad, are you leaving? Bonnie tightly grasped the corner of Bear's clothes, with a look of reluctance on her face. Don't cry, Bonnie, you are already a big girl who can stand on your own. Bear raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears from his daughter's eyes. Dad also has 3 or 4 things to do. First of all, I have to thank everyone in the Sobel Kingdom. Next, Dad can promise that I will not disappear for a long time in the future. I will definitely come to see Bonnie from time to time. By then, Bonnie, you can tell Dad about the happy journey with everyone along the way. One day, Bonnie, you can even be a tour guide and take Dad to visit the interesting islands you have been to. Okay. Bear said gently. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. Bonnie choked up and agreed. Yeah. Bear stretched out his little finger and held Bonnie's hand. Goodbye, Dad. Finally, he left a kiss on Bear's face. Bonnie did not stop him and watched him step into the portal to South Blue. New members. New adventure. New journey. The new peaceful life did not last long. Half a day later, Rowling, who was sitting on the bow fishing, felt a strong force coming from the fishing rod. He was about to fly the big cargo directly. Alarm! Alarm! The system prompt sound that always announced good news sounded a red alarm at this moment. Host is about to stock the world's stinkiest ingredient, the super stinky durian, which is a captive of gourmet food. Please do it according to your ability. Rowling. Wang Defa. Super stinky durian. When recalling the memories related to it, Rowling shuddered suddenly. This thing really can't be touched. Suddenly, Rowling had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought of an interesting idea. Thor, prepare the portal to the Holy Land of Marie Joyce. Chapter 102. Giant Stinky Durian. As the name suggests, this is a special durian with an extremely large stinky smell. Produced in the world of food captives, it is known as the stinkiest ingredient on Earth. When it is not yet ripe, its stench can be smelled even from hundreds or thousands of miles away. The protagonists of the world of food captives, ALU and Xiaosong, went through a lot of hardships to capture it. Just getting a little closer, the stench that was more than 1,000,000 times worse than Logue made the two people deformed. When the giant stinky durian matured and fell, the stench that was instantly emitted directly swept the world. Under the ultimate stench, even a strong person like ALU was knocked down by the stench instantly. After that, ALU and Xiaosong kept repeating the process of waking up and fainting. After more than 10 times, the two finally captured the giant stinky durian. After staying in the stench of the giant stinky durian for a long time, they were also thoroughly marinated. Wherever he went, he was despised, until he ate durian, and finally he fought poison with poison and got rid of the stinky marinated food. Undoubtedly, the stinky durian is a rare high-end ingredient in the world of food. But this high-end ingredient is not something that everyone can enjoy. At least Loelin definitely doesn't want to experience the experience of being marinated by the stinky durian. The same goes for the girls on the boat, no matter how sweet the stinky durian tastes. It is absolutely intolerable to be marinated before eating. At this moment, Loelin's hand holding the fishing rod froze in mid-air, in a dilemma. 16 Even if the stinky durian has not been caught yet, the little smell has already traveled through time and space and rushed up. Ugh! Smelling the unbearable stench, Loelin couldn't help but retching repeatedly, almost cooking overnight rice. This kind of anti-human ingredient, no matter how high-end it is, must not be left on the boat. Otherwise, there will be rumors about the special fetish of the 5 emperors on the sea tomorrow. So should we just cut the line? This idea was rejected by Loelin as soon as it came up. No. It is impossible to cut the line. It is impossible to cut the line in this life. In this case, Llewellyn suddenly had an idea in his mind. Thinking carefully, it is embarrassing to blow up the Holy Land twice and sink a nice lobby ace haul. The high-quality ingredients delivered this time will be regarded as compensation. Let the world government have a taste, it is really cheap for them. Thor, open the portal to the Holy Land for me, I will send them a big treasure. Llewellyn shouted. Yes, Xiaolin. Thor waved his hand lightly, and a space portal with precise positioning of the Holy Land was formed instantly. Llewellyn swung the rod violently, and directly hit the soul, throwing the super smelly durian and most of the stench into the portal. At this moment, Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Pangu City, Social Plaza. The world's noble celestial dragons rode their slaves leisurely in groups of 2 or 3, showing off their power. At this moment, without warning, a crack appeared in the sky. Enemy attack. The experienced guards of the Holy Land changed their expressions and hurried to protect their masters. The next second, under the stunned gaze of the celestial dragons and their guards, a large durian fell from the sky and hit the center of the social square. What? It's durian, I love it the most. Ugh! Celestial dragon Xiaololi retched violently before she finished speaking, and her delicate face was instantly distorted. Pa! Pa pa pa! The sound of balloons bursting rang out one after another. Under the smell of ultimate, the bubble masks of the celestial dragons could not help but break. Even their expensive clothes gradually disintegrated under the corrosion of the smell. Come on! Ugh! Damn it! Ugh! The spotless and clean square was instantly covered with the vomit of celestial dragons and guards. Under the ultimate stench of the giant stinky durian, no one could stand it. All of them were vomiting and diarrhea, and some even fainted. The scene was in chaos. At this moment, the 5 elders meeting hall. 5 elders, something bad has happened. The captain of the Holy Land Guards rushed into the hall, accompanied by a strong stench. Stop! Saturn 5 elders Satan shouted loudly, and the captain of the guards was fixed in place at a glance, unable to move. Do you know where this place is? Bringing filth to the sacred place is a capital crime. Mars 5 elders Mark Asmus covered his nose, his face looked extremely ugly. No. No, it's unfair, 5 elders, I don't have Lei Kuri, it's not my fault. The captain of the guards turned green, half of it was because of the stench, and the other half was because of fear. Tell me quickly, what is this stench? Ugh! Volculi, 5 elders of Mercury, tried hard to resist the urge to vomit and asked in a deep voice. Master 5 elders, ugh! Just now ugh! The sky of the square cracked. Ugh! A huge durian fell down, this is ugh! This is the stench of that huge durian. Ugh! The captain of the guards vomited and forced himself to speak. What did you say? A durian? How could a mere durian? Without waiting for 5 elders of Jupiter to deny it. I'm afraid it's true, ugh! Nath Xiaolang, 5 elders of Venus, looked extremely ugly. He had just used his observation Haki to explore it. Now the entire Holy Land is shrouded in the visible durian stench. Under this ultimate stench, many people have fainted directly from the stench. A few unlucky ones were too close to bear the stench and were killed on the spot. Durian with such an ultimate stench can no longer be called a fruit, but a poison gas bomb. The other 4-5 elders changed their expressions after using their observation Haki to investigate. Ah, damn, what on earth is this? Ugh! Air Force Group. It must be that damn Air Force pirate group. Ugh! Except that man can't. Ugh! I can't take it anymore, this is really unbearable. He deserves to die. The first 2 bomb attacks were fine, but this time he actually carried out a biological attack. Biological weapons. This is definitely a biological weapon developed by that BD. The 5 elders, the world's most powerful people, all turned green at this moment, covered their mouths and vomited non-stop, no longer as calm and elegant as before. No. No. Can't go on. Where are the Knights of God? Hurry up and let Feek around. Let Garen deal with that biochemical durian. Mars 5 elders Mark Asmas roared and ordered. Not long. 5 elders, Saint Garen, and everyone in the Knights of God, all evacuated the Holy Land. A government official reported with a sad face. What did you say? You actually deserted the battlefield. Forget it, then call Marine over and let Sengoku come in person. Mercury 5 elders voculi cursed. 5 miles outside the Holy Land. The knights led by the moon-headed old man ran and fled all the way. Ugh, Lord Garen, this won't do. It's still so smelly even after running all the way here. A Knight of God said with a green face. Damn it, what's going on? Is it really caused by a durian? That's a biochemical bomb. Another Knight of God grinned. It's so disgusting, it stinks, I feel like my skin is pickled. The female God Knight who was pickled was about to cry, no longer as proud and elegant as before. Lord Garen, we are the God Knights who protect the Holy Land. Isn't it bad to escape like this? A God Knight said tentatively. This is called emergency evacuation. And this is not an enemy attack, we just happen to have something to go out. Another person said seriously. The first green dragon, the huge bomb, plus this biochemical durian, it's been 3 times, that damn man, absolutely unforgivable. The leader of the God Knights, Feek Aland Garen, whispered coldly. The end. Ugh. The center of the Holy Land. Behind the Void Throne. Among the mysterious flowers. This is the residence of the true world's highest power above the 5 elders. As the king of the world, Im's status is transcendent, like a god. Apart from the important matter of turning off the lights, he generally does not care about worldly affairs. Even when the Holy Land Marie-Joyce was attacked twice, he remained as steady as an old dog. However, at this moment, as the king of the world, Im could not remain calm. In the first 2 attacks on the Holy Land, the flower room was not at the center of the explosion. Coupled with the special defense system, the explosion did not cause any damage to the place. But today is different. The stench will not be considered an attack by the defense system. When Im sensed the ultimate stench, the bright flowers in the room corroded and withered in an instant. Even the luxurious long robe on Im was corroded. Damn it! Im waved his sleeves violently, and rolled up a strong wind, trying to blow away the stench. However, the stench of the giant stinky durian could not be dispelled so easily. Even if Im manually opened the protective shield in time to isolate the invasion of the stench, it was too late. The flower room was already completely invaded by the smell of the giant stinky durian. Ugh! The king of the world, who was high above, could not help but stumble due to the stench. The impact of the stinking durian on the pirate world had just begun. The source was the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce, the center of the world. The cocky stench aura spread in all directions to the entire world. Chapter 103. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Today is still very busy. At a certain moment, without any warning, a wind of ultimate stench blew through Naval Headquarters. Instantly, the Marines retched one after another. Fortunately, the stench came and went quickly. Marshal Sengoku did not take it too seriously. Until the arrival of the meeting King Branyu. Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. Branyu said anxiously. What's wrong again? Marshal Sengoku slapped his forehead. Recently, Branyu always said something bad has happened every time he came. Marshal Sengoku was annoyed when he saw him, and he was about to have a PTSD effect. The Holy Land. It's the Holy Land. Marie-Joyce has been mysteriously attacked again. Branyu reported. What? The Holy Land was bombed again. Marshal Sengoku's voice rose more than an octave. No. It wasn't a bomb this time, or it could be said that it was a bomb. The specific cause seems to be a durian. Branyu immediately informed Sengoku of what he knew. So that's it. This time it wasn't a bomb, but a rice field in the Holy Land that exploded. Marshal Sengoku was already confused. No, it wasn't a manure pit, but a huge durian that fell from the sky. The biochemical stench it emitted caused the Holy Land to fall. I don't know how many celestial dragons were fainted on the spot. The 5 elders sent a message to Marshal Sengoku to deal with it. Branyu corrected. Marshal Sengoku. What the hell? I'm Marshal Marine. Not a plumber in the Holy Land? Ha 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 ha. A hearty laugh suddenly sounded. Sengoku, I just heard something interesting. The Holy Land was flooded by the rice field water. Now those guys who have to purify the air before breathing are probably swimming in the rice field. Marine legend Vice Admiral Hero Garp laughed so hard that tears were flying everywhere. Garp, you guys have nothing to do, don't hang around here. There are so many people watching. Be careful. If you really have nothing to do, why don't you go to Zindi to see what's going on? The voice of the Chief Staff Vice Admiral Crane sounded from behind Garp. No. Forget it. I've heard that the Holy Land is stinking right now. I don't want to be marinated by it. Garp waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it, I don't think it's safe to stay in the headquarters. The smell may drift over. I'd better go back to East Blue to avoid the limelight. After that, he didn't give Sengoku a chance to speak. Garp quickly slipped away, not wanting to be marinated by the rice field water. Zaya-he, what is the situation in the Holy Land now? Can a mere durian really have such a great effect? Marshal Sengoku said in disbelief. The truth will only be more exaggerated than you think. You should have smelled that smell just now. Vice Admiral he said. Yeah. Marshal Sengoku nodded. Now the smell is still spreading towards the sea. It is not impossible that it will spread all over the world in the end. Vice Admiral he said faintly. What? Marshal Sengoku was numb. New World. Dressrosa. Royal Capital Royal Palace Highland. Bulo Gaga da Flamingo connected with the informant of the Holy Land. What's that? When he heard the news that the Holy Land Marie Joyce was captured by a durian, Shichibukai da Flamingo was also completely stunned. He jumped up from the beach chair and couldn't recover for a long time. Hey, Dover, what happened? He asked curiously. Diamante, BABY5 and others also cast curious glances. Do you think a durian could capture the Holy Land Marie Joyce? Doflamingo asked unconsciously. Hey! The Don Quixote cotters were stunned at first, and then looked at each other. Durian captured the Holy Land? Isn't this a fantasy? Is the young master crazy? He actually asked such an idiotic question. Young master, I'm sorry to ask, is the durian you mentioned a fruit, or a code name for some big shot? BABY5 asked with courage. It should be a fruit. Doflamingo looked up at the sky. It's over. Is the young master really crazy? At this moment, without any warning, a cocky wind swept through Dressrosa. Ugh! It stinks. Buffalo, you farted. No, it wasn't me. All the Don Quixote cotters subconsciously covered their mouths and noses. Only Shishibukai Doflamingo took a deep breath and nodded. Damn! Oh my god! All the Don Quixote cotters were completely dumbfounded. My young master actually has such a hobby? 4 emperors, red hair pirates. Little guys, Tianbei. Today, the red-haired group is still having a party for trivial matters. Suddenly, the fragrance of durian came out of nowhere. The sudden attack made the drunk people startled, and then they hugged the tree and vomited. Lu, it couldn't be that you farted. Sniper Yasop looked at the chef Lakilo suspiciously. No, it's not me. The little fat man Lakilo denied it flatly. Hey! Four Emperor's red-haired Shanks suddenly exclaimed. The smell before seemed to be mixed with a unique sweet fragrance under the stench. What is it? I really want to taste it. Red pirates. Captain, you actually have this habit. 9 snakes, the kingdom of women. Today is the day when the empress who returned from the expedition gave a speech. Women from all over the country gathered in the castle tower square of the daughter island. In the past, everyone would be immersed in the sweetness of the king. However, at this moment, even the sweetness of the world's #1 beauty Boa Hancock cannot cover the aroma of the super stinky durian. New century, Tato land of 10,000 countries. In order to relieve the bad mood brought to their mother by the failure of the Water City incident, 4 Emperor's Big Mom pirates worked together to prepare a long multi-layer cake with the chef's long bread. Everyone is so thoughtful. Looking at the huge sweet cake in front of her, 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linland's eyes lit up. Millimeter. As long as you are happy, Mom, nothing else matters. Please enjoy it as soon as possible, Mom. Pero Sparrow, the water-sweeping star and others laughed one after another. Then, I will open it without hesitation. Just when 4 Emperor's Big Mom was about to start, a cocky wind suddenly blew over. The white cake was stained with some color. Izzy. Ugh, ugh. Damn, what on earth is this? Who did it? I don't know, ugh. All the ministers and cotters of the ant group were choked by the sudden fragrant wind. Not good. Sparrow's face changed, as if he thought of something. Now, compared to finding out who is playing a prank, what is more important is, his own mother. If the mother's interest was disturbed, or the cake could not be eaten, the consequences would be disastrous. Not only Sparrow, but Smoothie, Cracker, and others all thought of the terrible possibility. However, unexpectedly, facing the contaminated cake, the 4 Emperor's Big Mom didn't mind at all, pounced on it, and ate it with relish. Delicious, it's so delicious, I have never eaten such a sweet and satisfying cake. The ants. All over the world, countless towns, villages, streets, and alleys were talking about it, but no one knew the reason. It was not until the next morning that a piece of news was spread to the world by the newspaper Bird, which revealed the secret of the mysterious stench. Hey! This, are you kidding me? A durian actually found Marie Joyce. Really? A durian caused the tragedy in the Holy Land Marie Joyce. A huge durian fell from the sky in Marie Joyce, and the stench of the world's noble celestial dragons are, ha ha ha. Sorry. I don't want to laugh, but I can't help it. Me too, I suddenly thought of something happy, I can't do it anymore. Ha ha ha, this is really the law of nature, no one can escape from the heaven, those people. I know durian, the stinkier the better, the durian that can make a city stink, you can try it if you want. If you really want to taste it, I'll just give you a big one, not to mention 100%, but it must be 80% similar. All over the world, countless people burst into laughter at this moment. Wanguo, by Zhou Lan. What? Mom, are you serious? Mom, you actually. Mom, do you really want to eat that durian? That one stink made the Holy Land stink. Even we in Wanguo can smell it. It's super. Listening to 4 Emperor's Big Mom wanted to eat the super smelly durian, and the ants were all terrified. Do you have any objections? 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linland's narrowed eyes revealed a dangerous atmosphere. Not only 4 Emperor's Big Mo, there are many people from all over the world who want to try it. At this moment, Luo Lin, who created the tragedy of the Holy Land Durian City, is still fishing leisurely today. Captain Logue, the Celestial Dragons, Li Wanghao, city, that Holy Land Marie Joyce was actually. Nami pointed at the report on the news and widened her beautiful eyes. The next second, waiting to see that Loyolin was not surprised by this, Nami's heart skipped a beat and made a bold guess. Captain, this Holy Land Durian tragedy couldn't be you who did it? Nami asked tentatively. What do you think? Loyolin smiled and did not comment. Wow, big brother, you are so amazing! Bonnie exclaimed. You are worthy of being called Unii-chan. Kuina nodded repeatedly. But such a big durian was given to the world government. It's such a pity. I like eating durian, Vivi said. As soon as she said that, she noticed the horrified eyes from her friends. Vivi, are you serious? That's a super stinky durian that knocked down a whole city. We also smelled that smell yesterday. Vivi, if you dare to eat it, I will break up with you. The girls were all emotional, especially Nami, who threatened to break up. No, I like to eat ordinary durian. Vivi shook her head to clarify. Amid the girls' quarrels, the Never Air Force sailed into a foggy sea. Boss Khalifa, a secretary with glasses and wearing a high silk hip skirt and red high heels, pushed her glasses. We are here, the famous Devil's Triangle is ahead. 9. Chapter 104. The world is in an uproar because of the Holy Land Durian tragedy. At this moment, Loyolin, the culprit of the incident, is leisurely fishing in the famous Devil's Triangle Sea. Ding dong! Congratulations host for the skill Shadow Ball Ghost Pokemon moves. Ding dong! Congratulations host for the skill Halloween Ghost Pokemon moves. Loyolin. Is this poking the ghost Pokemon's nest? Besides, what's the use of these skills? You can just put Pokemon as a pet. Ding dong! Congratulations host for the Shadow Pokemon Gengar. Loyolin. Boss please have it. The new secretary Khalifa, who is full of the ability to read people's expressions, handed over a glass of carefully prepared cocktail. This is really good, you did a good job. Loyolin nodded with satisfaction and praised generously. No, this is what I should do, because I am the boss's personal secretary. Khalifa, dressed in high heels, glasses, and a hip skirt, smiled slightly. Master, please try the food I prepared carefully. Dragon Maid number 2 Runchi, with a dark face, held the dark food and handed it to Loyolin like a treasure. Since accepting Vivi's brainwashing, Runchi's relationship with Vivi has returned to natural, no longer calling her Rollin. Master Vivi. It was Loyolin who took his place, and Runchi had become the second maid on the ship. Before that, tell me first, what are you doing? Loyolin's mouth twitched, and he really couldn't eat the pitch-black object. Can't you see? This is the specialty of omelette rice that Sister Thor taught me. Runti blinked her eyes and looked at Loyolin expectantly. Although they were enemies before, after a week of 580 running in, Runchi has also integrated into the group. Loyolin naturally has to pamper the girl on his own ship. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, puffed up his air, scooped a small spoonful and put it in his mouth. Well, it's done very well, don't do it again next time. Loyolin raised his thumb and swallowed it with difficulty. Puff. Shikaku, the teapot not far away, couldn't help laughing. When he noticed Loyolin's dangerous gaze, Shikaku quickly became serious. Hee, boss, don't get me wrong, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Really? Loyolin smiled kindly. He picked up Runti's dark cuisine. At the same time, he activated the new skills he got yesterday. The exclusive skill of the mythical Pokemon Giratina, Shadow Sneak. 2 dark purple light balls appeared beside Loyolin and Shikaku, connecting the 2 spaces. Damn it! He ran away without waiting for Shikaku to react. Loyolin rushed out of the light ball with his big hand holding the dark cuisine, and poured the omelette rice into his head. Shikaku said. Quack quack. Running duck Kalu rolled on the ground laughing. Then he was severely taught a lesson by Shikaku. As the owner, Vivi just shook her head helplessly. She was used to this kind of playful behavior. Vivi looked up at Nami on the top of the mast. Nami, did you find anything? No. The fog is too thick, I can't see anything clearly, I'll use my observation haki to look for it. Nami closed her eyes, and observation haki and radio waves radiated. From Khalifa, I learned that this is the famous Devil's Triangle Sea. Nami immediately remembered the skeleton cloth, BGCD, Brook who met at the Twin Cape. Before being caught by Rowling, Brook drifted in this sea for 5,000 years. Even if he reunited with Laboon now, Brook is still not free. Because his shadow was plundered by the Shishibukai hiding in this sea. After learning from Nami and Kuina that Brook and after Laboon's touching story, Bonnie and Vivi also joined the camp, wanting to find Moria and solve Brook's shadow problem. 3 minutes later, Bonnie and Kuina, who had transformed into magical girls and went out to explore, returned hand in hand. Didn't you find it? Vivi asked. Kuina sighed and shook her head. It doesn't matter. This Devil's Triangle is very vast. It's normal not to encounter it. Robin comforted. Hey, we flew far away and only saw a few ghost ships. Everyone, do we want to take risks on the ghost ship? The brave Bonnie's eyes lit up and he was eager to try. Bonnie was not afraid of anything except insects. Don't do it. Kuina said with a shrinking face. Nami and Vivi's expressions were also slightly unnatural. Girls are naturally afraid of ghosts and ghosts. Bonnie's shining eyes dimmed slightly, not wanting to force everyone. I think it's good. Those ghost ships may have lost ancient books, and there may even be treasures. Robin said to Nami with a smile. Treasure. As expected, Nami took the bait instantly. I want to go, Vivi, Kuina, let's go on an adventure together. Nami, you. Without waiting for Vivi to persuade him. It's okay, Vivi. Nami jumped down from the mast and held Vivi and Kuina in one hand. All fear comes from the lack of firepower. I just figured it out. With our current strength, what if we really encounter ghosts? Just blow them up. Nami said with a solemn oath. Under the persuasion of Nami and Bonnie, Vivi and Kuina finally compromised. Runty, Khalifa, you guys come and play too. Rowling smiled. Yes, master. Runchi readily agreed. But my secretary work. Khalifa hesitated slightly. It doesn't matter, there's nothing special to deal with now, leave the rest to me. Thor was also eager to try. 10 minutes later, the expedition team was formed. Bonnie, Kuina, and Nami, the three who could fly, led the way. Vivi, Robin, Khalifa, Runty, Shikaku, and Kalu, who couldn't fly, followed behind with the help of bamboo dragonflies. Rowling and Thor were the only two people left on the noisy deck. With just a glance, Rowling understood Thor's intention. Just when he wanted to make a quick decision. Suddenly. Click. The sound of the mechanism buckle opening sounded. The red and white pokeball on the bow opened automatically. A chubby dark purple creature appeared out of thin air. It was the Jengar that Rowling had picked up not long ago. Geng Geng. Geng's eyes lit up and he called out expectantly. Perhaps because he was caught, Rowling could understand what Jengar meant. He also wanted to go on an adventure with everyone on the ghost ship. Of course. Whether he was going on an adventure or to scare people was unknown. Go. Go. Rowling didn't think about it and casually gave permission with his hand. Geng Geng, I'm going to scare, take risks. Geng flew away happily. Thor, who finally got a chance to be alone with Rowling, also successfully unlocked a new scene in the Devil's Triangle. 3 hours later. Wow, Captain! Nami turned into lightning and returned first. Big brother, guess what we saw when we went out? Following closely behind was Bonnie, who was full of excitement. It's really worthy of being called the Devil's Triangle Sea. It's full of incredible creatures. It's a pity that we didn't catch it. Otherwise, maybe we could dissect it. Robin said with regret. After he finished speaking, the red and white pokeball beside Loelin shook obviously. That's really an incredible creature. It can pass through walls and should have no entity, but it can be hit. It's a pity that it runs too fast. Khalifa nodded in agreement. Alas, it's a pity. It would be great if we could catch it and show it to the master. Runty sighed. That little thing actually dared to scare me. I will definitely not have a good result if I catch it next time. Teapot Chikaka grinned his teeth, murderous. Let's not do it. It must be the collective resentment of ghosts. Vivi said weakly. Yes, it's better not to encounter such a weird creature. Kuina agreed. Hee. Loelin chuckled for a lifetime, listening to the girls chattering, and he could roughly imagine what happened. Well, Jengar probably doesn't want to come out and recognize everyone at this moment. Let's take it slow. The journey should be slow. There is no need to rush to find Moria to get back the shadow. If we can meet her this time, we can solve it by the way. If we can't meet her, there is no need to force it. In addition, compared to Shishibukai Gecko Moria, what Rowling wants to encounter more is the huge creature lurking in this sea area. At the end of the original plot thriller Bark incident, when the Straw Hat crew left this sea area, the outline of a huge creature appeared in the depths of the thick fog, and there were 2 pairs of blood-red eyes. This is also one of the unsolved mysteries in the pirate world. If you have the chance to meet it, you will naturally have to go. Time passes. The second day of entering the Devil's Triangle Sea. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for the skill Ultimate Volt Thunder Flash Pokemon Electric Z move. I can't use it, but I can give it to Nami. The third day of entering the Devil's Triangle Sea. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the skill Moonlight Splash Falling into the Sky exclusive Z move of the Super God Lunalara. Roland, oh. This is quite interesting. But if so, Roland would rather think of the sky under the sunlight of Elgaleo. For no other reason, it's just cool. The fourth day of entering the Devil's Triangle. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the Shadow Corps Summoning Ninja Soldier Servant. The fifth day of entering the Devil's Triangle. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the Thriller Bark. Oh! Chapter 105. Thriller Bark. A mobile island wandering in the Devil's Triangle. Its true identity is a huge sailing ship from West Blue. 10 years ago, Gecko Moria of Tadakakai drove an island ship to garrison in this sea area. It specializes in capturing passing ships, collecting treasures and plundering shadows together. Using Shishibukai Moria's Paramecia Shadow Fruit ability, he created an army of undead zombies. So far, Moria's zombie army has accumulated more than 800 people, and the number is still increasing. Today, Thriller Bark still wanders in the Dark Devil Sea, waiting for the destined person to open the fireworks treasure chest. Suddenly, without any warning, the hull shook violently and stopped moving. The huge inertia made everyone on the ship stumble and fall. What happened? Did we hit a reef? No, how could there be a reef in this sea area? The fat man Shishibukai Moria, in the gloomy castle in the center of the hull, spoke sharply. As soon as the voice fell, the island ship, which had paused for a moment, began to move again. However, it was not following the current, but was pulled against the current by some force. 5 minutes later. Moria-sama. The bat zombie with a cat face sewn on flapped its wings and flew quickly. Do you know the reason for the sudden change in course? Shimotsuki Moye asked. Yes, Lord Moye, we just found along the way we are moving forward. The bat zombie hesitated. What did you find? Tell me. Moye shouted impatiently. We found that the fence of the hull was hooked by a fish hook, and there was a line on the hook that seemed to have no end. It seems that someone accidentally hooked our boat while fishing and pulled it over as a fish. The bat zombie spoke uncertainly. It was because the facts were too powerful. That's why he hesitated to speak again and again. Hey? What did you say? Sure enough, after hearing its report, Moye obviously didn't believe it. The onion-like demon had a look on his head that said, "You're kidding me. This is Thriller Bark. The largest ship in the world. It's like an island. Which fishing rod in the world can pull this ship against the current? And what fishing rod and fishing line can hold up without bursting? I'm really sorry, Lord Moye, I must have seen it wrong, I will check again." The cat-faced bat zombie hurriedly flapped its wings and fled. Another quarter of an hour later, the cat-faced bat zombie hurried back again. The terrifying zombie's face was filled with visible panic and fear. Lord Moye, something is not going to happen, this time it is really not going to happen. Shut up. Scout zombie. This is Lord Moye's palace, not a place where you can yell and scream. Shit. A roar like a beast's roar exploded. The third weirdo, the invisible man Absalom. Hey, the smell of the beast is really stinky. The big-eyed beautiful girl in a cute Lolita costume floated up and pulled away. The third weirdo, the ghost princess Perona. Well, don't quarrel first, the purpose of our coming here is to know the reason for the change in course, let's listen to what he says first. The last of the three weirdos, the genius surgeon Hogback made peace. Hey, tell me what happened. Don't say something stupid like Thriller Bark was anchored by a fisherman. Shimotsuki Moye sneered. But Lord Moye, this is really the truth. I'm not kidding. Our ship was really pulled by the owner of the hook and line. The cat-faced bat zombie said with a sad face. What? Are you kidding? This is an island-like ship. Absalom, the invisible man, opened his eyes wide and shouted in shock. It's really exaggerated. Who did it? Perona, the ghost princess, narrowed her eyes slightly. I saw it. It was, the 5 emperors. The 5 emperors Rowling and his Air Force pirate group with a bounty of 3 billion berry. The cat-faced bat zombie shouted out this shocking fact. Nanny. What did you say? Is it really the man from the Air Force? The three weirdos, Absalom, Perona, and Hogback, all changed color in shock. Even in this dark devil sea, they have channels to learn about what is happening in the outside world. Of course, they have also read about the various major events caused by Rowling and his gang in newspapers. What should we do? Lord Moye, should we avoid it? Princess Ghost Perona asked weakly. The Sea Emperor with a bounty of 3 billion is not something they can afford to offend. He. Shimotsuki Moye suddenly laughed. 5 emperors? Who gave them the title? I have never acknowledged it. In my opinion, they are just newcomers this year. Moye is right, they are just a group of newcomers. Besides, this sea area is the territory of our Moonlight group. Even dragons will coil when they come here. Ga. Absalom echoed. That's right. Since they offered it to me, I will accept it without hesitation. The shadow of the so-called 5 emperors must be able to create the strongest zombies. The arc of Moye's mouth gradually widened. At this moment, the main entrance of Thriller Bark. The big mouth like a demon slowly closed. Roro. Mr. Rowling, we seem to have been eaten. Looking at the closed teeth behind him, Vivi couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Where is this place? Captain, you seem to have caught something incredible again. Nami looked around in surprise. Aren't you always looking for that Shishibukai who steals shadows? He's here. Loelin said calmly. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! Shishibukai Moria is here. This is the thriller bark. The girls who suddenly learned the good news were shocked at first, and then they all showed joy. The Shishabukai's lair must have a lot of treasures. Nami rubbed her hands. I always feel that there is a haunted house atmosphere here, it looks so interesting. Bonnie's eyes lit up. Brother, let us practice the seventh sea this time. Kuina was also eager to try. No problem. Just go and make a big fuss. Loelin smiled and agreed. It's just Moria. If it was Moria who dared to compete with Kaido in New World, Loelin might have looked up to him a little bit. But now the fat otaku who is now hiding in this sea area and acting arrogantly is not qualified even for the girls to practice. Just as the girls were excitedly preparing to go to the island to explore the haunted house, there was a rustling sound coming from the Grey Island ship coast, but no one could be seen. Rowling frowned, and with a glance of his observation Haki, he understood instantly. The one who was quietly observing in the dark was one of the three weirdos under Moria. The user of the paramecia transparent fruit transparent man Absalom. There are many interesting people and things in the pirate world, and of course there are many disgusting ones. If you rank the characters in this world in a must-die list. Among the four yellows, the lecherous Momonosuke is undoubtedly the first. Others such as Spondam and Spandane and his son are also on the list. The invisible man Absalom can also be on the list. Especially now, he is so bold as to spy in secret. Today, the invisible man must die. Swish! A bright golden light flashed. The invisible man Absalom only felt his sight flashing. The next second, a figure appeared in front of him without warning. Is this guy the Five Emperors? Did he find me? Absalom's pupils shrank suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and his heart was alarmed. No. No, no, no. This is just a coincidence. How could he find me? I am a transparent man. 0. Absalom pretended to be calm and retreated slowly and carefully. Og. Rowling laughed teasingly. Absalom's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that he had been exposed. The means of the 3 billion pirates were beyond his expectations. In that case, let me give you a taste of my dead hands. Absalom gritted his teeth and made up his mind to take the initiative and fire the transparent rocket launcher tied to his wrist. However, the next moment, the sound of thunder exploded. Rowling's long legs wrapped in golden thunder struck horizontally. In just a moment, Absalom's body completely solidified and stiffened. The defense that stitched the beast's body was useless at this moment. The terrifying thunder power destroyed everything from the inside out in an instant. Whoosh! Boom! A sharp explosion came from the atmosphere. Absalom's charcoal-like body flew backwards. Passing through the gloomy and dark forest, it finally hit the central castle where Moria is. Boom! The castle building collapsed by nearly half. All this happened in a flash. The girls on the boat didn't even notice it. Rowling had already finished hunting and returned to the boat. Mr. Rowling, where did you go just now? Vivi asked curiously. Nothing, just cleaning up some garbage. Rowling waved his hand. There seems to be a loud noise over there. Moria is there? Let's go over there quickly. Nami pointed in the direction of the mansion, her face full of impatience. Dex. The girls walked together, so they started the haunted house adventure with great enthusiasm. Watching the girls go away, Rowling's eyes fell on the pokeball beside him. Gengui, such a natural haunted house scene, don't you want to play? Geng, not going. The last time I went to play a prank, I was almost beaten to death by the girls. It's safer to stay with the master. Hee hee. Llewellyn chuckled, his eyes fixed on the dark sky in the southeast. Not long ago, there was another person secretly watching there. Princess Ghost Perona. Chapter 106. Thriller Bark, the half-collapsed main mansion castle. Zombies crawled out of the ruins cursing. One of the zombies whose head had been lost fumbled around with his hands and picked up a charred head to gesture. Just then. Ah! Ah! Other zombies nearby suddenly screamed in fear. Lord Absalom! That's Lord Absalom's head! Lord Absalom is dead, 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 dead! How could this happen? That's Lord Absalom, one of the three weirdos. The zombies screamed in panic and dug out pieces of Absalom from the ruins. Boom! There was a loud bang. A huge voice jumped down from the upper floor of the castle. Momo! Lord Moria! The zombies trembled and picked up the parts of Absalom, so scared that they couldn't even say a complete sentence. Even as zombies, they could feel the rage in Moria's heart at this moment, like a volcanic eruption. Absalom! Shishibukai Moria's screams, as shrill as night owls, echoed in the dark sky. Looking at his subordinates scattered here and there, his mind could not help but recall the painful memories of 20 years ago. In New World Wano Kuni, his companions died one after another in front of him, using their lives to buy him time to escape. Since that time, Moria had a thought in his mind because living means losing. He began to develop the zombie army, and only undead zombies would not let him suffer the pain of loss again. But now, he once again tasted the pain of losing his companions. One of the only 3 companions died without a complete body. How could this not make Moria angry and angry? Damn it! Damn it! Damn Air Force Regiment! You actually dared to kill Absalom, killing my important subordinates. I will never forgive you! Moria roared angrily to the sky. Zombies, assemble! Forest, cemetery. Haunted house, interesting haunted house. Bonnie, wearing a classic insect-catching girl suit, walked in the front with great interest. Rustle. Crack. In the dim forest, strange noises were heard from time to time. Nami, something seems wrong here, no matter how I look at it, it's wrong. Vivi took Nami's arm and looked around in panic. Don't worry, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Nami comforted calmly, not panicking at all. Vivi-chan, don't be afraid, I will protect you too. Runty patted her chest and promised with full energy. Something is coming. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. As soon as the voice fell, there was a light pop. In the cemetery not far ahead, a dry hand broke out of the ground. I hate it so much, I hate it so much. Human! Why do you want to disturb our sleep? Do you also want to sleep together in the grave? One after another, the haunted house employees broke out of the ground, whispering professionally. Ah, ah! The scream of the girl broke through the sky. Vivi buried her little head directly in Nami's justice. Nami, who boasted of her full firepower, couldn't help but turn pale after seeing the real zombies. Humph, a guy pretending to be a ghost. Khalifa didn't believe that this was a real zombie at all. The thorn whip swung out like a snake, easily taking off the heads of several nearby zombies. Ah! Why can it still move? Looking at the zombies that were still moving without their heads, Khalifa was also confused. They are still alive like this, these are not really immortal zombies. Robin activated flower fruit and wood style, twisting the bodies of the zombies into twists and posing them in various shapes. Don't come over here. Kuina closed her eyes and waved Gan Jiang and Moye randomly, chopping the zombies' bodies into pieces like chopping vegetables and melons. Wow, they are real zombies. Let's catch a few and keep them for fun. Bonnie was even more aggressive. Absolutely not. Nami, Vivi, and other girls rejected it in unison. Hee, let me taste it. Bah, it smells rotten and not delicious. Shikaku, the teapot, spat wildly in disgust. Zombies. No. This is a tricky one. Get out of here. However, it was too late to run away now. It was only a minute before and after. All the scary zombies were packed up and locked in cages by Robin. Tell the truth, what the hell are you? Run threatened fiercely. Although you are immortal, real zombies should not have intelligence. And there are more or less traces of stitching on your bodies. Moria must have created you. Robin narrowed his eyes and deduced the result through clues. Confess. Confess. We all confess. We are indeed zombies created by Moria. Under the pressure of the girls, the scary zombies immediately confessed everything. What? It turns out that they are just man-made zombies. There is nothing to be afraid of. Nami, who learned the truth, immediately became proud again. Okay, let's go directly to Moria next. After burying all the scary zombies on the spot, the girls walked towards the castle in the center of the island with heroic steps. After a long quarrel, the girls walked out of the forest about 10 minutes later. There was a wide open space in front of them. There were zombie generals and zombie soldiers, and hundreds of zombie troops lined up neatly in the open space. Standing at the front of the army was Shishibukai Gecko Moria with red eyes. It seems that we don't need to go out of our way to find him. Robin narrowed his eyes slightly. It's a decisive battle right at the beginning, interesting. Runty was eager to try. Leave all these guys who are neither human nor ghost to me. Nami, who had lost face in the cemetery before, was determined to get back at her. Did you do it? Damn women, did you kill my subordinate Absalom? Shishibukai Moria asked sternly with red eyes. Absalom? Who? I don't know him. Khalifa spread his hands. We don't know who Absalom is, but you took away the shadows of others without authorization, and let them live in darkness. It's really too much. Bonnie wrinkled her nose. She had been in the dark church for many years. She knew the pain of wanting to go out but not being able to. Okay. 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 Hearing the girls questioning him in return, Moria laughed in anger. My zombie soldiers, tear them all into pieces. With Moria's order, the zombie army collectively rioted and charged. Just in time. Nami was fearless, with the Lord's lightning all over her body. Final, extreme, volt, special, crazy, thunder, flash. The new skills that Loyolin had added a few days ago were now displayed on Nami. Chi-chi. The dazzling lightning rushed through the zombie army, leaving an N lightning symbol. Wherever Nami passed, people and horses fell. Hundreds of zombie soldiers turned into charcoal in the thunder. Wow, no. My psychological control doesn't work on zombies. Vivi pressed the remote control again and again, but it was useless. Just when she was anxious, quack. Karu on the side suddenly flapped his wings and patted his duck chest, as if to say that he would work hard for Vivi. The next second, Karu took 2 steps and jumped up. Quack. Cover, sky, cover, sun, dark, shadow, arrows. One after another, shadow arrows appeared out of thin air, densely packed, covering the sky. As Karu's green onion sword fell, all the shadow arrows fell and pierced the bodies of hundreds of zombies. The scene was spectacular, but the effect was average. When the shadow arrows dissipated, all the zombies continued to charge as if nothing had happened. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Let me do it. Run was transformed into a swollen-headed dragon and launched a rain of run-head guns at the attacking General Zombie. The powerful armed iron head hit directly, even the fine iron armor could not resist, and the effect was outstanding. Wood-style 100 flowers. Robin crossed his hands, and one after another wooden hands rushed out from the dense forest, knocking zombies to the ground. Moonwalk the road of thorns. Khalifa flew into the air on moonwalk, swinging the thorn whip to cut the zombies' bodies. Kuina, let's transform together. Bonnie's eyes lit up and took out the ruby. Bonnie, be careful. Kuina's face changed slightly, and she crossed the Moye swords and slashed. Clang! An invisible sword energy attacking Bonnie was cut off by Kuina's double swords. Yo-hoo-hoo, you can actually see through my arrow tail slash, what an amazing little girl. Zombie Ryoma said while slowly putting away the knife. Kuina was stunned, staring at Zombie Ryoma not far away without blinking. What's wrong? Kuina. Is that zombie special? Bonnie asked curiously. Ah. His tone of voice is the same as Brooke the skeleton in Gemini Cape, and. Kuina pursed her lips, hesitating. And what? Vivi, Robin, and others all looked at Kuina. The kimono that zombie is wearing has the family crest of our Shimotsuki family, and the knife in his hand, I will never mistake it, it is the top one black knife Kyushui among the 21 great swords. Kuina took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, this zombie driven by Brooke's shadow should be the ancestor of our Shimotsuki family that Grandpa told me about, sword god Chuang Yonglong. Hey! 5.4 Hey! Kuina, you said this zombie, he is your great-great-great-grandfather. Nami, Vivi, and other girls who were eating melons all widened their eyes in surprise. Kuina-chan, do you need help? Robin asked caringly. After all, Ryoma is Kuina's ancestor. Let Kuina swing a knife at the ancestor. No problem. Contrary to Robin's expectations, Kuina's expression did not waver at all. If Grandpa Ryoma is still alive, he will definitely want to see my growth. I will do my best. Kuina said firmly. Then your great-great-great-grandfather will be handed over to you, Kuina-chan, as for the others. Bonnie looked at Moria and the zombies angrily. Not only does it prevent everyone from seeing the sun, but it also fools the bodies of the dead. Especially fooling Kuina's ancestors are absolutely unforgivable. Ruby, Link. The realm corridor, unfold. Bright magic light enveloped Bonnie's small body. Magic Ruby Dream Summon. Magic Girl Bonnie tapped the ruby on the Rider class card. The next second, Bonnie transformed into a little Rider Medusa. A golden rain emitting strange power appeared out of thin air from her slender hands. That was the strongest anti-army treasure belonging to Sister R Medusa. Chapter 107. Dream Summoning Rider Medusa. Bonnie, who transformed into a young hero, started with a big move. Our Sister Medusa's strongest treasure, released. Its name Rider's Rains. A brilliant stream of light was stimulated from the golden rains. A little white light exploded, illuminating the dark sky. Sigh. The neighing of war horses came from the sky. Da-day. Then came the clattering sound of Pegasus stepping into the air. That's. Across the chaotic battlefield, whether it was the girls or the zombies led by Moria, all looked up at the sky. When they saw the holy Pegasus with wings on its back, roaring and galloping, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Because it was not a creature that could be born in this world, it was as if it had walked out of a myth and descended into reality. Fantasy Pegasus. Time seemed to flow as the Pegasus's four hooves stepped. Bring it across the distant age of gods and into the present world. Rider Bonnie tapped the ground with his toes and jumped up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he rode on the back of the pure white horse Pegasus. Bonnie held the golden reins in his left hand and a golden whip in his right hand. Go Bellerophon, knight's reins. Sigh. The pure white horse Pegasus raised his front hooves. The next second, the moment the horse's hooves fell, the holy white light filled the world. Boom boom boom. The high-pitched sonic booms exploded one after another. It seemed as if a pure white comet passed through the dark sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, the comet with the impact of the terrifying flow landed on the battlefield. Although there was only one person and one horse, his might was like a huge army. 16 white light that was more dazzling than the sun exploded here and swept the whole place. At this moment, the world lost its color and sound. More than 100 zombie soldiers in the center of the Pegasus attack were unable to make a sound. They were crushed into dust under the impact of the ultimate and dissipated between heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! After a short silence, an incomparable roar of terror followed, resounding through the sky and the sea. Thriller bark trembled violently at this moment, and large cracks spread in all directions. The huge gloomy castle building collapsed in the impact of the aftermath. The powerful white shock wave continued to spread, causing thousands of waves in the sea. After an unknown amount of time, the vibration of the island ship gradually slowed down, and the roar lingering in the ears gradually faded. The battlefield of the island ship graveyard was in ruins, with only one person and one horse in a deep pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. Hundreds of zombie soldiers and zombie generals were wiped out by this attack. "Oh, this move is so cool!" Nami exclaimed. "Bonnie-chan is so awesome!" Vivi applauded repeatedly. "Hey, it's all my big brother's special move that's awesome." Bonnie scratched his head embarrassedly, then patted the white Pegasus under him. "Thank you for your hard work, little Bonnie, I'll play with you next time." Sigh. The mythical Pegasus turned into dots of light and disappeared. After using the special move of the special weapon, Bonnie also returned to normal. On the other side, Zombie Ryoma and Kuina's grandfather-grandson battlefield. Yeming Chu Zhen Thorn. Under the influence of Brook's shadow, Zombie Ryoma used the orthodox longsword as a rapier move. With the help of his powerful arm strength, he sent out a powerful thrust, which was even more powerful than the original Brook. Kuina blocked with two swords in his hands, and at the same time, he used the secrets of Tai Chi and love breathing to resolve the impact. Even so, Kuina was still pushed back more than 10 meters by this straight piercing attack, and his hands holding the sword were numb. Without giving Kuina any chance to adjust, the next round of Zombie Ryoma's attack came. Prelude to touch the sword attack. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal clashing exploded one after another. Black sword Chu Shui repeatedly hit Gan Jiang Moye's sword body, trying to destroy it. If it were an ordinary sword, it would probably not be able to withstand the continuous touch sword attack. But the quality of the male and female swords Gan Jiang Moye is not inferior to black sword Chu Shui. Coupled with the blessing of armament Haki, Zombie Ryoma's attempt is impossible to succeed. Breath of Love. Kuina took a deep breath and finally launched a counterattack. While Gan Jiang with his right hand swung away black sword Chu Shui, Moye with his left hand stabbed Ryoma's body. Dang! Zombie Ryoma instinctively returned to defend and blocked Kuina's fatal blow. If it were Brook, he would definitely not be able to stop it. But he is Ryoma, the world's #1 swordsman who killed Filong 400 years ago. Even though he is just a zombie now, his instinctive reaction as a great swordsman is still sharp. "Ah, what a pity!" Vivi exclaimed. Why didn't Kuina transform? If she had transformed and summoned like Bonnie, the battle would have ended quickly. Because Kuina is a magical girl and a swordsman at the same time, and the opponent is a great swordsman ancestor, Kuina naturally wants to communicate with the ancestor with the sword. Robin guessed. Yo ho ho ho, what an incredible little girl, if it was my real body, I'm afraid I would have been hit, but... Zombie Ryoma made Brook's signature whisper while launching a new round of attacks. Barrel dance, retreat. Zombie Ryoma quickly drew his sword, thrusting out several swords in an instant, creating an afterimage illusion of several swords coming out at the same time. In terms of sword drawing speed, I won't lose. Kuina drew out both swords to meet Ryoma. Two sword style starburst airstream slash. Ding dang dang. The dense sound of metal clashing continued. At the same time, it was accompanied by dazzling sparks. The sound of high-speed swords colliding lasted for a full minute. At a certain moment, clang! The sound of metal clashing was real and true. Excellent swordsmanship. Zombie Ryoma slowly sheathed his sword, and a huge gap slowly emerged from his waist and abdomen. It's not like I'm burying this black sword Shushui by giving it to you for safekeeping. Ryoma said, using his last bit of strength to throw the black sword Shushui to Kuina, and then raised his head and spit out Brook's shadow. Grandpa Ryoma. Kuina took the black sword Shushui and bowed deeply. I will definitely keep the grandpa's sword well. The girl swore secretly in her heart. Okay, you're the only one left. Nami, Runty, and others all looked at the last Shishibukai Moria. He he he. He 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 he. Mariah, who had become a lonely person, smiled. At the same time, the bedroom of the three weirdos, the ghost princess. Perona couldn't laugh at all. It's over. It's over. This time it's really going to be a barbecue. The cute girl dressed in Lolita was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, turning back and forth in the air. Not long ago, she and Absalom went to the coast from two directions in the open space, intending to observe the attack secretly. Unexpectedly, before he started to fight, Absalom's life was declared over. Although Perona didn't like Absalom, who smelled like a beast, she knew how powerful he was. As strong as Absalom was, he couldn't even take the opponent's kick and was kicked to pieces. If her little one was hit, he would be beaten to pieces on the spot. Perona was almost scared to pee on the spot, and hurriedly ran home with her thighs clamped. She held the last hope that Moria could turn the tide. However, this hope was completely shattered when she saw Bonnie summon Pegasus and wiped out the zombie army with one blow. Absalom is already in pieces, and Lord Moria probably won't be able to hold on for long. Really, so I said early on that the opponent is the five emperors, we should not provoke them, don't provoke them, why do you? Perona floated in the air, wondering where to go. Just then, a white ghost passed through the forest and returned to Perona, passing on a message. Hey? Really? There's no one on their ship now? What are you waiting for? Perona's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took action immediately. Lord Moria, I'm sorry, I'm really scared. I'll come back to find you after the storm is over. Leaving this sentence, Perona ran away without looking back, not even caring about his favorite zombie Kumasi. A few minutes later, Perona returned to the port coast of the island ship. Moses, is anyone there? Perona landed carefully on the deck of the Never Air Force. For a long moment, seeing that there was no movement in the cabin, Perona suddenly laughed triumphantly. Hey, 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 you shot down our thriller bark, I stole your boat, isn't that too much? Let's trade for another boat. What the complacent Perona didn't notice was that the red and white ball on the bow suddenly opened, and a figure jumped out of it and instantly got on the deck. Just as Perona was thinking about how to drive the boat, Jengar quietly came behind her and patted her shoulder with his little paw. Don't make trouble, I'm busy. Perona patted the little paw on her right shoulder. Paw. Jengar patted her left shoulder again. Perona's action of tinkering with the rudder finally stopped. She suddenly realized that she was not at home now, but in the enemy's base camp. The one who patted her shoulder now could not be Kumasi, it was very likely. Perona was startled, and a terrifying figure emerged in her mind. After a long moment of stalemate, Perona took a deep breath and turned around mechanically. No matter how scared you are, you have to face it inevitably. Just when Perona turned around, Lolyalu. Gengui, who had been waiting for a long time, did his best to make a signature tongue-sticking grimace. Hey! Perona froze on the spot. Geng. Gengui turned over proudly, thinking that the prank was finally done, and scared the girl silly, unable to move. However, the next second, something unexpected happened to Jengar. So cute, so cute. Perona gave Jengar a bear hug and threw herself on him, kissing him. How can there be such a cute creature in the world? You must be a treasure given to me by God. Come on, run away with me. Perona, who has a unique aesthetic, hugged Jengar and refused to let go. She had fallen in love with Jengar at first sight. Gang! Gang! What's going on? This script is wrong and help me, stranger. Gengui collapsed and shouted for help. Hey, come with me. I'll take good care of you. Perona was still immersed in playing with the ghost, so she called directly. This little girl, this Jengar is my Pokemon. If you want to take it away, it may be a little difficult. A faint voice sounded, and silently, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared out of thin air at the bow. Chapter 108. Thriller Bark. Main Mansion, Battlefield. With the concerted efforts of the girls, the 800-plus zombie army that Moria had carefully prepared for many years was defeated. Only a few zombie soldiers and Shimotsuki Moria himself remained. Moria, you have already lost, surrender quickly. Nami shouted. That's right, release everyone's shadows now. Bonnie echoed. Ahihi, ahihi, do you think you have won? Shimotsuki Moria covered his devilish head like a shallot and laughed out loud. Do you think these zombie soldiers are all my trump cards? That's too much of an underestimation of me. Laozi is Shimotsuki Gecko Moria. Moria's eyes were wide open, and he screamed hysterically, falling into complete madness. Shadow, child, gather, gather, ground. Shimotsuki Moria slammed his big hand to the ground, and the ultimate secret of the Paramecia shadow fruit was activated. Black shadows came from all directions, flowing into Moria's body like a stream of water. 1, 2, 10, 20, 50, 100, in just a few breaths, Shimotsuki Moria absorbed 100 people's shadows. In the original plot, the Straw Hat Boy who obtained 100 people's shadow power zone evolved into a new form, Nightmare Luffy. The strongest combination of Moria and Demon Ounce was directly beaten and crushed, which was enough to show the increase in the absorption of shadows. Now, Moria, who absorbed 100 people's shadows, has also undergone drastic changes in his body shape. His height alone has doubled, and his every move is like 1,000 feet. That Moria can actually increase his own power by absorbing shadows. Robin's pupils shrank slightly, and he saw through Moria's actions. How can we let him succeed in continuing to enslave everyone's shadows? Bonnie waved her little pink fist in protest, without waiting for her to take any action. Swish! A nimble figure suddenly rushed out, leaped up, and soared into the air. It's just a mere Shimotsuki, don't get too proud, BD. Runty, the former Flying Six of the Beast Group, shouted loudly. To the outside world, she is still the irritable, sharp-tongued iron-headed girl. Only when facing the partners of the Air Force Group, she is a sweet girl who acts like a spoiled child. Runty's head suddenly tilted back, and Shi Li looked back. At the same time, the ancient species of Zoan dragon fruit's swollen-headed dragon form ability was activated. Run was directly completing the transformation of the swollen-headed dragon in the air. The forehead wrapped with armament Haki fell towards Moria like a bullet. Hee, dinosaur. You are a dinosaur. Whether it is a dinosaur or a blue dragon, it is the thing that Laozi hates the most. Shimotsuki Moria's eyes became colder and colder. More than 20 years ago, his important partners died at the hands of blue dragons and dinosaurs. Die for me. Moria swung her fist violently. The heavy punch of the shadow amplification of 100 people collided with Runty's iron-headed gun. Boom! A dull sound came from the sky and the earth. Hwalala! The powerful impact wind started from the center of the collision and radiated in all directions, stirring up thousands of dust. Whoosh! Boom! A figure quickly passed through the air. Then it fell heavily to the ground. A hole was smashed on the battlefield. The iron-headed girl in the big hole slowly turned back to her original form. She spit out a small mouthful of blood, staining the mask red. If it was facing the normal Moria before, with Runty's strength, even if she couldn't win, she wouldn't be knocked away head-on. But now Runty is facing the amplified form of Moria who controls the power of 100 shadows, and the head-on collision is also at a disadvantage. Runty, are you okay? Vivi hurried forward. It's a small problem, nothing serious. Runty wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth without caring. The biggest characteristic of the ancient Zoan species is that they can withstand beatings. Runty can still withstand this level of damage. He, this is just the beginning. Shimotsuki Moria was intoxicated, very satisfied with his current strength, and wanted more. Shadows, all gather in my body. Shadows gather, full power burst. 100 people, 200 people, 500, 800. The shadows that were defeated by the girls and left outside all sank into Moria's body. This is not over yet, the living murals and carpet zombies in the mansion have lost consciousness one after another. All the shadows on the thriller bark were absorbed by Moria, reaching a terrifying number of thousands. With the blessing of 1,000 shadows, Moria's devilish body swelled up in the wind. Finally, it turned into a 50-meter class bloated giant, with a terrifying aura. The point that quantitative change leads to qualitative change is fully interpreted under Moria's move. 1,000 ordinary pirates can never match the 4 emperors no matter how they unite. But if their power is gathered in one person, the situation will be very different. Of course, there is a most important premise here. That is, the person who gathers the shadows must be strong enough. His spirit must be beyond ordinary people, enough to suppress the chaos of the shadows in his body and achieve perfect control. If this is the case, even Rowling will be interested in taking action against him. Unfortunately, Moria, the fat man who was defeated and decadent by Kaido, obviously can't do it. The consciousness of 1,000 people is constantly impacting his mind, almost driving him crazy. If it weren't for the fact that he is the user of the shadow fruit, he would have exploded and died long ago. Everyone be honest, and become Lao Zi's power obediently. Moria Qianying opened his bloody eyes and roared to the sky. Boom! The heavy fist that gathered the power of 1,000 people fell to the ground. Boom! The thriller bark made an overwhelmed roar. Crack! A large crack that almost crossed the island ship was formed. One strike, island. In terms of power alone, Chikage Moria has indeed touched the threshold of the Emperor level. This is the same level as Crocodile. Sure enough, Shimotsuki are not simple. Vivi looked solemn. It's so terrifying that the island was broken apart with one strike. Is it only the boss? Secretary Khalifa's pretty face showed a look of horror. No, it's just this level. The captain doesn't need to take action at all. Nami spoke decisively, with arcs flashing around her body. Yes, we said when we set out that this Shimotsuki is completely under our responsibility. Kuina also nodded firmly, took out a blue bow from his pocket and transformed. Well, Moria, who has absorbed so many shadows, is indeed unparalleled in power, but he also has a fatal weakness. He seems unable to perfectly control this power. If he is left alone, he will probably fall down soon. Robin analyzed. But, if he keeps making such a fuss, the whole ship will sink. Bonnie said with some concern. No, I haven't started treasure hunting yet. Nami looked solemn, because she was going to give it a try for the treasure. Just then. Hey everyone, have you forgotten the existence of me? Shikaku, the teapot, stood on Kalu's head, his face full of arrogance and haki. Hehe, the protagonist always has to take action last. You have all worked hard just now. The next step is up to me. Shikaku didn't finish his pretentious words, and the next second he found his body flying in the air and being picked up. Oh, I almost forgot that giants should be dealt with by heavyweights of the same size. Nami grabbed Shikaku's neck. It's decided to be you, Tanuki-chan, let's go. Whoosh. Nami made a big one-handed spin and threw Shikaku in the direction of Moria. How many times have I said that I am not a Tanuki, BD? Shikaku, the teapot, swelled up in the wind and turned into a giant beast of the same size and weight as Moria. The moment he landed, the ground cracked and rocks flew into the air. Gaia would give him full marks. Hey, I am invincible now. Shishibukai Moria laughed crazily. Dabi threw Kabuto on Shikaku's face. The huge force made Shikaku stagger. Damn you balloon BD, what are you doing in front of me? Shikaku cursed, and mercilessly punched back, hitting Moria's swollen belly. X. Moria's bloodshot eyes suddenly opened wide, and a black shadow escaped from his mouth. Come back. Moria covered her mouth with difficulty to prevent the shadow from escaping. Hee, that's it. I haven't even exerted my strength yet, and it's already gone. Shikaku laughed triumphantly. A hole, go to hell. Moria's thick right hand slammed down. Shikaku dodged flexibly, dodged, and hit Moria's chin with an uppercut. Ola, ola, ola. No fancy ninjutsu was used, and no powerful tailed beast bomb was released. At this moment, Shikaku was like a boxer, treating Moria as a punching bag. Punch after punch, hitting Moria retreated again and again, unable to fight back. If Moria could be less greedy and only absorb 500 shadows, he might be able to fight Shikaku. Unfortunately, he was too greedy and overestimated his own will. Although the shadows of 1,000 people gave him great power, they also came with great disadvantages. So now he has done his best just to suppress the rioting shadows in his body. On one side is the restless shadow, and on the other side is the heavy punch of the giant beast Shikaku. Shishibukai Moria's spirit is on the verge of collapse. Black shadows continue to escape from his mouth. It's time to end, this is the last blow. Shikaku put all his strength into it, and a spiral-like, good, punch hit Moria's balloon-like abdomen. Whoosh! Moria's huge body flew backwards. Boom! Boom! The ground of the island ship shook violently. Ugh! Lost all consciousness, Moria suddenly collapsed. All the shadows turned into a black torrent, gushing out of his mouth, rushing to all places and returning to his body. Shishibukai Gecko Moria, defeated. Yeah, we won. Kuina and Bonnie high-fived each other. You are really worthy of being a raccoon cat. Vivi nodded. Quack, the boss is awesome. Runaway duck, Kalu echoed. What an incredible creature. Robin sighed. She was the only person who witnessed Shikaku's appearance besides Rowling. At that time, I thought it was just an ordinary teapot, but I didn't expect it to defeat two Shishibukai one after another. The boss has been defeated, let's go see how many treasures have been dropped now. Nami rubbed her hands, impatient. Just then. It's over so quickly, you girls are worthy of me. A faint voice came from the woods, instantly attracting the attention of all the girls. Mr. Rowling. Captain. Brother. Big brother. Amid the girls' surprised calls, Rowling and Thor walked out together first. Accompanying Rowling and the two were the ghost princess Perona and the bewildered Jengar. Hey! That's not. Chapter 109. West Blue, a wealthy man's mansion. Bang! A young maid was stunned. She didn't even notice the vase in her hand falling. She just stared blankly at the shadow on the ground under the light. It's been 10 years. Since that night 10 years ago, she hasn't seen her own shadow again. I'm back, sir, my shadow is back. The young maid hugged the middle-aged rich man who heard the sound and cried excitedly. Grand Line, a dark place. Ha ha ha, I'm back. Lao Z's shadow is back. Damn, Moria was knocked down. A pirate captain cried and laughed excitedly, like crazy. Although I don't know who did it, I'm really grateful. Twin Cape. The island inside the whale lagoon. Brooke, hey, look at yourself. The flower-like old man Crocus pointed behind Brooke in shock. Yo, what's wrong? Brooke turned his head in confusion. When I saw the shadow I hadn't seen for a long time. Brooke was stunned at first, and then tears kept flowing out of his eyes. I'm back, my shadow. Moria, that Shimotsuki Moria was defeated. It must be Mr. Rowling and his people. They really helped me get my shadow back. This kindness. I can't repay it even if I die. Similar scenes are staged all over the world. The shadowless people who have been harmed by Shimotsuki Moria are all kneeling down to thank them. At this moment. Thriller bark. Hey. Ah hey hey. It is not. Looking at the Jengar following Rowling, Bonnie, Kuina, and other girls all widened their eyes in surprise. Isn't this the mysterious creature that 790 encountered when we were exploring on the ghost ship a few days ago? Vivi exclaimed. You are worthy of being the captain. You actually caught this. We couldn't catch it at that time. Nami praised. Let me introduce you, this is our new partner Jengar. Robin did not explain too much. Jengar, hello everyone. Gengui greeted him weakly. Hee, Jengar, right? From now on, you will be my second brother. Teapot Shikaku announced. Gengui? What a strange name. Is it a special ability user? Khalifa and Runty looked at Jengar curiously. Just then, the girls found a satisfied Lolita girl lying on Jengar's back. Captain Luolin, don't you want to introduce this? Robin asked with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot, this is also a new partner Perona. Robin said casually. Not long ago. Perona sneaked onto the Never Air Force. She wanted to take the opportunity to steal the ship and run away, but ended up being captured by Jengar. To be exact, Perona's unique aesthetics and the ugly and cute Jengar were in love at first sight. Later, when Rowling proposed that he must join if he wanted to continue playing with Jengar, Perona nodded without hesitation without even considering it. At that time, Rowling was at a loss for words. This trip to Thriller Bark was also one of Rowling's purposes to bring Perona on board. As a time traveler, Rowling was impressed by the bug of Perona's ghost fruit ability. In the plot line, if it weren't for the lowly nemesis Usopp, Perona could have wiped out the Straw Hat Pirates alone. Although there was a patch for Haki's moves to remove the effects of the fruit ability in the later period. However, Perona's ghost fruit is still a rare bug skill. If you can accept it, if anyone dares to show off in the future, they will be hit by a negative ghost without saying a word. That scene is also very interesting. Rowling was originally prepared to coerce and induce, and even let Vivi prepared to brainwash her. Unexpectedly, all these preparations were useless, and a Jengar fascinated Perona and she happily joined the group. Perona-chan, please give me more advice in the future. Bonnie greeted her in a familiar manner. Hey, everyone, please take care of me. Perona greeted while still clinging to Jengar. Hey, the captain is really amazing after such a short time apart, he found such a cute female partner again. Nami narrowed her eyes and smiled, calm on the surface, but she was already anxious in her heart. The successive joining of Khalifa, Runty, and Perona undoubtedly made the competition on the ship more intense. And there will definitely be more new partners in the future. If you don't take a crucial step. Although he had been frank with Rowling as early as Sky Island, and even tasted each other's taste. But for taking that last step, Nami never prepared herself mentally. I thought I could take it slow, but who would have thought that the number of competitors would increase so much without me noticing? I must take action as soon as possible to get a front row position. Just as Nami was daydreaming. Swishing. There were chaotic footsteps coming from the dense forest behind the collapsed mansion. In the dim forest, there were shadowy figures, accompanied by a burst of ghosts and wolves howling. Are there any zombies that haven't been defeated yet? Thor took a step forward and was about to use the dragon roar cannon to clean up the place. Wait, those don't seem to be zombies. Robin raised his eyebrows. Oh. Defeated. Actually defeated. Mori. Shimotsuki Moye was defeated. Mori was really defeated, so our shadows are back. The skinny and ragged shadowless cheered and danced excitedly, and some even cried with joy and knelt down and cried loudly. Who are you? Moria's men. Khalifa shouted. No. No. Charlotte Lola, the captain of the Tumble Pirates and the shadowless representative, stepped out and waved her hands to deny it. BGDJ. We are not Moria's subordinates. On the contrary, we are all victims whose shadows were taken away by Moria. You must be the benefactors who defeated Moria and helped us take back our shadows. Lola said as she knelt on the ground and thanked them repeatedly. Benefactors. Thank you so much. You are our reborn parents. All the shadowless people knelt down together, expressing their gratitude and sincerity. First, they were oppressed by Moria for many years and had enough of the miserable days without seeing the sun. Now that they have been liberated and their shadows have returned, they are grateful to Llewellyn and his group for saving them. Second, it is because of the powerful strength of Llewellyn and his group. They saw the previous battle more or less while hiding in the dark. They were able to defeat Shimotsuki Moye and his zombie army with an overwhelming advantage. Llewellyn and his group must be extremely powerful, definitely not something they can provoke. If they underestimate them because they are all young girls, they will definitely suffer a great disaster. Captain Lola, why do these people seem familiar to me? I feel the same way, Captain, they seem to be the latest big event. The Squirrel brothers approached Lola and whispered. SHH, don't say anything now. Lola signaled with his eyes and stopped his subordinates. I see, since they are not Moria's subordinates, forget it, but, we have saved you, you should more or less. Nami rubbed her fingers, full of hints. But what disappointed Nami was that they were captured by Mori and couldn't find the 2 steel chains even after searching their pockets. No problem, Nami dear, we know where Moria's treasure house is, and we can take you to find it. Lola said hurriedly. Really? Nami's eyes lit up. Immediately pulled Vivi and others to go treasure hunting together. 5 minutes later, when the ruins of the castle were opened, looking at the piles of treasure, Nami was immediately overjoyed and laughed from ear to ear. On the other side, Thor found it with his strong sense of smell. Moria's food warehouse. Looking at the hungry eyes of the shadowless, Thor was not stingy and immediately took out the food to share with everyone. A grand and noisy banquet was held in the Thriller Bark. It was not until the next morning that Lola and others remembered the defeated Shimotsuki Moye. They quickly sent people to search everywhere, but found nothing. Damn it! We are so careless. We actually forgot to catch Moye. He must have other accomplices. The shadowless were all upset. They were oppressed by Moye for so many years. Of course, they would not let him go easily. On the other side, after learning that Moye might escape, Perona also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, Moye is the adoptive father who raised her. After so many years of getting along, it is impossible that there is no affection. Except Perona, the other girls are very concerned about Moye. Moye didn't care at all about running away. He was just a defeated general, so he ran away. After breakfast, Loyal Linxing didn't rush to leave. It was rare to encounter a natural haunted house, so Bonnie immediately took the girls to play and sightsee. Knowing that all the zombies were eliminated, even Vivi became bolder. On the other hand, after satisfying Thor's various requirements, Llewellyn returned to the sleep fishing business. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the delivery of the Black Shadow Core Order Troll Core. The third day of landing in Thriller Bark. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the delivery of the Black Shadow Core Order Samurai Core. The fourth day of landing in Thriller Bark. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the delivery of the Black Shadow Core Order Night Bat Core. The fifth day of landing in Thriller Bark. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the delivery of the First Class Dangerous Goods T-Virus, from the world of Resident Evil. Please use with caution. Chapter 110. T-Virus. Also known as Tyrant Virus. In the biochemical crisis world, it was created by one of the founders of the Umbrella Corporation. It was finally separated by combining the mysterious ancient virus ancestor virus with the leech gene fragment. It has the characteristics of strengthening and recombining biological genetic factors. It was originally a demon product born for the purpose of developing biological weapons. However, most organisms will suffer strong side effects. The direct action of the virus causes partial necrosis of the cerebral cortex. The final result is a new species called zombies, which triggers a global biochemical crisis. Since the T-virus is an RNA virus, it can infect all organisms in the world. Whether it is mammals, arachnids, etc., or even plants, they will be infected. In addition, its transmission channels are even more extensive, and air, body fluids, biological media, food, contact, etc. can cause infection. Even if most areas of the pirate world are seas and the distance between islands is far, it cannot be isolated from infection. Once a zombie crisis breaks out on an island, the virus will still spread across the sea in a very short time. No wonder the system will assess it as a first-level dangerous item. There are always some dangerous things on the market recently. Looking at the green liquid in the double helix test tube in his hand, Llewellyn did not dare to neglect it at all. The super stinky durian is okay, at most it is a little smelly and pickled. But this thing is really deadly. In just a moment, Llewellyn gave up the idea of putting it in the Holy Land. After all, this thing will definitely not affect only one Holy Land, Marie Joyce. If it goes wrong, the whole pirate world will enter the biochemical crisis mode. Although this is an irredeemable fed-up world, there are still many beautiful things. Llewellyn himself is just a traveler, not a mad scientist who destroys the world. Llewellyn immediately put the T-virus into the top-sealed safe and put a danger sign on it. Soon after doing all this, the girls who ended the haunted house adventure returned one after another. After staying in Thriller Bark for so many days, it's time to leave. Benefactors, have a good trip. With Lola and other shadowless people waving and watching, the Never Air Force gradually went away. Until Rowling and his party were completely far away, the Squirrel brothers and others looked at Captain Lola in unison. Captain Lola. They are indeed. That's the group, right? The fifth Sea Emperor who reigns over the sea. Only the Sea Emperor can defeat Shishibukai with overwhelming strength. The shadowless people murmured in shock. Yes, I have always known it. Lola fell to the ground, and the calmness she had pretended for many days disappeared. She has been afraid these days. What if Rowling and his party discovered her identity? What if they found out that she was the daughter of 4 Emperors' Big Mom? As for hating Rowling and his party because of the death of Snag and others, that is absolutely impossible. Not to mention that the relationship between their brothers and sisters is not very harmonious. The word 5 Emperors alone suppressed her hatred. Not to mention, Rowling and his party were the benefactors who saved them. Rowling and his party were of course unaware of Lola's little thoughts. Even if they knew, they would not care at all. Half a day later, the Never Air Force sailed out of the Devil's Sea. The ship was filled with the joy and playfulness of the girls as usual. The noise of the girls was temporarily relieved until the newspaper delivered the latest news. There was no big news today, but there was a report closely related to Rowling. To be precise, it was closely related to Bonnie, a report about the South Blue Sobel Kingdom. The Sobel Kingdom was attacked by pirates for the third time in half a month, and was repelled by the former 7 warlords of the sea tyrant bear. Since the Sobel Kingdom was kicked out of the ranks of the government member states, the pirate attacks have occurred frequently. Fortunately, the bear returned in time, so it did not cause too much harm. "Dad, is everyone okay?" Bonnie dialed the remote telephone bug, and there was some worry in her voice. "It's okay, don't worry, Bonnie." Bear's gentle voice came from the other end of the den mushy. "We are all fine. Bonnie, are you also energetic? Don't worry about us, they are just some pirates." The voices of Yu, Taz, Potato and others followed closely. After hearing everyone's voices for a long time, Bonnie's eyes were red and her voice was choked. "Don't cry, little Bonnie, just continue your journey, we have Bear here, it's okay." Queen Mother Connie said. "That's it, Bonnie, I will stay in Sobel for the time being, and I probably won't have time to see you. You can continue your journey with Mr. Rowling, and you must tell your story to Dad the next time we meet." Bear spoke gently. Dad, we just went to the haunted house 2 days ago, and beat the bad guys who robbed everyone's shadows away." "Oh, no, I promised to tell Dad in person, so I won't say it now." Bonnie quickly covered her mouth. "Hee, narrow." Bear readily agreed. At this moment, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. "Marshal Sengoku, just now, we intercepted a signal, it was a communication between Tyrant Bear and the Air Force Group. Meeting King Branyu brought a den mushi to Marshal Sengoku." "Nani?" Marshal Sengoku, who was already busy and overwhelmed, was even more confused. Especially after listening to the conversation between Bear and Bonnie, Marshal Sengoku's brows were even more furrowed. "Haunted house. Shadow predator. It seems that the rumor is true. Shimotsuki Moye, who is entrenched in the Devil's Sea, has also been defeated. They are the ones who made the move." Vice Admiral Crane said in a deep voice. "Yes. This is the third one. First, Crocodile was captured, then Tyrant Bear withdrew, and now it's Gecko Moria. Could it be that the man wants to wipe out Shimotsuki?" Marshal Sengoku said solemnly. "This may be a good thing. The 7 warlords of the sea system should not exist." Vice Admiral Crane said. "This is not something we can decide." Marshal Sengoku shook his head. "Is there any movement in New World? Red Hair and Whitebeard are still the same. Big Mom seems to be preparing for a tea party. Kaido of the Beasts has left Wano Kuni. There was a sighting report a few days ago, but now it has disappeared again." Vice Admiral Crane reported. "What about Golden Lion? That old guy has been silent for so many years. Last time, he even said shamelessly that he would reorganize Rock's Pirate. He will definitely have follow-up actions." Marshal Sengoku said firmly. "There is no sighting information of Golden Lion yet. That guy's ability and mobility are too high." Vice Admiral Crane shook his head. "Keep tracking." East Blue. Logue Town, Marine Base. "Mr. Smoker, why did the higher UPS cancel the 16th branch? If so, the area that the 16th branch was responsible for guarding will become a no-go zone for the pirates. Including Coco West Village, many villages will." The glasses-wearing Sergeant Tashiji shook her head in confusion. "This is also foreseeable. The game at the top often affects ordinary people. Pound pie." The smoky Colonel White Hunter Smoker whispered faintly. About 3,000 meters above the ground, a magnificent floating sky island crossed the comm belt and entered the East Blue territory. Puff! 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 The second-in-command of the flying pirates, wearing a white coat and clown makeup, the mad scientist Indigo, came to the Lion Throne with a fart-like pace. "Boss Shiki, we have entered East Blue and can start at any time." Dr. Indigo reported. Ha 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 ha. On the lion throne, the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki suddenly opened his eyes. In this world where the strong prey on the weak have no room to survive. Only the strong can survive. Let the world understand this truth with the demise of the weakest sea area, East Blue. Let the world see my new calendar area. So, which island should we start from? Dr. Indigo asked. Well, that's a problem. The island where Roger was born and executed? No. I remember that someone in the Air Force seems to have a hometown in East Blue, the hometown of that little thief. The arc of Golden Lion Shiki's mouth gradually widened. Somewhere in the sea area of East Blue. Fistbone meteorite. Swoosh. Boom. Boom. The high-speed flying shells flew over the sea, stirring up powerful waves, and finally accurately hit and sank a pirate ship. Oh wow! Great! Wonderful! Vice Admiral Garp is worthy of it. On the dog-headed warship, all the Marines applauded. Yet, he is a little old after all. Marine legend Vice Admiral Hero Garp shook his head. Bogart, how long will it take to get to Windmill Village? At this speed, we should be there in 2 days. Adjutant Bogart reported. Haha, then let my stupid grandson taste Grandpa's iron fist of love in 2 days, and this time he will definitely give up the idea of going to sea. Garp laughed. East Blue, Goa Kingdom. Mount Corpo, the secret base of the three brothers. Sabo, do you remember? The Straw Hat Boy asked with his eyes wide open. Not yet. Sabo smiled gently and touched his brother's head. Hey, when will you recover your memory? The Straw Hat Boy sighed. What he didn't know was that there were still 2 days before Sabo's memory was restored. Grand Line. Never Air Force. They talked on the phone for nearly an hour. Bonnie hung up reluctantly. On the deck, the girls looked at each other in silence, as if thinking about something. Although Nami and others didn't say anything, Loelin could understand. Whether it was Vivi, Nami, or Kuina, when they saw Bonnie talking to Xiang, they all missed home more or less. Then it's decided. At the bow, Loelin stood up and attracted the attention of the girls. Captain, have you decided on the destination for the next stop? Nami asked. Yes. Loelin nodded. The next destination is Coco West Village. Hey! Nami was stunned, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Oh, rent a boat, Captain. Without waiting for Nami to say anything. Thor, who was in tune with Loelin, smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, a deep purple space portal emerged. Never Air Force rode the waves and rushed in. The next moment. East Blue Coco West Village, we are here. Chapter 111. East Blue, Coco West Village, Police Station. Mr. Jian, have you heard? Marine Branch 16 is going to be cancelled. I thought after the rats, a reliable Marine Colonel finally came. I didn't expect that Branch 16 would. Marine, is it going to completely abandon this sea area? Isn't this a disguised signal that this is a lawless place? Let the pirates. Because of them, the Marine Termites, we have been oppressed by the evil Dragon Gang for nearly 8 years, and now. Isn't Marine an organization that claims to be righteous? What on earth are they? The villagers who learned the news were all secretly anxious. Don't argue. The middle-aged police officer with a windmill on his head and a scar on his face knocked on the table and stopped the meaningless quarrel. For the sudden abolition of Branch 16, Feng Jian could roughly guess the reason. This was a targeted sanction action by Marine and even the higher-level government. The NICE lobby incident was too big, and one of the 3 major government agencies was sunk. World, how could the government just swallow this loss? Since it is impossible to directly sanction Loelin and the Air Force Corps, then we should start with the people around them. Coco West Village is Nami's hometown, and it has no background. It is just an ordinary village, so it is naturally the best target. Tomorrow, I will go to Logue town to find Colonel Smoker. He is a sensible person, and Belmere has also worked at the Logue town base before. I hope I can. Windmill Aegean sighed. Although the hope is slim, we have to try it anyway. Just then. 4, 3, Mr. Aegean. Mr. Aegean. The villagers' calls came from dozens of meters away. The voices were anxious, and even more surprised and excited. What's wrong? Windmill Aegean and others hurried forward. Q*7. The villagers who reported the news gasped. Come back? Is the Marine branch back? The distressed villagers' eyes lit up. Marine? What Marine? No, it's Nami. Nami is back, and Mr. Rowling. Nami's friends, everyone is back. The villager who reported the news shouted excitedly. Nanny! What did you say? Nami is back. Are Nami and the others really back? Feng Chajian and others were also completely ecstatic. Compared with Nami's return home, other things are no longer important. At this moment, the port of Cocoa West Village. Wow, ha, everyone, I'm fat. Nami put his hands on his hips, jumped from the bow of the Never Air Force, and landed in his hometown first. Nami. Little Nami. It's really little Nami. Ha, Nami is back. Lord Rowling and the others are here too. Hurry up and inform everyone in the village. This is great news. Hurry up, prepare the banquet quickly to welcome Nami and Lord Rowling and the others. The villagers working at the port shouted excitedly. It didn't take long. The villagers of the entire Cocoa West village were all shocked and gathered. Nami. Nakago crossed the crowd, opened his arms and hugged his sister, his eyes red, facing the heat. Hee, I'm back, Nakago, are you surprised or not? Nami giggled. Surprise. This is too much of a surprise. Everyone was a little shocked and couldn't believe it at all, because Nami, you and Mr. Llewellyn should have been on the Grand Line not long ago, and you were able to return midway. Nokai Gao said in amazement. Hee, because our captain is Llewellyn, who can do anything, coming back is just a thought. If you miss me in the future, just call me and I'll come back to see you. Nami put her hands on her hips, her face full of pride. Don't cause trouble for Mr. Llewellyn. Nokai Gao raised her hand and tapped Nami's forehead lightly, then took her sister's hand and came to Llewellyn, bowed and thanked her. Mr. Llewellyn, I really troubled you to take care of my sister during this period. It's only been half a year since we last met, you're too polite, Nokai Gao. Llewellyn smiled and joked. That's true. Nokai Gao smiled embarrassedly. You are the sister that Nami always talks about. I'm Vivi, Nami's best friend. Vivi stepped forward and held Zhu Qijiao's hand. I'm Bonnie. Robin. I'm Khalifa, the boss's secretary. The girls introduced themselves one after another. I know, we saw your story on the news. No Qijiao nodded happily. Is that so? Since No Qijiao and everyone knows it, I won't pretend anymore. I'll be honest. I'm the lightning girl with a bounty of 660 million berry. I can crush Arlong with just one finger now. Nami raised her little head, proud like a peacock with its tail spread. Ha. Yes, our Nami is the best. Our village has also produced a big man. The villagers all laughed happily. Oh, Mr. Jian is here. The crowd parted, and Feng Jian and others came in a hurry. The moment he saw Nami, his father Jian's eyes were red. Really, Mr. Jian, how can you be the same as No Qijiao? Men don't cry easily. Nami laughed and joked. Nami girl, who do you think understands? I was blinded by the sand. Feng Zhejian laughed stubbornly. Ha 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 ha. The villagers couldn't help laughing. Go, 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 what are you doing here? Go and prepare the banquet. Nami and her benefactors rarely come back, so we must not neglect them. Feng Zhejian drove them away with shame and anger. In the evening, a grand dinner was held in the village square of Shimotsuki Village. This was a grand occasion that had never happened even during the Hyuxian New Year. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that it finally ended. The drunk villagers went home with the help of their families. Really, Nakago, if you can't drink, don't be stubborn. Nami helped her sister back to the orange hut. Nami, I'm not drunk. Come here, I want to talk to you. Nakago opened his hazy drunken eyes and waved at Nami. Let's talk tomorrow if you have anything to say. Nami said this, but she still walked forward obediently. Little Nami, you are a grown-up girl now, and I shouldn't say too much, but, seeing how useless you are, I can't help but say a few words. Nojijo pretended to be an elder. How can I be useless? I can crush Arlong with one hand now. Nami put her hands on her hips, looking unconvinced. You and Mr. Loyalin haven't taken that step yet. Nojijo's words made Nami lose all her arrogance, and her pretty face turned red. Hey, Nakago, why did you suddenly say this? If you like it, then do it. Don't always think about waiting for others to take the initiative. If you miss it. Nakago's muttering gradually turned into an even breathing sound. No, I at least have some experience. Nakago, you are still a virgin. Nami didn't finish her rebuttal. Looking at her sleeping sister, she finally just sighed and tidied the corners of her sister's quilt. Walking out of the house and looking at the bright moon in the sky, Nami felt that it might be time for her to take that step. Village Square. Captain, let's have a competition. Seeing Loyalin knock down the last Aegean and others, Nami mustered up the courage to ask Loyalin for a competition. Competition? What is a competition in the middle of the night? Loyalin burped and asked in confusion. Oh, it's that captain, you also have lightning ability. I have some new ideas for the development of thunder fruit recently, so I want to have a competition with you, captain. Nami's face flushed, and she made up excuses. I see, of course. Loyalin smiled and agreed. The next second, 2 flashes of lightning, one gold and one blue, shot up into the sky, and left Coco West Village in an instant. 10 minutes later. Over a certain sea area. Nami, we are just sparring, but what are we doing with our clothes? Loyalin looked strange. This is my new move, watch me. Under Nami's continuous attack. The drunk Loyalin finally realized Nami's true intention. For the girl's courageous attack, Loyalin naturally had to respond. Everything came naturally. Under the dark night sky, 2 flashes of lightning intertwined with each other, merged into one, and were indistinguishable from each other. Crack! Boom! A golden and blue lightning spread out, sinking the passing pirate ship on the spot. Pirate ship! Am I also part of your play? The next day, morning. Nami, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Looking at Nami who was limping, Vivi, who was her best friend, couldn't help but care. Don't worry, Vivi, you will experience it in the future. Nami patted Vivi's head, speaking earnestly with a tone of someone who had experienced it. Vivi, Robin, Khalifa. Orange Grove. Mr. Rowling, thank you very much for your kindness. I know you want to prevent Nami from worrying, but I probably can't adapt to a too turbulent life, and this Orange Grove is the hard work of me, Nami and Belmere, and someone should take care of it. Nojigo bowed. Is that so? Then at least accept this. Rowling was not surprised by Nojigo's choice. A black token appeared in his hand. What is this? Nochigo took the token with a puzzled look on his face. Hold this token tightly, and think of some evil thoughts in your mind. Rowling said. Evil thoughts. Nochigo thought of something, and a red cloud appeared on his face. The next second, black shadows gathered around the orange grove. One after another, figures wearing black ninja uniforms appeared out of thin air. Mr. Llewellyn, this is... Nochigo was shocked. They are the Black Shadow Corps, which is equivalent to my subordinates. You can mobilize them at any time through this token. They can deal with ordinary pirates. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can contact them by phone. Llewellyn explained concisely. This, is it really possible? Nochigo was moved. Of course. Llewellyn nodded. 9 o'clock in the morning. Nochigo, goodbye. Everyone, goodbye. I will definitely come back. Nami stood at the stern of the Never Air Force and waved goodbye to the villagers in the port. Goodbye, Nami. Bon voyage. Goodbye, Lord Llewellyn too. Goodbye everyone. The villagers waved reluctantly. Leaving again. Feng Chaijian wiped his eyes. Mr. Jian, didn't you tell Nami about that? Nojijo asked. What's there to say? Nami has been carrying us for so many years. Now she has finally started a new life. How can she still do that for the village? Anyway, I'll go to Rogue Town later. Feng Chaijian said. No need anymore. Nojijo smiled. Nami is heartless, but Mr. Llewellyn has already considered everything. Nojijo took out the Shadow Corps Ninja Order. This is what Mr. Llewellyn left. From now on, we can protect the village by our own strength. A deep purple space portal appeared out of thin air near the island. The Never Air Force slowly drove out of the gate and docked. Everyone, this is my hometown, Shimotsuki Village. It's my turn to entertain you next. Kuina said happily, smiling sweetly. At the same time, southeast of Shimotsuki Village, a small sailboat came crookedly. Brother, a few more hours. Brother, your hometown Shimotsuki Village is in this direction. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph pointed to the map and said. What are you waiting for? Speed up! Speed up! Zoro, who finally returned home under the guidance of his brothers, was excited. Without saying a word, he picked up the paddle and paddled. He couldn't wait to confirm Kuina's news on the spot. Wrong, wrong. Brother, the direction is wrong. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph shouted anxiously. FO. Chapter 112. East Blue, Shimotsuki Village, Ishin Dojo. Hey! Ha! The half-grown children in training clothes held bamboo swords and repeatedly stepped and slashed. Snatch! A boy about 10 years old shouted with great momentum. Pa! The bamboo sword hit the boy's forehead with just the right amount of force, which made him feel dizzy but not hurt his brain. I've already said that this is not a good word, and you can't shout it again in the future. The dojo master Kojiro warned. But. Senior brother Zoro said that this is an inspiring word, and he relied on this word to persevere countless times. The half-grown boy covered his forehead and said. Zoro. What did the old man teach him before? Kojiro touched his forehead helplessly. Just then. Kojiro. Kojiro. Q**. Several villagers rushed into the dojo in a hurry. What's wrong? What's back? Kojiro asked puzzledly. Of course it's your good daughter. Kuina is back with her big friends. A villager said excitedly. A few months ago, shortly after the Alabasta incident, Kuina's bounty spread all over the world. The villagers of Shimotsuki Village also saw the news, and the whole village was shocked. For a time, almost all the villagers came to the Heart Dojo to inquire about the situation. Kishiro had no choice but to briefly explain the situation to everyone. When the villagers learned that it was really Kuina's resurrection, they were not afraid, but very happy. Just like Nami was everyone's favorite princess in Koko 16, Yoxi Village. In Shimotsuki Village, Kuina, Koshiro's daughter, was also the little princess of the village. In addition, Kuina has always been well-behaved and sensible, and often helps everyone, which makes her even more lovable. 10 years ago, Kuina's sudden death made the whole village sad. Suddenly hearing the news of Kuina's resurrection, the villagers were more regretful that they could not see Kuina again. Now, when they heard the news of Kuina's return, the whole Shimotsuki village was in a commotion. Soon, led by Koshiro, the villagers of Np and the child swordsman came to the coast. The ants who were holding Kuina on the shore to reminisce finally let Kuina go. "Dad, everyone knows it." Kuina trotted forward. "You made such a big fuss outside, it's hard for everyone not to know." Koshiro smiled with narrowed eyes. "I'm sorry." Kuina looked down at her toes. "Don't say sorry, Kuina, you are the pride of all of us." Koshiro waved his hands repeatedly, a little at a loss. "Yes. Yes. Kuina, you are really amazing. You are the pride of our Shimotsuki. The name of Shimotsuki will resound throughout the world because of you." The villagers all laughed happily. "Hey hey hey!" Kuina immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. "Okay, don't stand here, we should treat the distinguished guests well." Koshiro spoke, and was unanimously recognized by the villagers. Just then. "By the way, Dad, there is one more thing." Kuina seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took the sword from his waist and handed it to his old father. "This is..." Looking at the black sword Kyushui handed over by Kuina, Koshiro and other middle-aged and elderly swordsmen all couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Ranran Dani Tingzi. Black and purple blade. Red serrated pattern. No mistake, this sword is the legendary black sword Shushui. It's the sword of our Shimotsuki clan's ancestor, the sword god Ryoma. I've always heard about it from the elders, but I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see the real black sword Shushui. The people of the Shimotsuki clan who escaped from Wano Kuni 50 years ago all recognized the black sword Shushui, and for a while, there were shock and uproar. This. Kuina, where did you get this Shushui? Your grandfather said that this is the national treasure of Wano Kuni. Have you been to Wano Kuni? Koshiro's face was also shocked. No, that's not it, Dad. Actually, the remains of the ancestor Ryoma and this sword were stolen by a pirate named Moria more than 20 years ago. This time we are on the journey. Kuina told Koshiro and the villagers everything in a concise manner. In addition to the sword, I also brought back the remains of the ancestor Ryoma. We can't let the ancestor continue to wander around. Good, you did a good job, Kuina. Koshiro praised repeatedly. Then he discussed with the respected Shimotsuki elders in the village. Soon, everyone reached a consensus to let the ancestor Ryoma rest in peace here. After obtaining Loelin's permission, Koshiro personally led people to bring back the crystal coffin containing Ryoma's remains. Mr. Loelin, not only for taking care of my daughter, but also for other things, I am very grateful. Koshiro bowed 90 degrees to express his gratitude. The villagers followed suit and expressed their gratitude. Don't worry, it's just a small favor. Loelin waved his hand casually. Mr. Loelin, please and everyone please attend the banquet tonight. Koshiro invited him solemnly. Loelin would not refuse the banquet. Moreover, this was the banquet of the legendary sword god Ryoma. After learning that Kuina brought back Ryoma's body, this banquet was not only a welcome celebration, but also a sacrifice and burial ceremony for the ancestors. The whole Shimotsuki village was in action, and the villagers slaughtered pigs and sheep. It was very lively. Loyolin was not interested in the sacrifice, so he immediately set up a fishing spot in the old place and started his bandit fishing career. Khalifa, the secretary, served him closely. As a direct member of Shimotsuki, Kuina naturally had to participate in the sacrifice. Bonnie, who loved to join in the fun, also followed and bustled around. Thor, Nami, Vivi, and Runty helped prepare the dinner. Robin was more interested in the history of Shimotsuki Village, or more precisely, the history of Wano-kuni, and chatted with the old people. Finally, there was the heartless and silly girl Perona, who was chasing and playing with Jengar on the sunny beach. Hey! At a certain moment, Loyolin, who was fishing, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes fell on a small sailboat in the distance. When he recognized the identities of the 3 two-coin youths on the boat, Loyolin couldn't help but smile. This was really a coincidence. Crash! The waves pushed the sailboat to land on the beach. Brother, I finally know why you can't go back to the village. Sword God Johnny shook his head. Brother, you are good at everything else, but why are you a directionally challenged person? You can still get the wrong direction even when it's right in front of you. I seriously suspect that you were the one who messed up the times we got lost at sea. Sword Saint Joseph said seriously. Stop talking nonsense. Zoro's old face turned red, but he couldn't refute it. In any case, he was able to return to his hometown thanks to Johnny and Joseph. Hey, 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 wait for me, don't run, little Gang Gang. The girl's sweet laughter attracted the attention of the 3 young men. It goes without saying that you can tell she is a beauty just by listening to her voice. Brother Zoro, this is a girl from your village, please be sure to introduce her to me. Sword God Johnny quickly got up and tidied his clothes. With your miserable appearance, you are not afraid of scaring the girl away, so let me do it. Sword Saint Joseph did not give in. While scrambling, Perona, who was followed by a white ghost, chased Gengui and floated around the corner. FK. Ghost. Ghost. Damn. Ghost. Ghost. Looking at Perona and Jengar who were not able to touch the ground, Johnny and Joseph were both frightened and screamed, crouching down to defend themselves. It's still daytime. Can you really see ghosts in broad daylight? Zoro was also startled, but compared to his 2 younger brothers, he could barely be sure. Hey, what a rude guy, you actually said that we are so cute and are ghosts. Perona held an umbrella with one hand and put one hand on her waist, looking at Zoro and the other 2 angrily. This outfit. You are not from this village. What kind of ghosts are you? Zoro's right hand fell on the handle of the sword of the Doichimonji on his waist, and according to Perona's answer, he was ready to draw the sword at any time. Hey, you still want to fight, then try this. Perona waved her slender hand. Negative ghost. Swish. The white ghost passed through Zoro's body. The next second. Snap. Zoro, it's over. I'm sorry, I actually wanted to attack the lovely princess, I'm even worse than the stinky 767 bug on the ground. Zoro whispered negatively. Hey, you know it. Perona crossed her legs, proud like a queen. A hole. Zoro, who had recovered from his negative state, was furious, his face turned red on the spot, and he was about to draw his sword and fight. However, before he could run far, a pair of purple-black claws suddenly broke out of the ground, grabbed Zoro's feet, and made him fall flat on his face. Geng. The prank was successful and Gengui made a face. A hole, you actually did that to my brother. You're in big trouble. Johnny and Joseph came to their senses and wanted to get back at him. As a result, plop. Jengar did the same thing, and now the 2 of them fell flat on their faces. Hey. Perona clapped her hands, and 3 negative ghosts rushed through Zoro and the other 2's bodies. And for the next hour, they kept going in and out of the three people's bodies. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, we're just bugs. The three two-coin youths kept confessing more and more. At sunset. Brother, dinner will be ready soon. Kuina came jumping. Got it. Rowling and Khalifa stood up. Where are Perona and Jengar? Kuina looked left and right, looking for Perona's shadow. They are still playing there. Rowling pointed in the direction of the beach. Hey! Looking at the green algae-haired young man kneeling on the beach with his head drooping, Kuina couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. 3 minutes later. When he got closer. Seeing the appearance of the green algae-haired young man clearly. Kuina's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Zoro! Are you Zoro? Hearing this. Zoro, who had just recovered from his negative state, raised his head blankly. Looking at the blue-haired girl walking towards him not far away, Zoro was stunned. Kuina! Are you really dead? Chapter 113. Ha! Pa! Kuina chopped Zoro's head with a knife, and the green algae head was smoking. It hurts so much. Zoro covered his smoking head and screamed. Who told you to say I was a zombie as soon as you came? Kuina crossed her arms and rushed over angrily. That's right, this green algae head can't speak at all, and just now he said that the cute me is a ghost. Perona echoed. By the way, Kuina, do you know this green south head? Hey! He is the brother Zoro I mentioned. Kuina nodded. Hey, hey, hey! Perona was shocked and widened her beautiful eyes. I thought it was a blind thief from somewhere. I never thought it was. Tell me, kid, why didn't you say it earlier? If you said it earlier, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings, right? Perona said with a guilty conscience. Did you give me a chance to speak? You just let that weird ghost drill into me. Zoro said aggrievedly. Hey, 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 sorry, I just feel, how should I put it? Perona smiled. Somehow, she felt that Zoro was very handy with the negative ghost drill. After all, in the original plot, Zoro was the person who had eaten the most negative ghosts in the world. He ate one without saying a word. Hee, sorry, green algae-haired boy, my girl seems to have caused you trouble. Rowling walked slowly, followed by Khalifa dressed as a secretary. Oh, big brother, he. 555, 5 emperors, real big people. Seeing the legendary big people appearing in front of them, Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph were both shocked and wide-eyed, and they couldn't even speak clearly. The 5th Emperor of the Sea. Zoro slowly stood up and looked at Rowling solemnly. I heard that you are also a great swordsman. Zoro's right hand held the Wado Ikemonji. Without waiting for him to finish his words. Snap! Scored twice. Kuina jumped up and stabbed Zoro again, causing Zoro to crouch down in pain. Stupid Zoro, don't commit suicide. Come with me. There's something important happening in the village. I'll take you there. Kuina said as he dragged Zoro towards the village. Brother! Wait for us. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph quickly followed. Let's go too. Loyalin smiled and walked slowly. 10 minutes later. Kuina dragged Zoro to the shrine in the village. Kuina! Hey, isn't this little Zoro? Little Zoro, you're finally back. By the way, Zoro, you've always been a directionally challenged person. This time. The reason you haven't come back for so long this time is that you got lost, right? Ha, anyway, Zoro and Kuina are back on the same day, which is a great thing. Indeed, this is not a double happiness, but a triple happiness. The elders in the village all laughed happily. Kuina, let me go quickly, it's embarrassing. Zoro struggled desperately, and finally broke free from the clutches and walked to the front of his master Kojiro. "Teacher, I'm back." "Well, it's good to be back. It's good to be back." Kojiro patted Zoro's shoulder with relief. "Go in and worship first, and then we can have dinner." "Yes." Zoro followed Kuina into the shrine. "Kuina, what day is today? Are you celebrating your resurrection?" Snap. Hat trick. Zoro was hit by the third knife today. His green hair fell down, and he was showing signs of baldness. "Did you see the sword enshrined there?" Kuina pointed to the shrine in front of the shrine. That sword is a black sword. Could it be the black sword Shushui mentioned by Kozaburo?" Zoro was shocked. "Yes. It's Shushui. And the body in the coffin is the legendary ancestor Ryoma. I accidentally found it during my journey." Kuina explained to Zoro in a concise manner. "What? Kuina, did you actually defeat the legendary sword god Ryoma?" Zoro was so shocked that his eyeballs were about to bulge out of his eye sockets. "I told you that it was the zombie body of the ancestor Ryoma with the shadows of other people stuffed in." Kuina shook her head. "That's true. Kuina, you're so old now, it's impossible to think about it, haha." Zoro laughed easily. "Kuina. I don't know why, but the head of the circle is a little hard. Oh, is this the black sword Kyushui of the legendary sword god Ryoma? The body of the sword god who killed the flying dragon 400 years ago, can I really see it?" Johnny, the Wolong, and Joseph, the Phoenix child, came together. They have also learned the reason for today's celebration from the villagers. Seeing the legendary famous sword Kyushui and the sword god Ryoma with their own eyes, both of them were so excited that they couldn't be more excited. It took a long time. The 3 two-coin youths finished the worship. Johnny and Joseph reluctantly looked back every few steps and followed Zoro out of the shrine. The sun set in the west. Night fell. The grand dinner of Shimotsuki Village began. Rowling finally had Ryoma's meal. Just like yesterday in Koko West Village. Loyalin once again became the focus of the banquet. Received toasts from the villagers of Shimotsuki Village. Midnight. Behind the mountain of Shimotsuki Village. The bright moonlight fell like water. The gentle sea breeze blew the grass all over the mountain. "Kuina, to be honest, I still can't figure out how you. But these are not important, what's important is that you can live." At this point, the subject changed. "Because in this way, I can end your winning streak. The 2002nd battle between us will definitely be won by me," Zoro said confidently. "Haha, you are so bold, Zoro, you have never won once." Kuina smiled. "Stop talking nonsense, I said I will definitely win this time." Zoro untied the bag behind him, took out 2 bamboo swords and threw them to Kuina, and took one for himself. "Even if you are small, I will not hold back, after all, Kuina, you are still a big shot with a bounty of 600 million. That's just what I want, Zoro, if you don't go all out, you will be defeated in an instant." Kuina was confident and high-spirited. "Then I will come on without hesitation, and let you see the success of my years of practice." Zoro held the swords with both hands, biting one in his mouth, and the 3 swords intertwined to form a triangle. 3 swords style, Demon Slash. Without the slightest underestimation or temptation, Zoro started with the big move from the beginning. 3 swords style big move, Demon Slash explodes. Kuina's eyes condensed, and she took a step forward with her little feet, swinging the bamboo sword at the same time. Before Zoro's Demon Slash power was fully released, she resisted the force point. "It's not over yet." After a failed attack, Zoro immediately changed his move. The 3 sword-style sword skills were swaying like flowing clouds and water. Kuina looked serious, holding the bamboo sword in both hands, concentrating on receiving, breaking, and attacking. Breath of Love Shijur. 3 Swords Style Tornado. Tai Chi Soft Sword. 3 Swords Style Danlin Style. 2 Swords Style Starburst Airstream Slash. 3 Swords Style Secret 3000 Worlds. Without the entanglement of armed color, and without the power of magical girls, this battle was just the most primitive swordsmanship and sword skills. Half an hour later. Ho ho ho, I really lost to you, you really deserve to be 600 million. This time I really can't refuse to accept it. Zoro lay on his back on the grass, breathing heavily. Zoro, you are the one, really amazing. Kuina sat down next to Zoro. Are you mocking me? Retaliating for me saying you were a zombie? Zoro glanced at Kuina. No. I'm serious. Kuina spoke seriously. I used to think your 3-sword style was just a joke. 2-sword style is fine, but what can the 3rd sword in your mouth do? But, now I have to admit that Zoro, you are really a genius. If I didn't have my brother, I would have been killed by Zoro in an instant. Don't say such nonsense. You have defeated me 2002 times. If there was no 10-year gap, even without the help of others, you would still be better than me. Zoro said seriously. Zoro, you don't need to comfort me. I will no longer think that I am inferior to men. It's better to say that now is Zoro's time to catch up with me. Kuina smiled. Haha, don't worry, next time, the 2003rd time, I will definitely win. Zoro clenched his fist. Then let's meet at the top next time. Kuina smiled. Oh. The next day, morning. Because of the party last night, most of the villagers stayed in bed this morning, and the village was very quiet. In the bamboo forest. Kojiro, the world government doesn't know Kuina's birthplace yet, but if they find out, your village will be in big trouble. Rashiro said solemnly. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Luolin, but we are different from ordinary villages. We have some self-protection experience. Kojiro smiled and thanked. That's true. Since the Shimotsuki clan settled on this island 50 years ago, children born in the village will go to Ishin Dojo for further study. Everyone in the village, regardless of gender, age, or status, knows some swordsmanship. In addition, with Kojiro, a hidden great swordsman, in charge, ordinary pirates can't really do anything to this village. But, just in case, I'll give this to you for now. Rowling handed the Shadow Core Samurai order to Kojiro. Under Rowling's guidance, Kojiro quickly mastered how to use it. When he saw the Shadow Warrior materializing from the shadows, Shiro was almost shocked. Okay, let's stop here for now, we should go. Rowling stretched. Yes. Thank you very much. Kojiro bowed deeply. The coast of Shimotsuki Village. Kuina. Zoro. The two cousins, one big and one small, spoke at the same time and ran towards each other. Kuina, I. Zoro untied the Wado Ikemonji from his waist while speaking. This was originally Kuina's family heirloom sword. 10 years ago, he wanted to work hard with Kuina, so he asked for this sword from his teacher Kojiro. Now that Kuina, the legitimate heir, is back, he naturally can't continue to occupy it. Seeing Zoro's actions, how could Kuina not understand what he meant? Before Zoro could finish his words, Ina interrupted him immediately. I'm the elder sister, I'll speak first. Kuina stuffed the prepared things into the confused Zoro's hands. This is the big sword Hunks you. It's a gift from me as a sister to my brother. Zoro. What's going on? I came here to return the sword. How come I got another one in return? And it's the big sword 21. Don't think it's precious. This sword is just average in my collection. Just use it first. Come to me when you need a new sword. Kuina said calmly. After that, without giving Zoro a chance to speak, Kuina waved and trotted back to the ship. Zoro, goodbye, I'll wait for you at sea. Zoro, who came to his senses, could only watch the Never Air Force enter the space portal and disappear. At this moment, East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Windmill Village. Vice Admiral Garp, I can already see the Windmill Village. The Marine on the observation tower reported. Ha 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 ha, repair the houses that need to be repaired in the village later, and you can go on vacation. Just pick me up in half a month. Garp laughed. Yes, yes, yes. The Marines have long been accustomed to construction tasks. Mr. Garp, your grandson seems to be at the port of the village. Adjutant Bogart saw the Straw Hat Boy through the telescope. Luffy, he knew that my grandfather was coming, so he came to greet me, ha 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 ha. How could it be like this? That little conscienceless guy must have wanted to sneak out to sea. Fortunately I am wise, and I didn't catch him this time. Garp rubbed his hands, and couldn't wait to give the Straw Hat Boy a love fist. No. It doesn't seem to be, Vice Admiral Garp, your grandson seems to be seeing him off. That man seems to be, the Revolutionary Army. Bogart said uncertainly. Garp grabbed the telescope, and when he saw the blonde young man hugging his grandson, his old eyes suddenly widened. FK. Is that guy? Sabo-ji. Oh. Chapter 114. East Blue, Windmill Village. The port, people gathered. The villagers led by the village chief Slap. The bandits of Dodden's family on Mount Corpo. There is also Straw Hat Luffy and the tavern hostess Makina. Sabo, are you really leaving? Makina pursed her lips, reluctant to leave. To her, Luffy, Ace and Sabo are all her brothers. Can't you stay for a few more months? Sabo, your memory hasn't recovered yet. I don't know when we'll see each other again after this departure. The bandits of Dodden's family were also reluctant to leave. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I've stayed here for too long, and there are still many things waiting for me to do next. Sabo said apologetically. Big sister, say something too. The small bandit Dogula looked at Dodden, who had his back to everyone. Go away, what's there to say? These little brats have been strong since they were young. Who can control them? And that little brat doesn't remember us now. It doesn't matter if we are the only ones who are sad. Dodden rested her head on one hand, lying on the beach, speaking sharply. Sabo, don't mind it. Sister Yin has always been like this. That's right, our sister has always been sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. 3 years ago, when Ace went out to sea, Sister Yin cried. When you walk away later, Sister Yin might hurt. The banter of the bandits came to an abrupt end. You little bastards, I gave you face, didn't I? You even dared to reveal my underwear. Dodden, the bandit sister, picked up her slippers and beat her younger brothers so hard that they ran away with their heads in their hands. The joyful fight dispelled the sadness of parting. Ha ha. Sabo smiled. Miss Dodden, although I haven't recovered my memory yet, you and Miss Makina both give me a kind feeling. I must have received a lot of care from you in the past. Thank you so much. Sabo bowed solemnly to thank him. The bandit Dodden, who was chasing his younger brother, suddenly stopped. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The big tears could not stop sliding down her big face. She had been childless all her life and had already regarded the 3 brothers as her own sons. You little devils, why are you always like this? You always say something touching. Dodden squatted on the beach and cried. Yet. Village Chief Slap shook his head. Sabo boy, I only have one thing to say, be safe when you go out, and don't make everyone who cares about you sad again. Yes. Village Chief. Sabo made a gesture of assurance. Finally, Sabo's eyes fell on Luffy in the straw hat. His eyes softened unconsciously. He, Sabo, I will go out to sea soon. You, me, and Ace, we will meet again on the sea. The Straw Hat Boy raised his hands and clenched his fists firmly. Sabo was about to respond. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, you still want to go out to sea? Don't be so delusional, the butcher will break your legs right here. A loud laugh came from the sky. The people in the port subconsciously looked up. When they saw the tall figure falling from the sky, everyone's face changed drastically. BGFF, Kakaka. Garb. The bandit Dodden didn't care about being moved, his eyes widened, and he was so angry. It's over. It's Vice Admiral Garp. How come Mr. Garp is back all of a sudden? This is really unfortunate. Sabo, run! The bandits including Dogula all held their heads in their hands and screamed in fear. Ah, the legendary marine hero Garp. Why did the legend of Marine suddenly appear here? Revolutionary girl Koala was also stunned on the spot, and her voice rose more than an octave. The next second, something even more shocking happened to Koala. The Straw Hat Boy screamed. Grandpa? Marine hero Garp is the grandfather of Sabo's younger brother? Rounding it off, it's also Sabo's. Koala was completely stunned by the sudden huge amount of information and stood there motionless. Marine hero is my grandfather. Sabo was also shocked by the news. Bang! A big pit exploded on the port beach. The legendary marine hero Garp landed heavily. He walked towards his grandson Luffy with a terrifying aura like a demon or a god. Garp! Mr. Garp! The village chief Slap and Makina, seeing the bad situation, hurried forward to stop him. Mr. Garp, look over there, he is. Makina wanted to use Sabo's resurrection to divert Garp's attention. I know, Sabo, that kid is still alive, I saw and heard him from a distance just now, let's talk about Sabo later, now I want to let Luffy have a good taste of Grandpa's iron fist of love. Garp blew a breath on his sandbag-sized fist to increase the enchantment. Wake up, Luffy, if you say now, Grandpa, I was wrong, I don't want to be a pirate anymore, I want to be an outstanding marine like Grandpa, then Grandpa will let you go. Loyalu, I don't want to be a marine. I will be the Pirate King. The Straw Hat Kid stuck out his tongue, not only did he not give in, but he added fuel to the fire. As expected, hearing that his grandson wanted to be the Pirate King, Garp's face turned red. Swish! Garp flashed and passed the obstruction of the village chief Slap and Makina. The iron fist wrapped with love mercilessly hammered down on the head of the Straw Hat Luffy. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed and blocked the Straw Hat Kid. Bang! Garp's iron fist of love did not fall on the head of the Straw Hat Luffy, but on the head of Sabo, who intervened. The powerful force directly hit Sabo and sent him flying backwards for dozens of meters. Sabo! Both Straw Hat Boy and Koala were shocked and rushed to his side. As soon as Sabo finished speaking, his eyes rolled up and he fainted completely. How could this happen? He is Sabo, and he was able to. Marine's legend is too scary. Koala's pupils trembled, and he murmured unconsciously in shock. Sabo! Sabo! Ah, you stinky grandpa! Sabo is going to be beaten to death by you! The Straw Hat Boy shouted anxiously. Ah! 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 Garp, who was still aggressive a second ago, suddenly lost his temper at this moment, and was so nervous that he couldn't even speak clearly. I didn't expect. Garp, UBD, what did you do? Dodden, who was crouching with his hands on his head a second ago, suddenly jumped up at this moment, grabbed the collar of Garp, who was the most afraid of him on weekdays, and tore it. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong because of their mothers. How could this happen? Sabo! Makina stumbled forward, looking at the unconscious Sabo, and couldn't help but worry to the extreme. Garp, how could you hit the child so hard? Village Chief Slap was also furious. I really didn't use any strength. Garp was also completely panicked. After all, he was his grandson. How could he bear to use all his strength? The attack just now would at most hurt the Straw Hat Boy for a while. Garp didn't expect Sabo to suddenly run out and take the attack. Garp didn't expect Sabo's current physical condition to be so poor. He couldn't even take his punch, which he only used a little strength. At this moment, the dog-headed warship about a kilometer away from the Windmill Village. Mr. Bogart, what happened in the village? The Marines on the ship asked one after another. They could only vaguely see some of the situation at a distance of 1,000 meters. Mr. Garp seems. Bogart didn't finish his words, and the next second, his hair stood up. An unprecedented sense of crisis came over him. A hole appeared in the void about 100 meters away from the warship. 100-meter-long sailboat slowly sailed out of the void portal. That ship is Tage 555, 5 Emperors. Air Force pirates. Why is that man? Shouldn't they be in Grand Line? Why did he suddenly appear in East Blue? Big things are not good. The Marines on the dog-headed warship all recognized the Never Air Force and the man sitting on the bow fishing. Instantly, all the Marines widened their eyes at the same time, and extreme shock, horror, and disbelief appeared on their faces. On the other side. Never Air Force. Mr. Rowling, is that your hometown? Vivi pointed to the Windmill Village in front and asked. No, my hometown is on the other side of the sea. I only stayed in that village for a while, but it is the starting point after all, so it has some commemorative significance. As Loyolin said this, he scanned the place with his observation color. When he saw the complex personnel composition of the Windmill Village port, Loyolin was stunned at first, and then the corner of his mouth raised a curve. This trip to East Blue was really a coincidence. Hey, everyone, look, there is a marine warship over there. Nami, who discovered the existence of the warship, suddenly became alert. The logo of the warship is... Robin's pupils shrank slightly, and he recognized the iconic Sharpei dog bow on the warship. Could it be that Marine knew that this village was related to the boss, so he started to act? Khalifa looked solemn. How can you let a mere Marine do whatever he wants? Dragon Maid number 2 Runty bared her teeth. No need to be nervous. Loyolin waved his hand, signaling the girls to relax. I'll go over and take a look first, you guys can take your time. After saying that, he took a step forward. A bright golden light flashed. Loyolin landed in the Windmill Village. Chapter 115. Windmill Village, the coastal port, was in a mess. Everyone was worried about Sabo's sudden coma. Sabo! Sabo! Wake up! The Straw Hat Boy shouted anxiously. It's so hot. Why is Sabo's face so hot? Makina frowned. He was just punched, why is he still feverish? Koala was also completely panicked. This fever, it's not good to continue, we must send him to the doctor quickly. Village Chief Slap said. It's all your fault, Garp, take responsibility for me. Dodden shouted fearlessly. No. I really didn't use enough strength. Garp, a legendary hero of Marine, was also completely confused at this moment. He never expected that his punch would really hurt his grandson. Just when everyone was anxious and at a loss. Boom! The sound of thunder exploded without warning. A golden figure arrived before the thunder. Let me see. Loyolin squatted down and printed the horse spell on the forehead of Sabo, who was unconscious due to high fever. A clear light visible to the naked eye spread out, and the healing power of the spell was activated. In just a moment, Sabo's high fever subsided and his breathing became stable. Sabo slowly opened his eyes, his eye sockets were red, and his voice was choked. He remembered. He remembered everything. I don't know if it was because of Garp's punch, or because of the healing of the horse spell. The memories in Sabo's mind that were originally tangled like a ball of thread have been restored. He remembered the memories before the age of 10 that were once lost. He remembered the happy life with Ace, Luffy, and the 3 brothers. Luffy, my brother, I'm sorry to have made you worry for so long. Sabo raised his hand and stroked the face of the Straw Hat Boy. Makina, village chief Slap, old man Garp, and everyone. Sabo looked around, his face full of excitement and nostalgia. Ah, Sabo, you have your memories recovered. Revolutionary Girl Koala said in surprise. Yet. Sabo nodded heavily. I remember everything. That's great. Sabo, your memory is back. Straw Hat Luffy cheered, hugged Sabo, and rolled happily on the beach. Really? Sabo, your memory, is it really back? Ha ha ha, that's great. It's really great. Did you hear that? Big Sister Dodin. Sabo has recovered his memory. Dogula and other bandits from Dodin's family were all dancing with excitement. Amnesia? Memory restored. Hearing these words, Garp was stunned at first, then he seemed to think of something. Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to my iron fist of love. The fistful of love is specially used to cure amnesia. Sabo's amnesia was cleared by my fist. Garp laughed complacently. Ahem, sorry, Mr. Garp, I was impulsive. Dodin coughed awkwardly and helped Garp to tidy up his messy suit, no longer arrogant. It took a while. Everyone finally came back to their senses from the great surprise of Sabo's memory recovery. The revolutionary girl Koala's eyes fell on Rowling next to Makina. Thank you very much for your help, first. Koala stopped talking halfway, and her beautiful eyes widened to the extreme again. The shock and disbelief on her delicate face were even greater than when she knew that Garp was Luffy's grandfather. She had already recognized Rowling's identity, it was impossible not to recognize it, because... And before Koala, someone had already recognized Rowling. Makina, the tavern hostess, has been looking at Loyolin without moving away. Ms. Makina, long time no see. Loyolin smiled and greeted. Mgino subconsciously covered her mouth, her face full of surprise and disbelief. You, why are you back? The village chief Slap also widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Nothing to do, so I came back to see you. Loyolin smiled. Who is that guy? I don't know, he suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, it seems that he did something just now, and Sabo recovered. The confused bandits were a little confused. Just then. FK. The little bandit Dogula, who loves reading and newspapers, suddenly cried out. Teft. 555. Look at Rowling, then look at Garp beside him. Dodin felt a buzzing in her head. Her intuition told her that something big was going to happen. Rowling, the 5 Emperors Traveler, Mr. Bear, and Bonnie-chan, why is he here? Sabo was stunned, and was also shocked by Rowling's sudden appearance. Just then. Hey, Rowling, you're back too. The Straw Hat Boy, who had previously focused all his attention on his brother, finally realized Rowling's existence. He immediately jumped up, came to Rowling, and greeted him warmly. Rowling, let me introduce you, he is Sabo, my brother. I always thought he was dead, but I didn't expect. Luffy, do you know this person? Sabo looked at his brother blankly. Well, let me tell you, Sabo, Rowling is amazing. He can catch anything except fish. When he was in the village, every day was like New Year's Day for me. Straw Hat Luffy turned to Sabo and told him about his past with Rowling. Ms. Makina, do you also know this, gentleman? Koala swallowed hard and asked. Yes. Makina nodded slightly. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, she also felt a little flustered. Because she suddenly realized that Rowling was already a super big shot on the sea. What was worse was that Ka, who was now a legendary hero of Marine, was also there. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. Garp, who was also stunned for a while, came back to his senses and suddenly laughed out loud, saying good. This is really a coincidence. It's a rare trip home, but I didn't expect to encounter such a surprise. Garp's aggressive eyes locked on Rowling, and his fighting spirit gradually rose. Wait, Garp. Mr. Garp, please wait. Rowling is friends with everyone in the village. Village Chief Slap and a group of villagers stepped forward anxiously, trying to stop him. However, this time, they were blocked by an invisible momentum before they even got close to Garp. You pulled Shishibukai off his horse, seriously injured Kizaru, and sank an ice lobby. You have done all kinds of big things. Garp looked at Rowling and grinned. By the way, I'm curious. Could it be that you were also responsible for the incidents in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce? Why? Do you want to stand up for the government? Roland narrowed his eyes and smiled, not commenting. Come to think of it. Even if you are a marine hero, you are still a government lackey after all. Ha 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 ha, you are such an arrogant kid, but don't get me wrong. I don't want to stand up for anyone. I'm just interested in you. Garp laughed without any concern. Although Sengoku told me not to find you, this was an accidental encounter. If it's an accident, there's nothing we can do about it. The powerful fighting spirit seemed to materialize, rushing straight into the sky, causing the clouds within a radius of thousands of meters to collapse. Wait, Garp. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Two figures, a man and a woman, rushed over the sea and landed beside Garp and Roland respectively. Mr. Garp, please don't be impulsive. Marine has a rule that without permission from above, you can't attack the Emperor, it will cause a war. G3 Branch Adjutant Bogart solemnly warned. Hey? Is there such a rule? Why don't I know about it? Garp scratched his head. How many years have you been a Marine? Please give me flowers 0. Bogart helplessly touched his forehead. Ha 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 ha, well, forget it, the rules here are no rules. Garp laughed carelessly. Xiaolin, this old man is more powerful than the ones we have met so far, should I take it? Thor asked. No. I am enough. Thor, you are my last trump card, you can't reveal it too early. Roland touched Thor's little head and smiled gently. Wow, Captain, we are going to start a fight. Isn't this person a legend in Marine? Nami elementalized and landed in Windmill Village. When she recognized Garp's identity, she was shocked. Why is Vice Admiral Garp here? Vivian widened her beautiful eyes. She had met Garp at the World Summit 2 years ago. It's the legendary Marine hero. On the deck, Robin looked solemn. Marine hero? Is he very powerful? Kuina and Bonnie asked in confusion. Of course he is powerful. Garp is a true marine legend who has forced the Pirate King into a desperate situation many times. Although he is a vice admiral, his strength is even higher than that of an admiral. Khalifa's face changed drastically. Tisk, even if he is a marine hero, so what? He will definitely not be the master's opponent. Runti said disdainfully. That's right, that's right. Perona echoed. Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines on the dog-headed warship that docked with the Never Air Force were all on full alert and ready for battle. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous, I don't mean to start a war, I'm just a human. The arc of Garp's mouth gradually widened. I just want to test how powerful this year's new emperor is. Such a provocation. Isn't this just a desire to start a war? The Marines couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Haha, what do you think? Since you are the emperor, you shouldn't be afraid to fight with an old man like me. Garp continued to provoke. Well, if I knock you down later, you, an old man, shouldn't take the opportunity to smuggle you for compensation. Rowling said with a smile. Haha, you are so bold. Garp was full of momentum. In a few words, the duel was determined. Everyone knew that the battle between the 5th Emperor Rowling and the hero Garp was inevitable. Everyone, retreat! With Bogart's order, the Marines led the villagers to retreat together. As for the bandits of Dodden's family, they had already run hundreds of meters away. Village Chief. A villager looked anxiously at the village chief Slageye. Forget it, let them make a scene, nothing should happen. Village Chief Slap shook his head, he couldn't manage the affairs of big shots and didn't know how to manage them. Ms. Machina, let's retreat a little. Thor smiled. Ms. Thor, but... It's okay. Miss Machina, don't worry. Thor nodded and pulled Machina back. Luffy, Koala, let's move a little further away. Sabo's eyes were burning. It was a great blessing to be able to watch the battle between the strong men at the top of the sea pyramid up close. Not to mention that the two sides in the duel were the legend of Marine and the traveler they were recently pursuing. Come on, Rowling, don't give me face, beat up Grandpa. The Straw Hat Boy shouted while retreating. Ah! Garp staggered and almost spurted out blood. Luffy, you stinky boy, wait for me, I'll deal with you later. Hee, Garp, since your grandson has asked for this, I can only beat you up reluctantly. Rowling smiled and waved at Garp provocatively. Arrogant boy. Boom. The island ground shook violently. That was the legendary hero of Marine taking action. Facing Rowling, who had defeated the Big Bird and had the title of the 5 Emperors, Garp certainly won't be arrogant at all. He starts with a big move. Falling down to the bottom of the sea. Blue Hole. 10. Chapter 116. Sea, bottom, fall, down. Garp, the Vice Admiral hero of Marine legend, starts with a big move. In an instant, Garp's feet crushed the coast. Under the horrible reaction force, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already close to Rowling. The arm wrapped with black and red Conqueror's Haki mercilessly swung down towards Rowling's neck. Facing this earth-shattering attack from Marine hero Garp, Rowling did not dodge, but used arm to arm. The right arm wrapped with advanced armed color blocked, and the domineering arm of hero Garp faced him head-on. Crack! The black and red Conqueror's lightning crossed the sky, piercing the sky and the earth. Boom! The ground where Rowling stood suddenly cracked into a huge crack thousands of meters long, with no bottom. Oh! Oh, are you kidding? Grandpa is so powerful. I've never seen him before. The country boy Straw Hat Luffy, who had never seen the world, was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out of his sockets. Oh my, it's not good. Mr. Rowling seems to be at a disadvantage. The revolutionary girl Koala was secretly anxious. No problem. This level of power is far from enough to defeat Xylan. Thor said calmly and confidently. She is the person who knows Rowling's strength best in the world. Every time he gains new power, Rowling will compete with her to verify what he has gained. By the way, every time he loses a competition, Thor can get a chance to do whatever he wants. With Thor's words, I feel relieved. Let's just wait and see. Nami was very calm. Yet, there's nothing to worry about. The boss has defeated Admiral. It doesn't matter if the opponent is a Marine hero. Brother, I will never lose. Come on, big brother. Vivi, Khalifa, Robin, Kuina, Bonnie, and other girls cheered together. Hee, the external defense of the armed color is good, but it's not enough. The hero Garp grinned. Fall for me. The moment the last word fell, Garp's domineering right arm suddenly fell, completely overwhelming Rowling. Whoosh! Boom! The terrifying sound of air explosion rang out. Rowling's figure fell uncontrollably towards the cracked abyss. The next second. Boom! The terrifying sound of thunder rang out. Dense lightning and thunder poured out of Rowling's body, interweaving into thunder wings, abruptly stopping the momentum of falling. You are truly a legendary hero of Marine. My arm is a little numb. Rowling walked back in the air step by step, moving his numb right arm casually. Ah! 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 Are you kidding me? Really? He actually caught it. That man actually caught Vice Admiral Garp's trick without falling. This is the first time. The Marines who witnessed this scene were all completely stunned. This is also expected. The opponent is the 5 Emperors of 3 billion. Like Mr. Garp, he is at the top of the pyramid. He is not a second-rate guy. Adjutant Bogart spoke solemnly, not surprised by this. Ha ha ha, it's not bad to be able to catch my fall from the bottom of the sea, traveling boy. Garp laughed, and his fighting spirit increased instead of decreasing. Then, how about trying this trick of mine next? The moment the voice fell, Garp jumped up and stepped on the atmosphere to soar hundreds of meters into the sky. Garp turned his body upside down, head down, knees slightly bent, and stepped on the atmosphere. Under gravity and under the double push of moonwalk, his body was like a meteor. His sandbag-sized fist slowly clenched and pulled to the side of his waist. Thick black and red Conqueror's lightning, entangled. This is the fist bone skill that the legendary marine hero Garp is famous for. 3 years later, in the Battle of Beehive Island, Garp made his debut with this Haki's unparalleled attack and destroyed a square. At that time, Garp's target was all the pirates gathered in the square. The terrifying Haki shock wave was released when it was still 100 meters from the ground. Now, Garp's opponent is only Loyalin, so there is no need to release it too early. Fist bone. In an instant, the distance between Garp and Loyalin was shortened to 50 meters. Impact. The moment Garp threw a punch, the distance between the two sides was less than 10 meters. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the sky shook violently. The earth collapsed with a roar. The spherical force impact storm spread in all directions with the two people as the center. The sea raised thousands of waves, and the king of the offshore was floating and trembling among the waves. Countless large and small stones rushed into the sky, and then shattered into dust in the impact. A series of large cracks spread out, like a spider web. Even though the battlefield was far enough away from the village, there were still a few houses that were unlucky enough to be affected by the dam removal. Fortunately, the people in the village had gone out to watch the show, so there were no casualties. Endless smoke and dust rolled up like a dragon, and everything was invisible. Ahem! That was Vice Admiral Garp's fist bone impact just now. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful impact. Vice Admiral Garp used this move with some reservations before. Even though it was so far away, it still made my blood boil. This is the true power of the fist bone impact, it's so terrifying. I can't imagine what kind of terrifying power I have to endure at the center of the impact. Such a terrifying blow, even the Emperor of the Sea can't take it. A group of marine elites held hands and formed a human wall to protect the villagers of Windmill Village behind them. While they were covered in dust, they also did not forget to explain, sigh and set flags. On the other side, the girls of the Air Force Corps were not affected at all at this moment. Because Thor deployed a magic barrier to block the front. Neither the impact nor the smoke and dust could invade the sub-area. Another direction. Cough cough. Cough cough cough. The Straw Hat Boy and the bandits of Dodden's family coughed non-stop in the smoke and dust. Unbelievable, is this really the destructive power that humans can create? The revolutionary girl Koala whispered unconsciously. Garp, cough cough, Garp, that monster old man is so scary. The bandit leader Dodden spoke in fear. Yeah, and not only that. We've seen that old man use a mountain as a sandbag before. He blew up one of the peaks of Mount Corpo with one punch. Dogula and other bandits described it vividly. I thought my fists were as powerful as bullets, and not much different from Grandpa's, but... At this moment, after witnessing his grandfather's full-strength attack, Straw Hat Luffy was completely stunned and frightened, and he had a new understanding of the power of Garp's Iron Fist of Love. Old Man Garp is really powerful, but the other side is definitely not inferior. The young chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, whispered. Hwalala the wind whistled and dispersed the dust. In the deep pit of hundreds of meters in radius, Rowling still stood firm with clear eyes. This result directly shocked the marine elites and made them open their mouths wide, unable to say a word. Nami, Runty and other girls all had their eyes brightened, and they were shocked. Ahem. In the deep pit, Loyolin coughed lightly, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even Loyolin couldn't take the blow without getting hurt. After all, this is the specialty of the legendary marine hero who forced the Pirate King into a desperate situation. As a pure physical skill master without a fruit, Garp is extraordinary in Haki. It goes without saying that he has armed color, and Conqueror's is also top-notch. After all, his son and grandson have it, so it would be unreasonable if his grandfather, as the source, didn't have it. In addition, after years of fighting with the Pirate King Roger, Garp's Conqueror's entanglement is also perfect. If it was Loyolin before he got the full-level Thunder Dragon Slayer, he would probably have fallen to the ground after taking these two moves from Garp. But now that he has awakened the Thunder Dragon King, even if he takes it hard, Loyolin can still withstand the two special skills of the marine hero. Because the Thunder Dragon King mode not only increases the power of thunder and lightning, but also the isolated physique. The final step of the dragon-killing magic is the road to dragon transformation, from human to dragon. Although Loyolin has not yet reached this last step, his physique is already extraordinary. This is also the reason why he dares to use his body to resist Garp's big move. Ahem. Loyolin coughed again, covered his mouth and coughed, slowly stepped out, and walked in front of Garp. It's really worthy of being a legend, this move is really effective. Don't joke, your expression is not working. Garp exposed. You are an incredible guy who can catch my fist bone, but why don't you attack? I have to let the old man take two moves first, otherwise, I'm afraid that once I take action, you won't have a chance to attack. Loyolin grinned. Ha 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 ha, good boy, go. Garp laughed loudly. Okay, since you took two moves from me, then it's my turn next. Garp stopped attacking and went into defense. He had understood Rowling's intention. If the two of them went to war, no matter how they restrained themselves, Windmill Village would be razed to the ground. In this case, it would be better to change to a round-based system. Rowling had just taken two of his moves. Then it was his turn to take Rowling's moves. 2.5, just attack, I'll take them all. Garp bumped his fists together and made full preparations. Okay then. Rowling nodded and stepped forward calmly. His aura was restrained to ultimate, and he looked like an ordinary person, without any threat. Garp frowned. Boy, you're not going to use that lightning ability. Garp had naturally read the battle report of the Nice Lobby battle. He knew that Rowling possessed a terrifying red-black thunder power. However, looking at Rowling's relaxed posture now, it seems that he is not going to use that power. Is he planning to stop there? Garp couldn't help thinking, and his tense spirit relaxed. However, in the next second, an inexplicable fear came over Garp. He couldn't help but breathe and his heartbeat became disordered. Even Haki, who was originally very skillful, showed signs of being caught and out of control. Before Garp could figure out the reason, the next moment, Rowling's fist fell on Garp's heart like lightning. Strong fist, no second strike. The tall and strong body of the legendary hero Garp froze. Then, under the shocked, horrified, unbelievable and incredible gazes of everyone, he fell straight up with his head raised. Strong fist, no second strike. As the name suggests, there is no need for a second strike. Marine Hero Garp, defeated. Chapter 117. Hard Fist, Shin's Li Shiwen. This is the heroic spirit martial arts that Loelin acquired half a year ago when he went to Little Garden. As for the tiger climbing the mountain, Loelin has already mastered it. As for the other noble phantasm martial arts, no two strike, Loelin has never been able to grasp the essence. When he was in Sky Island, Loelin used this move to destroy Enel's heart and kill him with one blow. But, that is not the real way to open this noble phantasm martial arts. The real hard fist is a fist that can kill the enemy even with a blow used to contain or feint. Compared to relying on the destructive power of the fist to destroy the enemy's internal organs. The real essence of this blow is to swallow the opponent with qi. The technique of swallowing qi is similar to the empty Zhoutian in the Taoist practice of Zhushengxing. Zhushengxing is to let qi, energy, circulate around the body and mind, thereby activating the whole body, resonating and amplifying. First fill the whole body with qi. Then let the surrounding space be filled with your own qi. Form a space filled with its own qi. Thus, it creates a domain that belongs entirely to itself. The qi of the opponent in this domain will be swallowed up. Part of the senses of the person swallowed by the qi will be dizzy and enter a state of tension. If a direct shock is given to the opponent's nerves in this state, the opponent's heart will stop beating due to the vagus nerve reflex. In other words, it is shock death. Rowling also comprehended and realized the essence of no two fights not long ago. And today, it was put into actual combat for the first time, and the effect was undoubtedly outstanding. Even as strong as the legendary marine hero Garp, he was shocked on the spot. Of course, a large part of this is due to Garp himself. He was too relaxed and defenseless. In addition, he is an elderly man, and his nerve functions are not as good as before. If it is in a formal life and death duel, it is not easy to work. After all, the physique of monsters in the pirate world is often different from that of ordinary people. At this moment, Windmill Village, coastal battlefield. Looking at the legendary marine hero falling straight, Sabo was stunned. Straw Hat Luffy was dumbfounded. The bandit Dodden family had seen a ghost. Bogart and other marine elites were completely confused. Even the girls of the Air Force looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The pin-drop silence lasted for a long time. Garp showed no sign of getting up. The onlookers finally realized that the battle was over. Yet, a huge shocking noise rose to the sky. Vice Admiral Garp, what's wrong with you? Mr. Garp, stand up quickly. The Marines shouted at the top of their lungs, but received no response. What the hell is going on? Garp. Mr. Garp, why did he suddenly fall down? What did the 5 emperors Rowling do at that moment just now? In the scene I saw, the 5 emperors just punched Mr. Garp lightly, and then Mr. Imp fell down with just one punch? This kind of thing. How could this happen? I don't believe it. That's Vice Admiral Garp. Our Marine's legendary hero. Vice Admiral Garp, who has forced Pirate King Roger into desperate situations several times, can't be killed by a single punch. Not only the Marines under Garp don't believe it, but the villagers, bandits, and Straw Hat brothers present all dare not believe this shocking reality. Even if this kind of thing is spread out and known to the world, no one will take it seriously. After all, that is the living marine legend, the hero Garp. Even if the one who made the move is the Sea Emperor, it is definitely impossible to kill him with one punch. Grandpa is not really trying to scam me, right? Rowling's punch didn't seem as powerful as mine. How could he knock Grandpa down with just one punch? Straw Hat Luffy shook his head repeatedly, not believing that his grandpa would be defeated so easily. No. The punch from that man before was definitely not as simple as it looked. Sabo said with certainty. Anyway, Mr. Rowling, the 5 emperors, is really a savior. Revolutionary girl Koala has turned into a little fang girl. Hey, Miss Thor, is the battle really over? Mr. Rowling won. Vivi asked in a daze. Well, it's over. It's Xylan's victory. Thor nodded seriously. Wow, you are worthy of being my brother. Kuina cheered. But, how did the boss do it? It seems to me that it was just an ordinary punch. Khalifa was puzzled. Needless to say, it must be the power of lightning. The lightning power contained in the captain's punch paralyzed Vice Admiral Garp. Nami said. Is that true? But we didn't see any electric current, and the Vice Admiral Garp didn't show any signs of being electrocuted. Bonnie scratched his head in confusion. Maybe this is the power of anesthesia and acupressure. Robin gave her guess. Her anesthesia acupressure was taught by Rowling. As a teacher, Rowling is naturally more skilled in this field. Robin's guess was obviously more reliable than Nami's, and was unanimously nodded in approval by the girls. You are worthy of being the master, you are so amazing. Runty praised repeatedly. Hey 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 hey, in front of Lord Rowling, even marine heroes are equally unbearable. Perona smiled proudly. You are worthy of being the boss. Geng geng. Ha ha. Shikaku, Jengar, and Kalu also echoed. Just when everyone thought that Garp was just temporarily unconscious and would wake up soon. The next second, a shocking fact was announced by Garp's ship doctor. Hero Garp, dead. No, all gone, pulse, breathing, even heartbeat, all gone, Garp. Garp Daxia is dead. As the ship's doctor's horrified diagnosis fell, the vast coast was silent for a moment. The next second, Chen Tian's voice was heard again. How? How could it be possible? Are you kidding me? Vice Admiral Garp is dead? How could Vice Admiral Garp be dead? If this is a joke, it's not funny at all. Just being knocked down by one blow is unbelievable enough, but they actually said that Mr. Garp was beaten to death? This kind of thing is impossible. Mr. Garp's face clearly doesn't show any scars, how could he die? The marine elites all shook their heads, not daring to believe and not daring to accept this terrible fact. Hey, 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 villagers! It seems that something terrible has happened. The doctor said that Mr. Garp. How is this possible? Mr. Garp is a marine hero. If he was not beaten to death by Rowling, did he suddenly fall ill? The villagers all looked at the village chief Slap anxiously. They didn't want to see Rowling arrested by Garp. They also didn't want to see Garp make any mistakes. After all, Garp is the only pride of their Windmill Village for thousands of years. He has also protected the peace of this village for decades. I don't know what's going on, but I believe in Garp and Rowling. Village Chief Slap said firmly. On the other side. Loyalu. Luffy, didn't you hear? Marine said your grandpa is dead. The little guy Dogula and other bandits all widened their eyes in shock. I heard it. Straw Hat Luffy blinked his eyes, showing no emotion at all about his grandpa's death. It's not that he really has no feelings for his grandpa Garp, but he doesn't believe it at all. Grandpa was killed by a punch? This kind of thing is impossible even with toes. Straw Hat Luffy was not panicked at all, and even laughed at Garp's defeat and coaxed Xiao Datang. No matter what, it's too outrageous that old man Garp was directly. Sabo laughed and shook his head, also not believing this fact. Mr. Garp. Mr. Garp really? Makina didn't have the big heart of the Straw Hat brothers. When he heard the news of Garp's death, he couldn't help crying on the spot. Don't worry, Makina-chan, Rowling's previous attack didn't have any deep meaning. Thor comforted. That's right, Mr. Rowling won't kill people casually. Especially a good man like Vice Admiral Garp. Don't worry, There must be something wrong. Take a step back, even if it's true, the captain has a way to pull him back. The girls spoke easily one after another. Even if they unconditionally believe in and admire Rowling, they don't believe that Garp was killed by Rowling's punch. The noise is escalating. The Marines surrounded Garp's corpse in 3 layers, eager to confirm the truth. In the center, Bogart and the ship's doctor are trying every way to wake up Garp's heartbeat and pulse. However, with their strength, they are powerless and can't do anything. In despair. If you don't want your Vice Admiral Garp to really die, get out of the way now. Rowling's faint voice sounded. 5 Emperors Rowling, what on earth do you? What do you think of Vice Admiral Garp? What did Garp do? The Marines scolded with dissatisfaction, but their bodies still made way for him. Rowling stepped forward calmly and squatted beside the shocked Garp. He raised his right hand, and there was an electric current flowing between his fingers. 290. Sizzle. Bang. Electrotherapy shock. Rowling's big hand wrapped with electric current slapped Garp's heart fiercely, and this happened several times. Swish. Garp's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. Pulse, breathing and heartbeat all returned. I was careless. I didn't dodge. It doesn't count. This was the first sentence Garp said after waking up from shock. Oh. Vice Admiral Garp is awake. Ha ha ha, I knew it. How could our Marine's legendary hero die so easily? All the Marine elites cheered excitedly. Hey! Great! It's great that Mr. Garp is still alive. The villagers, led by the village chief Slap, all breathed a sigh of relief. He, look, I said Grandpa was pretending. The Straw Hat Boy laughed. What? That stinky old man, it's really a false alarm. The bandit Dodden curled his lips. It seems that this should be the effect of the unique moves of the 5 emperors. Even old man Garp can be restrained. It's incredible. Sabo sighed. Mr. Rowling, you are really amazing. The revolutionary girl Koala excitedly ran to Rowling. Of course. After all, he is our captain. Big brother is invincible. My brother is the strongest. The girls' excited shouts were interrupted by a burst of rapid telephone bug sounds. The girls all looked at Nami. Sorry, my sister wrote a letter. Nami took out the special dedicated telephone bug from the ravine on her chest and answered it. Nakago. Without waiting for Nami to speak. Nami, the village, Kokosi Village, is gone. Nakago's desperate voice with a crying tone came. Instantly, the smiles on everyone's faces disappeared. Thor. Understood. Thor waved his hand to open the space portal. Rowling and a group of girls boarded the ship as soon as possible. Koala, what are you going to do? Seeing his companions boarding the ship, Sabo ran away and jumped in before the portal closed. Chapter 118. Coco West Village is thriving. The villagers live and work in peace and contentment, with smiles on their faces. People in black can be seen everywhere in the village. They are warriors belonging to the Black Shadow Corps Ninja Corps. Nakago obtained the ninja order from Loelin and has the authority to control the ninja corps. In the past 2 days, Nakago has been researching and developing new uses for the ninja corps. Ninja soldiers are agile and elusive. Although their combat power is not high, they can regenerate infinitely. Now ninja sentries are arranged everywhere in the village to monitor 24 hours a day. Once pirates attack, ninja soldiers will respond immediately. This is much more reliable than the branch base set up by Marine. In addition, ninja soldiers who do not need to eat, sleep, or get tired are also good at farming and fishing. Under Nakago's order, some ninja soldiers have already gone to the fields to farm, providing great convenience for the villagers. Mr. Loelin is really the most incredible person in the world. Windmill Aegean stood on the ridge of the field, looking at the ninja soldiers working in the fields, and couldn't help sighing. Yes, Mr. Loyalin is the greatest existence in the world. No Kai Gao nodded firmly. With the shadow army left by Mr. Loyalin, not only is safety guaranteed, but everyone's life will also be prosperous. Windmill Aegean was delighted. All the sufferings are over, and from now on, there will be no more haze in our sky. No Kai Gao looked up at the clear sky. Just then, without any warning, a huge shadow came from far away. Mr. Aegean, what is that? No Kai Gao pointed at the shadow in the distance suspiciously. Does it seem to be an island? Windmill Aegean said uncertainly. Island, why is it flying in the sky? I have a bad feeling. No Kai Gao pursed his lips and his mind moved. One after another, the ninja soldiers scattered around the village. Hey, everyone, look! There's an island in the sky. Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? How can an island be in the sky? But... Little Nami said 2 days ago that they went to Sky Island to see it. There really is an island in the sky of the Grand Line. Not just the Grand Line, there's one above our heads now. Villagers from all over Kokoyasi village raised their heads, looking at the island floating above their heads. Everyone was shocked. Ha 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 ha. The unruly laughter suddenly resounded through the sky. A figure passed by the huge floating sky island. This is Kokoyasi village. The man with the rudder on his head and thick blonde hair like a lion's mane looked down from above. Yes, who are you? What do you want to do here? Windmill Aegean raised his horn and shouted. You don't need to know who I am, after all, I'm going to be dead soon. Golden Lion Shiki grinned cruelly. Nanny! What did you say? Hey, what does this guy want to do? He's not going to let the island fall down, is he? The villagers all screamed in fear, and the panic spread. Although I don't know who you are, this is an island under the Emperor of the Sea. Windmill Aegean suppressed his inner anger and shouted. Haha, if it wasn't related to that BD kid, Nitien would definitely choose you. Golden Lion Shiki laughed teasingly. Mr. Loyalin will never let you go. Windmill Aegean's chest rose and fell violently. Haha, then let him come to me. The smile on Golden Lion Shiki's face became more and more wanton, and he was not panicked at all. As a Paramecia Lion Fruit ability user, he has no fixed base. It is almost impossible to find him wandering around the Grand Line. Golden Lion Shiki seemed to have foreseen the scene where Loyalin wanted to seek revenge but couldn't find him, and could only be helpless and furious in the end. Ha ha ha, people from Coco West Village, don't worry, I won't smash you to death with the island, because... At this point, Golden Lion Shiki changed the subject. Because it would be too boring, I will let you experience the fear of death step by step. Ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki raised his right hand high. One cage after another rushed up from the giant floating sky island. Roar, roar. The roar of the beasts was earth-shaking. The cages of all sizes contained upgraded beasts of various shapes and fierce looks. This is the result of Golden Lion Shiki's research in the past 20 years. The drug developed using IQ plants can promote the violent evolution of beasts. Enjoy it! Ha ha ha! Golden Lion Shiki raised his right hand high and swung it down. Dozens of terrifying beasts fell into Coco West Village. In an instant, the beautiful village turned into a picture scroll of hell. 2 hours later, a crack appeared in the sky of Coco West Village. The Never Air Force slowly sailed out of the space gate. When they saw the dilapidated land under their feet, all the girls on the deck covered their mouths at the same time. 2 days ago, when they came here, Coco West Village was still a vibrant and peaceful village. Although it was not rich, the people lived and worked in peace and happiness was everywhere. But now, 2 days later, this happy village has disappeared. No longer exists. Completely become the smoke of history. How could this happen? Kuina murmured unconsciously, with red eyes. It was those beasts. Damn it! Bonnie clenched her little pink fist. Where did those beasts come from? Khalifa was shocked. It's really too much. The revolutionary girl Koala who came with the ship shook her head repeatedly. Those crazy beasts also appeared in the Water City incident. This is the pirate's revenge. Robin said firmly. He actually did such a thing. He will never be forgiven. Runty gritted his teeth. Vivi looked at Nami with a worried look on her face. From beginning to end, Nami just stared blankly at her ruined hometown without saying a word. No, I don't believe it. Swish! Nami turned into lightning and rushed to the orange hut on the top of the mountain. Nami! The girls shouted in unison. It's okay. Everything will be fine. Loyolin finally spoke. Joyin was calm and firm. Hearing his voice, the girls' restless hearts calmed down immediately. That's right. The top priority now is to deal with those rampant beasts. And search for everyone who may still be alive. The girls started to act one after another. It took less than 10 minutes. More than 100 upgraded beasts that ravaged the Cocoa West village were all killed on the spot. Orange hut on the top of the mountain. Nami sat on the charred beast's head like a hill, looking at the ruined orange grove, and responded to the battle. In her hand, she still held a small den mushi tightly. It was the den mushi she had left for Nakako to contact her 2 days ago. However, after the contact just now, the den mushi fell here, but Nakako disappeared. Cry if you want to. A faint voice came from behind Nami. Looking at Loyolin who came in front of her, Nami's numb face finally changed. The tense emotions that had been tense for a long time finally collapsed out of control. It's gone. Mr. Loyolin, everything is gone. My hometown. Nakako, Mr. Aegean, and everyone, all gone. Tears rolled down Nami's cheeks like a dam bursting. I used observation Haki to look for it, and there is no one in the village, everyone is. Loyolin gently hugged the crying girl in his arms and interrupted with a smile. Nami cried. If everyone is dead, how come there is not even a corpse? Ah! Nami's crying suddenly stopped. If it was normal, with Nami's intelligence, she would definitely figure it out. But at this moment, Nami's brain was extremely confused, and she was completely unable to think. Really, Mr. Loyolin, don't keep it a secret, tell Nami quickly. Vivi and a group of girls and Sabo arrived one after another. Seeing is believing, let's take you to see it directly. Loyolin smiled mysteriously. He took out a special black token in his hand. The moment he held it, black shadows continued to gather and form. Dozens of sturdy black troll soldiers appeared out of thin air. FK. What is this? Sabo and who witnessed this magical scene, Koala's eyes widened, and they couldn't help but scream. In contrast, the girls who also saw the black shadow core for the first time had calm expressions. Because they were used to it, no matter what strange things Rowling took out, they would not be too surprised. Trolls, take us to the Black Shadow Kingdom. Rowling ordered calmly. The next second, a dozen sturdy troll soldiers carried the Never Air Force. They pulled the ship and the people into the Black Shadow abyss on the ground. Not long after, Rowling and his party arrived at the depths of the shadow space. A huge palace appeared in everyone's sight. In the square in front of the palace, all 1,196 people from Cocoa West Village gathered. Grave. Chapter 119. Shadow Kingdom. Mr. Jian, Nakako. You just went outside to see. What's the situation in the village now? Are those beasts still destroying it? Have they not left yet? When can we go back? The villagers spoke in panic. This is also natural, after all, what they encountered today is a real disaster. If it weren't for the ninja corps, if they hadn't been taken to the Shadow Kingdom, all of them would have become food for the beasts. Everyone, calm down, I understand your feelings, but being able to survive now is the best thing, we are safe here. Windmill Jian held up the horn to comfort everyone. Even if those beasts can't get in here, what about food and water? Without food, we can't hold on for long, and someone is injured, we need medicine. A villager expressed his concerns. Everyone, don't worry. Nakago said firmly, trying to stay calm in front of the villagers. Only Windmill Jian knew how Nakago felt now. Not long ago, he went out with Nojiko. What they saw was a village that was as dilapidated as hell. She had just contacted Nami and had no time to say a word before the beasts set their sights on her. Thanks to the ninja soldiers' agility, they escaped. There will be food. There will be water and medicine. And I have just contacted Nami, she and Mr. Rowling will definitely come. Nojiko said. Ha ha ha. Then there is no need to ask 630 questions. Little Nami is a big shot now. Those beasts that destroyed our village are a piece of cake for little Nami. As long as Mr. Rowling and his men come, everything will be solved. Everyone, let's not panic, just wait here. Hearing Nojiko mention Rowling and Nami, the villagers who were originally restless suddenly felt relieved. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the darkness in front of the square. The sudden noise made the villagers' hearts, which had just been relieved, hang again. Unknown noises in a dark environment often breed fear. However, in just the next second, the villagers' inner uneasiness disappeared completely. Instead, they were extremely happy and excited. That's little Nami. Lord Rowling and Nami are here. Oh, that's good. That's great. Ha 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 ha, there's nothing to be afraid of. The villagers all cheered and shouted excitedly. On the other side, looking at the crowd gathered in the square in front, Nami's mouth shrank, and her eyes were red again. But this time it was because of joy. Nojiko. Nami dodged and threw herself into her sister's arms. Okay, don't cry, Nami, I and everyone are fine. Nojiko patted Nami's beautiful back and comforted her softly. Wow, I thought you and everyone were. Nami whispered with sobs. This is all thanks to the Black Shadow Ninja group left by Mr. Llewellyn, who brought everyone in the village to this shelter at the critical moment. Feng Che-ajian said excitedly. Mr. Llewellyn, Lord Llewellyn, thank you very much. The villagers, led by Ajian, bowed and thanked him. Don't worry. Llewellyn waved his hand and handed the horse charm to Robin. Robin nodded in understanding and activated the healing calendar of the horse charm. In an instant, all the injuries, big and small, suffered by the villagers during the retreat were healed. This miraculous phenomenon once again shocked all the villagers, as well as Sabo and Koala. For a moment, the square was filled with the sound of people cheering. Oh my god, what is going on now? Sabo, who got on the boat without knowing what was going on, murmured unconsciously in shock, feeling that his entire worldview had been overturned. What he saw and experienced was far beyond his understanding and was too incredible. First, he teleported from Windmill Village to Cocoa West Village in a breath without paying attention to distance. Not long ago, Llewellyn summoned a shadow troll soldier out of thin air. I thought it was some kind of devil fruit ability related to shadows. However, now it seems that this is not the case at all. Those black shadow warriors of various shapes are definitely not the product of the ability users, but some strange existence that he cannot understand. And this special shadow space, it's like coming to otherworld. Mr. Rowling, what is going on? Who are these black shadow warriors? And where is this black space? Although Vivi, Kuina, Bonnie, and other girls were not as shocked as Sabo, they were still curious. Nakago, how did you hide here? Nami also asked curiously. BGBD. These ninja soldiers are a special existence called the Black Shadow Corps. This is their kingdom, the Black Shadow Kingdom. Mr. Rowling gave me 2 days ago before he left. When the attackers appeared not long ago, I had a bad feeling, so I asked the ninja soldiers to take everyone here to take refuge. Nakago explained concisely. Also, Nami, when I contacted you just now, I was accidentally discovered by the beasts. I retreated back to the Black Shadow Kingdom in a hurry, so I didn't explain it clearly in time. I'm sorry for making you worry. Nakago looked at his sister apologetically. No, Nakago, you are safe and sound, which is better than anything else. Nami smiled brightly. Nakago, do you know who the attacker is this time? GQ_%. Thor asked. His partner's village was destroyed. Thor would naturally not remain indifferent. He must not just swallow this loss. No. I don't know who he is. Nakago shook his head. Although Golden Lion Shiki is a legend of the last era, he has disappeared for 20 years. Not to mention the new generation like Nakago, even middle-aged people like Feng Zhejian can't recognize him. What are his distinctive features? Khalifa asked. He is an old man with lion-like hair, and for some reason there is a rudder on his head. Oh, he can not only fly, this can make 10 huge islands float in the air. Feng Zhejian and others talked about the scene at that time. Ah! Could these features be the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki of the last era? Revolutionary Girl Koala reacted immediately. Although she was also a new generation, she had never seen Golden Lion Shiki. But she had learned about it from the intelligence held by the Revolutionary Army. Yes. It must be that Golden Lion Shiki. I have seen the floating man who ate the paramecia lion fruit in the relevant files. Khalifa nodded confidently. In the Water City incident, people under Golden Lion also participated in that action. This must be his revenge. Runty said. It is absolutely unforgivable to do such an excessive thing to Nami's hometown. Bonnie clenched her little pink fist angrily. Hehe, no matter whether it is Golden Lion or Silver Lion, whoever falls into my hands will suffer a lot. Teapot Shikaku said confidently. But, this happened several hours ago, and now I don't know where the Golden Lion has gone. Vivi frowned slightly. That arrogant old lion, I haven't settled accounts with him yet, but he has. Don't worry, he can't escape. Roland's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, and he had already started to kill. A few minutes later, Roland and his party left the Black Shadow Kingdom with the villagers of Kokoyasi Village and returned to Kokoyasi Village. After instructing Robin and others to deal with the follow-up of the village, Roland and Thor split into 2 groups and wanted to conduct a carpet search of the sky of East Blue. Nami, who learned of this decision, immediately expressed her desire to join, and Roland did not refuse. After instructing Nami to report as soon as she found the Golden Lion and not to act alone, Roland, Thor and Nami split into 3 groups and chased in 3 directions. At the same time, the incident of Roland and his party suddenly appearing in East Blue and encountering and fighting with Garp was immediately heard by Naval Headquarters and World Government. For a while, both the Naval Headquarters and the World Government were once again shocked. Oh! Chapter 120. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. Marshal Sengoku, just now, the G3 branch that accompanied Vice Admiral Garp back to East Blue for vacation received news that the Air Force pirates appeared in East Blue. It has been confirmed that the maid named Thor is a space ability user who can open the space portal freely. In addition, the meeting King Branyo bit the bullet and told Marshal Sengoku a series of shocking events that happened not long ago. What? Listening to the report of the meeting King Branyo, Marshal Sengoku was shocked and his eyes widened suddenly, and his eyeballs almost jumped out of his eye sockets. The Air Force pirates suddenly returned to East Blue from the Grand Line. There is nothing surprising about this kind of thing. After all, they once strolled to South Blue last time. In addition, it is almost common knowledge that there are space ability users in the Air Force group. No matter where they suddenly appear, it will not surprise Marshal Sengoku too much. At this moment, what really shocked and even horrified Sengoku was the epic battle between the 5 emperors and the heroes reported by Branyu. Garp is dead. You said Garp was killed by that 5 emperors Rowling with one punch? Not just defeated but directly. How could such a thing happen? That's Garp. As a marine legend of the same generation as Garp, Marshal Sengoku knows best how powerful Garp is. However, someone suddenly told him. Standing at the top of the Sea Pyramid, a legendary marine hero who is equal to the Sea Emperor, will one day be killed by a single punch? How can Marshal Sengoku believe this? Yes. Mr. Sengoku, to be honest, I can't believe it either, but this is the report of the G3 branch and Mr. Bogart has also certified it. Meeting King Branyu swallowed hard. When he first heard the news, he was stunned for 5 minutes without coming back to his senses. Although I don't know how that 5 emperors Rowling did it, his fist did cause Vice Admiral Garp to go into shock and die. If that man hadn't acted in time to use electric shock therapy on Mr. Garp, the consequences would be disastrous. Forget it, Sengoku, let's contact directly Garp, understand the situation. The Vice Admiral Crane, who had been listening for a long time, took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Bulu bulu bulu. Gaga. The Den Den Mushi was connected. Garp, were you really hit by that traveler's fist? Marshal Sengoku asked impatiently. Hey? What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't, how could it be possible? I was just careless for a moment and didn't dodge. If it happened again. Garp retorted emotionally. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane. The two of them knew the temperament of this unreliable old friend best. If it wasn't the truth, Garp wouldn't have clarified so excitedly. For a long moment. Tell me, what was the situation at that time? Even if it was a trick, it was unusual to be able to shock a strong man like you. The Vice Admiral Crane. The Vice Admiral Crane. If it wasn't the truth, Garp wouldn't have clarified so excitedly. For a long moment. Tell me, what was the situation at that time? Even if it was a trick, it was unusual to be able to shock a strong man like you. Admiral Crane asked in a deep voice. Well, that kid does have a strange fighting skill, not relying on strength. At that time, I just felt that my breathing, pulse, and heartbeat were out of control. Garp redescribed the strange feeling of being swallowed by air not long ago. Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane looked at each other. Although they didn't understand, they were shocked. Don't worry, Sengoku, after this experience, I will never let that kid's strange trick succeed next time, ha ha ha. Garp laughed confidently. Next time? I at number %, you better behave yourself. Marshal Sengoku couldn't help but spit out sweet words. The top of the red line. The second Holy Land about 100 miles away from Marie Joyce. This is the backup city built by the world government for celestial dragons. If there is any accident in the Holy Land, it can be transferred here. Now, this second holy place came in handy. Now that Marie Joyce is still shrouded in the unbearable smell of the stinky durian. The 5 elders, the supreme authority, brought the celestial dragons to this spare holy place. Although there is more or less the smell of the stinky durian here, it is not so unbearable. Of course, this is also because the 5 elders and celestial dragons have gradually become accustomed to the stench that marinates themselves. At this moment, the second holy place, the 5 elders meeting hall. Have you heard about it? That group actually returned to East Blue again. And they encountered that old thing Garp. Jupiter 5 elders Peter spoke first in a deep voice. Humph, that BD, does he really think the sea is his backyard? Isn't it just relying on the space ability? He runs around all day. If you have the guts, just confront us head-on. Venus 5 Elders Nas Hulang said murderously. The most urgent task now is to confirm the truth of the news. If Garp, a marine hero, was really knocked down by that man with one punch. Mercury 5 Elders Voculi frowned. Even the world's strongest man Whitebeard could never knock down the legendary marine hero with one punch. If Rowling really did it, it would be too terrible. It's simply the only one in the ocean, exceeding the existence of the 4 emperors. To be enemies with such a terrifying opponent, they will definitely pay an unimaginable price. Contact Sengoku first to find out the details. He should contact Garp directly. Mars 5 Elders Mark Asmus said. Saturn 5 Elders Satan nodded and called Marshal Sengoku. After learning the details of the battle from Sengoku, the 5 elders all breathed a sigh of relief. I said, that man can't be so strong that he can beat Garp with one punch. It turns out that he used some shady tricks. Jupiter 5 Elders Pitts said. In this world, if there is anyone who can defeat a top-level warrior like Garp with one blow, it is only Lord Im. Volculi, 5 Elders of Mercury, said respectfully. Now that we know the truth, there is no need to worry anymore. The most urgent task now is to find a way to restrict that tricky space ability user. 5 Elders of Mars, Marcus Moss said. Indeed, the space teleportation ability is too difficult to deal with. Even if they are surrounded by overwhelming combat power, they can escape at any time and anywhere, unless there is a reason to restrict their escape. 5 Elders of Venus, Nasu Xiaolang, spoke. In other words, do we need to have hostages? As long as we can capture one of those women, maybe we can. Speaking of which, Khalifa of CP9 seems to have been fully integrated into the Air Force Corps now, maybe we can use one or two. 5 Elders of Saturn, Satan, laughed sinisterly. East blue. Above the vast sky, a large island floats in the air. There are also several small islands scattered around the large island. This is the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki's floating sky island base. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki was still immersed in the joy of revenge, imagining the scene of Rowling's incompetent rage. There are not many people with bottom lines among pirates, and there are more thugs who will do whatever it takes and take revenge. Golden Lion Shiki is the worst of the bad guys, and he has no bottom line. Slaughtering a village is just a common thing for him. At this moment, he has already started to choose the next lucky island. Well, Logue Town, Roger's hometown, is not far away. If it is destroyed, it will definitely cause a huge wave. The smile on Golden Lion Shiki's mouth gradually became wanton. Just then, Golden Lion, get out of here quickly. The girl's angry cry exploded in the sky, accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder. Puff! Puff! Poof! The sound of farting footsteps was heard. Master Shiki, that, over there, over there. The mad scientist Indigo nervously pointed to the thundercloud-covered sky not far away. What's the big deal? She's just a little girl. Golden Lion Shiki grinned. After confirming that only Nami came, Golden Lion Shiki would not flinch at all. A bold idea even came to his mind. If he could take Nami as a hostage. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but laugh happily and soared into the sky. Isn't this the famous little thief Nami? I wonder what you want to talk to me about? Do you want to join the flying group? Golden Lion Shiki said teasingly. Don't say such stupid things, Golden Lion, you know best what you did. You actually did it to my village. I will never forgive you. Nami clenched her fists, her pretty face full of anger. Ha ha ha, what do you think? That's my masterpiece that I've been preparing for 20 years. You should feel honored to have your village as the first test site. Golden Lion Shiki stopped pretending and sneered wantonly. A hole. Nami waved her slender hand, and the electric light shot towards Golden Lion Shiki. Although she promised Loelin that she would not act rashly. But looking at Golden Lion Shiki's face, Nami really couldn't control her murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Logia Thunder Fruit, this is really a rare and dangerous ability, but it's a pity that the user is a little girl like you. Golden Lion Shiki avoided Nami's electric light. A beam of brilliant super electromagnetic cannon attacked Golden Lion Shiki's face. Golden Lion Shiki frowned slightly and dodged. The super electromagnetic cannon passed through his thick golden hair, creating a hole. Then it continued to move forward, piercing the palace complex in the center of the island. Stinky girl, you are so daring. Golden Lion Shiki's face suddenly sank, and his big hand slammed down on the ground. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Boom. Boom. The island's land shook violently. Under the power of the Paramecia lion fruit, the entire land was now under the control of Golden Lion Shiki, and he could control it at will. Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the beasts was everywhere. One after another, the earth lion heads rose from the ground, roaring at the world, and pressing towards Nami. Nami looked solemn, without the slightest bit of arrogance, and dodged by elementalization at the first time. Ha ha ha, don't think it's that easy. Golden Lion Shiki soared into the sky, and the two big swords used as his feet danced wildly. 0. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless golden sword energy fell from the sky. Cooperating with the Earth Lion Head, they launched a siege from land and air at the same time, compressing Nami's moving space. Humph! Nami snorted coldly, her body turned into lightning, and rushed straight into the big mouth of one of the lion heads, trying to break out. However, Golden Lion Shiki had expected her intention. Ha ha ha, thinking that you are invincible with the power of Logia is a common problem for you ignorant little ghosts. Golden Lion Shiki laughed and returned. Swish! The blade wrapped with armament Haki passed by, bringing up a burst of bright blood. Nami's right arm was immediately covered with blood, and the wound was vaguely deep enough to see the bone. This is just the beginning, my baby, I will love you even more next time. Golden Lion Shiki grinned proudly. Even though he is not as active as before due to old age, injuries, rudder, and many other reasons. But, he is still a legendary pirate of the last era, a strong man of Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki. In addition, he has a lot of experience in dealing with Logia users. What's wrong? Baby, are you giving up? Golden Lion Shiki said while waving his hand. The Earth Lion Head, like a prehistoric beast, surged again. Nami said nothing, and the elementalization soared into the sky, reaching a height that the Earth Lion Head could not reach. Don't think you can escape, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Golden Lion Shiki pursued mercilessly. The two figures kept intersecting and colliding in the boundless battlefield of the sky. Nami's thunder could never lock onto Golden Lion Shiki. Similarly, facing Nami in a cautious state, Golden Lion Shiki's attacks could no longer be successful. The battle gradually entered a white-hot stage. Slash wave! The huge golden sword energy brushed past Nami's side and cut off a waterfall. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless golden sword energy rained down, dividing the waterfall into countless small water masses. Under the influence of the ability of Paramecia Lion Fruit, all the water masses turned into the hands and feet of Golden Lion Shiki, silently laying a net. By the time Nami found out, it was too late. Ha ha ha, it's over. Golden Lion Shiki slowly clenched his big hands. In an instant, all the small water masses gathered towards the center and turned into a super large water mass, surrounding Nami. Under the curse of the sea water, Nami, as a capable person, suddenly lost all his strength. I'm sorry, Captain. This was the last thought that crossed Nami's mind before he fell into a coma. At the same moment, A brilliant golden electric light rushed into the water mass domineeringly. The terrifying high-voltage current caused the water mass to explode. "It's all right now. Leave it to me next," Loyolin whispered gently. Chapter 121. East Blue, Logue Town, Marine Base. Smoker Captain. The bespectacled Sergeant Tashiji hurriedly pushed the door open. She saw Colonel Smoker, who frowned and looked serious. "What's up, Tashiji?" Smoker asked in a deep voice. "Yes, Mr. Smoker, just now, we received a report that there was a shocking change in the sea area about 50 miles southwest of Logue Town. An eyewitness said that he saw a huge island flying in the air, and there was also the sound of fighting," Tashiji reported solemnly. "What did you say?" Smoker's eyes suddenly widened. An island flying in the air. This keyword reminded Smoker of a legendary figure who had disappeared for many years. The flying pirate who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Roger the Pirate King Golden Lion Shiki. That Golden Lion Shiki actually came to East Blue quietly. And he is still fighting with people now? Who is it? How can he fight against that flying pirate? As soon as this question appeared, Smoker thought of the answer. Not long ago, he received a call from the headquarters, and was shocked to learn that the Air Force group had returned to East Blue. "It's that guy. It must be that guy. Who is that guy, Mr. Smoker?" Tashiji asked, puzzled. August 17th. Captain of the Air Force Group, 5 Emperors Rowling. Smoker took a deep breath and said the name word by word. 555. 5 Emperors. Tashiji's eyes widened in an instant, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak clearly. 5 Emperors. That guy. When did he return to East Blue? This morning, the Air Force group encountered Mr. Garp in the Kingdom of Goa, and then suddenly disappeared. Unexpectedly, they appeared near Logue Town, and even clashed with the legendary pirate. Smoker gritted his teeth, and the look between his eyebrows was extremely solemn. The legendary pirate? The one who fought with 5 Emperors Rowling? Who is that? Tashiji asked cutely. Flying Pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Smoker said in a deep voice. Tashiji's voice rose more than an octave. Tashiji, I'm going to the scene now. You report this news to the headquarters and wait for Marshal Sengoku's instructions. After leaving these words, Smoker immediately turned into smoke and flew to the marine port. Riding on the amphibious 3-wheeled Bilonga motorcycle, he rushed to the battlefield while smoking. At this moment, Floating Sky Island, Golden Lion Shiki's base camp. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Nami, who fell into his trap and slowly suffocated and lost consciousness in the water mass, Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, his face full of ridicule and sarcasm. A kid is a kid. He lacks combat experience and has limited development of his abilities. Do you think that you can roam the sea with the strongest Logia devil fruit? It's really naive. After that, Golden Lion Shiki is about to take action and carry out the final harvest. In his heart, he had already begun to think about what benefits he could get from Nami. At this moment, without any warning, a huge threat of death struck Golden Lion Shiki's heart. Almost instinctively and subconsciously, Golden Lion made him dodge sideways. The next second, a bright golden electric light passed by him and crashed directly into the water mass that trapped Nami. Boom! The huge mass of sea water exploded. Until then, the rumbling sound of thunder finally came. In the rain of sea water flying all over the sky, Loyolin stood in the air, holding Nami in a princess hug. He leaned over, grabbed Nami's slightly pale lips, and blew deeply. 131313. Nami, who was in a coma, coughed violently and spit out the water accumulated in her lungs. Captain, is that you? Nami opened her eyes hazily and said uncertainly. It's me, I'm fine now. Loyolin said calmly. I'm sorry, Captain, you clearly told me not to act rashly, but I couldn't help it. Nami shrank her head with a depressed look. Don't worry, my girl, it's okay to be a little more patient. Llewellyn smiled slightly and rubbed Nami's head with his big hand. He. Feeling that Llewellyn really didn't mean to blame her at all, Nami immediately smiled sweetly. Let's go, Nami, you can just watch your captain's performance with peace of mind. Llewellyn held Nami and climbed up to the sky step by step, heading towards Golden Lion's floating sky island. From beginning to end, Llewellyn didn't even look at Golden Lion Shiki behind him. A hole. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki's face was extremely gloomy. The moment Llewellyn appeared, he had already recognized Llewellyn's identity. Originally, Golden Lion Shiki had already prepared the lines to confront Llewellyn. Unexpectedly, as a legendary pirate, he was completely ignored. Since entering the venue, Llewellyn has never paid any attention to him, always showing his back to others, which is a naked disregard. Now, he even brought his sister to his base island in front of him. What does this kid think of him? A huge anger surged in the chest of Golden Lion Shiki. He didn't know how many years it had been. No one has ever dared to humiliate him like this. What 5 emperors? He is just a brat. He must know what a legend is. Golden Lion Shiki, who was blinded by anger, immediately followed with a gloomy face. Of course. If he knew what happened in Windmill Village this morning. He knew that Garp was beaten to death by Rowling not long ago. His impulsive mind might calm down and make a different choice. Unfortunately, there is no if. Floating Sky Island Square. Q0*3. That man is. He is. The captain of the Air Force Pirates, the 5th Emperor Llewellyn, is here. The flying pirates and their pirates who were waiting for Golden Lion Shiki guy in the square couldn't help but scream in horror. Why? Why is that man here? The 5th Sea Emperor with a bounty of 3 billion berry. He actually appeared here, could it be that? Has Boss Shiki been? Thinking of this terrible possibility, the pirates' hearts suddenly sank. At this moment, everyone shut up. A majestic shout exploded. Golden Lion Shiki returned with a gloomy face. He's just a newcomer this year, there's nothing to be afraid of. Who do you think Lao Zi is? Oh. Right. There's nothing to be afraid of. Our captain is the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Boss Shiki, for generations to come, unify the sea. The flying pirates and their pirate captains all responded in unison. Before that, they thought Golden Lion Shiki was defeated, and the title of the 5 emperors frightened them, and they were trembling in their hearts. Now, when they saw their boss's captain return intact, the pirates suddenly felt reassured. Ha. Golden Lion Shiki was obviously very pleased with the flattery of his subordinates, and he couldn't help but feel elated. It was as if he had returned to the glorious days decades ago. At that time, he was full of vigor and vitality as the admiral of the flying pirates. And now, he is no less than he was back then. The number of pirates gathered under the banner of the flying pirates is more than doubled than in the past. Plus the powerful upgraded creatures that took 20 years and a lot of manpower and resources to build. Why worry about not being able to conquer the world? 25 years ago, he failed because of Roger. This time, he will be unstoppable. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Starting from the so-called 5 emperors who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Just when Golden Lion Shiki was immersed in the beautiful fantasy of the future, complacent and unable to extricate himself. What flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, do you think you are playing pirates? Compared to Golden Lion, the title of Frog in the Well is more suitable for you. For the house playing of Golden Lion Shiki and his pirates, Llewellyn really couldn't stand it, and couldn't listen to it. Listening to Llewellyn's sarcastic words, and the frog in the well. The flying pirates in the square were stunned at first, and then they all became furious. What? Am I wrong? Golden Lion Shiki, you have disappeared for 20 years, and you have only recruited a bunch of scumbags as your subordinates. You are complacent because you listen to the flattery of the scumbags all day long. Oh, and those beasts you think are your trump cards. You have recruited a bunch of weak idiots as your subordinates, and add some bugs to dream of conquering the world? You'd better save your energy, so as not to make a fool of yourself. Rowling spoke lightly, with extreme sarcasm in his words. The plan that Golden Lion Shiki prepared for 20 years was devalued to nothing. What did you say? Who do you think you are? It's just this year's new kid. Do you really think you are the Emperor of the Sea of New World? You are the Emperor of the Sea, but we don't admit it. Captain 4.5 Shiki is the legendary flying pirate of the last era. You are once on par with Pirate King Roger and 4 Emperors Whitebeard, and you can't talk about it. Before Golden Lion Shiki opened his mouth, the pirate captains under his command broke out first. Where do you think this is? This is the territory of our Hiten pirates. Even if you are a dragon, you have to lie down here. The other side is just 2 little ghosts, there is nothing to be afraid of. Today I will taste the blood of the Emperor of the Sea. The pirates, who were overwhelmed by anger, drew their swords and flashed their swords, full of murderous intent. Idiots are idiots, but they are a little noisy. Rowling shook his head and whispered lightly. The moment the voice fell, he took a step forward. It seemed to be an ordinary step, but it triggered the ultimate horror phenomenon. Swish! The black and red Conqueror's lightning pierced the sky and swept the earth. The top Conqueror's Haki of the Pirate King class exploded. In an instant, the world was quiet. The huge floating sky island square. In the end, there were only 3 people who could still stand. Rowling and Nami. And Golden Lion Shiki. This. Conquerors. Chapter 122. Hwalala. The surging breath of the Overlord swept through like a hurricane. Crack. The black and red Conqueror's lightning pierced the dark sky. Boom. The ground of Sky Island shook. The rock pillars on all sides of the square cracked out of thin air. The palace that was shaky and crumbling after being pierced by Nami's railgun collapsed at this moment. Under the ultimate King Haki who reigned over the sea, all the noise stopped in an instant. The bodies of the fools who thought they had the support of Golden Lion Shiki and were unscrupulous were frozen like petrified. Their eyes rolled back at the same time, their brains went blank, and their consciousness was taken away in an instant. Plop! Plop! The domino effect was staged in the square at this moment. The flying pirates and the pirates under Golden Lion fell down one after another. It was only a short breath of time. Only 3 people could still stand in the huge square. Finally it's quiet. Rowling grinned. Captain is mighty. Nami cried out with all her might. Little brat, you just... Golden Lion Shiki stared at Rowling with wide eyes, with extreme shock, horror, disbelief, and incredulity on his old face. What's wrong? Old Lion, you've been away from the sea for too long, don't you even recognize Conqueror's Haki? Rowling said teasingly. Golden Lion 16 Shiki didn't say anything, but just opened his mouth. It was impossible for him not to recognize Conqueror's Haki. After all, he himself was also an awakener of Conquerors. At this moment, what really shocked him to the extreme was the special Conquerors that Rowling was showing now. Even though more than 20 years had passed, Golden Lion Shiki would never forget it and would never fail to recognize it. His greatest rival in the past was Roger's Conquerors. In that distant last era, he had fought Roger countless times. He had fought Roger's Conquerors countless times. He thought that after Roger's death, the terrifying Conquerors would become extinct and he would never experience it again in this life. But he never thought that 20 years later, he could actually feel Roger's Conqueror's aura on other people. Impossible. This is impossible. Roger is dead. Even if he is still alive, how could his conquerors Haki? Is it my illusion? Golden Lion Shiki looked at Loyolin and shook his head repeatedly. Listening to his mumbling, Loyolin also reacted. It seems that Golden Lion Shiki has noticed the origin of his conquerors, but he dare not believe it. In this case, let him feel it again. Thinking of this, Loyolin grinned. Another step forward. This time, the ultimate powerful conqueror's aura did not radiate and cover all directions. Instead, it condensed into a stream and pressed towards Golden Lion Shiki at close range. Ah! Under this sudden conqueror's targeting, Golden Lion Shiki, who was immersed in shock and had not yet recovered, could not help but shout out, and the shock on his old face was even worse. If the first time might be an illusion, then this familiar feeling now is real and cannot be faked at all. This feeling is exactly the same as Roger's conquerors. UBD, where did you get it from? Why do you have the same conquerors as Roger? Golden Lion Shiki screamed in shock. Haha, you don't need to know this, after all, you will be a dead man soon. Loyolin chuckled and returned the words that Golden Lion Shiki had given to Kokozakin not long ago. Haha. Shiki laughed in anger. Okay, you are so arrogant. I haven't met such an arrogant kid like you for many years. If you don't tell me, I will let you confess everything slowly after I catch you. Catch me? It seems that you don't know anything about the gap between the enemy and me. You think too highly of yourself and don't realize that you are already a hairless and toothless old lion struggling to death. A loser who dreams of conquering the world. Loyolin said lightly. Damn kid, die. The Golden Lion Shiki, who was pierced by Loyolin's heart-piercing words, was immediately furious and angry. Slash wave. His right leg was raised high. Big knife Sakura Ten's blade lit up with a huge golden sword light. Swish! A huge sword energy that was hundreds of meters long flew down. Loyolin did not dodge and casually pulled out the long sword from his waist. The blade was 1.6 meters long and the handle was dark purple. The blade was covered with mysterious blue stripes. The name of the sword, Ding. Demon Sword Thousand Blades. In the past year, Loyolin caught dozens of swords of various sizes. Among them, there were treasures such as Gan Jiang Moye that were comparable to the Supreme Sword. Loyolin gave all these swords to his sister Kuina. There is only one exception, that is this special magic knife Thousand Blades. Only attack, no defense, unparalleled in the world, is the best interpretation of this knife. As the name suggests, the blade of Thousand Blades is composed of thousands of fragments. In addition, when watching The Strongest Hairdresser, Loyolin has always been curious about the use of this special magic knife. After this period of control and research, Loyolin has also initially mastered the use of the magic knife Thousand Blades. It's just that it has never been used in actual combat. After all, there are not many people in this sea who are worthy of Loyolin's attack. Originally, Loyolin planned to use the magic knife Thousand Blades for the first time on the world's #1 swordsman. It's a pity that he has never met Hawkeye my hawk. However, today, since Golden Lion Shiki has come to his door and provoked him vividly, then Loyolin naturally doesn't mind using the blood of the great swordsman of the last era to sacrifice the knife. Clang! The magic knife Thousand Blades is unsheathed. Loyolin held the knife with both hands, and met the slash wave of Golden Lion Shiki with an ordinary slash. Crack! A subtle cracking sound was heard. The Golden Lion's deadly huge slash wave sword energy was cut in half. 2 deep gullies were cut on the ground to the left and right of Loyolin. What? Golden Lion Shiki's pupils shrank slightly. An expert can tell the difference with one move. Golden Lion, who is a great swordsman, can tell from this simple blow that Loyolin's attainments in swordsmanship are definitely not low. Just when Golden Lion Shiki was secretly surprised. Crack! The sound of things breaking sounded again. Golden Lion Shiki looked left and right, and finally locked his eyes on the magic knife in Luolin's hand. I saw that the blade of the magic knife Qunren had cracks that were dense and crisscrossed. Finally, there was only a bang. The magic knife Qunren, like broken porcelain, exploded and turned into thousands of pieces. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiki laughed, laughing wantonly. He was still afraid of Luolin's swordsmanship. He didn't expect that Luolin had swordsmanship but didn't have a good sword. This broken sword that he picked up from who knows where was not vulnerable at all and broke at the touch. It seems that he might have misjudged and overestimated Luolin's swordsmanship. After all, even if a real great swordsman didn't use a black sword, he would use armed color to strengthen it and enhance its toughness. Or there is another possibility, it's not that Luolin's sword is weak, but that he is too strong. Thinking of this, Golden Lion Shiki's heart suddenly swelled again. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The Golden Lion, who destroyed Luolin's weapon with one blow, pursued the victory. The right foot was Sakura Ten, the left foot was wooden, and both feet moved together, slashing wildly. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The sky was covered with flying sword energy from Golden Lion Shiki. Luolin still didn't dodge and went straight to the golden sword energy in the sky. The half-broken demon knife Qunren was left in his right hand and he swung it gently. The next second, the thousands of fragments of the demon knife Qunren seemed to be pulled by some force and suddenly shot out, meeting the sword energy in the sky. One fragment could not offset the sword energy, so 2, 5, 10. For a while, the clanging sound of metal colliding came one after another, and it was endless. Many fragments of the demon knife Qunren were knocked down by the sword energy of Golden Lion and embedded in the earth and rocks. At the same time, the flying sword energy of Golden Lion Shiki was also consumed by the fragments of the demon knife and deviated from its trajectory. Endless smoke and dust rolled up and rushed into the sky, making everything invisible. Ha 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 ha, did you kill it? Golden Lion Shiki looked at the square full of smoke and dust excitedly. Teach you two common senses. First, there is often no harm in the smoke. A faint voice rushed out from the smoke and dust. Secondly, when the weak ask whether they can kill me, the answer is often no. Luolin raised the broken magic knife Qunren, which was only the handle left, and made a slashing gesture. Qunren Flying Star. Buzz. Buzz buzz. The atmosphere hummed continuously. The fragments of the magic knife embedded in various places on the earth were pulled and reorganized at this moment. Ha ha ha, a broken knife without even a blade is no longer a knife, and you still want to kill me. Golden Lion Shiki mocked wantonly. However, in the next second, the terrifying threat of death struck his heart. Almost instinctively, Golden Lion Shiki's body dodged. It's just, because the nonsense just now wasted some time, resulting in a slow reaction and unable to dodge completely. Puff! Blood splattered. Golden Lion Shiki's right arm separated from his body and fell to the ground. Finally, ignorance is not your fault, but it is wrong for you to come out and talk nonsense. Be sure to pay attention in your next life. Chapter 123. The magic sword has spirits and chooses its master. If you want to use this sword, you must first get the sword's approval. Because it is a system-installed product, Luolin does not need any approval to use it. The second difficulty in activating the magic sword Thousand Blades is how to control 1,000 blade fragments at the same time. In the world of Wulaihoki, the strongest hairstylist Achi controls the magic sword with his powerful chi. Although there is no setting of chi in the pirate world, the concept of chi is broad, and sword chi and haki can all be chi. In addition, Luolin, who has inherited the 8 extremes of the heroic spirit Ji Showen, has also obtained a considerable amount of chi. Finally, it is the strong mental power required to distract and control 1,000 pieces of magic sword fragments. This is also not a problem for Luolin, who has top conquerors. All the conditions are perfectly matched, allowing Loyalin to control the treasure sword 1004 at will. At this moment, 1,000 blades returned to one. More than 1,000 magic sword fragments scattered all over the island gathered and reorganized under Loyalin's thought. Finally, it turned into a sword several tens of meters long, and cut off one of Golden Lion Shiki's arms in mid-air. Ah! Ah! Even though he was a legendary pirate, he couldn't help but utter a sound under the sudden pain of a broken arm. You, BD kid! Are you plotting against me? Golden Lion Shiki covered his broken arm, and looked at the magic sword Kyunran, which slowly returned to one and was tightly closed, and his eyes were about to bulge out of his eye sockets with anger. I've said it before, you think too highly of yourself. What else do you need to plot against an old lion like you? In addition, this arm is the price you paid for hurting Nami's arm. Lawlin sneered. Captain, I like you the most. Nami covered the wound on her right arm, and her eyes were immediately moved and red, and she looked at Rowling with admiration. Ah, you really deserve to die. After breaking an arm, being ridiculed and looked down upon, and finally being fed a mouthful of dog food, Golden Lion Shiki completely exploded in anger. Go die, Lao Zi! Golden Lion Shiki's only remaining arm slammed to the ground. Lion Majesty Earth coiling. Boom! Boom! The island ground trembled violently. Several Earth Lion heads rose from the ground. They surrounded Loyalin fiercely, rotating and compressing. In the original plot, Golden Lion Shiki used this move to easily wipe out Straw Hat Crew. The blow of controlling the earth is indeed a disaster for ordinary strong men. But for the top existence of the pyramid at the level of the Sea Emperor, it is just child's play. Accompanied by a loud bang, endless golden thunder shone all over the world. The 9 lion heads controlled by Golden Lion Shiki exploded instantly. Endless smoke and dust rushed into the sky, and large and small pieces of gravel flew through the air. You can't fight with swords. In terms of ability, you are even worse. Loyalin whispered calmly. Ha 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 ha, do you think this is my ultimate trick? You are wrong, UBD, just now it was just a feint, this is my real trump card. Golden Lion Shiki's triumphant laughter came from the sky. I don't know when. Golden Lion Shiki has already climbed to a high altitude. In the farther sky, there is another island, with a patch of shadows under it. Paramecia lion fruit, can make itself and any non-living things it touches float. It seems to be similar to the offensive devil fruit ability, but it is not. Lion fruit ability users can control and touch floating objects at will. Legends like Golden Lion Shiki can even control multiple islands in the air at the same time. If in a large-scale war, an island is suddenly controlled to fall, you can imagine what the scene will be like. Paramecia lion fruit, like Logia, is a strategic level ability with large-scale destruction as long as it is used properly. Not only in military battles, but also in one-on-one battles against people, this ability is still powerful. Once, Golden Lion Shiki was furious for Roger, and bravely went to Naval Headquarters Marineford alone. He fought with Marine Admiral Sengoku and Garp at the peak of his prime at that time, and destroyed half of the headquarters with just one move. He used the huge floating object he controlled as a weapon and smashed it at the opponent. Just like now, how many people in this sea can withstand the direct fall of an island? The answer is, there are only a handful. Unfortunately, Loyalin is one of them. Ha 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 ha, regret it. Regret provoking Lao Zi. Regret coming to Lao Zi's territory. Golden Lion Shiki laughed complacently. And honor, this island is Lao Zi's 20 years of hard work, using it to bury you is a great honor for you, ha 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 ha, now die under the weight of the island. The moment the voice fell, Golden Lion Shiki took a deep breath, and then dropped his one-armed man in panic. After all, this floating sky island is the location of his base camp, carrying the research results of their team for 20 years. If he was not really forced into a desperate situation, he really didn't want to go to the point of a dead end. After being easily cut off by Loyolin, Golden Lion Shiki was angry on the surface, but in fact he was sobered by the pain. He knew clearly that Loyolin's title of the 5 Emperors was not a bit of water. At the same time, he also knew clearly that he was no match for Loyolin at all. Even this last killer may not really kill Loyolin, but he can rely on the chaos created by this attack to get a chance to escape. But Golden Lion Shiki never expected. As his last trump card, the island falling attack would actually be. Boom! The atmosphere made an unbearable explosion. It dissipated wildly under the heavy pressure of the falling island. The huge island continued to accelerate under the action of gravity and fell towards the floating sky island. Once the two islands collided, it would inevitably result in both sides being burned. Captain! Nami yelled nervously. How many people can remain calm when an entire island falls on their heads? Of course. She was nervous. Nami was not really scared. Because she and Loyolin are both lightning users. With the speed of lightning, they can easily escape before the island hits. But from the beginning to the end, Loyolin had no intention of avoiding the sharp edge. Facing the falling island, Loyolin did not retreat but advanced, stepping on the sky step to ascend to the sky. Red-black thunder continuously rushed out of his body. Covering the sky, it turned into an endless red-black sea of thunder. Ang roar! It was as if a giant dragon was roaring in the red-black sea of thunder. The next second, the giant dragon really appeared. The Thunder Dragon King, which was completely interwoven with red-black thunder, jumped up from the sea of thunder. That towering and majestic body was enough to make countless people in the world tremble with fear. At some point, Loyolin had already appeared at the center of the Thunder Dragon King's eyebrows. Driving the red-black Thunder Dragon and the Sea of Thunder in the sky, he went up against the sky. Finally, the two sides met and touched. The diamond-shaped brow of the Thunder Dragon, Lin Chuan. Ang! The Thunder Dragon King roared and swung his dragon claws. The Thunder Dragon King's secret art Red Thunder. Boom! One punch. The heaven and earth shook. Time and space seemed to freeze. The heaven and earth lost their voices at this moment. The light of thunder brighter than the sun bloomed. The island, shattered. Boom! Boom! The terrifying roar of the sky and the earth resounded through the sky. Under the stunned and horrified eyes of Golden Lion Shiki. The last and strongest big move he relied on, island falling, turned into island shattering. It was not a simple island being cracked in two, but a real complete shattering. Under the ultimate powerful punch of Thunder Dragon King Loyolin, the entire island was shattered. The sky was bright again, and countless large and small gravels fell like rain. Wow, Captain is awesome! Nami's face flushed, she danced excitedly and cheered. Looking at the disappearing island, Golden Lion Shiki's expression was dull. The storm waves called shock swept his body from the inside out. He knew clearly how powerful and terrifying the emperor who ruled the sea was. If it was just an island, it would be highly unlikely that Loyolin would be killed. Golden Lion Shiki had imagined many possibilities. The biggest possibility was that Loyolin took Nami and escaped before the island fell. Even if that was the case, it didn't matter, he could still retreat under the cover of the collision of the islands. But Golden Lion Shiki never expected it. Loyolin actually smashed an island to pieces with one punch. No matter how you look at it, this kind of thing is too exaggerated and unreal. In all the years of Golden Lion Shiki's life, no one could do this. Even for Emperor's Whitebeard, who has the strongest Paramecia shock fruit ability, could never do it. Whitebeard could only rely on shock fruit's unparalleled destructive power broke the island into several pieces. However, Rowling did it. What a great power! Even if he was not restricted by the steering wheel above his head and did not age. Even if he now regained his strength in his heyday. He still had no power to fight back in front of Rowling. Because the real strength of this man far exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhao Li's. What's wrong? Have you given up? Don't plan to escape. Rowling's faint voice exploded in Golden Lion's ears. At the same time, there was also the mighty thunder. Crack! A bucket-thick thunder hit Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki's body was instantly charred. His iconic full head of golden hair exploded black. Bang! Under the paralysis of thunder, he lost control of his body and fell involuntarily. A small hole was smashed in the floating sky island square. Ha 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 ha. Even though he knew that death was coming, Golden Lion Shiki still laughed out loud. It's too late. Even if you kill me, Kokosi Village can't come back, and the people in the village can't come back. Who told you that Kokosi Village has been destroyed? Rowling laughed sarcastically. Thanks to the captain's backup plan, Nakako and everyone in the village are alive and well. Nami said happily. I+4. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, and the smile on his face disappeared, without waiting for him to continue asking. Crack! Boom! A series of thick red and black lightning pillars struck down, turning Golden Lion Shiki into ashes. The flying pirates of the last era have come to an end. Boom boom boom! The floating sky island that lost the control of the ability user fell towards the sea. Chapter 124. The sea area about 50 miles southeast of Logue town. The Byron motorcycle, which can be used for both water and land, was smoking. The smoky Colonel White Hunter Smoker sat on the motorcycle, looking up at the sky, his mouth wide open, and his expression was dull. He didn't even notice the cigar falling from his mouth, but just stared with shocked and horrified eyes. All because the scene in front of him was too shocking, it was terrifying. Even though it was far away from the sea, Smoker could still see it clearly. He saw the red and black thunder dragon touch and collide with a falling island. In the end, the island was broken and completely shattered on the spot. Countless large and small rubble fell on the sea. Until a piece of island debris with a radius of tens of meters fell in front of Smoker. Smoker finally came back to his senses from the extreme shock. He quickly activated the Logia smoke ability, controlled the motorcycle to dodge left and right, and evacuated this dangerous area. It was precisely because of this that Smoker escaped with luck. Because not long after, a whole large floating sky island crashed down. The terrifying impact force caused huge waves in the already turbulent sea. Gulp! Golden Lion, flying great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, defeated. Smoker's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and he whispered unconsciously. Bulu bulu! Bulu bulu bulu! The den den mushy sounded for a long time, and Smoker finally suppressed the shock in his heart and answered the call with trembling. Smoker, what's the situation over there now? Is Golden Lion Shiki really also in East Blue? And encountered that man. Marshal Sengoku's nervous voice came from the other end of the den den mushy. Yes, yes. 867 just now, I witnessed a large island falling from the sky with my own eyes. Smoker took a deep breath and told Smoker everything he had witnessed. What? The island fell from the sky? Did that BD Golden Lion get defeated? Marshal Sengoku's voice rose more than an octave. Calm down, Sengoku, even if it's true, it's nothing to be surprised about. Vice Admiral he spoke calmly. Golden Lion Shiki is a legend of the last era, but Traveler Loyalin is the new emperor of this era. It's normal that Golden Lion can't win. The top priority is to explore the collective situation. Mr. Sengoku, I apply for an immediate landing investigation. Smoker said in a deep voice. After a moment of hesitation, Marshal Sengoku nodded. Permission. But you must be vigilant and take your own safety as the first priority. If you encounter Traveler Loyalin, don't conflict with him. On this basis, search and capture Golden Lion Shiki as much as possible and keep in touch at all times. Yes. I understand. Smoker controlled the Bailonga motorcycle and began to land on the island. The final search results are bound to shock the world. That afternoon. Somewhere in the sky of Grand Line. World Economic News, Hot Air Balloon Headquarters. President. President. Several members rushed into the president's office in a hurry, scaring the News King Morgans, who had regained his human form, to jump up on the spot and quickly transform back into the albatross birdman form. Didn't you two tell me not to disturb my nap time unless there is something important at this time? News King Morgan scolded dissatisfiedly. But President, a big event has happened in East Blue. Yes, President, this is also super explosive news. Just now, we received information from a mysterious person. Several presidents spoke one after another. Wait. Speak to me one by one. East Blue has such a strong horn, what kind of explosive news can it have? Morgans shouted majestically. Yes. President. Several members stood at attention immediately. Just now, the mysterious whistleblower sent us several photos. East Blue Cocoa Village, the hometown of Nami, the little thief cat of the Air Force pirate group, suffered a devastating disaster and was attacked by the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki of the last era. A reporter wearing a deerstalker hat reported with great shock. Nani. Jin. Golden Lion Shiki. The legend of the last era. With the pirate King Roger, 4 emperors, the man who was on par with Whitebeard, after 20 years, he actually appeared again, and actually attacked the village of Kokoyasi. Is this a blatant provocation to the 5 emperors? Morgan's eyes widened, and his voice rose more than an octave because of shock. Yes, President, these are the photos sent back from the scene. The reporter in the deerstalker handed Morgans the faxed photos of the tragic situation in Kokoyasi village. Morgans frowned, and after looking at the photos, he shook his head. If it's just this, it's not a big news. There should be a follow-up to this incident. Morgans guessed. You are worthy of being the president. The nose of a first-class journalist is always so sharp. A reporter flattered him inconspicuously. Stop talking nonsense, speak quickly. Morgans frowned. Yes, just as the president guessed, there is a follow-up to the Cocoa West Village incident. Shortly after the attack on Cocoa West Village, the Air Force pirates rushed to the village and rescued the villagers in distress. After that, the 5th Sea Emperor, Traveler Loyal Lin, found the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki and defeated him in one battle. The flying pirate has completely become a thing of the past. The reporters spoke with a tremor in their voices, not fear, but excitement. After all, this is the demise of a legendary figure. The huge president's office fell into a dead silence at this moment. The next second. Ha 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 ha. The Birdman Morgan's exaggerated laughter suddenly exploded. Good. This is really big news. Following the defeat of Admiral Kizaru in the Nice Lobby incident, that man once again took action, using the legendary flying pirate Golden Shiki of the previous era. Lion's blood proves his strength. The 5th Sea Emperor Traveler, well deserved. Undoubtedly, this news will make the sea boil again. Guys, hurry up and act, time is short and the task is urgent. I will make this news spread all over the world in the shortest time. Morgans waved his hand and ordered loudly. Yes. President. The members and reporters responded excitedly. However, there is another question, who is the person who sent us the message to expose this major event? A reporter asked in confusion. No matter who he is, as long as he can make a big news to shock the world, I will be satisfied. Another member didn't care. President's office. Birdman Morgans tapped the table lightly with his fingers. In the cold after calming down, he was also thinking about who leaked the information. Suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind. He thought of a possibility. Ha ha ha, yes. It must be like this. Don't worry, I will do my best to let the world know the consequences of provoking the 5 emperors Loyolin. At this moment, Coco West Village. There is a scene of singing and dancing. The villagers are excited and happy to prepare for tonight's celebration dinner. No one is sad or painful because of the destruction of the village. Because the current situation of Coco West Village is very different from the scene of the Hell Scroll this morning. The village that was originally ravaged and destroyed by the beast is now intact. The collapsed houses are rebuilt, and the damaged fields are restored. Everything is the same as the one that suffered. It was exactly the same as before the Golden Lion attacked. The reason for this is naturally the work of the horse spell. The ancient magic contained in the horse spell is the power of healing. Recover. Heal. It is not only able to instantly recover all injuries and diseases. It can also restore the destroyed things, creating an effect similar to turning back time. This morning, Windmill, Thor, and Nami set out to chase the Golden Lion Shiki. Robin, Vivi, and others who stayed in the village began to use the horse spell to restore the damaged village. When Loyolin and Nami returned, the village had been restored to its original state. So far, there is nothing else for Loyolin to worry about. While the villagers were happily preparing for the dinner, Loyolin had already set up the fishing platform and was fishing steadily on the beach. Ta-ta! The sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. Khalifa, who was wearing a professional secretary outfit, a tight hip skirt and red-bottomed high heels with lettered high silk, stood behind Loyolin and pushed her glasses with her fingertips. Boss, the news agency has been contacted. If nothing unexpected happens, the news about the defeat of Golden Lion Shiki will spread all over the world tomorrow morning. I believe that Yuzo can greatly deter the pirates. Khalifa reported. Yet. Loyolin nodded lightly. At this moment, the sea surface was rippled violently. Loyolin exerted force with both hands and lifted the rod suddenly. Ding dong, congratulations host for stocking Paramecia lion fruit. Oh! Loyolin raised his eyebrows slightly. This is really good. A new lion fruit ability user will be born today. Loyolin thought to himself while looking at the girl approaching. Chapter 125. In fact, the news of the East Blue Cocoya West Village spread faster than Khalifa expected. There was no need to wait until the next morning. That night, the news of the Golden Lion Shiki's fall spread all over the world. As expected, the whole world and the whole ocean were shocked and excited again. Hey, 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 is this true or not? You are kidding. A legendary figure suddenly fell. The legend of the last era, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, he died. If it weren't for this report, I almost forgot about this terrible figure Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki is a legend that can be compared with Roger the Pirate King and 4 Emperors Whitebeard. How could he be so careless? And he is also the first jailbreaker in the history of the deep sea prison. Such a figure. Golden Lion Shiki, who disappeared for 20 years, reappeared as a corpse. This is too dramatic. All over the world, countless people were dumbfounded and couldn't believe that the legend of the generation would die so suddenly. But there are countless people who are not surprised at all. There's nothing to be surprised about. After all, the one who did it was the captain of the Air Force Pirates, 5 Emperors Rowling. In just 1 year, he grew from an unknown newcomer to the 5th Emperor of the Sea with a bounty of 3 billion. The previous report on the Nice Lobby incident is probably true. Nice Lobby was sunk by this man, and Admiral Kizaru was severely injured. This time, 5 Emperors Rowling announced to the world with the legend of the last era, the Golden Lion Shiki. After this battle, no one will question whether Traveler Rowling is qualified to rule the sea. In addition, this major event also conveyed an important message. That is, you must not provoke the Air Force pirates and related people, because once you provoke them, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, even if you are a legend of the last era, you will die without a burial place. Beeb. The world is shaking. The uproar is escalating. East Blue. Clown Circus. Plus. Looking at the big event reported in the news, Buggy, the clown of the future 4 emperors, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Golden Lion Shiki, the monster that almost wiped us out before was actually killed. This. 5 emperors Rowling is too scary. Don't ever get involved with him. As a former intern of the Pirate King team, Buggy knows all too well how powerful Golden Lion Shiki is. However, such a terrifying golden lion was actually killed. Captain Buggy, according to the news we received, Marine suddenly withdrew 16 branches a few days ago, which is the Marine base near Coco West Village. They don't want to take the pirates to the 5 emperors to kill them. Chief of Staff Kabachi stuttered. That's right. It must be like this. Marine is really despicable. Tamer Machi and others were all indignant. Everyone made up their minds not to get close to Coco West Village. Not only the Buggy Pirates, but also the Alvita Pirates, the Creek Pirates, all the big and small pirates in East Blue who saw the news made a unanimous decision. Windmill Village. That old lion actually. This is really. Looking at the news report, Marine legend Vice Admiral Hero Garp couldn't help but look confused. Mr. Garp, that means the daytime traveler Rowling and his group left in a hurry because of the call for help from Coco West Village. After fighting with you, Mr. Garp, that man went to kill the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Adjutant Bogart murmured in shock. What an incredible guy. Hero Garp whispered. The starting point of the park, Twin Cape. Yo-ho-ho, Mr. Crocus, Laboon, look, Mr. Rowling and his men have made another incredible news. Brooke, who was dead and only had bones left, laughed. Yes, he is really a miracle man. Golden Lion has hit the wall this time. Crocus nodded. Well, now let's sing a song for my benefactor. Yo-ho-ho-ho yo-ho-ho-ho. The end of the park, Sabayati Islands. Mangrove number 13, Fengki Ripoff Bar. Tisk tisk tisk, that old lion, isn't it good to be so peaceful? He has to go and die. His time has long passed. The sea is now the world of young people. The legendary pirate, the right hand of the former pirate king, Pluton Silver Rayleigh shook his head. The flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki, he is different from you, old lay. He disappeared for 20 years. He must be planning something. It's not a bad thing that he was defeated by the Air Force Corps now. The bar's hostess Ziki whispered. The strong gathered in New World. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. The headquarters of the 4 Emperors Beasts Pirates. LOL. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts covered his face and cried. You are worthy of being Lord Kaido. Mr. Kaido is really a man of loyalty and righteousness. Seeing that my former partner Golden Lion was killed, I couldn't stop crying. It's our honor to follow such a captain. The beast pirates in the banquet hall flattered him without any effort. How could it be like this, idiots? The third in command of the beast, Plague Quinn, sneered. Mr. Kaido, this newcomer has defeated Admiral and Legend in succession. His strength may be stronger than we thought. The second in command, Flame Jin, said in a deep voice. Oh, Legend? What a bullshit legend. It's just an old lion who is out of date. Shiki that BD was defeated all because he is too weak. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts cried and laughed. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. There is no room for the weak to survive. Even if he is not killed by the new kid this time, one day I will kill the arrogant old lion with my own hands. I'm a little drunk, I'll go out for a walk. After speaking, the 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts on the throne transformed. The Zoan Fish Fruit's mythical beast species Blue Dragon form ability is activated. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts transformed into a 1,000-meter blue dragon, pierced through the skull roof, and went out again. New World, Wanguo Tato Land. Cake Island, Afternoon Tea Garden. Well, so that's it, that arrogant old lion is dead, this is really good news. 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin laughed wantonly. The current era is no longer one that the old guy can interfere with, but that day he dared to speak out and wanted to take the lead in reorganizing the Rocks Pirate. This is the price of overestimating one's own abilities. That's right. That's right. What the flying pirates are, they are just the remnants of the old era. Please give me flowers. The losers of the old era are nothing at all. Similarly, the so-called 5 emperors who just defeated the remnants of the old era are nothing big. Sparrow, Cracker, and other Big Mom ministers and cotters echoed one after another. Well, the life and death of that old lion is insignificant. By the way, Mondor, have all the invitations for the tea party been sent out? 4 Emperors Big Mom said. Yes. Mom. All the Uranus in the dark world have responded. Everyone is looking forward to this tea party. Clerk Mondor said. Smiling Whale Ship. 4 Emperors Whitebeard Pirates. Dad. Logue. Golden Lion was killed. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, could not help but scream. Kulala, so that's it, that old man is dead. Whitebeard's pale golden eyes opened and closed, and he glanced at the news in the newspaper and spoke indifferently. Dad, are you not surprised at all? Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division, asked. 0. Nothing is surprising, that old lion is still acting as flamboyant as always, thinking that this is still his era, and it is reasonable for him to have such an end. 4 Emperors Whitebeard spoke calmly. But, no matter how old the old lion is, he still has some means. He can defeat him head-on. This year's new emperor may. I don't know what shocking moves he will make next. Red Force. Red Hair Pirates. Boss, this is really a big news. The legend of the last era, the flying pirate Golden Lion Shiki. That Golden Lion was killed by Traveler Rowling. Little Fatty Lazalu, Sniper Yasop, Navigator Bendik, and other Red Corps cotters all widened their eyes in shock. Ah ha ha ha, there is nothing we can do about it. Who made that Golden Lion attack the people around that person? 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks shook his head. The dragon has a reverse scale, and those who touch it will die. After this, I believe that no matter who wants to do something to the Air Corps, they must first think about the fate of Golden Lion Shiki. Red Corps Vice Captain Ben Beckman exhaled a smoke ring and whispered faintly. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. Over at East Blue, Smoker has just completed the investigation of Sky Island. Golden Lion Shiki has not been found yet, and it is impossible to confirm his life or death. However, World Economic News, where did the Birdman Morgause know all this? The causes and consequences reported in these news are even more detailed than what we investigated. Marshal Sengoku frowned. There is no doubt that someone tipped him off. Vice Admiral Crane said with certainty. Tip? Who? Marshal Sengoku stopped talking halfway, and he had already reacted. Who else could know the causes and consequences of this whole incident except the parties involved? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. 5 Emperors Loyalin is using the blood of a legend to warn the world. The impact of the fall of the Hiten pirates continues to ferment. The sea tonight is destined to be sleepless. At the same time. Tonight's Cocoa Village. Chapter 126. Tonight, the village of Kokoyasi is also sleepless. The noise of joy reaches the sky. The villagers sing and dance, toasting to celebrate. Celebrate for the survival of all members. Celebrate for the restoration of the village. Celebrate for the godlike Loyalin. For Nami, today is the most ups and downs day in her life. First, she witnessed the peak duel between Loyalin and the legendary hero. Then she witnessed the destruction of her hometown and fell into the abyss of despair. However, not long after, the situation turned around and the light came. Everyone is safe and sound. The village has also been restored. The bad guys who attacked the village have also received the punishment they deserve. Hell and heaven are all on the line. Nami's mood is like a roller coaster. But now this roller coaster has stopped above the clouds. In addition to the joy of her hometown being saved, Nami is also happy for the growth of her best friend. Congratulations, Vivi, from now on, you will be a strong person who can stand on your own. Nami looked up at her best friend Vivi floating in the air, and was happy from the bottom of her heart. This ability is really great, thank you, Mr. Rowling. Vivi, the new lion fruit ability user Nefertari, cried out excitedly, threw herself into Rowling's arms, and expressed her gratitude with her face close to his. After the Sky Island incident, Rowling 080 gave Vivi the ability of psychological control. Indeed, psychological control is also an extremely powerful superpower. But this is a means for the spirit. There is no gain for Vivi's panel. In the face of a large-scale melee, he can only rely on Kalu's footwork to wander and sneak attack. Now, Vivi, who has eaten the Paramecia lion fruit, will undoubtedly rise to several levels of strength. Even if he can't reach the level of Golden Lion Shiki, the high mobility of being able to fly in the air is enough. Sabo, I just saw that Mr. Rowling fished the Paramecia lion fruit out of the sea. This is really amazing. Looking at Vivi flying freely to test her new ability, Koala's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Yes, everything that happened today is too incredible. I need to find a place to calm down and sort it out. Sabo nodded blankly. The peak battle between the heroes of Windmill Village and the 5 Emperors. A space teleportation across the sea in an instant. The shadow army that created things out of thin air. The world of shadows, the Black Shadow Kingdom. The spell that can not only heal, but also repair damaged buildings has started to work. Everything is too magical, it is about to subvert Sabo's worldview. White Earth Island. Bardico. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The high-level leaders of the Revolutionary Army, led by the Revolutionary Dragon, gathered in the conference room. There are 2 Den Mushi on the long conference table. A small Den Mushi and a large white anti-eavesdropping Den Chen. Mr. Long, I have 3 things to report to you this time. Sabo's voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi. First of all, I have recovered my lost memories from 1,000 years ago when I went to East Blue this time. Sabo immediately told everyone what happened after he went to the Kingdom of Goa. Really? Little Sabo, your memory has been restored. That's great. Wait a moment, little Sabo, you said you have 2 brothers. The Eastern Army Captain Balo Betty, the Southern Army Captain Lindbergh and other cotters were all surprised. Yes, I have completely remembered that I have 2 sworn brothers, one is Ace, the current captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist Ace, and the other is Luffy, he is the grandson of the legendary marine hero Garp. Sabo proudly introduced to his partners. The voice fell. The huge conference room was silent for a while. The next moment, the noise suddenly rose. Wait a moment, Sabo, what did you say? The captain of the 2nd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist Ace is your brother. Lindbergh screamed. Hey, compared to the Fire Fist Ace, Sabo's younger brother named Luffy, he is actually the grandson of the marine hero Garp. Intelligence Control Officer Terry had a deep shock on his face. Everyone was stunned by the 2 pieces of news revealed by Sabo. Even the calm revolutionary Long was no exception. Long had met Sabo in the Kingdom of Goa and knew that he were from the same hometown. But even Long never expected that Sabo and his son were brothers. What a fate! Everyone, the first time just now was just an appetizer. There will be more shocking things next. Please prepare for the next step. Sabo's reminder came. All the senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army looked stern. The identities and backgrounds of Ace and Luffy are shocking enough. I didn't expect it to be just an appetizer. What happened? The second thing next is that old man Garp suddenly returned home this morning. Sabo just said it. What? Garp is back. Little Sabo, are you okay? All the senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army asked nervously. It's okay, it's okay. What I want to say is that it's not just Mr. Garp, the Air Force pirates. 5 Emperors Traveler Rowling and his group also came to Windmill Village. He has been here before and has a good relationship with Luffy. Sabo continued. What? 555. Traveler Loyalin, that man actually. The high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army all widened their eyes at the same time, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Wait a moment, Sabo, the 5 Emperors loyal linear, if they also came to the Windmill Village, then did they meet Garp? Did the two sides have a conflict? The Northern Army Captain Karas asked. Bellobity and others also pricked up their ears. Yes. Grandpa Garp and Mr. Loyalin had a sparring match on the coast of the village. In the end, I don't know what method Mr. Loyalin used, but he knocked Grandpa Garp into shock with one punch. Sabo described the great battle at that time in a concise manner. Even if they just listened to Sabo's retelling, the people of the Revolutionary Army were still shocked beyond words. The most shocking and even horrifying thing for them was, of course. Hey, Sabo, you are not kidding, that 5 Emperors Rowling, he knocked down the legendary marine hero Garp with one punch. The Southern Army Captain Lindbergh shook his head repeatedly, not daring to believe this horrifying fact. That's the legendary marine hero. The pyramid-top powerhouse who has forced the pirate King Roger into a desperate situation several times. Even the Emperor of the Sea can't kill him with one strike. The Eastern Army's deputy commander Ahiru murmured unconsciously. If this is true, then how terrible is the strength of that traveler Rowling? The high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army were already numb by the facts told by Sabo. Even the Revolutionary Dragon was no exception. As for how terrifying his father's strength was, the Revolutionary Dragon knew it best. There should be no one in this world who could kill him instantly. I don't know the details. I'm going to tell you about the third thing. I believe you have already read the relevant reports. Sabo continued. After the battle with Mr. Garp, Mr. Rowling and his team received a call for help from the village of Cocoa West. They immediately used their space ability to open a portal and arrived at the scene. There are many details that I can't disclose. Anyway, it was very magical and incredible. After that, Mr. Rowling and his team went to chase the Golden Lion Shiki, and the final result was the fall of the Flying Pirate. So far, Sabo's report ended. The huge conference room was silent. All the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army opened their mouths wide, and they were speechless for a long time, and their hearts were filled with turbulent waves. No amount of words could describe their shock at the moment. Mr. Long, Koala, and I are now with them in the village of Cocoa West. Do we need to go to Jiazai next? Sabo asked. No. You just need to help with the reconstruction of the village of Cocoa West. The Revolutionary Long said. Mr. Long, the village. Sabo opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say that the village had been completely restored by the magical spell. After all, this was a secret of Loyalin and his party, and everyone had been shocked enough today. I know. Gaga. The Den Mushi hung up. Cocoa West Village. The lively celebration continued. The villagers immersed in joy suddenly found that Loyalin, the protagonist of the celebration, disappeared at some point. Nami also disappeared at the same time. At this moment, in the sky above the isolated island about 100 miles away from Cocoa West Village, the bright gold and deep blue, two lightnings intertwined into a bright sphere. In the spherical lightning, two figures could be vaguely seen intertwining and entangled, and the water blended. 2 hours later. Okay, let's go back. Loelin said. Hehe, are we going back now? Nami laughed. Captain, are you not doing well? That's it. Loelin. For Nami's reckless provocation. Loelin would teach her a lesson and suppress her arrogance. The competition between the Thunder ability user and the Thunder Dragon King, renewal and extra time. The next morning. When they heard the news that Nami was unwell and bedridden. The villagers of the entire Coco West village were all shocked. The villagers, led by Feng Jiajian, rushed to see and express their condolences. Fortunately, no Kai Gao blocked it, so Nami saved her face. Really? After sending Ajian and others away, no Kai Gao returned to the house, put his hands on his waist and looked at his sister who was covered by the quilt, and shook his head helplessly. Even if you like it, there should be a limit. I'm here to thank the captain. Nami muttered softly. You have to be a little restrained, it's all swollen. Forget it, I'll find Miss Robin and the others to come and use a spell on you, so that you can get better faster. No Kai Gao said. Don't let anyone know. Nami hurriedly stopped him, she didn't want anyone to know her current condition. I'm fine, the swelling will go down after a little rest. I can't do anything about you. For her willful sister, Nakago naturally had to dote on her. At the same time, she also unconsciously had some strange thoughts in her heart. Is it really so comfortable? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye in the leisurely rural life. 3 days later in the morning. Nami, who had fully recovered, waved goodbye to everyone in the village with full energy. Never Air Force set sail again, the next stop is the South Blue Sobel Kingdom.